English History. 1914-1945. By A. J. P. Taylor. Preface. When the Oxford History of England was launched a generation ago, England was still an all-embracing word. It meant indiscriminately England and Wales, Great Britain, the United Kingdom, and even the British Empire. Foreigners used it as the name of a great power and indeed continue to do so. Bonar Law, a Scotch-Canadian, was not ashamed to describe himself as Prime Minister of England, as Disraeli, a Jew by birth, had done before him. One volume in this history treats Scotch universities under the head of English education, others treat the internal affairs of the colonies as part of English history. Now terms have become more rigorous. The use of England except for a geographic area brings protests, especially from the Scotch. One, they seek to impose Britain the name of a Roman province which perished in the 5th century and which included none of Scotland nor, indeed, all of England. I never use this incorrect term, though it is sometimes slipped past me by sub-editors. Great Britain is correct and has been since 1707. It is not, however, synonymous with the United Kingdom, as the Scotch, forgetting the Irish, seem to think. Again, the United Kingdom does not cover the Commonwealth, the colonial empire, or India. Whatever word we use lands us in a tangle. I have tried to stick to my assignment, which is English history. Where the Welsh, the Scotch, the Irish, or the British overseas have the same history as the English, my book includes them also. Where they have a different history, it does not. For instance, Wales is an integral part of the English administrative and legal system, but it has no established church. Scotland has a different established church, a different legal and administrative system, and a largely autonomous administration. Northern Ireland since 1922 is more autonomous still. None of these things is my concern. On the other 6 preface hand, it would be impossible to discover a specifically English foreign policy, and foolish, though not impossible, to discover the specifically English contribution to British budgets or to British overseas trade. It is, however, reasonable, I think, to talk about English feelings or English patterns of life. At any rate, this book is about 30 years in the history of the English people, and others come in only if they made a stir in English politics or aroused English interest in other ways. Thus, I discuss the impact of events in India on English politics and do not attempt to narrate India's political history. Similarly, I have passed over developments in Africa which were significant for Africa, but not, at the time, for England. My book begins precisely on the day, August 4, 1914, almost at the hour, 11 p.m., when the volume by Sir Robert Ensor in this history ends. Its own ending is more ragged. There was much unfinished business, the reordering of Europe, the American loan, the establishment of the welfare state and of Indian independence. The new patterns were much clearer in 1951 than in 1945. However, I had to stop somewhere. I have written in the form of a continuous narrative, though with occasional pauses for refreshment. Most themes chose themselves. For 10 of the 31 years which this volume covers, the English people were involved in great wars, for 19 they lived in the shadow of mass unemployment. When I had dealt with these subjects, and with the politics which sprang from them, there was not much room left. Some omissions are excused only by ignorance. There were, for instance, advances in science of the greatest importance, beneficent as with vitamins, potentially catastrophic as with nuclear explosions. I do not understand the internal combustion engine, let alone the atomic bomb, and any discussion of scientific topics was beyond me. Nor could I have made much sense of modern philosophy. At any rate, I chose the subjects which seemed most urgent, most interesting, and with which I was most competent to deal. I have followed Sir Robert Ensor's example and have treated all those mentioned in this book, living or dead, as historical figures, I hope without offense. The biographical notes are designed only for the period covered by the book, though they occasionally stray beyond it. I have received information and ideas from many people and taken them from many books. Preface 7. The bibliography especially could not have been compiled without assistance from individual historians and the authorities of various institutions. I am deeply grateful for all this help, so generously given, and hope that those who gave it will feel free to criticize the results. My colleague, Kenneth Tite, Fellow of Magdalen College, read my entire manuscript twice. He saved me from many mistakes, questioned many of my judgments, and tempered the dogmatism of my style. He must take part of the blame if the word probably occurs too often. Sir George Clark, the general editor, honored me by his invitation to write this book and sustained me when I was slighted in my profession. He has read my manuscript with critical care and reinforced it at many points. One other historian gave me inspiration and guidance. I had hoped to place this book in his hands. Now I set down in bereavement the name of Max Aitken, Lord Beaverbrook, my beloved friend. AJPT. Contents. 4 Post-war, 1918-22. War casualties. War diseases. Economic losses. War debts. National debt. General election. The new parliament. Changes in government. Peacemaking. Rhineland and Danzig. Reparations. Criticisms of the peace. Intervention in Russia. Demobilization. The Sankey Commission. Rail strike. The Daily Herald. Threat of general strike. End of the boom. Black Friday. Housing. Unemployment insurance. The Dominions. Washington Naval Treaty. Troubles in India. The Troubles in Ireland. The Black and Tans. Government of Ireland Act. The Irish negotiations. The Irish settlement. Note A fin. Note B. The Irish boundary. V. Normal times. 1922. Lasting effects of the war. Population statistics. Contraception. Position of women. Town and country. Decline of religion. Class divisions. Dress. The active people. Social change. The new literature. The cinema. Old industries and new. The Geddes Acts. Economies in education. University Grants Committee. Death of Northcliffe. Genoa Conference. Gonak Crisis. Fall of Lloyd George. Note A. The Sale of the Times. 6 Three-Party Politics. 1922-5. Laws Government. Law and the Cabinet. General Election. The Labour Party transformed. MacDonald as Labour leader. Lausanne Conference. American debt settlement. Baldwin becomes Prime Minister. Chamberlain's Housing Act. Baldwin espouses protection. General election. First Labour government. Wheatley's Housing Act. Trevelyan and education. Economic problems. MacDonald and foreign policy. Reparations. The Protocol. Treaty with Soviet Russia. The Campbell case. The Zinoviev letter. General election. Baldwin again Prime Minister. Treaty of Locarno. Return to gold. Note A. The appointment of Baldwin as Prime Minister. Note B. The Campbell case. Note C. The Poundinoviv letter. 7 The Years of Gold, 1925-9. Defense. The 10 Years' Rule. The Chiefs of Staffs Committee. The Navy. The RAF. The Army. Broadcasting. The BBG. Its effect on newspapers. Its effect on political speeches. Agreement on welfare. Continued unemployment. Conflict in the coal industry. Red Friday. Preparations for a general strike. The Samuel Report. The general strike. End of the strike. Industrial conciliation. The Trades Disputes Act. The Daily Herald. Lloyd George becomes Liberal leader. Dominion status defined. The League of Nations. Reform of local government. Garrotting. The Savage Case. The Revised Prayer Book. A Golden Age. Note A. The Constitutional Conflict in Canada. Note B. TLW Savage Case. 8 Unexpected Crisis. 1929-31. Democracy achieved. The Conservatives. Labour. The Liberals. Lloyd George's new program. General election. Second Labour government. Henderson and the League. London Naval Treaty. Relations with Soviet Russia. India and the Simon Commission. Abortive treaty with Egypt. The White Paper on Palestine. Regulated capitalism. The Liberals in confusion. Baldwin and Empire Free Trade. The Great Depression. Mosley's proposals. 13 Snowden's budgets. The Macmillan Report. The May Report. The run on the pound. Demand for economies. End of the Labour government. Formation of the national government. Labour resistance. The emergency budget going off. Gold. Note A. Fall of the Labour government. 9 Halftime 1931. The Watershed. Cleavage of outlooks. The New England. The motor car. New industries. Holidays. The new house. The wireless set. Education. The newspaper war. Weekly journals. Bestsellers. Thrillers. Sport. Triumph of the cinema. The talkies. Sunday cinemas. Appearance and reality. X. The nation saved. Economic affairs. I-93 The national government prolonged. The parties and protection. The general election. The national government reshaped. Labour in the new parliament. Inquiry into protection. Protection carried. Chamberlain's first budget. Conversion of war loan. The Ottawa Conference. The World Economic Conference. The American debt. The government's economic policy. Devaluation. Cheap money. Tariffs. Rationalization. Agriculture. Recovery. The housing boom. Glass war revived. Left-wing intellectuals. The Socialist League. The Hunger Marchers. XL The nation not saved. Foreign Affairs 1931-6 Waiting for natural recovery. The Special Areas Unemployment Assistance Board. Government of India Act. Dispute with Irish Free State. Conflicts over foreign policy. Anti-war feeling. The Disarmament Conference. East Fulham by-election. The League of Nations. The Manchurian Affair. The Problem of Germany. White Paper on Defence. George's Jubilee. Baldwin becomes Prime Minister. The Peace Ballot. The Abyssinian Crisis. Dissension in the Labour Party. The General Election. The Horleval Plan. German reoccupation of the Rhineland. Note A. Baldwin and rearmament. Note B. France and the reoccupation of the Rhineland. 12 Appeasement, 1936-9. Baldwin eclipsed. Development of radar. The Spanish Civil War. Non-intervention. Stir of British feeling. The Popular Front. Death of George V. Edward VIII and Mrs. Simpson. Edward VIII's abdication. Neville Chamberlain becomes Prime Minister. His government. Settlement with Ireland. Palestine. Preoccupation with foreign affairs. Rearmament. Estimates of German strength. Stages in rearmament. Labour's attitude. Chamberlain and Germany. Chamberlain and Soviet Russia. German grievances. Hostility to Hitler. German persecution of the Jews. The Dominions favor appeasement. Eden's reluctance. Eden resigns. Chamberlain and Czechoslovakia. Chamberlain visits Hitler. Preparations for war. The Munich Conference. After Munich. More armaments. 32 Division Army. Evacuation. Renewed Popular Front. Hoare announces coming Golden Age. Note A. The effects of bombing. 13 Reluctantly to war. 1939-40. The end of Czechoslovakia. Chamberlain's reaction. Guarantee to Poland. Ministry of Supply set up. Conscription. Demand for Soviet alliance. Negotiations with Soviet Russia. Renewed appeasement. The Nazi-Soviet Pact. Alliance with Poland. Last hesitations. Declaration of war on Germany. The phony war. Evacuation. Economic controls. Unenterprising conduct of the war 458. Reliance on blockade 461. Shipping difficulties 462. Rationing 464. Food subsidies 465. Churchill in chains 466. Aid for Finland 468. The Norwegian campaign 470. Chamberlain challenged 472. Attempts to avoid Churchill 473. Churchill becomes Prime Minister 474. Victory at all costs 475. Note A. The Wollstonecraft-Wilson Conversations 475. Note B. Hitler's decision for war 476. 14 Finest Hour, 1940-1. Churchill's Government 477. New Ministers 478. The Minister of Defense 479. Cabinet Committees 481. The War Cabinet 483. German Offensive in the West 483. The BEF. Cut off 485. Evacuation from Dunkirk 486. France surrenders 487. No thought of peace 488. Aircraft production 490. Finest hour 491. Channel Islands occupied 493. French ships sunk 494. American aid 495. Fighter command 497. The Battle of Britain 498. The Blitz 501. German U-boat offensive 504. Bismarck sunk 506. War Socialism 507. Bevin against Beaverbrook 509. Clothes rationing 510. New Principles of Finance 5. Lend-Lease 513. Plans for Victory 5*5. Political Warfare 516. The Bombing Offensive 5J7. The Mediterranean Campaign 5-2 Italians defeated 5*4. The Greek Campaign 525. Loss of Crete 527. Hitler attacks Soviet Russia 528. The Atlantic Charter 529. Fears for Singapore 531. Pearl Harbor 532. Note A. Lend-Lease 533. Note B. The Killing of William Joyce 533. Note C. Indiscriminate Bombing 534. Note D. The Atlantic Charter 534. 15. The Grand Alliance. 1942-4. The Arcadia Conference 536. The Combined Chiefs of Staff 537. Economic Inequality 538. Strategical Decisions 539. Loss of Singapore 540. Elevation of Crips 543. Crips in India 545. Coal Crisis 546. Popular Feeling 548. A Democratic Community 550. Bomber Offensive renewed 552. No Second Front in 1942 554. Changes in Middle East Command 556. Churchill visits Stalin 557. Raid on Dieppe 558. Battle of El Alamein 559. The Casablanca Conference 561. North Africa conquered 563. U-boats overcome 564. Shortage of manpower 565. The Beveridge Plan 567. Butler's Education Act 568. No regional government 569. Last strategical bombing offensive 570. First Quebec Conference 572. Armistice with Italy 573. Conferences at Cairo and Tehran 574. Rome taken 576. Note A Unconditional surrender 576. Note B. The Balkans in Allied Strategy 57 Carrot 16 ending 1944-5. Preparations for D-Day 578. D-Day 58 asterisk. France liberated 582. Flying bombs 583. Rockets 584. A Dark Future 585. Second Quebec Conference 586. Churchill and Stalin 588. Intervention in Greece 589. Conference at Yalta 590. Bombing of Dresden 591. Germany surrenders 593. Conference at Potsdam 594. The general election 595. Labor government 597. Defeat of Japan 598. An economic Dunkirk 599. England arise 600. Note A. The decision to use the atomic bomb 601. Bibliography. The 50-Year Rule 602. Guides and Sources 603. Non-literary sources 609. Photographs 610. Sound recordings 611. Film 611. Biographies 612. Monarchs 613. Prime Ministers 613. Other Ministers 614. Other biographies 618. The First World War 620. Political 626. General 626. The Irish Question 629. Dominions, India. Africa 630. Foreign Policy 631. Economic 635. Fiscal 636. Particular Industries 637. Work and Wages 637. Social 637. Education 638. Press and Broadcasting 638. The Arts and Literature 640. The Second World War 642. List of Cabinets, 1914-45 649. Index 669. UNTIL August 1914. A sensible, law-abiding Englishman could pass through life and hardly notice the existence of the state, beyond the post office and the policeman. He could live where he liked and as he liked. He had no official number or identity card. He could travel abroad or leave his country forever without a passport or any sort of official permission. He could exchange his money for any other currency without restriction or limit. He could buy goods from any country in the world on the same terms as he bought goods at home. For that matter, a foreigner could spend his life in this country without permit and without informing the police. Unlike the countries of the European continent, the state did not require its citizens to perform military service. An Englishman could enlist, if he chose, in the regular army, the navy, or the territorials. He could also ignore, if he chose, the demands of national defense. Substantial householders were occasionally called on for jury service. Otherwise, only those helped the state who wished to do so. The Englishmen paid taxes on a modest scale, nearly £200 million in 1913-14, or rather less than 8% of the national income. The state intervened to prevent the citizen from eating adulterated food or contracting certain infectious diseases. It imposed safety rules in factories, and prevented women, and adult males in some industries, from working excessive hours. The state saw to it that children received education up to the age of 13. Since January 1909, it provided a meager pension for the needy over the age of 70. Since 1911, it helped to insure certain classes of workers against sickness and unemployment. This tendency towards more state action was increasing. Expenditure on the social services had roughly doubled since the Liberals took office in 1905. Still, broadly speaking, the state acted only to help those who could not help themselves. It left the adult citizen alone. All this was changed by the impact of the Great War. The mass of the people became, for the first time, active citizens. Their lives were shaped by orders from above. They were required to serve the state instead of pursuing exclusively their own affairs. 5 million men entered the armed forces, many of them under compulsion. The Englishman's food was limited, and its quality changed, by government order. His freedom of movement was restricted, his conditions of work prescribed. Some industries were reduced or closed, others artificially fostered. The publication of news was fettered. Street lights were dimmed. The sacred freedom of drinking was tampered with, licensed hours were cut down, and the beer watered by order. The very time on the clocks was changed. From 1916 onwards, every Englishman got up an hour earlier in summer than he would otherwise have done, thanks to an Act of Parliament. The state established a hold over its citizens which, though relaxed in peacetime, was never to be removed, and which the Second World War was again to increase. The history of the English state and of the English people merged for the first time. Formally speaking, the war came as though King George V too still possessed undiminished the prerogatives of Henry VIII. At 10:30 p.m. on August 4, 1914, the King held a Privy Council at Buckingham Palace, which was attended only by one minister, 3 and 2 court officials. This council sanctioned the proclamation of a state of war with Germany from 11 p.m. for that was all. 5. The cabinet played no part once it had resolved to defend. 1. In contemporary parlance, the war of 1914-18 was always, not surprisingly, the Great War. It did not need the war of 1939-45 to change it into the First World War. Reapington devised the phrase at the time of the armistice, to prevent the Milnean folk from forgetting that the history of the world is the history of war. Reapington, the First World War, 2. 291 to George V, second son of Edward VII, married Princess Mary of Teck, 1893, King, 1910-36, changed name of royal family from Saxe-Coburg to Windsor, 1917, his trousers were creased at the sides, not front and back. 3. Lord Beauchamp, first Commissioner of Works, who succeeded Morley as Lord President of the Council on the following day. Why 11 p.m.? It is impossible to say. The ultimatum to Germany demanded an answer here by midnight. After its dispatch, someone unknown recollected that German time was an hour in advance of Greenwich Mean Time, and it was decided that the ultimatum should expire according to the time in Berlin. Why? Perhaps for fear that the German government might give a favorable, or equivocal, answer, perhaps to get things settled and to be able to go to bed, probably for no reason at all. 5. War was declared against Austria-Hungary on August 10. Declaration of war. 3. The neutrality of Belgium. It did not consider the ultimatum to Germany, which Sir Edward Grey, the Foreign Secretary, once sent after consulting only the Prime Minister, Asquith, to and perhaps not even him. Nor did the Cabinet authorize the declaration of war. The Parliament of the United Kingdom, though informed of events, did not give formal approval to the government's acts until it voted a credit of £100 million, without a division, 3 on August 6. The governments and parliaments of the dominions were not consulted. The Canadian Parliament alone subsequently expressed its approval. Apart from this, each Governor-General issued the royal proclamation on his own authority, as did the Viceroy of India. The white populations of the empire rallied eagerly to the mother country. Some 50 million Africans and 250 million Indians were involved, without consultation, in a war of which they understood nothing against an enemy who was also unknown to them. Use of the prerogative went further. The administrative measures, consequent on the outbreak of war, had long been laid down in the War Book, which Maurice Hankey, Secretary of the Committee of Imperial Defense, elaborated. These measures were now brought into force by proclamation. Military areas were closed to aliens, trade with the enemy was forbidden, merchant ships were requisitioned for the transport of the armed forces. This reliance on the prerogative was in part a quaint, and convenient, survival, a reminder that Great Britain had advanced towards democracy, and the Empire towards commonwealth, without any open break in the traditional constitution. It also reflected the general view that war was an act of state, if not of prerogative, with which ordinary citizens had little to do. Even the ministers most responsible assumed that Great Britain would wage the war with the armed forces which she possessed at the outset. The British Navy would fight a great engagement with the German High Seas Fleet in the North Sea, while the armies of the Continental Allies defeated Germany on land. All would be over in a few months, if not in a few weeks. The ordinary citizen would be little affected. As Grey said in the House of Commons on August 3, "If we are engaged in war, we shall suffer but little more than we shall suffer if we stand aside." No preparations had been made for changing civilian life, no register of manpower or survey of industrial resources, no accumulation of raw materials, nor even consideration of what raw materials would be needed. The duty of the civilian was to carry on normally, in Churchill's one phrase, business as usual to the notice which a shopkeeper stuck up after a fire. There were some breaches of this rule. Financial panic was widely expected to follow the outbreak of war. The government proclaimed a standstill, or moratorium, and took over responsibility for bills on neutral and enemy countries. The alarm seems to have been overdone, and panic rather the other way, foreigners striving desperately to meet their obligations. Pounds grew scarce on the international market. The American exchange reached $7 to the pound, grandson of Duke of Marlborough. Emergency measures 5 of $4.86. The government also took over the insurance of war risks on shipping, an arrangement which showed a profit at the end of the war. It was feared, too, that people might take to hoarding gold sovereigns, then the general currency, and the Treasury was empowered to issue paper notes for pound INIOJ. Here, too, the alarm seems to have been unnecessary. These improvisations were the first wartime act of Lloyd George, Chancellor of the Exchequer. He had opposed entry into the war until the last moment, and now handled the financial problems without, as yet, committing himself further. The President of the Board of Trade was also busy. The railways were taken over by the government, and guaranteed their 1913 dividends, another arrangement which finally showed a profit. In practice, the takeover made little difference. A committee of railway managers ran the railways for the Board of Trade. The companies were not coordinated, and, as late as Easter 1916, leave trains from France were stopped for 5 days so as not to interfere with holiday traffic. There was one foreshadowing of future developments. War cut off British supplies of sugar, 2/3 of which had come from Germany and Austria-Hungary. On August 20 the Royal Commission was set up to buy and sell sugar, and to regulate its distribution, a first exercise in state trading which remained autonomous throughout the war. All these arrangements were made primarily for the benefit of the traders concerned, bankers and bill brokers, railway managers and sugar refiners. Otherwise, the state stood aside. Parliament dispersed on August 10. Men waited, aloof, for the great shock of arms. Naval plans had long been settled by the Admiralty. The Grand Fleet was already fully mobilized on the outbreak of war, and at its battle stations in the North Sea, 20 British battleships facing 13 German, tense for the Armageddon which Fisher had prophesied for September 1914. On August 3 the Cabinet authorized the mobilization of the regular Army and Expeditionary Force of 6 infantry divisions and a cavalry division. Mobilization began on the afternoon of August 4. 3. No decision on the use of the army had been taken before the war. The plans which Sir Henry Wilson, Director of Military Operations, had elaborated with French staff officers carried no commitment. On the afternoon of August 5, Asquith, as Secretary for War, held a council of war, really an enlarged meeting of the Army Council. 16 men, mostly entirely ignorant of their subject, 6 speculated in the void. They agreed that the 14 territorial divisions could protect the country from invasion. The BEF was free to go abroad. Where to? Antwerp? Amiens? Merely to Le Havre and then ramble across the country? Or stay at home and train a mass army? Wilson cut in. He explained that railway timetables, unlike horses, could not be changed. There could be no question of helping the Belgians, though this was why Great Britain had gone to war. The BEF had no choice, it must go to Maubeuge on the French left, as he had long planned. The great men found no answer. They agreed, all 7 divisions to Maubeuge. On the following day the Cabinet insisted that 2 divisions must stay at home. Meanwhile, Lord Kitchener had reluctantly agreed to become Secretary for War. His prestige propped up the Liberal government. He became at once the symbol of patriotic enthusiasm. In India and Egypt he had run military affairs like an Oriental despot, now he did not change his ways. He had no expert advice. The Imperial General Staff were all off to France with the expeditionary force. Nor did he consult the civilian ministers, whom he distrusted and despised. He ran strategy by occasional flashes of genius. Kitchener foresaw the great German advance through Belgium. Maubeuge seemed to him too dangerous and exposed. On his prompting, the Cabinet changed the destination of the BEF to Amiens. Kitchener soon wavered. On August 12 French staff officers, coached by Sir Henry Wilson, tackled him. They argued that the British forces would be useless if they tried to act independently of the French army. The real French motive was political, not military. They attached little value to the British army and wished only to ensure that Great Britain should be firmly embedded as an ally, instead of remaining on the later American model an associated power. Kitchener was ashamed at the smallness of the British contribution. Did they consider when they went headlong into a war like this, that they were without an army, and without any preparation to equip one? 2. He acquiesced in the French prompting, on condition Asquith agreed, as, of course, he did. Sir John French III was instructed to go to Maubeuge. On August 19 Kitchener sent the 5th Division to France. On September, when French lost his nerve, Kitchener promised to send the 6th also. These random, and no doubt inescapable, decisions had lasting consequences. The entire regular army, as it existed on the outbreak of war, was sent to France, and it seemed obvious from this moment that further forces should go to France as they accumulated. Moreover, by going to Maubeuge, the BEF ceased to be an independent force, it became an auxiliary to the French army, though as time went on an increasingly powerful one. In previous wars Great Britain had followed an independent strategy, based on sea power. In the First World War she lost this independence by accident, almost before fighting had started. The British Expeditionary Force was, in the words of the official history, one incomparably the best trained, best organized and best equipped British army which ever went forth to war. 5. It was, however, according to the same authority, wholly deficient in materials for siege or trench warfare, hand grenades, howitzers, entrenching tools, an unfortunate deficiency since siege or trench warfare was soon to be its lot. The BEF was well adapted for war on the veldt, khaki uniforms, unique skill with the rifle. The Royal Flying Corps, with a strength of 63 machines, added a new dimension to observation. To otherwise, modern ingenuity passed the army by. Each division had only 24 machine guns, or 2 per battalion. On the outbreak of war, the British Army had a total stock of 80 motor vehicles. Guns and supplies were drawn by horses. Each infantry division had 5,600 horses to its 18,000 men. Messages were carried from one unit to another, or to and from headquarters, by officers on horseback. There were at first no field telephones or wireless equipment, unlike the Navy, where the commander-in-chief was bedeviled by a stream of wireless messages from the Admiralty. Such was the force which carried British arms to the continent, and carried also to immortality a music hall song, "It *s a long way to Tipperary." Sir John French, the commander-in-chief, was a cavalry officer, like many British generals of the First World War, red-faced, 62 years old, exuberant at one moment, easily depressed the next. His instructions, drafted by Kitchener, were to support and cooperate with the French army. But your command is an entirely independent one, and you will in no case come in any sense under the orders of any Allied general. Greatest care must be exercised towards a minimum of losses and wastage. On August 20 the BEF completed its concentration before Maubeuge. French plunged cheerfully into the unknown. 2 days later the first shots were fired near Mons. As the British pushed northwards from Maubeuge, they ran, without prevision, into the German East Army under Kluck, which was swinging southwest through Belgium in order to pass by and then to encircle the French. On August 23 2 British divisions faced 6 German at Mons and, by rapid rifle fire, beat them off. Mons was a small engagement by later standards. The 1,600 casualties were often exceeded in the Boer War. It achieved legendary importance, if only because it was the one occasion when heavenly powers intervened in the war. The Angels of Mons, varying in number from 2 to a platoon, fought on the British side. 2 French, encouraged perhaps by this assistance, meant to stand on the same line the next day. During the night, he learned that the French Fifth Army on his right had ordered a general retreat and that large German forces were advancing on his empty left. He, too, ordered the retreat. 3 days later, the Old Corps could march no further. It stood against the Germans at El Gato on August 26, anniversary of the Battle of Crécy. 3 The German pursuit was halted, though mainly because the Germans were more eager to resume their march southwest than to destroy the British army. After El Gato the BEF could continue its retreat undisturbed. The retreat from Mons was an impressive physical performance. The BEF marched 200 miles in 13 days, often with only 4 hours 5 sleep a night. Strategically, it had grave results. Once French had, as it were, stretched out his hand to the French Fifth Army on his right, he could not relinquish his grasp. He found himself being pulled due south instead of southwest, the direction from which he had come. In one way this was fortunate, it pulled him out of the path of the advancing Germans. But it also pulled him away from his lines of supply and from Saint Nazaire on the Atlantic coast, his ultimate point of military operations, France and Belgium, 1914, Appendix 8. 2 A more prosaic version has it that Arthur Machen, writer of short stories, retreat. Anxious to preserve his army and staggered by what seemed to him crippling losses, he determined to withdraw from the line altogether and refit. The news of this decision raised alarm when it reached the government in London. Kitchener held a midnight conference with Asquith and such other ministers as could be hastily assembled. He then crossed to Paris and met French at the British Embassy on September. There was a stormy scene, Kitchener assuming the airs of a supreme commander. French was overawed, though resentful. He agreed to keep his place in the line, conforming to the movements of the French army. Kitchener wrote, "Please consider it as an instruction to thus Joffre, the French commander-in-chief, came to command the British army in practice, though not in theory. On September 5 Joffre decided to strike back at the pursuing Germans. French duly conformed. With tears in his eyes, he said to the interpreter, "Tell him we will do all that men can do." In fact, the BEF did little. The new order went out too late to stop further retreat beyond the Marne on September 5. The next day, the BEF started 2 marches behind the French. As it moved forward it found no Germans, but an empty hole. Kluck, commanding the German East Army, having first swung southeast to encircle the Allies, had again swung west to hold off attack from Paris. Bülow, commanding the German Second Army, was pinned by the French offensive further east. 30 miles separated the two armies. The BEF advanced slowly into this gap. The men tired, the officers made cautious by their previous engagements with the Germans. Even so, the British cavalry were sometimes 40 miles behind the German lines. On September 9 the Germans began a general retreat, before the BEF had made effective contact with the enemy. There were virtually no British casualties on the Marne. It was a maneuver, not a battle, so far as the British were concerned. Leisurely pursuit followed until September 14. British staff officers speculated whether they would be on the Rhine in 3 weeks or 6. Then the weary Germans, unable to march further, stopped on the Aisne. Unwittingly, they stumbled on the discovery which shaped the First World War: men in trenches, with machine guns, could beat off all but the most formidable attacks. The Allied advance ground to a halt. On September 16 French issued his first instructions for trench warfare. Both combatant lines hung in the air. Some 200 miles of open country separated the German and French armies from the sea. Each side tried to repeat the original German strategy of turning the enemy line. This was not so much a race to the C5, its usual name, as a race to outflank the other side before the sea was reached. Both sides failed. The Allies seemed to have a splendid opportunity. The Channel ports Calais, Dunkirk, Ostend, and Zeebrugge were available to the British. The Belgian army was still intact, far away in the German rear at Antwerp. Nothing was made of this. Joffre wrote the Belgians off. Kitchener refused to send any of the 11 territorial divisions which were now mobilized. He hesitated over the one remaining regular division, and sent it too late. Churchill, First Lord of the Admiralty, plunged into land warfare, regardless of protocol. He sent an ill-equipped naval brigade to Antwerp, then on October 3 arrived himself to inspire the Belgians. In the excitement of the firing line, he proposed to relinquish the Admiralty and take formal military charge of the British forces in Antwerp, a proposal which the cabinet received with ill-concealed merriment. This token of British assistance was too slight to stiffen the failing Belgian resolve. Antwerp fell on October 10. The Belgian army withdrew down the coast, where it managed to hold a fragment of national territory throughout the war. The British Marines were sacrificed, most of them being interned in Holland. The affair brought Churchill much discredit. He had operated a bold strategy with inadequate means, and thus laid a first stone in the reputation for impulsive irresponsibility which was to dog him for many years. Yet maybe the delay before Antwerp, due rather to the Belgian defense than to Churchill and his Marines, prevented the Germans from winning the race to the sea. The BEF was by now no longer on the Aisne. It had been awkwardly wedged there between two French armies. Joffre agreed that it should move further north. It arrived in Flanders 1 Note, p. 32. 12. With the intention of outflanking the Germans, just when more powerful German forces, released by the fall of Antwerp, arrived in Flanders with the intention of outflanking the Allies. The head-on collision from October 12 to November 11, though known as the First Battle of Ypres, was no battle in the old style, where movement in the open field produced decision within a single day. It was the first spluttering attempt at trench warfare, new forces fed in each day on a narrow front until mutual exhaustion followed. At first French thought he was winning in the old way. On October 22 he wrote, "The enemy are vigorously playing their last card. Two days later he had to report that the BEF had run through their supplies and would soon be fighting without artillery. 3. He even proposed the construction of an entrenched camp at Boulogne to take the whole expeditionary force. On October 31 the Germans broke through the British line, then, as happened so often later, could make nothing of their opportunity. French troops sealed the breach before German reserves could start moving. Ypres was saved from the Germans. The British were saddled with a sharply exposed salient and, what were as worse, with the constant temptation of a Flanders offensive, a temptation to which they bloodily succumbed in 1917. The First Battle of Ypres marked the end of the old British Army. The BEF fought the Germans to a standstill, and itself out of existence. More than half of those who crossed to France in August were now casualties, 1 in 10 had been killed. The High Command and the staff officers survived. The old army was gone past recall. By November 1914 the almost universal expectation of a short war had proved false. Instead of decision, there was deadlock. In France a continuous line of trenches ran from the Swiss frontier to the sea, a thin line by later standards but solid enough to prevent a war of movement. On the Eastern Front, too, there had been victories, but no decisions. The Russians rolled into East Prussia, only to be routed at Tannenberg. They defeated the Austrians in Galicia and were again halted by German intervention. The front was less solid in the east than in the west, movement was still possible. On a great scale, but, until 1917, no final victory. The greatest disappointment for the British public was that there was no great battle at sea. The German High Seas Fleet remained obstinately in harbour. The directors of British naval strategy had made stupendous preparations for the wrong sort of war, everything for an immediate engagement, little or nothing for a prolonged period of waiting. They had not foreseen the danger either from submarines or from mines. 3 British armoured cruisers were sunk by a single U-boat on September 22, the battleship Audacious was sunk by a mine on October 27. The Admiralty were so perturbed by the latter loss that they kept it secret until the end of the war. 2 Scapa Flow, the base of the Grand Fleet, was not secured from submarines. At the alarm of an enemy periscope, Sir John Jellicoe III led his fleet in precipitate flight, first west of Scotland, then to the west coast of Ireland. The British fleet did not return to Scapa Flow until well on in 1915 and then remained mostly in harbour. The North Sea became a no-man's sea, occasionally raided by each side. The Germans never ventured to attack British communications with France, still less to attempt an invasion of the British Isles. Perhaps they, too, were deterred by mines and submarines, perhaps by Nelson's long shadow. Their utmost enterprise was to bombard the British coast twice. They killed a number of people at Burlington and West Hartlepool, broke the windows of boarding houses at Scarborough, and damaged the ruins of Whitby Abbey. On a third attempt, they were caught by British battle cruisers and badly knocked about. After this, the German Navy did not come out again for a long time. British sea power struck harder on the outer oceans. The Germans, equally obsessed with battleships, had few cruisers for raiding commerce. One of them, the Emden, ravaged British shipping in the Indian Ocean. 78 British ships hunted her. She was caught and destroyed at Cocos Island by the Australian cruiser Sydney on November 9. At the outbreak of war, a German squadron under Admiral von Spee was in Chinese waters. It crossed the Pacific and on November 3 destroyed a weaker British force under Sir Christopher Craddock off Coronel in Chile. Churchill and Lord Fisher, restored as First Sea Lord when anti-German prejudice drove Prince Louis of Battenberg from office, at once sent 2 battle cruisers under THIRD-WORLDISM to the South Atlantic. On December 8 von Spee was tempted to destroy the British wireless station on the Falkland Islands, where, unknown to him, THIRD-WORLDISM happened to be coaling. It was now the turn of the Germans to be outgunned. 4 out of their 5 ships were sunk. The 5th escaped, and was sunk in the following March. In both engagements, the stronger force annihilated its opponent virtually without loss. Danger from surface raiders was virtually ended. Britannia ruled the waves. Supplies poured into Great Britain from all the world. The British drew an invisible noose of distant blockade around Germany. German ships were arrested. Neutral ships were brought into British ports, and their cargoes checked. Later, British consuls in faraway countries issued neutrals with a clean bill, if they conformed to the rules. All this was in flagrant contradiction with the Declaration of London, which the British government had accepted in 1909 and the House of Lords had then thrown out. The British blockade caused much difficulty with the United States. It was to prove, nevertheless, a potent weapon of victory. What was to happen now that the illusion of a quick victory had been dispelled? This riddle was posed to the rulers of the British Empire. They were not equipped to answer it. The Liberal cabinet was a government of departments. Churchill ran the naval war, Kitchener the war on land, Grey looked after what remained of foreign policy. The cabinet stood aside. Asquith, the Prime Minister, was a strong character, unshakable as a rock and, like a rock, incapable of movement. His initiative, if he ever had any, was sapped by years of good living in high society. He claimed rightly that he and Grey were the two men most responsible for bringing Great Britain into the war. With this, he supposed, his task was exhausted. Statesmen, in his view, should keep out of the way, while free enterprise provided the arms with which generals won the battles. Most of the cabinet ministers were free traders, hostile to government initiative. Runciman, president of the Board of Trade, told the House of Commons, no government action could overcome economic laws and any interference with those laws must end in disaster. The situation in the House of Commons reinforced the government's unwillingness to act. Since the general election of December 1910, the two main parties, Liberal and Unionist, almost balanced. Asquith had a stable and substantial majority with the 80 Irish and 40 Labour men. He assumed that their tame acquiescence would continue, apart, of course, from the half-dozen Labour men who actually opposed the war. It did not occur to him that their support would now have to be earned. Bonner Law, the Unionist leader, had no wish to detach them. It was inconceivable that he could head a Unionist government, sustained by Irish nationalist votes. Though meekly ambitious, in Asquith's phrase, Law always bided his time, and this made him the most formidable giant killer of the century. Balfour, Asquith, and Lloyd George all fell beneath his reluctant axe. At the moment, Law wanted to keep the Liberals tied to the war. He believed, perhaps correctly, that the Unionists could conquer power and even win a general election if they forced the patriotic note. The price would be too high. The Liberals might then turn against the war which they had so tardily supported. National unity would be shattered. Even so, this unity was not easy to maintain. It was threatened almost immediately when Parliament resumed, in order to complete business left unfinished on the outbreak of war. Welsh disestablishment and Irish Home Rule, having passed 3 times through the House of Commons, were ripe to become law under the provisions of the Parliament Act. Both were placed on the statute book, together with acts suspending their operation until 6 months after the end of the war. Welsh disestablishment created little stir, except among Welsh members, and Lord Robert Cecil won the Welsh holding that they should have disestablishment at once, Cecil that they should not have it at all. Home Rule was a different matter. The parties had been locked in dispute over the exclusion of Ulster, no agreement had been reached. The Unionists wanted exclusion of Ulster tacked onto the original bill. Asquith at first acquiesced, then, faced with the revolt of the Irish nationalists, insisted that Home Rule must go on the statute book undiluted. The Unionists were indignant at what they regarded as a breach of faith. On September 15 they protested by leaving the House of Commons in a body, led by Law. Asquith described them as for a lot of prosaic and for the most part middle-aged gentlemen, trying to look like early French revolutionists in the tennis court. The controversy was mighty irrelevant in present circumstances. Home Rule, suspended for the duration, brought no change in Ireland. The Viceroy, the Chief Secretary, and Dublin Castle still ruled. The Irish question was deeply changed all the same. When it came to be discussed again, Home Rule would be the starting point, not the goal. The Union of 1801 had been given notice to quit. There was another change, less noticed at the time. During the final wrangle, Asquith gave an assurance which he had never given before: employment of force, any kind of force. 5 For the coercion of Ulster was unthinkable, a thing we could never countenance or consent to. Thus, the unity of Ireland, too, was implicitly ended. The row left deep marks. Unionists refused to appear with liberal speakers on patriotic platforms. There was much more dividing them under the surface. The Unionists, by and large, regarded Germany as a dangerous rival, and rejoiced at the chance to destroy her. They meant to fight a hard-headed war by ruthless methods. They condemned liberal softness before the war, and now the liberals insisted on remaining high-minded. Many of them had come to support the war only when the Germans invaded Belgium. Even the less radical among them were relieved to escape from a realist position. Entering the war for idealistic motives, the liberals wished to fight it by noble means and found it harder to abandon their principles than to endure defeat in the field. In particular, the liberals were determined to maintain the system of free trade which they had successfully defended before the war. Many Unionists hoped that the war would kill free trade along with other liberal illusions. There would have been raging conflict between the parties if these differences had been brought into the open. Asquith and Law combined to keep them under cover. Throughout the remaining life of the Liberal government, that is, until May 1915, the House of Commons did not once discuss the WRAR. There were other reasons for this silence. Surprise was supposed to be a vital ingredient of war, and the Great War produced an excessive enthusiasm for secrecy, or security as it came to be called. Military grounds perhaps justified this at first. The BEF took the Germans unawares at Mons, an apprehension that the British might land at the Channel ports in their rear, though this never happened, embarrassed them still more. Soon, security operated more against the British public than against the enemy. The authorities, military and civil, had no idea how to win the war and therefore maintained silence until, by some miracle as yet unforeseen, the war should. I-8B1. No war correspondents followed the army to France. In May 1915 6 correspondents were invited to headquarters for a limited period. They remained in this temporary, and somewhat privileged, position throughout the war. A press bureau distributed statements from G.H.Q. And from government departments, it advised, on request, about the publication of other news. The War Office, relying on the Defense of the Realm Act, censored all cables and foreign correspondence, a censorship which was avowed only in April 1916. Any newspaper publishing unauthorized news, or still worse speculating about future strategy, ran the risk of a prosecution under DORA, and most newspapers walked warily. Reports of parliamentary proceedings were not censored. In practice, indiscreet questions were rejected by the Speaker, on the private instruction of some government department, and members were struck dumb by their own freedom. Curiously, the Lords were more outspoken than the Commons. In November 1915 Lord Milner III brazenly referred to the coming evacuation from Gallipoli, a defiance which the bewildered Germans wrote off as deception. The one leakage in the House of Commons was trivial. On January 27, 1916 a junior minister revealed that museums were being used to house government departments and were thus a legitimate object for attacks from the air. For enemy information about conditions in England hardly existed. The public were still more in the dark. The English people could not be ignored so easily. War produced a great surge of patriotic enthusiasm, all lesser passions were laid aside. H. G. Wells expressed this in his Mr. Britling, who discarded his mistress in order to make plans for a better world. Mr. Britling was typical, too, in his restless bicycling to the nearest village in quest of news. He found little. Instead, rumor flourished. The Angels of Mons were one such rumor. Universally believed. Even more famous were the Russian troops, little short of 1 million, according to a Times reporter, one who landed at Aberdeen early in September 1914 and passed through England on their way to the Western Front. Nearly everyone knew someone who had seen them, though the snow on their boots, which gave the last touch of authenticity, was probably a later, light-hearted gloss. With rumor came hysteria. Harmless old men, who had forgotten to take out naturalization papers during their 40 years in England, found their sons in the army and themselves interned in the Isle of Man. Shops of bakers with German-sounding names were sacked. Hard tennis courts too were suspect as gun emplacements, prepared for the invading German army. Flickering lights, particularly near the coast, were denounced as signals to the enemy. The arrival of some 100,000 Belgian refugees increased the hysteria. They brought stories of German atrocities, some true, most of them inflated by the heat of war. The violated nuns and the babies with their hands cut off were never found. The Belgians were given at first an emotional welcome. Lord Curzon IV entertained the King and Queen at his country house. Lord Lonsdale provided for their horses as a further contribution to the national cause. This sympathy did not last. Most of the refugees were ordinary working-class people, aggrieved at having been driven from their homes and resentful that Great Britain had not defended the neutrality of Belgium more adequately. Their competition was feared on the labour market. Before the war ended, the Belgians were far from popular. The war was in fact coming home to people's lives despite the silence in high places. Kitchener, the least public-minded of ministers, was responsible for this. He startled his colleagues at the first cabinet meeting which he attended by announcing that the war would last 3 years, not 3 months, and that Great Britain would have to put an army of millions into the field. One regarding the territorial army with undeserved contempt, he proposed to raise a new army of 70 divisions too, and, when Asquith ruled out compulsion as politically impossible, agreed to do so by voluntary recruiting. Soon Kitchener's finger pointed balefully from every hoarding, "Your country needs you." Rupert Brooke gave the almost unanimous answer, "Now God be thanked who has matched us with his hour." Kitchener asked for an initial 100,000. 175,000 men volunteered in the single week ending September 5. 750,000 had enlisted by the end of September. Thereafter the average ran at 125,000 men a month until June 1915, when it slackened off. In all, over 2.5 million men enlisted before voluntary recruitment came to an end in March 1916. The achievement was staggering, the method clumsy. After the first flood of volunteers, enthusiasm had to be kept constantly astir. Supposedly eligible young men were presented with white feathers. Recruiting meetings built up an exaggerated hatred of the Germans and equally exaggerated hopes of the better world which would follow victory. On these platforms staid politicians, with their old-time style, were eclipsed by demagogues. Horatio Bottomley, in particular, rose to new fame, an undischarged bankrupt at the beginning of the war, acknowledged tribune of the people at the end. One sane thinking about how to run the war, or why it was being fought, was difficult in these conditions. Moreover, enthusiasm brought in more recruits than the existing military machine could handle. There were not enough barracks, often not even rifles for them. Recruits spent the winter months in tents and trained with sticks. There were few qualified men to train them. Kitchener formed the remaining regular troops into divisions and sent them to France, instead of using them to shape the new army. The young enthusiasts were handled by elderly officers and sergeant majors, who had completed their service before the death of Queen Victoria. It was the beginning of disenchantment. Kitchener's authority had another unfortunate result. At the beginning of the war there were 2 private armies in Ireland, the Ulster Volunteers, who had been formed to resist Home Rule, and the Irish Volunteers, who had been formed to defend it. Both were now anxious to be embodied in the British Army. Kitchener, who had been born and partly brought up in Ireland though not an Irishman, shared the outlook of the Protestant garrison. He accepted the Ulster organization, he rejected the Home Rulers. The Red Hand of Ulster was acknowledged, the Irish Harp was not. Recruits from Ulster had their own officers, those from the south of Ireland were placed under Protestants. Redmond, the Irish leader, had believed that Ireland would win her freedom by fighting for the freedom of Belgium and other small nations. Thanks to Kitchener, the surge of Irish loyalty was dissipated. A minority of the Irish volunteers, under John McNeill, swung round to an anti-British attitude, many of the rest slipped into sullen indifference. Nevertheless, the new army was Kitchener's triumph, the greatest volunteer force ever raised in any country. His prestige brought in recruits, and the recruits added to his prestige. He was England's Hindenburg, like him a wooden Titan. As virtual war dictator, Kitchener was responsible also for supply one and for strategy. These proved his undoing. The War Office was equipped only to supply a small army. At the outbreak of war there were 20 clerks in the Army Contracts Department. Kitchener clung to the cheese-paring economy with which he had once run the campaign in the Sudan. He neglected the finance for expansion which Lloyd George offered him. A Shells Committee of the Cabinet, which sat between October 1914 and January 1915, failed to move him. The War Office refused to extend its list of authorized firms and deluged these firms with orders which they could not fulfill. It insisted that only experienced firms knew how to produce munitions of satisfactory quality, and this was confirmed when the first shells, ordered from a wider list by the Ministry of Munitions, brought the word dud into common use. Nevertheless, whatever the excuse, there was a shortage of shells. The blame fell on the War Office and so on Kitchener. Strategy was his greatest failure, though no one in the First World War did any better. Kitchener insisted on determining strategy all alone, he was at a loss what to determine. The British army was in France and was being steadily reinforced. Joffre had a single aim, to which he insisted the British ought to conform: liberation of the national territory. Kitchener had no faith in this strategy. The German lines, he believed, had become a fortress which cannot be taken by assault. On the other hand, he anticipated a call to become Supreme Allied Commander some day when the British armies reached full strength, and therefore felt that he must defer to the French now in the hope that they would defer to him later. Hence he became more than usually incoherent when the cabinet looked to him for strategical advice. Civilian ministers were provoked into devising strategy themselves, some of them not at all reluctantly. The key thought for these amateur strategists, Churchill, and Lloyd George in particular, was sea power. Surely, they argued, this gigantic power could somehow be used to turn the German flank without the sacrifice of millions of men. They wanted a dodge in a double sense, a clever trick which would evade the deadlock of the Western Front. They sought a field of action where the Germans could not get at them, and forgot that then they would not be able to get at the Germans. 1. If this field of action were outside Europe, so much the better, it would bring territorial gains for the British Empire. In November 1914 the cabinet acknowledged that its expectation of a short war had proved false. The Committee of Imperial Defense, which had hitherto been restricted to organizing the conquest of the German colonies, too was transformed into a war council. Rival projects were aired. Lloyd George favored an expedition to Salonika or the Dalmatian coast. Hankey, secretary of the council, suggested an attack on Turkey, who had entered the war against the Allies in October. This idea attracted Kitchener, with his long service in the East. He favored it still more when an urgent appeal for help against the Turks reached him from Grand Duke Nicholas, Russian commander-in-chief, at the end of the year. Churchill and Fisher both wanted some great amphibious operation, though Fisher pointed to Schleswig and Churchill to the Dardanelles. All these schemes were debated without staff advice or consideration of detailed maps. There was no inquiry whether shipping was available, nor whether there were troops to spare, Kitchener ineffectually observing that there were none. The War Council cheerfully assumed that great armadas could waft non-existent armies to the ends of the earth in the twinkling of an eye. The man of most persistence won. Churchill pressed for the Dardanelles. Fisher believed that he ought not to oppose his political chief at the War Council. 3. Also he agreed with Kitchener's judgment that 150,000 men would be needed to take the Dardanelles, and therefore expected the army to be drawn in after all. Kitchener was won over by an opinion, extracted with some difficulty from the British admiral in the Mediterranean, that the navy could force the Dardanelles alone. Sir John French hurried over to assert the unique importance of the Western Front. The bewildered War Council grasped at an apparent way out, a naval attack at the Dardanelles which would break the deadlock of trench warfare without diverting troops from France. On January 13, 1915, the War Council unanimously resolved that the Admiralty should prepare for a naval expedition to bombard and take the Gallipoli Peninsula, with Constantinople as its objective. On January 28 the naval plan was approved by the War Council, after Fisher had been persuaded not to protest against it by Kitchener. As the great ships massed in the eastern Mediterranean, Kitchener had second thoughts. If the naval action succeeded, troops would be needed to occupy the peninsula; if it failed, they would be needed to restore British prestige in the east. Somehow, he hoped to trickle forces to the Dardanelles without Joffre or French noticing that they had gone. On February 16 he agreed that the SGTH division, composed of regulars from India, could be sent to the eastern Mediterranean. On February 20 he refused to release it. On February 24 he told the War Council, if the fleet cannot get through the straits unaided, the army will have to see the business through. On March 10 he finally decided that the 2GTH division should go. 2 days later he sent for his favorite general, Sir Ian Hamilton, and said to him, "We are sending a military force to support the fleet now at the Dardanelles, and you are to have command." Hamilton received one inaccurate map, no information about the Turkish army and little about the fortifications of the Dardanelles, no firm guidance as to the forces which he could expect. He left without a staff, Kitchener saying to him, "If the fleet gets through, Constantinople will fall of its own accord, and you will have won not a battle, but the war won." The bottom soon fell out of these hopes. On March 18 the British fleet and some French ships entered the straits. The waters, it was supposed, had been swept clear of mines. The Turkish forts were bombarded. It is now known that their ammunition was exhausted by the end of the day, and that no more was available. One line of mines had been missed; it had been laid parallel to the Asiatic shore, not across the straits. On the way back the fleet ran into it. 2 British battleships and a French ship were sunk, 1 British ship and 1 French ship were severely damaged. The ships were old and due for scrap. All the same Sir John de Rabec, the admiral in command, was dismayed at their loss. On March 22 he held a first conference with Hamilton. According to Hamilton, de Rabec said, "He was now clear that he could not get through without the help of all my troops." 5. According to de Rabec, Hamilton took the initiative in offering to clear the straits with the army. At any rate, the naval attack was called off and never renewed. Hamilton discovered that the transports had been sent out in such confusion that no immediate action was possible. He decided to take his army back to Alexandria and to organize it there for a landing in about 3 weeks' time. During these 3 weeks, which grew into a month, the Turks increased their forces at Gallipoli from 2 divisions to 6, one more than Hamilton commanded. Thus, when the campaigning season of 1915 opened, Great Britain was committed to offensive action in France which would absorb more than all her available resources, and to an improvised offensive in Gallipoli. Military failure followed. On April 25 British and Australian troops attacked at Gallipoli. They had no landing craft and were not trained for the difficult operation of landing on a hostile coast. They got safely ashore only by landing at the extreme end of the peninsula, where their presence could do the Turks little harm. Their generals lacked drive, and Hamilton failed to provide it. He was too polite to be a successful commander. He drifted helplessly up and down the coast on a warship, refusing to interfere with his subordinates. The Turks recovered from their surprise and pinned Hamilton's men to the shore. Instead of a war of movement, a new line of trenches was drawn on the peninsula, more intractable than that on the Western Front. In France, Sir John French staged an assault, independently of the French, known as the Battle of Neuve-Chapelle. This attack pierced the German line. The Germans closed the gap before reserves could arrive. The Germans, on their side, first used gas in an attack on the Ypres salient. The Second Battle of Ypres, this, too, miscarried after heavy British losses. Henceforth soldiers had to add gas masks to their other burdens. Finally, there was an assault, in cooperation with the French, known variously as the Battle of Festubert or of Auber's Ridge. All three engagements demonstrated the futility of narrow attacks against a fortified line. French cloaked his failure by complaining about the shortage of shells. These complaints reached the ear of Northcliffe, one greatest of the press lords. He resolved to launch an outcry against the shells scandal, which would drive Kitchener, and maybe the Liberal government, from office. The press reached perhaps its highest point of influence during the First World War. Radio was in the future. Newspapers were the only source of news, and their circulation rose still more when the casualty lists began to appear. With the politicians almost silent, the newspapers provided opinions as well. Lloyd George said in 1916, "The press has performed the function which should have been performed by Parliament, and which the French Parliament has performed." Two great editors, thundering out their convictions, were by no means new. Delane of the Times had been their finest example long before. Such editors were now in profusion: Scott of the Manchester Guardian, Garvin of the Observer, Massingham of the Nation, men placed in authority by the proprietor one and expressing, in their own terms, policy in the widest sense. Though they were all individuals with pronounced character, they were associated with some broad political circle, liberal, unionist, or radical. Northcliffe was different, hence the hostility which he provoked. He was proprietor of the Daily Mail, the daily newspaper with the largest circulation, and of the Times, which claimed to be, in a particular way, the national voice. He was also, or at any rate regarded himself as being, chief editor. He determined policy, the editors were his instruments. Unlike other editors, he did not express the opinions of a party or political group. He was, in Beaverbrook's words, the greatest figure who ever strode down Fleet St. 5-2, and he expected men to follow his lead merely because he was the great Northcliffe. This was his mistake. Editors succeeded by voicing or by stimulating opinions, not by dictating them. Though men bought Northcliffe's papers for their news, they were no more impressed by his political sense than by that of any other successful businessman. They did not obey his orders. Men did not wear the Daily Mail hat, they did not eat the Daily Mail loaf. Nor did they accept the Daily Mail chief. Northcliffe could destroy when he used the news properly. He could not step into the vacant place. He aspired to power instead of influence, and as a result forfeited both. Northcliffe was not alone in planning a political offensive. The Unionist backbenchers resented the silence to which Law had committed them. They, too, wished to force a discussion of the shells scandal, though their target was the Liberal Free Trade ministers, not Kitchener. The Liberal auxiliaries were also preparing to desert. The Irish nationalists had no reason to support Asquith once Home Rule was laid aside, and much reason to attack Kitchener after his contemptuous handling of the Irish volunteers. Labour was moving towards independence. The Labour Party had opposed the war till the last moment. On August 5 it swung round. Ramsay MacDonald resigned as leader of the Parliamentary Party. Arthur Henderson too took his place. On 24 August the trade unions declared an industrial truce for the duration of the war. Labour leaders spoke on recruiting platforms, they pressed for an energetic conduct of the war. They dreaded industrial conscription, this is why they had opposed war earlier. To avert this, the unions had to abandon their traditional attitude of leaving decision to the bosses, they had to become partners, if only junior partners, in the conduct of affairs. The hand of cooperation which they held out was grasped from within the government by Lloyd George. He had already established himself as the man of the people, product of an elementary school, pioneer of social welfare. He cared nothing for the conventional rules, neither the rules of personal behavior nor those economic rules of free enterprise to which his liberal colleagues attached so much importance. Lloyd George lived in the moment, a master of improvisation. He had few friends in political circles. He followed opinion, and sometimes shaped it, by his intimate contact with editors and proprietors of newspapers. Before the war he was the chief industrial conciliator of the government. Then he had been the complement to Asquith, not his rival. The two worked together and ran in harmony. On September 19, 1914 the situation changed. Lloyd George spoke publicly in all-out support for the war. From that moment, he challenged Asquith. He might declare that he would dig potatoes if Asquith ceased to be Prime Minister. Unconsciously, perhaps even unwillingly, he was offering himself as the man who could run the war better. In his own sphere as Chancellor of the Exchequer, Lloyd George contributed little. His first war budget of November 1914, which doubled the income tax, merely added £1 million a week to the revenue when expenditure had already increased by £1 million a day and was going steadily up. His second war budget of May 1915 added no new taxes at all. Lloyd George was no longer interested in balanced budgets, if he ever had been. He was intent only on unlimited supply. His opportunity soon came. The most urgent problem in the munitions factories was dilution. Unskilled workers and women had to be brought in if the engineering shops were to expand. The skilled workers refused to relax their traditional standards. The government had some compulsory powers under DORA and could no doubt get more. The price would be the renewal of industrial strife. The union leaders took a decisive initiative. They would accept dilution if it were carried through voluntarily and under their direction. Lloyd George responded. He met the union leaders at the Treasury from 17 to March 19. Other unions, especially the Amalgamated Society of Engineers, were drawn in. The resulting Treasury agreement revolutionized the position of trade unions. Where formerly they had opposed, they now participated. They were to accept and to operate dilution. They received in return 3 promises. Traditional practices were to be restored at the end of the war. This promise was kept, to everyone's surprise. Profits were to be restricted, in exchange for the sacrifice of union rights. This promise, too, was kept, though less effectively than the unions expected. Finally, the unions were to share in the direction of industry through local joint committees. This promise was not kept. The committees were used only to organize dilution. Nevertheless, Lloyd George was right when he called the Treasury Agreement the Great Charter for Labor. It was his great charter too. It established his claim to be the man who could enlist the people for the war effort. The net was closing round Kitchener. On April 12 Lloyd George got a new cabinet committee on munitions, with himself in the chair, and Kitchener excluded. In Fleet Street, Northcliffe TE was preparing his outcry against the Shells scandal. In Parliament, Unionist backbenchers, Irish nationalists, and Labour were uniting in a common discontent. On May 13 the Unionist Business Committee put down a motion on the shell shortage. This was a direct attack on the Liberal government. It cut clean across Law's strategy. He meant to hold the Liberals to support of the war, not to overthrow them. With great difficulty he persuaded the rebellious Unionists to hold their hand. Suddenly a mine exploded in a different quarter. The failure of April 25 meant that more ships and more men must be sent to Gallipoli. The War Council so resolved on 14 May, its first meeting since 6 April. Fisher feared for the strength of the Grand Fleet. He could stand the drain of ships no longer. On May 15 he resigned as First Sea Lord. This was a stroke of luck for Law, a crisis which he could initiate, instead of having it forced on him by his backbenchers. Moreover, the outcry could be directed solely against Churchill, who was supposedly responsible for the Dardanelles campaign. The Unionists hated him both as a deserter from their ranks and as the man who had planned forcible action, a pogrom, as it was called, against Ulster. On May 17 Law told Lloyd George that, if Fisher went and Churchill remained, there would be an outcry in the House of Commons which he could not restrain, even if he would. Lloyd George replied, "Of course we must have a coalition, for the alternative is impossible." The two men then saw Asquith. He had no belief in the administrative capacity of the Unionists. On the other hand, here was a fine chance to saddle them with the responsibility for sidetracking Kitchener. They, not he, would bear the brunt of the horrible Harmsworth campaign. One coalition was made, and the last Liberal government in British history killed, within a quarter of an hour. Two Asquith's calculations did not altogether work out. The Unionists, instead of throwing Kitchener out, insisted on keeping him. However, this had the advantage in Asquith's eyes of closing the War Office against a Unionist. Besides, Kitchener's powers were shorn. Northcliffe's campaign against the Shells scandal exploded too late to affect the Liberal government, which was already dead, but it gave the final push to Lloyd George's demand for an independent ministry controlling supply. Who should head it except Lloyd George himself? He became Minister of Munitions. This apparently exposed the Exchequer to a Unionist. Asquith was a match for this problem also. Lloyd George's move was announced to be temporary. Obviously a tariff reformer could not keep the place warm for him. McKenna, too supposedly a sound free trader, was willing to oblige. Grey, of course, remained at the Foreign Office. The Unionists received only the crumbs. Law, their leader, was fobbed off with the Colonial Office. Churchill was the one great casualty, as Law had intended. He was pushed aside to the Duchy of Lancaster, a setback from which he did not recover for many years. Balfour, Asquith's only friend among the Unionists, took Churchill's place at the Admiralty. There were other gestures of national unity. Arthur Henderson joined the cabinet, ostensibly in charge of education, actually the voice of labor. This was a portent. The industrial working class took a share of power, however slight, for the first time. Carson, the former Ulster rebel, became Attorney General. Redmond, the Irish nationalist leader, would also have joined the government if he had been given an Irish post. But this would have recognised his claim to lead Ireland. He was offered an English office, and refused. Thus Redmond, the projected Irish Botha, remained out, just when Botha himself was conquering new territories for the British Empire. Otherwise national unity seemed complete. The opposition vanished. A truce between the parties prevented contests at by-elections at any rate until the appearance of unofficial candidates. The backbenchers on both sides were exasperated by this coalition between their leaders, a coalition indeed of the front benches against the back. The Liberals saw their government spirited out of existence without a word of explanation. The Unionists were deprived of their expected victory. This was a perfect government, if the object of politics be to silence criticism. Could it be equally successful against the enemy? Note A. The Battle of the Marne. The German strategy, devised by a deceased chief of staff, Schlieffen, aimed at turning the flank of the French by going through Belgium, and then encircling them. Moltke, the German chief of staff, carried out Schlieffen's plan, actually providing a stronger force than Schlieffen had postulated, 55 divisions instead of 53. The plan worked. The Germans got beyond the end of the Allied line, and swung south. What were they to do as they approached Paris? They could sit down and besiege the city, for this would destroy the momentum of their advance. If their East and Second armies divided, one going west of Paris and the other east, they could be attacked in detail by the Paris garrison. If they kept together and swung east of Paris, they offered an exposed flank to the Paris garrison. Schlieffen had foreseen this problem and failed to solve it. Hence he concluded that his plan was an undertaking for which we are too weak. So it proved. Kluck's army wavered to and fro like the tentacles of an octopus, as it approached Paris. First Kluck intended to go west of Paris. Then he hoped to encircle the French army before the Paris garrison noticed and so swung southeast. Finally, he swung west again to ward off the new French Sixth Army, which was threatening his flank from Paris. This created the gap into which the BEF so cautiously advanced. Who deserved the credit for the French counterattack? Joffre, the commander-in-chief, or Gally*Ni, the commander in Paris? The answer seems to be both, though with conflicting strategical ideas. Joffre planned to meet the German advance head-on. Gallieni hoped to break through the German rear. In other words, Gallieni was trying to close the neck of the sack behind the Germans, while Joffre was actually hitting the bottom of the sack and so driving them out of Gallieni's trap. Joffre's forces were the stronger. Gallieni did not receive the reinforcements needed to carry out his maneuver. The Germans were able to hold their flank, indeed to force Gallieni back, and then to retreat in time. They were not defeated in battle. They retreated because they imagined themselves to be in a dangerous strategical position, as they were by peacetime standards. The Battle of the Marne was a last maneuver of the pre-war type, not mutual slaughter on the First World War pattern. Hence its effect ran to nothing when the Germans dug trenches on the Aisne. Did the intervention of the BEF make any difference? Not much. The Germans would have fallen back in any case when they saw the gap between their East and Second Armies. 2. The Pressures of War, 1915–16. May 26, 1915, claimed to demonstrate national unity and to promote a more efficient conduct of the war. Only appearances were changed. The liberals still cherished free enterprise and free trade, the unionists still kicked against them. There was little unity even within the cabinet. McKenna soon turned against Lloyd George, for whom he was supposed to be deputizing. Lloyd George's impatience, he complained, was wrecking before capture 5. McKenna himself was content with wrecking. Runciman, at the Board of Trade, opposed every creative suggestion. Some unionist ministers, Curzon in particular, wrote off loyalty to law, their leader. Asquith behaved like a referee in the boxing ring, supervising the combats of others, not as a reconciler of differences, still less as a national leader asserting authority over his subordinates. Each minister still ran his department in isolation and occasionally sniped at his colleagues. Though the national effort grew steadily, this was imposed from outside, by the enemy and by popular pressure, not by any coordinated direction. It was a last experiment in running a great war on the principles of laissez-faire. Lloyd George at the Ministry of Munitions provided the great exception. His year of office there transformed British economy, and his own national standing also. Though he told the workers of Clydeside, "Boys, I'm as keen a socialist as any of you," his acts sprang from no doctrine of policy, they were the response of genius to the challenge of events. When Lloyd George entered the requisitioned hotel which was to house the new ministry, he found no tables, no staff, and too many mirrors. By the end of the war the ministry was employing a staff of 65,000, and had over 3 million workers under its direction. The cabinet set up a committee to control the new ministry. The committee met once and then dispersed, never to meet again. The Ordnance Board of the War Office was suspended in the coalition government, which Asquith announced on Ministry of Munitions 35. December 1915. Lloyd George ruled alone and provided munitions far exceeding the demands of the War Office. By 1918, though not before, the Ministry of Munitions actually caught up with the Army's appetite for shells. Haig 1 reported that 2 machine guns per battalion were more than sufficient. Kitchener thought that 4 per battalion might be useful, and anything more a luxury. Lloyd George said, "Take Kitchener's figure. Square it. Multiply by 2. Then double again for good luck." The Army began the war with 1,330 machine guns. During the war 240,506 were manufactured thanks to Lloyd George. The War Office turned down the Stokes light mortar, one of the best weapons of the war. Lloyd George got an Indian Maharaja to finance its manufacture out of his own pocket. The Admiralty, under Churchill's impulse, were already experimenting with armored tractors or tanks, though Kitchener dismissed them as a pretty mechanical toy. The Ministry of Munitions took them over, and made them a practical instrument of war. The ministry was, as Lloyd George wrote, from first to last a businessman organization. Staffed by businessmen, it naturally handled other businessmen gently. In theory, the government had power to requisition, based on an obscure clause in the Army Act, and more doubtfully on the prerogative. In March 1915 two Army officers demonstrated the efficacy of this power by requisitioning 1.5 million sandbags in Liverpool one Saturday afternoon. 3 Thereafter the government could control an industry by requisitioning its raw material. The Ministry of Munitions did this with steel, the War Office with leather and later with wool. Manufacturers were therefore glad to accept the system of costing, which gave them the costs of production plus a reasonable profit, a system legalized in 1916 by a clause in DORA, though the House of Commons did not realize what it was doing. The system worked satisfactorily where the government were dealing with a few large firms, all roughly on the same level of efficiency, and the Ministry of Munitions had some check on the costs of production in the 218 national factories which it set up. Usually, however, costs had to be those of the least efficient firm. This was particularly true in the munitions industry itself, where 20,000 small factories were hurriedly built or converted to catch the £2,000 million which the Ministry of Munitions dispersed. It was a great achievement to provide for an army of 4 million men within a couple of years. The price was a crop of profiteers, men who shot up from nothing to great fortunes. These men subsequently sustained Lloyd George, to mutual advantage. Labor, on the other hand, was handled from outside. No union official was employed in the Ministry of Munitions, and Henderson had to be called in from the Board of Education whenever there was a crisis. Nor was any existing government department competent to deal with labor questions. The hand-to-mouth growth of welfare had produced a chaos of authorities. The local government board ran the Poor Law, the Home Office administered the Factory Acts, the Board of Trade ran the labor exchanges created in 1909, autonomous commissions directed national insurance. During the early months of the war the two service departments distributed badges to their respective munitions workers. The Admiralty, always lavish, gave out 400,000, the War Office only 80,000. These perhaps protected workers from white feathers. They could not keep men fixed at their jobs nor prevent their joining the army. By June 1915 1/5 of the male workers in engineering had enlisted, at a time when the army could not equip the men it already had. The Ministry of Munitions extended the system of badges and resisted further recruitment. In July 1915 an Act of Parliament laid down that a munitions worker could not be taken on by another firm within 6 weeks of leaving his last job, unless he had a leaving certificate from his previous employer. This was intended to prevent poaching. In practice, it tied the worker to his existing wage and to a bad employer. Labor hated the leaving certificate as an instrument of industrial conscription. Strikes and go slow made it more trouble than it was worth, and it was abandoned in July 1917. Henceforth a worker could be kept in munitions only by the threat of call-up if he left the industry. Before the war there was no mass army, and no idea that one would ever come into existence. Shortage of munitions was therefore inevitable. Men looked, however, for easier explanations. They blamed slackness. Of course workers, who were receiving high wages for the first time in their lives, did not always turn up regularly. The optimism of government statements weakened any sense of urgency. One union leader complained, "We have made sufficient progress now to have crossed the earth if what the papers say is true." The workers were also alleged to be spending their money on heavy drinking. In the last days of the Liberal government, Lloyd George proposed state purchase of the liquor traffic, a scheme which he hoped would also please his somewhat estranged radical admirers. The trade reluctantly acquiesced. The temperance advocates, however, revolted, and the scheme was dropped. Restriction took its place. Hours of drinking were cut down, in particular, the afternoon gap was imposed, a lasting memorial of the Great War. An experiment in state ownership was tried at Carlisle, in the neighborhood of a large munitions center at Gretna. Beer was reduced in strength, and its price increased. Though these measures halved the consumption of beer by 1918, they were unpopular with the working classes and gave an easy handle to demagogues like Bottomley, who combined denunciation of liquor control with demands for a more energetic conduct of the war. Exhortation was also tried. George V was persuaded to take the King's pledge of total abstention for the duration of the war. No one followed his example except Kitchener, certainly not Lloyd George, still less Asquith. The ruling class of the time continued to consume champagne. Improvement of working conditions did more to reduce absenteeism. Lloyd George called in, among other businessmen, the cocoa magnate, Sebum Rowntree, advocate of industrial welfare. Factory canteens could be written off against wartime taxation and now first became a general feature of British industry. The Ministry of Munitions itself promoted 867 of them. All this did little to touch the real problem, the shortage of 1 S.J. Hurwitz, state intervention, 118. 3. The pressures of war, 1915-16. Labor. The appeal of higher wages helped, so, too, did the desire to avoid military service and, to a lesser extent, the return of wounded men from the army. The gap remained. Women did something to fill it. In July 1915, Christabel Pankhurst, the militant suffragette, staged her last demonstration. 30,000 women marched down Whitehall with the slogan, "We demand the right to serve." The demand was soon granted. Nearly 200,000 women entered government departments. 500,000 took over the clerical work in private offices. Women acted as conductors on trams and buses. 250,000 worked on the land. The greatest increase of women workers was in the engineering shops. Here almost 800,000 were recruited, mostly in the first year after July 1915. Against this there was one striking decline: domestic servants were fewer by 400,000. Of course, not all this work survived the war, emphatically not in the engineering trades. Much did. The male clerk with his quill pen and copperplate handwriting had gone for good. The female shorthand typist took his place. It was a decisive moment in women's emancipation. Women became more independent and more enterprising. The woman worker in munitions paid for her round of drinks at the public house. Practical needs revolutionized fashion. Never again did skirts sweep the ground. The petticoat disappeared, though not for good. Women's hats became neater. A few women cut their hair, though the bob and its successors were not really established until after the war. The arrival of women caused turmoil in the engineering shops. Few women were in unions. None cared about established craft practices. They cared about equal pay, which Lloyd George had promised for peace work only, and which the men opposed. The union officials, though pledged to dilution by the Treasury agreement, had to proceed warily, negotiating for each craft on a geographical basis. Against them, and against the government, the shop stewards acted for all workers in the shop, whatever their craft and whether members of a union or not. The shop stewards were often revolutionary socialists, particularly on Clyde's side. Some of them were opposed to the war. Essentially they represented a working class interest wider than trade union conservatism, and Lloyd George was often tempted to work with them against the established union leaders. It was Henderson's job, as conciliator, to keep him in line. WOMG were not the only cause of industrial unrest. Resentment against high profits counted even more. The most militant workers were often also the most patriotic. South Wales and Clydeside, the two centres of industrial discontent, also provided the highest proportion in the country of recruits for the army. But the workers were unwilling to sacrifice their rights, or to work overtime, if this brought increased profits to their employers, as it inevitably did. The government dared not act effectively against the bosses, therefore, however unwilling, they had to conciliate the workers also. The government had great powers on paper. In July 1915 the Treasury Agreement was given the force of law. Henceforth strikes or resistance to dilution in the munitions industry could be punished in the courts. Lloyd George would not use this bludgeon. He appreciated instinctively that any threat of industrial conscription would provoke working-class resistance. He preferred conciliation. In July 1915 the miners of South Wales struck in order to enforce the closed shop. Runciman, at the Board of Trade, wished to use the powers of the law against them. Lloyd George settled the strike by conceding the demands of the miners behind Runciman's back. His intervention on Clydeside was less successful. On Christmas Day 1915 Lloyd George, supported by Henderson, addressed a rowdy meeting of 3,000 shop stewards in Glasgow. His oratory miscarried. Coercion was then attempted. The socialist paper, Forward, was suppressed for publishing an accurate account of Lloyd George's attempt to speak. David Kirkwood, the chief shop steward, was deported to Edinburgh. Soon there was a return to conciliation. As time went on, the Ministry of Munitions worked hand in hand with the revolutionary shop stewards, despite growls of protest from the Union officials. In 1917 Churchill, then Minister of Munitions, asked 40 the pressures of war, 1915-16 Kirkwood to return to Glasgow as shop steward at Beardmores, the greatest works on Clydeside. Munitions were produced throughout the war without any direct compulsion of labor, and there were no serious strikes, despite the talk of labor unrest or later of Bolshevik shop stewards. Working days lost in strikes during the war years averaged a quarter of those lost before the war and only a tenth of those lost immediately after it. No doubt simple patriotism was the main reason for this industrial peace. Lloyd George was the only man high in government who contributed to it, and this ability to handle labor was a great asset for him when he entered the decisive struggle for power in December 1916. Lloyd George's success at the Ministry of Munitions did not stand quite alone. In September 1915 McKenna introduced an effective war budget, with some attempt to promote taxes against the swelling expenditure. Since every increase of indirect taxation increased the cost of living, most of McKenna's new money came from direct taxes. Income tax went up to $60 in the pound, and the exemption limit was lowered. There were two innovations of principle. To meet the outcry against war profits, McKenna imposed an excess profits duty of 50% on any increase in pre-war profits. This somewhat clumsy instrument did not prevent profiteering, but it provided in all a quarter of the total tax revenue in the war period. McKenna also imposed duties at 33% on a number of supposedly luxury articles such as motor cars, clocks, and watches. These duties were intended to reduce luxury imports rather than for any protectionist purpose. All the same, they were a sin against free trade. Lloyd George threw a note across the cabinet table to Walter Long, to an extreme protectionist, so the old system goes destroyed by its own advocates. 3 and the McKenna duties, as they were called, dismayed rank-and-file liberals. They seemed to be the first price of coalition. The increased taxes did not go far to meet the increasing expenditure, though they did a little better when income tax was pushed up first to 5 carat in the pound, and ultimately to 6/5 and when taxable incomes themselves increased. In 1915-16 only a fifth of the national expenditure was being met from taxation, the later improvement only raised this to 30%. Even Treasury officials were not much disturbed by this. The budget was artificially divided into a normal peacetime budget, which was balanced in the ordinary way, and wartime expenses, which were left to look after themselves. McKenna even laid down the doctrine that there need be no limit on government borrowing so long as taxation was enough to cover interest and sinking fund on the national debt. With his blessing this rose, during the war, from £625 million to £7,809 million. War loan provoked a patriotic campaign second only to that for recruiting. Men supposed that they were somehow shifting the cost of the war onto the shoulders of future generations. Actually, in physical terms, the war had to be paid for while it was on, and war loans, unlike increased direct taxes, were merely a promise that any sacrifice made by the wealthier classes would be temporary. In any case, much of this sacrifice never took place. The rate of interest on war loan, usually 5%, was kept unnecessarily high in the belief that otherwise foreign money would leave the country. Moreover, the money, subscribed to war loan, often came from bank credits and even more often from the government, who were thus paying interest on money which they had themselves manufactured. The rich had actually more money to spend than before as the result of their patriotic lending. Yet there were fewer goods. Prices therefore rose, until by 1919 the pound bought only a third of what it had done in 1914. Wages lagged behind until late in 1917-2. The burden of increased prices fell on the poor, who thus paid for the war without getting the credit. Inflationary finance was not the only cause of the rise in prices. War pushed up the price of manufactured goods at home. The price of imports rose still more. Great Britain had, however, no difficulty in paying for her imports during the First World War. Exports, though much reduced in volume, brought in as much sterling as before the war, thanks to the rise in their price. British services, such as shipping, also brought higher profits. Great Britain's international balance of payments, as a result, actually remained favorable until the last year of the war. There was a more limited exchange problem. The war increased the British need for supplies from the United States, without increasing British exports to them. There was therefore a dollar shortage, which was met partly by loans on the American market, partly by sales of American securities held by British citizens. At the end of the war, men noted sadly this loss of some £207 million invested in the United States. They failed to notice that British foreign investments elsewhere had gone up during the war by £250 million. Even so, the pound sterling held its own on the international exchange by its own strength. There was no exchange control during the First World War, no check on the export of capital, theoretically not even an embargo on the export of gold. Indeed, if Great Britain had been fighting the war alone, she would have come out with her international financial position slightly stronger than when she had gone in. This rosy picture was changed by the lavish loans which Great Britain distributed to her allies oddly, without any parliamentary sanction. The British government imagined that they could not only conduct war on a continental scale such as they had never attempted before, but could also finance their allies as they had done during earlier wars. Russia received £586 million, France £434 million, Italy £412 million, a total, including lesser countries and the dominions, of £1,825 million. This could not be covered from British resources. It was met largely by American loans, particularly after the United States entered the war in 1917. The problem was ignored during the war. When mentioned, it was obscured by the assumption, held even by McKenna, that the loans to the Allies were solid assets which would be repaid in full when the war was over. The wartime problem was not shortage of money with which to buy goods abroad. It was shortage of ships with which to carry them. Requisitioning for naval and military purposes took nearly a quarter of British shipping out of ordinary service in the course of 1915. The shipyards could not fill the gap. Their claims on men and materials were eclipsed by those of the Admiralty and the Ministry of Munitions. Their output sank to a third of the pre-war figure. In 1915 the Germans added to British difficulties. They answered the British blockade by using submarines to sink merchant ships. The submarines, or U-boats, had to sink without warning if they were to achieve any effective results, and this brought a moral condemnation on the Germans which the almost invisible British blockade escaped. The greatest German stroke was to sink the Lusitania, a ship carrying passengers and also munitions, in May 1915. This act, barbarous by the standards of the time, produced anti-German riots in England. At Liverpool, troops had to be called in after 3 days of general destruction. The German Knights of the Garter were solemnly struck off the roll, and their banners removed from the chapel at Windsor. More seriously, the sinking of the Lusitania provoked strong protest from President Wilson of the United States. The Germans, who were in any case short of submarines, offered to end the sinkings if the British would allow food through the blockade. Grey favoured the offer. The Admiralty turned it down. Somewhat later the Germans, after sinking more passenger ships and provoking more protests from Wilson, imposed restrictions on their submarines all the same. There was no sinking at sight during most of 1916, and the more limited submarine attacks, though still a nuisance, were kept under control. This was, of course, gain for the British. It was also loss. The comparative ease with which they had overcome this first threat led them to neglect precautions against a more powerful campaign later. In another way, also then regarded as barbarous, the British people had their first direct experience of war. The first Zeppelin appeared over the British coast on December 29, 1914. London was bombarded from the air in April 1915, and when the lighter-than airships proved vulnerable, aeroplanes followed them. The raids provided much drama, with British aces shooting the clumsy German machines down from the sky. The effects were trivial by the standards of the Second World War. 117 civilians and 296 combatants lost their lives as a result of bombing from the air. The raids, however, caused much dislocation and outcry. Lighting restrictions were imposed throughout the country, and factories stopped work when a single raider was sighted far away. The U-boats and the Zeppelins heightened popular hysteria. Leading ministers were denounced as weaklings, if not traitors. There was a demand for reprisals against German submarine crews, taken prisoner, a demand to which the Admiralty disgracefully yielded, despite a protest from George V, won until the Germans retaliated in kind. Pemberton Billing, the first man to challenge the party truce successfully, owed his success mainly to being the member for air. He can claim the credit for initiating the modern doctrine that war should be directed indiscriminately against civilians, not against the armed forces of the enemy. The Royal Air Force was created before the war ended, specifically to practice what Pemberton Billing preached. These were still side issues. The war meant predominantly the war on land. Here the coalition government did not improve on their predecessors. The War Council was dissolved with the government which had created it. Only in June 1915, after almost a month's delay, was the Dardanelles Committee set up to replace it. It had 10 members, chosen to satisfy the balance of parties, not for their competence, and every recommendation was fought over again in cabinet a second time. Kitchener gave little guidance. He trembled at the blow to British prestige in the Orient if the attack at Gallipoli failed. He trembled still more at Joffre's indignation if men and supplies were diverted from the Western Front. Churchill again took the initiative, despite his humble position. In mid-June the Dardanelles Committee resolved to reinforce Hamilton. Kitchener could only give 5 raw divisions, thus raising Hamilton's force to 12. The Turks had by now 15 in Gallipoli. What was worse, Kitchener refused to move any experienced general from the Western Front and, insisting on army list seniority, sent out the elderly Stopford, who had never commanded in war. On August 6 Hamilton again achieved surprise in a landing at Suvla Bay. Again nothing was made of it. Stopford remained on board ship and slept throughout the afternoon. Even personal promptings from Hamilton did not shake him. The men settled down to bathe on the peaceful beach, while the surrounding hills were empty of the enemy. The Turks had time to take up position. By August 10 a new line of trenches had been formed, as unbreakable as the others. Asquith wrote, "The generals and staffs engaged in the Suvla part of the business ought to be court-martialed and dismissed from the army once Stopford was sent home, at his own request." The British forces clung to the barren coast, like a climber stranded halfway up a rock face. The British government thought that they had decided against any fresh offensive on the Western Front until Kitchener's armies could take the field in 1916. French and his senior army commander, Haig, agreed with this policy of waiting. On July 6, 1915, leading British ministers met their French colleagues at Calais, the first inter-Allied conference ever held and the precursor of many such meetings in both world wars. Kitchener, with his fluent French, dominated the proceedings, and the British view was apparently accepted, to everyone's surprise. The offensive was indefinitely postponed. This was a deception. Kitchener went for a walk with Joffre and promised not to oppose an offensive in the autumn if Hamilton's further attack at Gallipoli were allowed to take place first. A little later he accepted from Joffre, a new instruction to French, initiative in combined action of the British and French forces devolves on the French commander-in-chief, notably as regards effectives, objectives, dates too. Kitchener sent this instruction to French without informing the cabinet or the Dardanelles Committee. After Hamilton's failure, Joffre presented his bill, and Kitchener honored it. He told the Dardanelles Committee, "We have to make war as we must and not as we should like to." The French ministers, who had no faith in an offensive, agreed to it in order to please Kitchener. The British ministers agreed in order to please the French. Joffre insisted that the British should attack at Luce, in a district of mining villages. The German line was shaken. British reserves arrived too late to take advantage of this. The British suffered 50,000 casualties against 20,000 German. French had kept his reserves too far in the rear and made matters worse, from his own point of view, by blaming Haig for this in his official report. Luce brought doom to Sir John French. Kitchener had long lacked faith in him, or perhaps never had any, and was in correspondence with Haig behind his back. Haig had other means of influence. He and his wife were highly regarded by the royal family. They were the first couple not of royal blood to be married in the private chapel at Buckingham Palace, and he wrote to the king constantly on military affairs, no doubt from patriotic motives. George V said to Kitchener, with his usual common sense, if anyone acted like that, and told tales out of school, he would at school be called a sneak. Kitchener replied, "We are beyond the schoolboy's age." French was not the only one endangered. Most ministers had lost faith in Kitchener, some of the more resolute were determined to have done with the Dardanelles. Kitchener wavered despairingly. On October 11 he proposed to reinforce Hamilton. 3 days later Hamilton was superseded, and Sir Charles Monro sent from France to take his place. Monro recommended evacuation within 24 hours of arriving at Gallipoli. Kitchener could not stomach this and appealed to Monro's subordinates against it. The Dardanelles Committee was at 6s and 7s, Churchill and Curzon still for going on, Lloyd George and Law eager for coming out. The French, usually against distractions, increased the confusion by urging an expedition to Salonika, in belated aid for Serbia. Asquith produced an adroit solution. In his usual spirit of wait and see asterisk, Kitchener should be sent out to write Monro's report all over again. Meanwhile, Asquith himself would take over the War Office and carry through sweeping changes asterisk. He explained to Lloyd George, "We avoid by this method of procedure the immediate supersession of K as War Minister, while attaining the same result too." The plan miscarried. Kitchener duly went. But on November 6 the Globe reported that he was about to resign. Kitchener was still a popular figure. Public opinion was disturbed. The Globe was suppressed for a fortnight, and when it reappeared had to state that there were no grounds of dissension between Kitchener and his colleagues such as to affect their future ministerial cooperation. After this it was impossible to get rid of Kitchener, and he obstinately refused to stay in the Near East. When he returned he found that things had changed. The Dardanelles Committee had gone, and Churchill with it. 1. In its place was a war committee with fewer members 2 and supposedly wider powers. Sir John French had gone, 3 and Sir Douglas Haig became commander-in-chief in France. Kitchener, 2, had virtually gone. Sir William Robertson 4 had become chief of the Imperial General Staff and wrote his own terms of appointment. Henceforth the CIGS alone, not the Secretary of State for War, was to determine strategy. He alone was to advise the government. He alone was to issue orders to the commanders in the field. Kitchener's functions, in his own words, were curtailed to the feeding and clothing of the army. He wished to resign, but was persuaded that it was his duty to remain. In any case, he told Robertson, "I need leisure to think. I have no fear as to our final victory, but many fears as to our making a good peace." Actually he did no thinking. He remained only as a patriotic symbol, the great poster of Margot Asquith's wounding phrase still worshipped by the public, disregarded and even despised by his colleagues. Haig and Robertson between them set their stamp on British experience in the First World War. They were the supreme brass hats. Haig was certainly a stabler character than Sir John French, resolute in command, loyal to subordinates, unruffled by defeat. He was as able a staff officer as any in the British Army, unrivaled in his mastery of railway timetables. He was confident that he could win the war, though he did not know how. Like most British generals of the time, he disliked politicians, especially liberals, and got on badly with them. All the same, he was more adroit and supple than he seemed, and this hidden skill enabled him to outmaneuver even Lloyd George, though only just. Robertson was more direct and more obstinate. He claimed greater power than any British general before or since, virtually that of supreme command over all British armies. His main concern was to deny civilian ministers any say in the conduct of the war. Too far from acting as chief advisor to the government on strategy, he refused to supply them with strategical information. He met all civilian criticism or suggestion with the reply, "I've erred different." His own mind was clear. The Germans, he believed, could be beaten only by beating their main army in France. He reiterated that the British armies were in France because this was the principal theatre of war and that everything else must be sacrificed to it. Robertson's firm hand was shown at once over Gallipoli. Kitchener refused to recommend evacuation, though admitting that it must take place. Admiral Wemyss, who was acting temporarily for de Robeck, believed that the Navy could force the straits. The War Committee proposed to abandon 2 beaches and to hang on at one. Robertson stamped on all these suggestions and insisted on ending the entire enterprise. Suvla and Anzac beaches were evacuated on 18 and December 19, Helles Beach on January 8, 1916, all 3 without loss, the successful end to a sad adventure. The Gallipoli campaign was to cause interminable controversy later. Twice it seemed to have come near to success, twice it had failed allegedly from lack of men and supplies. On a wider view, it failed rather from lack of room. Gallipoli, far from being an easy backdoor into Germany, was a narrow, tight crack, and stronger forces would not have made the crack wider. They would only have increased the congestion on the peninsula. The campaign could have succeeded only if it had been fought somewhere else. No doubt it helped to wear down Turkish strength and made some demand on German supplies. Otherwise nothing redeemed the blow to British prestige. Failure at Gallipoli had a lasting consequence. Rightly or wrongly, there was never again a serious attempt to break into Germany from behind, until the very end of the war when her armies were already defeated. The Westerners won, despite a continuing argument. Not that withdrawal from Gallipoli freed men for the Western Front. 250,000 men were kept in Egypt to guard the Suez Canal from an imagined Turkish attack. Next the British forces crossed the desert of Sinai in order to make the canal yet more secure and then advanced progressively further for no particular purpose. Some of the Arab tribes were induced to revolt against Turkish rule, and a young Oxford archaeologist, T.E. Lawrence, acquired legendary fame as their leader. His adventures, aided by his considerable literary gifts, made him the only old-style hero of the First World War. At the end of 1917 the British armies captured Jerusalem, Lloyd George's Christmas present to the British people. A year later, when the war ended, the armies, now swelled to 500,000 men, were still plodding forward along the Syrian coast. This was a romantic campaign, redolent of history, where a cavalry engagement could be dignified with the name Armageddon. But little harm was done to the Germans. In Mesopotamia, the Indian government had already embarked on a campaign of their own to protect the Persian oil wells, which supplied the British Navy. There was a medley of authorities: the commander in Mesopotamia, the commander-in-chief in India, the viceroy, the India Office in London. Between them, they propelled the British forces towards Baghdad. Early in 1916 the advance was speeded up to atone for the failure at Gallipoli. It ran into failure. In April 1916 Townsend surrendered at Kut with 10,000 men. Fresh forces were sent to redeem the disaster. 300,000 troops were finally committed. As well, the French insisted on keeping an army at Salonika, though Serbia, which it had been intended to relieve, had been overrun. The British government tried to refuse, then agreed that the Allied army should remain there on a temporary basis. It remained throughout the war: 600,000 Allied troops, 200,000 of them British, more or less interned at Salonika by a Bulgarian army, one which would otherwise have played no part in the war. Thus, despite Robertson's disapproval of sideshows, over 1 million men, and sometimes nearer 2 million, were diverted from the Western Front. The Continental Allies, and particularly the French, suspected that the British were picking up the spoils of empire, while the French and Russians were bleeding to death in Europe. The British tried to remove this suspicion by a series of partition treaties. On March 12, 1915, as a preliminary to the attack on Gallipoli, they agreed with the Russian government that Constantinople and the Straits should go to Russia, subject to the war being brought to a successful conclusion. They received in exchange Russian consent to their absorbing the neutral zone in Persia and a free hand in settling Asiatic Turkey. Subsequently they negotiated with the French a partition of Turkey in Asia, an agreement never properly concluded, though the British secured Mesopotamia and Palestine partly by its means. 2. As well, the Allies bribed Italy into the war by the Treaty of London, which promised her Tyrol, Istria, and North Dalmatia without Fiume. These secret treaties caused much outcry when they were revealed by the Bolsheviks. Even before then the British government were accused of fighting in order to give Constantinople to Russia and Alsace-Lorraine to France, or to add Asiatic Turkey to the British Empire. This was not so. The British government did not underwrite the French claim to Alsace and Lorraine until October 1917, and the secret treaties were attempts to avoid conflict between the Allies after victory, not definitions of the objects for which the war was being fought. They evaded the real problem: what to do about Germany. No answer was found to this problem while the war was on, nor after it ended. The British people were clear why they had gone to war: it was for the sake of Belgium. Liberation of Belgium, and full reparation, remained always their primary aim, and the Germans would have caused great turmoil in British opinion if they had offered it, which, fortunately for national unity, they never did. But this was not enough. The British could not be content with righting the wrong done to Belgium; they wanted a guarantee that it would never happen again. How was this to be done? The obvious answer was the defeat of Germany, and from this it followed that there need be no war aim except victory. Many people did not like this barren conclusion and dreamt of some organization which would make future war impossible. Though the actual phrase, "a League of Nations," was invented by Lowes Dickinson, an opponent of the war, it was taken up by many who were also fervent for the defeat of Germany, by H. G. Wells, by most liberal newspapers, by Gray himself. There was deep confusion in this proposal. Some supposed that it could be achieved only after victory over Germany, others that it made victory unnecessary. Those who were skeptical of idealistic solutions also split into two: a majority hoped for a crushing military victory, others favored a realistic peace of compromise with a return to the conditions of 1914. In general, British people thought themselves engaged in a war to end war, and expected victory to provide this of itself. A small minority was dissatisfied with this negative attitude. In September 1914 the scattered remnants of those who had opposed entry into the war set up the Union of Democratic Control, in order to ensure that the diplomatic errors or crimes which had, in their opinion, caused the war should never be made again. Ramsay MacDonald was the outstanding politician of the group. E.D. Morel, the secretary, supplied the attacks on secret diplomacy, and also the plans for a better way. The outlook of the UDC won some support from middle-class intellectuals. It was also shared by the Independent Labour Party, which though affiliated to the Labour Party became increasingly critical of the war. The two UDC demands for ending the war by negotiation and for open or democratic diplomacy afterwards, were theoretically distinct. No one troubled to distinguish them in the hysteria of the time. The supporters of the UDC tended to think of themselves as pacifists, and so, still more, did others. Meetings of the UDC were broken up by soldiers on leave. Morel himself was imprisoned, and Bertrand Russell, a prominent supporter, fined, on trumped-up charges. One passion drowned any coup. Discussion of war aims. All the same, like Charles James Fox in an earlier period of patriotic frenzy, though E.D. Morel lost the present, he won the future. There was no peace by negotiation, but in the end the ghost of E.D. Morel determined British foreign policy. To public opinion, as voiced by the Daily Mail and by the demagogues of the recruiting platforms, was impatient with all such discussions. Victory was its sole concern. The war still seemed a long way off, something over there, as symbolized by the leave trains departing each night from Victoria Station. At home, life rolled on almost unaffected. There was plenty of food, and, indeed, of everything else. Statesmen still appeared in top hats. Businessmen rarely lapsed into bowlers. Some standards were slightly relaxed. Short black jackets took the place of tailcoats for evening dress. Some men wore unstarched collars at the weekend. Maidservants, instead of footmen, handed round the sandwiches at afternoon tea and were to be seen even in West End clubs. War brought some minor benefits. The zip fastener escaped from the ban which the makers of buttons had long imposed upon it. Life in the trenches popularized safety razors and toothpaste. Entertainment became more entertaining, no more plays by Galsworthy or Bernard Shaw. Instead, George Robey and Violet Lorraine appeared in the Bing Boys and sang, "If You Were the Only Girl in the World." A comparatively worthless musical play, Chu Chin Chow, established what was for many years a record-breaking run. 3. The spirit of 1915 was best expressed by Ian Hay, a writer of light fiction, in the first 100,000 a book which treated soldiering as a joke, reviving the best days of our lives at some imaginary public school. Popular feeling wanted some dramatic action. The agitation crystallized around the demand for compulsory military service. This was a political gesture, not a response to practical need. The army had more men than it could equip, and voluntary recruitment would more than fill the gap, at any rate until the end of 1916. Auckland Geddes, one who was in the best position to know, later pronounced this verdict: the imposition of military conscription added little if anything to the effective sum of our war efforts too. However, there was a general belief that thousands of slackers, 650,000 was the figure usually given, were somehow evading their country's call. In the autumn of 1915 the question of conscription broke into a blaze. Some Unionist ministers threatened to resign unless it were adopted. They were seconded by Lloyd George, who was looking for new worlds to conquer now that the Ministry of Munitions was running at full speed. Asquith produced an ingenious evasion. Lord Derby, though an advocate of conscription, was set to organize a scheme by which men of military age attested their willingness to serve when called upon. The Liberals were told that this would avoid conscription, the Unionists that it was the preliminary to it. The Labour leaders were especially strong for a scheme which would, they believed, save the voluntary system. 2.5 million men attested, thanks largely to Labour advocacy. Asquith sold the pass, perhaps without meaning to do so. He promised that no attested married men should be called up until all unmarried men had been taken. Did this mean only attested unmarried men or all unmarried men whether attested or not? Asquith did not explain. The answer of public opinion was clear: the married men would have felt outrageously cheated if they had been called up while a single unmarried man walked the streets. Compulsory service was now inevitable. In January 1916 Asquith took the plunge. The first Military Service Act ended voluntary recruitment and imposed compulsion on unmarried men between the ages of 18 and 4. The political consequences were less serious than Asquith had feared. Labour protested, and acquiesced. Some 30 Liberals voted against the bill. Sir John Simon I resigned as Home Secretary, thus drawing on a stock of moral inflexibility not much replenished later. That was all. Runciman and McKenna had opposed conscription in the belief that the 70 divisions which it envisaged were beyond the economic resources of the country. Instead of resigning, they decided to stay in office and to defend laissez-faire, which they did to some purpose. One gesture of conciliation was made towards liberal principle. Men with a conscientious objection to military service were allowed to state their case before a local tribunal, which could grant them absolute or conditional exemption. This provision, almost without parallel in other countries, worked clumsily. The tribunals were composed of the elderly and retired, unsympathetic to all young men and especially unsympathetic to conscientious objectors. Many of the claims, muddled no doubt and incoherently expressed, were rejected. Some 7,000 objectors agreed to perform non-combatant service, usually in ambulance work. Another 3,000 were put in rather useless labor camps, run by the Home Office. Later, the tribunals learned to evade the question of conscience by deeming an objector's present work to be of national importance and hence qualifying him for exemption on other than conscientious grounds. There remained 1,500 absolutists, men who refused all compulsory service, some from religious conviction, some as believers in liberty, a few as Marxists who would take no part in a capitalist war. These men were drafted into military units, and sentenced to imprisonment by court-martial when they refused to obey the order of an officer. 41 of them were transferred to France, where, being on active service, they could be sentenced to death for disobedience, and they lived under this shadow for a month until personal intervention by Asquith had them brought back to England. Lloyd George, once a pro-Boer, took the lead in harrying the conscientious objectors. I will make their path as hard as I can. The question seemed trivial at the time, it had great effect later. The 1,500 absolutists drove the first nail in the coffin of Lloyd George's radical reputation. Compulsory service did not achieve its alleged purpose of providing more men for the army. On the contrary, it kept them out. Munition workers and coal miners could not be prevented from succumbing to patriotic emotion when enlistment was voluntary. The military authorities had to reject them once conscription went through. Instead of unearthing 650,000 slackers, compulsion produced 748,587 new claims to exemption, most of them valid, on top of the 1.5 million already starred by the Ministry of Munitions. In the first 6 months of conscription the average monthly enlistment was not much above 40,000, less than half the rate under the voluntary system. 1. Of course it was more sensible to keep men in essential occupations than to let them join the army, but this was not how it appeared to generals or fire-eating Unionists, who thought that war was won at the front, not in the factories. The agitation for compulsion started all over again, this time for married men as well. Lloyd George once more threatened to resign unless compulsion were made general. Runciman, McKenna, Gray threatened to resign if it were. Asquith despaired, and expected the government to break up. He devised another elaborate compromise which pleased nobody, and on April 26 presented it to the House of Commons in the first secret session of the war. The secrecy was imposed to conceal the party rifts from the public, not to deny knowledge to the enemy. Asquith had a stroke of luck his last. April 26 was the Tuesday after Easter. On the previous day there was a rebellion in Dublin. The House of Commons was stirred to patriotism. It demanded a final, comprehensive measure, and this demand grew stronger 3 days later, when news arrived of Townshend's surrender to the Turks at Kut. Asquith gave a sigh of relief. He withdrew his compromise, carried universal military service to the age of 41, and yet preserved the outward unity of his government. This affair, though tactically successful, was disastrous for Asquith's prestige. Everyone knew that the solution had been imposed upon him. The House had intervened directly for the only time in the war. It had dictated to the government instead of being led. Moreover, Asquith had escaped trouble over conscription only by raising the darker shadow of Ireland. This had now to be faced. The Military Service Acts did not apply to Ireland, another unconscious repudiation of the Union. Even so, the Irish question could not be ignored for the duration. The discontented minority of Irish volunteers continued to drill and talked openly of rebellion. Birrell, the Irish secretary, felt that it would be unfair to disarm them, when the Ulster volunteers, who had also talked of rebellion, were not disarmed before the war. The Irish extremists sought German assistance, as the Ulster rebels had done before them. In Germany, Sir Roger Casement, formerly a British consul, attempted, unsuccessfully, to recruit an Irish legion from among prisoners of war. A rising, with German backing, was planned for Easter Sunday, 1916. The plans miscarried. The Germans had never meant their promises seriously, and when Casement landed from a German submarine on Good Friday, it was with a warning to call off the rising, not with German arms or German soldiers. In any case, he was captured within a few hours of landing. In Dublin, John McNeill, volunteer chief of staff, first resigned and then cancelled the plans for mobilization. On Easter Sunday the volunteers stayed at home. On Monday a group in Dublin, unsupported in the rest of the country, seized the General Post Office and proclaimed the Irish Republic. 5 days of fighting followed. 100 British soldiers, and 450 Irish, were killed. The GPO was destroyed. On the Friday after Easter, the first provisional government of the Irish Republic surrendered. This was the only national rebellion in any European country during the First World War. An Iron Eichel comment on the British claim to be fighting for freedom. The rising was repudiated by Irish public opinion. Here was the chance for a new start. The British government made little of it. General Maxwell, the military commander, was left in sole charge for a fortnight. The 7 men who had signed the Proclamation of Independence were shot. So, too, were all the volunteer commandants involved except one, Eamon de Valera, who, having been born in the United States of a Spanish father and an Irish mother, was technically stateless and escaped with imprisonment for life. One Asquith went to Dublin. He found the atmosphere changing, the blood of the martyrs now stood in his way. He believed that all could be redeemed, if Home Rule were instituted at once. Then, as usual, he shrank from the creative effort which a solution of the Irish question demanded. Lloyd George seized the opening. If he settled Ireland, he would win back his radical supporters and eclipse Asquith as well. Lloyd George negotiated with Carson and Redmond. He secured agreement between them 5 by means however equivocal, Home Rule at once for 26 counties, 6 counties of Ulster to remain part of the United Kingdom until after the war, when an imperial conference would review the question afresh. The unity and confidence of the Liberal Party were restored. The Unionists were in confusion. Law cared much for Ulster, little for the rest of Ireland. He accepted Lloyd George's proposals, so also did Balfour and F.E. Smith. 2 opposition came only from the magnates, once Whig, now Unionist. It was enough for Asquith. The backing of Law *, a very good ironmaster who had come into politics late, 3 meant nothing to him. He started back in alarm at the protests of Lord Lansdowne. 4. The heads of agreement were progressively weakened at Lansdowne's dictation. When Redmond refused to compromise further, they were scrapped. 5. Dublin Castle continued to rule Ireland. This failure gave the death blow to the Irish Constitutional Party. Force seemed the only remedy in Ireland, and the extremists, who had been discredited by the Easter Rebellion, soon began to triumph at by-elections. The Irish nationalists lost interest in Parliament, and virtually seceded 80 supporters lost to Asquith. This was not his only loss. He attempted to appease the House by agreeing, on July 20, to a select committee of inquiry into the Mesopotamia campaign, and threw in, for good measure, an inquiry into the Dardanelles as well, an inquiry which, it was hoped, would hit only Churchill. Few were distracted by these red herrings. The Liberals had seen their cherished causes abandoned one by one: peace, free trade, voluntary recruiting, now Home Rule. What held them behind Asquith any longer? Only a determination to win the war. It was increasingly difficult to believe that he was the man to win it. Lloyd George once more claimed the vacant place. He was lucky to be on offer. Ireland saved Lloyd George's life. He and Kitchener had projected a visit to Russia, in order to inspirit their flagging ally. At the last minute, Lloyd George called off, because of the negotiations over Ireland. Kitchener went alone. On June 5 the Hampshire, with Kitchener on board, struck a mine within 2 hours of leaving Scapa Flow. Kitchener and most of the crew were drowned. So perished the only British military idol of the First World War. The next morning Northcliffe burst into his sister's drawing room with the words, "Providence is on the side of the British Empire after all." 5. This reflected a common view that the Secretary for War still held the key to victory and that Kitchener had been incapable of turning it. Few men appreciated how his powers had been diminished, first by the encroachments of Lloyd George, then by those of Robertson. Haig and Robertson understood it well enough. They wished to ensure that Kitchener's successor, too, should be a figurehead, and therefore proposed Lord Derby, who would do whatever the CIGS told him to. Asquith was ready to accept the general's nominee. Law and Lloyd George were not. Though personally still on cool terms, they agreed that the new secretary must be a strong man, in other words, Lloyd George. Asquith reluctantly bowed to their order, dramatic indication that his authority as Prime Minister was crumbling. Lloyd George became Secretary for War, glad, no doubt, to escape from the coming breakdown over Ireland. He was in a hurry. He took his new office on July 4. The Battle of the Somme had started on July. Lloyd George believed that Haig was about to win the war, and wished to be at the War Office so as to claim the credit for this achievement. In his hurry, he failed to insist on a change in the system of supreme command, and so was as much under Robertson's dictation as Kitchener had been. The Somme was the first great action by a British army of continental size. The army in France had grown steadily as the men who had responded to Kitchener's call completed their rudimentary training. At the beginning of 1916 it numbered 38 divisions, 19 more had come over by the middle of the year. The army had an incomparable spirit. It was by far the greatest volunteer force ever to go into battle. But it was a clumsy instrument. The senior officers were elderly, unimaginative professionals from the old peacetime army, who refused to contemplate the problems of trench warfare. In the words of the official history, the failures of the past were put down to reasons other than the stout use of the machine gun by the enemy and his scientifically planned defenses too. The junior officers were, for the most part, former public school boys. They were expected to set an example to their men, as indeed they did. Tactical leadership was held to be beyond them. The men had been trained to man a trench, and to advance in a regular line, bayonets glinting in the sun. Haig believed that previous attacks had failed from lack of weight. This time a battering ram was to be driven into the enemy lines by a prolonged barrage star. The infantry would merely clear up the wreckage. Then, in Haig's vision, would come the breakthrough, with cavalry operating in open country. Many 100,000 horses were kept in France throughout the war, waiting for the opportunity which never came, and using, for their forage, more shipping space than was lost to German submarines. In the rear, motor transport was now fairly common. Near the front line, great dumps of shells bore witness to the work of the Ministry of Munitions. There was a network of dugouts and communicating trenches. A fantastic complication of flares and rockets carried messages back to the gunners or to the aeroplanes spotting overhead. Despite this, the Battle of the Somme was fought as though infantrymen, armed with flintlock muskets, were the last word in military science. Haig had favored an offensive in the north. Here British communications were best, and a breakthrough would create an open flank. The entire German line could then be rolled up, a version in reverse, in fact, of the original Schlieffen plan, to which Ludendorff also conformed when he took the offensive in 1918. But Haig had been instructed to follow Joffre's strategic direction. Joffre wanted a combined Anglo-French operation, in order to ensure that the British did their share of the fighting, or rather more. The Somme happened to be the place where the two armies joined hands. Strategically, there was nothing to be gained on the Somme. Victory there would merely free the Germans from an awkward salient or, if extremely successful, saddle the Allies with one of their own. Moreover, the combined offensive did not work out. In February the Germans attacked Verdun, and this absorbed the bulk of French resources. By July, when the British were ready, the Somme had become predominantly a British enterprise, hence with even less purpose than before. However, Haig did not hesitate. He had now become convinced that a powerful offensive, even on the Somme, would win the war. He wrote on the eve of battle, "I feel that every step in my plan has been taken with the divine help." Two others did not share his confidence. Rawlinson, the army commander on the Somme, expected at best limited gains. Joffre merely attrition, the killing of Germans. On July 13 British divisions went over the top in regular waves. The attack was a total failure. The barrage did not obliterate the Germans. Their machine guns knocked the British over in rows, 19,000 killed, 57,000 casualties sustained. The greatest loss in a single day ever suffered by a British army, and the greatest suffered by any army in the First World War. Haig had talked beforehand of breaking off the offensive if it were not at once successful. Now he set his teeth and kept doggedly on, or rather, the men kept on for him. The generals, though without hope, flattered their chief's obstinacy. Captures of prisoners, but not the heavy casualties, were regularly reported. The slaughter was prolonged for weeks, then for months. It tailed off in November when it foundered in the mud. No strategical gain had been made. 3 British soldiers were lost for every 2 German. 1. The troops were tried almost to the limit of their endurance. 2. Kitchener's army found its graveyard on the Somme. Not only men perished. There perished also the zest and idealism with which nearly 3 million Englishmen had marched forth to war. C. E. Montague, a writer on the Manchester Guardian who dyed his grey hair in order to volunteer, has recorded this process of disenchantment. The change was shown also in the war poets. The early poets, Rupert Brooke and Julian Grenfell, wrote with a lyrical innocence which they had carried over from peacetime. After the Somme came a new school, poets who saw in war only horror and suffering, tempered by the comradeship of the trenches. Edmund Blunden expressed this spirit sensitively, Siegfried Sassoon and Robert Graves more savagely. Most of them remained war poets, not as later readers inclined to regard them anti-war poets. Sassoon, indeed, turned against the war altogether, after winning the Military Cross, and claimed to be a conscientious objector. The others still wanted to destroy Prussia, though they saw this Prussia in their own commanders as well as on the other side. 3. In any case, these poets spoke only for a minority. All except Isaac Rosenberg were officers, and Rosenberg was by no means a representative other rank. Even Wilfred Owen, incomparably the greatest poet of either war, saw his men from outside. If I thought the letter of this book would last, I might have used proper names, but if the spirit of it survives Prussia, my ambition and those names will be content. 6. Of the pressures of war, 1915-16. With astonishing virtuosity, the British Army grew from 200,000 to 5 million and kept its antiquated class structure inviolate. The colonels and adjutants, though incompetent for modern war, knew how to preserve social standards and turn the young officers into temporary gentlemen, who wore riding boots and passed the port in mess. The Tommies have left few memorials. One or two, such as Frank Richards and David Jones, became writers and published reminiscences many years later. Otherwise the Tommies speak in the songs which they composed on the march or to beguile the tedium of the trenches, songs which survive mainly in oral tradition. The tunes were usually adapted from contemporary music hall hits. The words were self-depreciatory and often obscene. No other army has ever gone to war, proclaiming its own incompetence and reluctance to fight, and no army has fought better. The humble Englishman found his voice, and these songs preserve him for posterity. In more literary compositions, the Tommies were presented with affectionate contempt. Op Bill 5 was their symbol, created by Bruce Bairnsfather, a hoarse-voiced walrus of a man with a crude wit that was almost human. Old Bill had no ideas, no ambitions, no resentment against his blundering superiors. With mud and water up to his waist, he made only the philosophic remark, "If you know a better 'ole, go to it." This was the epitaph of the men who died on the Somme. While fighting raged on the Somme, Lloyd George had been numbered with the enthusiasts. He said on August 22, "We are pressing the enemy back. We are pushing the enemy on the Somme. He has lost his tide." A month later he championed the knockout blow. He made out afterwards that he did this in order to silence in advance President Wilson's proposal for a negotiated peace. In fact, he committed himself to the knockout blow in the belief that, as Secretary for War, he was about to deliver it. All the more fiercely therefore did he turn against Haig and Robertson when he discovered that they had misled him. In November he said to Hankey, "We are going to lose this war." One failure on the Somme was only one of many troubles. A Russian offensive miscarried on the Eastern Front after initial success. Romania tardily joined the Allies in August, only to be overrun by the Germans, Lloyd George attempting in vain to stir up Allied assistance by an advance from Salonika. Events at sea were still graver. In the spring of 1916 the Germans called off unrestricted submarine warfare. As a sort of psychological compensation, their battle fleet began provocative sweeps on the North Sea. The British Grand Fleet responded to the challenge. On May 31 Beatty, commanding the British battle cruisers, encountered his German opposites. A running engagement drew him under the guns of the German High Seas Fleet. Beatty swung away and drew the Germans, in their turn, onto the British Grand Fleet, under Jellicoe, which was at sea some 50 miles northwards. At about 6 p.m. there took place the only battle between two great modern fleets ever fought in European waters. It lasted little more than 5 minutes. The German admiral turned away, discharging torpedoes as he did so. Jellicoe turned away also to avoid the deadly stream. Half an hour later the German fleet reappeared. More shots were exchanged. Then the Germans vanished again, and this time for good. The Battle of Jutland was over. The inconclusive result was a great disappointment for British opinion, educated in the legend of Nelson and Trafalgar. The German fleet had not been destroyed. British losses were greater than German, the British ships had proved inferior in armor and guns. But appearances were deceptive. The Germans had turned tail on sight of the British monsters. Their high seas fleet only left harbour again 3 times in the course of the war, and then to no purpose. The Germans came within sight of victory after Jutland, not because they won the battle, but because they recognized that there was nothing to gain by repeating it. Henceforth they neglected their battle fleet and increased the submarine attacks on shipping. Here was the jugular vein of the British Empire. Ships and all they brought began to run short. Requisitioning of ships was no solution. This worked only where the government had a monopoly of the article moved, as with the armed forces, sugar, and from October 1916 wheat. Otherwise it merely pushed up the freight on ships not requisitioned. The ship owners, though making fantastic profits, were also patriotic men. They wanted government direction and control, in practical terms, the licensing of imports. Much more followed though the ship owners did not say so. Licensing of imports meant in its turn rationing more or less directly, the controlled distribution of raw materials to Industry 7 and of food to individual consumers. This again implied control of home production, particularly of agriculture, that most obstinately anarchic of industries. On top of this, all British economic life had to be transformed in order to provide more men and more capital for the making of munitions. Here was a terrifying prospect, an economic revolution to be carried out helter-skelter in the midst of war, with little accurate information, no previous experience, and no trained administrators. The political implications were also alarming. Controlled economy challenged the liberal system of free enterprise which had made England prosper ever since the repeal of the Corn Laws. This challenge had already been dimly on the horizon when the coalition government was formed in May 1915. To meet it, Asquith had left all the key positions in Liberal hands. The Liberal champions did not fail. Runciman, himself a great ship owner, remained adamant in helplessness. In November 1916 he submitted to the government a report which Addison too called the most invertebrate and hopeless of any memoranda presented to the government during the war by a responsible head of a department on a great issue. 5.3 According to Runciman, shipping losses must inevitably bring Great Britain to collapse by the summer of 1917. He drew no conclusion from this, nor could he do so. His economic principles ruled out licensing or control. Yet he, like most liberals, was tied to the war by the fact that the liberals had been in power when it started, and the closer liberals were to Asquith, the more they were tied. Law might fear that the liberals would turn against the war, if driven from office, and other conservatives might hope it. Asquith remained resolute for war, though for nothing else, a contradiction which threatened either him or the country with ruin. The logical alternative to a controlled economy was peace by negotiation. Hardly anyone stated this clearly or even realized it. Churchill was almost alone when he preached war socialism from the back benches. One on the other side, the small group associated with the UDC advocated a negotiated peace for its own sake, and their views reached a wider audience through the ILP. The ILP sympathized with the efforts being made in Switzerland to revive the Socialist International, and its delegates would have attended the meetings at Zimmerwald and Kienthal, if the government had not refused them passports. The Labour Party, however, remained resolute for the war, yet, regarding war socialism as synonymous with industrial conscription, imagined that it was on Asquith's side. Henderson, its leader, describing him as the indispensable man. The strongest support for a negotiated peace came from within the government, though few people knew this at the time. In November 1916 Lansdowne circulated a paper to the cabinet, in which he argued that the war would destroy civilization and that therefore peace should be made on the basis of the status quo ante helium. This proposal, which would in any case have been rudely rejected by the Germans, received rough treatment from other Unionists Balfour and Robert Cecil. The military leaders were also contemptuous of it. Haig said that the prospects for 1917 were excellent. Robertson, when asked whether the war could be won, replied, quite frankly, and at the same time quite respectfully, I can only say I am surprised that the question should be asked. The idea had not before entered my head that any member of His Majesty's government had a doubt on the matter. One fine bulldog stuff, though hardly the strategical guidance which Robertson was supposed to provide. War socialism or a negotiated peace were the stark alternatives over which men would have disputed if they had been conscious of what they were doing. They were not. To judge from the press, the attitude of backbenchers, and by elections and we have little other guide. English people were almost unanimous in wanting to win the war, and they wanted it run better, though they did not know how. Lloyd George had an answer: he could win the war. He had shown that he could produce munitions. He alone could manage labor. Now he claimed the supreme direction. He proposed a war council of 3, with himself in the chair, which should run the war free from control by the cabinet. His original target was Robertson, under whom he groaned at the War Office. His target changed as the crisis developed. He came to demand that Asquith should be put on the shelf, more or less politely. By a curious twist, this demand was favored even by Robertson, who did not yet appreciate the troubles in store for him from Lloyd George. Here was a dramatic conflict. On the one side, Lloyd George, man of the people, supported by almost the entire nation; on the other, Asquith, supported by every cabinet minister, and mighty, as he believed, in the force of the two-party machines. Lloyd George could not launch the rebellion. It had to come from outside. Many backbench Unionists had long been restless against Asquith's liberal negations. They were marshaled by Carson, always happiest in rebellion. For on November 8 Carson almost captured a majority of the Unionists from law over an apparently trivial question. One law took alarm. He was determined to maintain his leadership of the Unionist Party and appreciated now that he could do this only if he produced a more energetic conduct of the war. His advisor, Max Aitken, too drew him steadily towards Lloyd George, and events drew him still more strongly. Law, like Lloyd George, did not spring from the charmed circle of traditional politics. In the last resort he, too, went with the people. Still, it seemed a terrifying prospect, two men of humble origin challenging the massed ranks of the established order. But Asquith had feet of clay. His supremacy rested on the artificial silence which the whips imposed on the House of Commons. Now, not only the backbench Unionists were turning against him. The Irish nationalists had no interest in Asquith, and little in British politics, since the failure over Home Rule. Labour, though it supported Asquith, would equally support any other Prime Minister who could win the war. Above all, Christopher Addison, Lloyd George's only intimate who was in the House of Commons, brought the sensational news that 49 Liberal members of Parliament supported Lloyd George unconditionally and that another 80 would support him if he formed a government. This division in the Liberal Party had been long growing. The Liberal leaders associated with Asquith were men of excessive refinement, almost too fastidious for politics in peacetime, let alone at the turning point of a great war. Lloyd George's supporters were rougher in origin and in temperament, mostly radical nonconformists, and self-made men in wool or engineering who were doing well out of the war. None was a banker, merchant, or financial magnate, none, a Londoner. Theirs was a long-delayed revolt of the provinces against London's political and cultural dominance, a revolt on behalf of the factories and workshops where the war was being won. On December Lloyd George formally proposed to Asquith a war council of 3 with himself in the chair. Asquith insisted that he himself must preside over the council and that it must be subordinated to the cabinet. Lloyd George wrote to Law, "The life of the country depends on resolute action by you now." On December 3 Law met his principal Unionist colleagues, led by the 3 Sir Robert Cecil, Austin Chamberlain, 1 and Curzon. 2 He told them that he intended to support Lloyd George. The Unionist leaders were angry at the little troublemaker. They determined to resign, not in order to support Lloyd George, but rather to force an end to the conflict one way or the other. The same afternoon Law gave the Unionists' decision to Asquith. Perhaps he did not make its meaning clear. Perhaps Asquith failed to grasp it. 3 More probably Asquith was alarmed at the prospect of wholesale resignations. At any rate, he took the easy way out. He wrote to Lloyd George, accepting the war council as Lloyd George had proposed it. The crisis seemed over. To clinch things, Edwin Montagu, for a Liberal who straddled between Asquith and Lloyd George, persuaded Asquith to inform the press that the government was about to be reconstructed. This was an announcement that Lloyd George had won and that Asquith would become a figurehead. On December 4 the Liberal ministers, who had hitherto been kept in the dark, came to Asquith in high indignation. They demanded a fight. The 3 CY also indicated that they were on Asquith's side. Curzon declared that no Unionist except Law would join a Lloyd George government. As to himself, I would rather die than serve under Lloyd George. 1 Asquith repented of his weakness the evening before. He withdrew his agreement to Lloyd George's war council. 2 On December 5 Lloyd George resigned. Asquith answered by resigning himself, thus bringing his government to an end. He defied Law or Lloyd George to form a government, then they will have to come in on my terms. 3. Asquith was not maneuvered out of office. He deliberately resigned office as a maneuver to rout his critics. His complaints, when this maneuver failed, were those of an aging heavyweight, who has been knocked out by a younger, more agile opponent. The king, in accordance with constitutional practice, sent for Law, leader of the second great party. Law would form a government only if Asquith joined. Asquith refused. Even a conference at Buckingham Palace, proposed by Arthur Henderson and summoned by the king, did not move him. Law, Lloyd George, Balfour, he would serve under none of them. What is the proposal? That I, who have held first place for 8 years, should be asked to take a subordinate position. Law returned his commission and advised the king to send for Lloyd George. The king did so. The next morning, December 7, Lloyd George met the Labour M.P.S. and the national executive of the Labour Party. He said to them, "Politicians make one fundamental mistake when they have been in office. They think that the people who are in office, or who have been in office, are absolutely essential to the government of the country, and that no one else is in the least able to carry on affairs. Well, we are a nation of 45 millions, and, really, if we cannot produce at least 2 or 3 alternative cabinets, we must really be what Carlyle once called us, a nation of fools." For thus Lloyd George appealed from the ruling classes to the people. Labour, speaking for the people, answered his call. In wartime the people mattered, and Lloyd George was home, once Labour backed him. Law delivered the backbench Unionists, Addison had gathered the backbench Liberals. Yet this government of the people was not composed of backbenchers after all. The Unionist leaders heard their country's call, or the call of office, once they saw that Lloyd George had succeeded. Balfour joined first, won by a promise of the Foreign Office. He declared, "You put a pistol at my head." The 3 CS, including Curzon, yielded later in the day, on condition that neither Churchill nor Northcliffe was given office and that Haig remained commander-in-chief. On the other hand, all the prominent Liberals followed Asquith's lead, and stayed out. 2. Asquith, in fact, not Lloyd George, pursued a personal vendetta. He split the Liberal Party and riveted on his adherents, however unwillingly, the appearance of opposing a government that was fighting the war. On the evening of December 7 Lloyd George returned to Buckingham Palace, and kissed hands as Prime Minister. He was the first son of the people to reach supreme power, or, as he put it himself, the first except Disraeli who had not passed through the Staff College of the old universities. 3. Russia before the Bolshevik Revolution put an end to Allied relations. The British and French therefore asserted that the agreement with Italy had lapsed. Was it the only casualty? Was the agreement of May 1916 still valid, even though one of the signatories, Russia, had fallen out? Alternatively, could the original agreement of January 1916 be resurrected, although it postulated Russian approval? The British and French tended to argue that one or other agreement was valid. They could not decide which, where it benefited themselves, but not where it benefited the other signatory or a third party. There were further complications. In January 1916 a British agent, Sir Henry McMahon, vaguely promised the Arab lands of Turkey to Hussein, Sharif of Mecca, though without indicating what these lands were. Zionist representatives put in a claim for Palestine as * a national home, one or the national home, or even as a national state for the Jews. Sir Herbert Samuel supported this claim in the Asquith cabinet. Grey did so also, less decisively. The British government did not at all welcome the prospect of the French as neighbours next door to the Suez Canal. Zionism was a way of keeping them out. Palestine was chipped out of Syria. It became first an international, then a British trust. On November 2, 1917 the Balfour Declaration promised * a national home in Palestine for the Jews. The French, who had expressed vague sympathy with Jewish aspirations, discovered that their promised share of the spoils had been reduced by half. Note B. The proposed Irish settlement, 1916. The Irish nationalists were reluctant to surrender any part of their favourable position, with Home Rule for all Ireland on the statute book, though suspended for the duration of the war, and any special treatment of Ulster still therefore to be negotiated. They made two conditions with Lloyd George: the Irish members should remain at Westminster in undiminished numbers, the arrangements should be temporary, strictly for the duration of the war. Lloyd George agreed, and added this guarantee, * he had placed his life upon the table, and would stand or fall by the agreement come to. Thus assured, Redmond and his supporters acquiesced in what they supposed to be temporary partition, i.e. Home Rule for 26 counties alone. To Carson on the other hand, Lloyd George wrote, * we must make it quite clear that at the end of the provisional period Ulster does not, whether she wills it or not, merge in the rest of Ireland. This promise of permanent partition led Carson to renounce 3 counties of Ulster, and he persuaded the Ulster Unionists to renounce them also. These somewhat contradictory promises would no doubt have caused trouble after the war, if the heads of agreement had been accepted. Nevertheless, they were not the cause of breakdown at the time despite Carson's statement to the contrary in 1924. The objection of Lansdowne, and some other Unionists, was over Southern Ireland, not over Ulster. Lansdowne wrote to Asquith on 2 June 8, with a nationalist executive, would it be possible to deal effectively and promptly with domestic disorder? He therefore demanded assurances that the Defence of the Realm Act should be continued under Home Rule, and that there should be no amnesty for the Easter rebels. It was impossible to give these assurances without making Home Rule meaningless. Asquith, therefore, tried to weaken Unionist opposition by reducing concession elsewhere. Redmond was told that the exclusion of Ulster from Home Rule must be permanent, failing new legislation at Westminster, that Irish representation at Westminster must be reduced to 43. Redmond refused these conditions. The government offer was then withdrawn. Lloyd George did not fulfill his promise to resign, pleading that this would merely jeopardize the energetic conduct of the war, without helping Home Rule. All the same, he deservedly got credit for having nearly succeeded, and Asquith deservedly got the blame for failure. Addison, a Liberal who later played a decisive part in making Lloyd George Prime Minister, wrote, his conduct of this business had more to do with determining the attitude of many Liberals, including myself, than any other circumstance / one. More than a change of government. It was a revolution, British style. The party magnates and the whips had been defied. The backbenchers and the newspapers combined in a sort of unconscious plebiscite and made Lloyd George dictator for the duration of the war. Balfour said, if he wants to be a dictator, let him be. If he thinks that he can win the war, I'm all for his having a try. Lloyd George was the nearest thing England has known to a Napoleon, a supreme ruler maintaining himself by individual achievement. A detached observer wrote at the end of the war, the effects of the change in direction 2 years ago may be compared to the substitution of dynamite for a damp squib. The dynamite exploded. There were new departments of state, new men, new methods of control and regulation, and a new form of cabinet government. The explosions were sporadic. Lloyd George was not a man of plan and system. When faced with a difficulty, he listened to the ideas of others and saw, in a flash, the solution. He liked to air his problems in company over the breakfastable, feeling his way with both men and ideas. There was in him a strange mixture of resolution and timidity. His shirt, as he came to make a speech, was always wet through from nervous anxiety. Though Lloyd George often provided leadership of great moral courage, he trembled before he acted. For at any sign of opposition, he saw a great crisis and anticipated that his government might fall. He feared that the forces which had carried him to power might as easily turn against him. Public opinion might revolt against heavy casualties. The Unionist backbenchers, he knew, wanted more power for the generals, whereas he planned to cut them down. His enemies ranged, or so he supposed, from Northcliffe to the king. 1 Lloyd George stood alone against the best entrenched governing class in Europe. He did not lead a party. Though coalition Liberal whips were appointed, they were never clear who their whip should go to. 2 He had no friends and did not deserve any. He repaid loyalty with disloyalty, as Churchill and Addison experienced. 3 He was surrounded by dependents and sycophants, whom he rewarded lavishly and threw aside when they had served their turn. His rule was dynamic and sordid at the same time. Its spirit was expressed in the popular catch, "Lloyd George knew my father. My father knew Lloyd George." He himself gave hostages to fortune by the irregularity of his private life. He was the first Prime Minister since Walpole to leave office flagrantly richer than he entered it, the first since the Duke of Grafton to live openly with his mistress. Essentially his devious methods sprang from his nature. He could do things no other way. He defined these methods in a classic sentence: "I never believed in costly frontal attacks either in war or politics, if there were a way round." For though Lloyd George became the big beast of the forest, he remained also the goat. On the issue which had brought Asquith down, Lloyd George did not hesitate. War Committee and Historic Cabinet alike were swept away. Lloyd George's War Cabinet was a committee of public safety, exercising supreme command under his direction. It had only 5 members, 5 chosen in theory at any rate for their executive ability, not because of the offices they held or to satisfy the balance of parties. Only Lowe had departmental duties, as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Henderson spoke for Labour 5. Curzon and Milner 1 did the steady routine work. There was little division of functions. Any one of the 5, though Law, because of his commitments in the House of Commons, less than the others, would explore a topic from Labour unrest to the future of the Air Force, and bring it to the War Cabinet for decision. Other ministers were summoned to attend individually when questions affecting their department were discussed. Balfour, the Foreign Secretary, perhaps spoke with some independent authority on foreign affairs. The holders of the other great historic offices merely received their marching orders. Where the old cabinet had met once a week or so, and had kept no record of its proceedings, the War Cabinet met practically every day 300 times in 1917, and Hankey, brought over from the Committee of Imperial Defence and its successors, organized an efficient secretariat. He prepared agenda, kept minutes, and ensured afterwards that the decisions were operated by the department concerned. Hankey was also tempted to exceed his functions, and to initiate proposals, particularly on strategy, instead of merely recording decisions. He had some excuse. The War Cabinet lacked a staff. This was its great defect. Essentially it was an instrument for enforcing the will of the Prime Minister, and he had been without a department or expert advisers of his own, since his office became virtually divorced from the Treasury in the course of the 19th century. Lloyd George attempted to remedy this by creating a private staff, housed in huts in St. James's Park and known as the Garden Suburb. He thus came to resemble a President of the United States, who often relies more on unofficial advisers than on members of his cabinet. The Garden Suburb stirred the jealousy of established departments, as it encroached increasingly on their functions, and it in the end, a principal count against Lloyd George. In any case, it took some time to get going. Meanwhile, Lloyd George had to fall back on inspiration and guile. He had intended to establish his mastery over the service departments. The result of his revolution was the exact opposite. The service ministers, being no longer in the cabinet, became more independent and defiant than before. Carson, having been denied the War Cabinet, went to the Admiralty, where he fiercely championed his professional advisers. The War Office was even worse. Derby had been the loyal second of Lloyd George when Under Secretary, the only Unionist to back him from the first. He became the equally loyal second of Robertson, when elevated to the post of Secretary for War. Robertson regarded the War Cabinet as the enemy. Lloyd George, in particular, was a real bad un. Robertson and, to a lesser extent, Jellicoe, compelled the War Cabinet to fight the war blindfold. resistance was more easily overcome on the civilian side. The generals were supported by backbench unionists, the laissez-faire officials at the Treasury and the Board of Trade only by front-bench liberals. The problems which had baffled the Asquith coalition were faced at last. 5 new departments of state were set up almost overnight, 4 of them ministries: shipping, labor, food, national service, and food production. These improvisations created a curious pattern, with unforeseen results. The new departments evolved a system of war socialism. The peacetime departments continued to discharge their old functions, or even had new functions, which they had accumulated, taken away from them. War and peace ran side by side. Hence, at the end of the war, the temporary socialist departments could be disbanded, and the old departments emerged in their pre-war innocence. The only new creation intended to be permanent was the Ministry of Labor, which took over labor relations from the Board of Trade and unemployment insurance from the Autonomous Commission. Even here wartime functions were kept separate in the Ministry of National Service. So, too, with agriculture, the old board continued unchanged, and the new department, directing food production, could be disbanded, as it was, at a moment's notice. The new ministries and one old one, the Board of Trade one, were headed by new men, mostly businessmen with no political background, certainly of no political importance. They were there to do vital jobs, not to carry on parliamentary government. One of the most successful, Maclay, the shipping controller, refused to enter Parliament at all. The new ministers had no theory of planning or of anything else. Like the country at large, they entered war socialism backwards, and were surprised at what they had done. Though they had almost unlimited powers by statute, they preferred to enlist the cooperation of producers and owners, who thus largely ran war socialism themselves for patriotic motives. Maclay first requisitioned all British merchant ships and then employed the owners as managers, a system which they continued to operate even when the courts ruled that one part of the requisitioning was ultra vires. Similarly, the county committees which directed agriculture were composed of local landowners who rarely attempted to coerce their neighbors. A strike of farmers would have brought down the whole machinery of food control. Even the rationing of food, when it came, was really a voluntary system, operated by the retailers. For the ration books were little more than symbols with which to impress the public, and the mountains of coupons were rarely checked before being consigned to the bonfire. The most powerful instrument, operated by all these ministries, was control of prices. This virtually stabilized the cost of living until after the war. Like all their other instruments, it depended on cooperation. Prices were fixed on the basis of cost plus, and industrialists usually accepted this as a fair arrangement. There were many odd features, which caused trouble or set precedents later. Control of rents, for instance, had been introduced haphazard in Glasgow in 1915, at a time of labour discontent. It was made general without any thought of the problems which this would create in the future. Again, coal miners, perhaps the most essential element in the community, resented the owners' profits, even on the basis of cost plus. The mines were therefore nationalized for the duration, though without any attempt to reorganize the industry or to modernize the pits. Cotton, that other old staple, saw a paradoxical control to lessen production at 60% of the pre-war level. Those sections of the industry which remained in work paid a levy to compensate those who did not. Hence men and women were tempted to remain as unemployed cotton operatives instead of moving to more useful war work elsewhere. Cotton thus devised, by accident, the model for planned reduction in the 1930s. Wheat provided a precedent for an even later period. The War Cabinet early decided that there should be no rationing or limitation imposed on the staff of life, and they stuck to this even when cheap flour was diverted to the making of cakes. People could always buy as much bread as they wished, though with some deterioration in quality, too, and the price of bread was kept stable by subsidy when the cost of wheat imports rose. The subsidy cost £60 million. From it sprang all the subsidies which kept the cost of living stable during the Second World War. The war socialists ran into plenty of difficulties, and did not always overcome them. Devonport, though a great grocer, was a failure at the Ministry of Food, appealing to the public instead of telling them what to do. Ronda, the next Minister of Food, remedied this, and issued 500 orders during his time in office, one for each working day. Neville Chamberlain one fell into hopeless confusion over national service, as Lloyd George said, "Not one of my successful selections." Chamberlain tried to work out rules varying for each individual case. Auckland Geddes, his successor, developed a schedule of protected occupations and applied a clean cut in it the block release of men according to age when this became necessary. Even Maclay had his troubles. Though he did wonders with the existing stock of ships, he could build few new ones because of the Admiralty's insistence on priority. In May 1917 he adroitly turned the flank of this obstacle by saddling the Admiralty with responsibility for all shipbuilding, mercantile, and naval. These improvements were arrived at hit and miss. The War Cabinet gave little direction. It was almost as distracted as its predecessor by being theoretically responsible for everything, and came to the rescue of a minister only when he knew how to appeal to it, as Neville Chamberlain, for example, did not. Lloyd George, not content with being dictator at home, aspired also to coordinate the policy of the Allies. His first task, forced on him from outside, was to define war aims. It was easy to brush off the negotiations proposed by Bethmann Hollweg, the German Chancellor. For Bethmann demanded a peace based on German victories, and Lloyd George was pledged to reverse them. It was less easy to brush off the mediation offered by President Wilson, however much the Allies resented being put on a level with the Germans. Terms had to be devised which would rule out mediation without estranging Wilson. To please him, the Allies championed self-determination, which meant, in practice, the end of the Ottoman Empire and the liberation of the Italians, as also of the Slavs, Romanians, and Czechoslovaks from foreign domination. 2. In this casual way the British people were committed to redrawing the map in both East Central Europe and Western Asia, objects infinitely remote from those with which they had entered the war, but inescapable once they needed some great cause. Few knew anything of these distant races, and still fewer cared. But they regarded the war as a crusade, or so those who spoke for them supposed, and a crusade inevitably turned against the Turk and the Habsburg. These were still distant problems. The immediate need was victory, and this could be achieved, Lloyd George thought, only if the Allies acted as one. Early in 1917 he attended at Rome the first General Conference of the Allies. Lloyd George wanted a combined offensive on the Italian front, principally no doubt in order to take the conduct of the war away from British generals. Cadorna, the Italian commander-in-chief, refused the doubtful honor. The Rome Conference produced only empty talk. Another opening soon presented itself. In December 1916 Joffre had been dismissed as French Generalissimo. Nivelle, his successor on the Western Front, had a fine presence and a reputation inflated by some minor successes at Verdun, and spoke good English. He claimed to have discovered the secret of victory, a dramatic surprise, followed by the rupture of the front. It would all be over in 48 hours, decisive victory and no great casualties. Lloyd George, though impressed, hesitated. Nivelle came to London. Haig and Robertson acquiesced in his plan, less from belief in it, than because at least it ensured the primacy of the Western Front. The War Cabinet agreed. Lloyd George, once committed, went in without reserve. He always had a curious faith in French generals, though none in British. On February 26, by means even more conspiratorial than usual, Lloyd George placed Nivelle in supreme command over the British armies in France. This was an odd outcome for the upheaval of December 1916. Lloyd George, the Easterner, had swallowed Nivelle's strategical direction more credulously than Kitchener ever accepted Joffre's, and was now forcing an offensive in France on his reluctant generals. Nivelle's offensive, if there were any sense in it, depended on swift action. Instead there were wrangles and delays. The Germans observed the elaborate preparations and forestalled attack by withdrawing to a shorter, heavily fortified Hindenburg Line 5, on which they had been working throughout the winter. The British generals turned against Nivelle's operation, once they realized that it interfered with their own plans. All the French generals were against it except Nivelle himself. The French ministers lost what faith in him they originally had. Nivelle could hardly have got his way without Lloyd George's relentless backing. The preliminary British offensive, known as the Battle of Arras, had one success to show: the taking of Vimy Ridge by the Canadians. British casualties were nearly twice those of the Germans, and the Gr. problem remained unsolved. New defensive positions were improvised faster than the attackers could plod forward on their 2 feet. Nor were the Germans diverted by any threat at Arras from their precautions against Nivelle. His offensive on the Aisne, delayed until mid-April, was almost as great a failure as Joffre's offensives had been. The Germans were unshaken. No strategical gain was made. The French armies were brought to the verge of mutiny, and in many cases over it. Nivelle was dismissed in May. The cautious Pétain took his place. Nivelle left 2 grievous legacies. The French armies were incapable of any further offensive in 1917. Haig and Robertson were vindicated in their opposition to Lloyd George's project of a supreme command. He, meanwhile, was projecting a supreme command in other ways. The Canadians at Vimy Ridge were evidence of the manifold contributions which the Dominions were making to the war. There was a Canadian Army Corps in France, New Zealanders and Australians in the Near East and in France. The South Africans conducted most of the campaign against the Germans in East Africa. The hopes of English imperialists revived. Imperial unity was being demonstrated on the battlefields. Milner, its apostle, was in the War Cabinet. The McKenna duties had breached free trade. Hard-headed Unionists, who disliked a war for remote ideals, embraced the economic imperialism of which Marxists had long accused them. They wanted to prolong the war into peacetime and to turn the undeveloped estate of the empire into a closed economic system, with Great Britain monopolizing its supplies of raw materials. Lloyd George took the lead, though principally with the hope of using imperial sentiment against the generals. In March 1917 the Prime Ministers of the Dominions gathered for a meeting of the Imperial War Cabinet in London. Lloyd George, the old pro-Boer, thus fulfilled the dreams of Joseph Chamberlain, or so it appeared. The reality was different. Lloyd George had intended the Imperial War Cabinet to be an executive for the Empire. The Prime Ministers of the Dominions insisted that they were responsible exclusively to their own governments. In their eyes, the British Empire was already an association of sovereign states, and the Imperial War Cabinet was no more than a diplomatic conference of intimates. The one tribute to unity was that Prime Ministers were invited, when available, to each other's cabinets, and this was more honorary than effective. It is unlikely that Borden of Canada contributed much to British deliberations, or Hughes of Australia to Canadian. Smuts too was the one exception. Lloyd George seized on a general who was also, as a Boer, presumably a good radical, and persuaded Smuts to remain in England as a member of the War Cabinet. Smuts was a unique case, the only full cabinet minister of modern times to have no connection with either House of Parliament. As a weapon against the generals, Smuts did not come up to expectations. Professional loyalty worked even with a former rebel, and Smuts became the champion of British generals whom he had once beaten in the field. The Imperial War Cabinet had another significance, pregnant for the future. The Dominions had excluded India from previous imperial conferences, as a mere dependency of the Crown. Indeed, the Indian Empire, directed by the Secretary for India, had been entirely distinct from the British Empire, which was in the care of the Colonial Secretary. Now 500,000 Indians were fighting on the British side, and more men were killed from India than from any dominion. A pretense, at any rate, had to be made that India had a say in affairs. India was therefore represented at the Imperial War Cabinet, though only by the Secretary of State and 3 assessors, a representative of the native princes. Still, this was a grudging admission that India was outgrowing the trammels of British autocracy, and that she, too, must become a dominion, autonomous or even, if she wished, independent. The line ran, after long delays, from the Imperial War Cabinet of 1917 to the British withdrawal from India 30 years later. Lloyd George also returned to the problem of Ireland, which he had so nearly settled the year before, though his aim now was more to satisfy American and Dominion's opinion than to find a solution. He offered Redmond the previous bargain, immediate home rule for 26 counties, and a final settlement after the war. Redmond refused to tread this worn path again. The Republican Party of Sinn Féin was now winning every by-election in Southern Ireland, and Redmond dared not compromise. Smuts, in his first contribution to British politics, proposed a convention on the South African model, at which the Irish should settle things for themselves. Lloyd George and Redmond agreed. The men interned or imprisoned after the Easter Rebellion were released. For nearly a year there was peace in Ireland. The convention duly deliberated in Dublin, though Sinn Féin refused to attend. The more distant prospect was still misty, and Lloyd George did not help to clear it. Though he promised to back the proposals of the convention if there were substantial agreement, he privately assured Carson that nothing would be done without Ulster's consent, and Ulster, strong in this assurance, rejected any solution in advance. The convention bought time, it could not bring settlement. Lloyd George had reason to tread warily with Carson over Ireland, for naval affairs had already brought them to odds. On February 1917 the Germans renewed unrestricted submarine warfare, with more submarines. This time more was heard from Washington than the rattle of President Wilson's typewriter. In February Wilson broke off relations with Germany. In April the United States declared war on Germany and entered the war as an associated power. The Germans were confident that they could bring Great Britain to collapse before American action became effective, if it ever did. They nearly succeeded. The number of ships sunk by U-boats rose catastrophically. In April 1917 one ship out of 4 leaving British ports never returned. That month nearly 1 million tons of shipping were sunk, 2/3 of it British. New building could replace only 1 ton in 10. Neutral ships refused cargoes for British ports. The British reserve of wheat dwindled to 6 weeks' supply. Even more menacing was the almost complete interruption in the supply of pit props from Norway, with the inevitable consequence that the coal industry itself must soon stop. There seemed no effective measure of defense. Jellicoe was helpless, there is absolutely no solution that we can see. Carson was resolutely helpless along with him. Lloyd George thrashed around for other advice. A junior officer, Commander Kenworthy, 3 was smuggled into 10 Downing Street by Northcliffe late at night through the garden door, Lloyd George asking, "Now tell me who are the good men? I want to use any men with brains for the men with brains, Hankey among them," urged Convoy. Coal convoys were already working successfully to the ports of western France. The Grand Fleet never moved without convoy. Yet the Admiralty remained adamant. Merchant captains, they argued, could not keep station. 5 The convoys would only offer a larger target to U-boats. 2,500 vessels entered and left British ports each week, an impossible number to convoy. On April 26 Lloyd George secured the backing of the War Cabinet for peremptory action. On April 30 he went to the Admiralty, escorted by Curzon, won and took command, the only occasion in British history when a Prime Minister has directed a great Department of State in the teeth of the minister responsible for it. The Board of Admiralty acknowledged defeat, and produced a scheme for convoy, which they claimed to have prepared on April 27. This was a face-saving device. Convoys were due to Lloyd George alone, his most decisive achievement of the war. The first convoy left Gibraltar on May 10. Soon convoys, at different speeds, were organized from Canadian and American ports. By the end of the war 80% of shipping to British ports came in convoy. The official naval history states frankly, the chief objections urged against the system before it was tried had one and all proved to be unfounded. 5. 2. The merchant captains kept station without difficulty. A convoy of 100 ships offered a single, strongly defended target in place of 100 defenseless targets when ships were sailing unescorted. The number of ships requiring convoy turned out to be 140 each week, not 2,500.3 less than I% of the ships convoyed were lost from all causes. 4. By the end of 1917 British and American yards were almost replacing ships lost, by the middle of 1918 they were building more ships than were being sunk. The strain was still great. Many ships not in convoy were still sunk, particularly in the Mediterranean. A high price for the imperial side shows. Still, convoy enabled Great Britain to survive and to win the war. Yet men of high professional competence and integrity had faced disaster rather than try something new and, as it turned out, successful. A parable illustrating the obstinacy of Great Britain's traditional rulers in many spheres. Lloyd George still shrank from dislodging Carson, despite this great stroke. Carson was not moved from the Admiralty until July, and then only by the subterfuge of elevating him to the War Cabinet, where he proved useless. Though Eric Geddes 5. Lloyd George's best find in the business world became First Lord, he was saddled with Jellicoe until the end of the year, when Jellicoe's dismissal brought Carson's final resignation along with it. In these circumstances, Lloyd George dared not risk a conflict with the generals as well, particularly as Haig, a master at unloading embarrassing friends, supported Lloyd George against Jellicoe. Yet conflict or agreement with the generals was imperative. The failure of Nivelle's offensive left Haig free to determine his own strategy regardless of the French one, and he was eager to take up the project which he had cherished since he became commander-in-chief, a great offensive in Flanders. Here, he believed, he could win the war with the added attraction of doing so before the Americans arrived. The British forces would break out of the salient at Ypres, reach the Belgian coast, and then roll up the entire German front. The official history suggests that Haig's plan may seem super optimistic and too far-reaching, even fantastic. 2. It was no doubt impressive as grand strategy, and looked fine on the map. In fact, everything was right about Haig's plan except the first step. He had devised no solution for the initial breakout and, as well, had chosen a field of operations where the preliminary bombardment churned the Flanders plain into impassable mud. None of Haig's subordinates expected decisive success. Nor did Robertson. But he could think of nothing better and was anxious to prevent the diversion of British resources from the Western Front. At any rate, the offensive would kill Germans. Lloyd George was determined not to be responsible for another Somme. The War Cabinet examined Haig closely. He radiated confidence. Robertson concealed his own doubts from the cabinet, thus failing in his duty as chief advisor on strategy. Smuts supported Haig, and Curzon, as usual, went irresolutely with what appeared to be the stronger side. Law reported that the House of Commons would not tolerate interference with the military leaders. Only Milner, once the darling of the generals, stood by Lloyd George. Men who had promised to win the war found it hard to resist a general who insisted that he could win it. Besides, the War Cabinet had many other things to do. They could not go on arguing with Haig day after day. He wore them down. They implored him to think again, and, when he refused, gave in. On July 25 they sent him their wholehearted support. On July 31 Haig launched what is officially called the Third Battle of Ypres, popularly, from its final episode, Passchendaele, and, most truly, by Lloyd George, the Battle of the Mud. Everything went wrong. The drainage system of Flanders broke down, as had been foretold. To make matters worse, it was the rainiest August for many years. Men struggled forward up to their waists in mud. The guns sank in the mud. The tanks could not be used. Haig had declared his intention to stop the offensive if the first attack failed. He did not do so. The futile struggle went on for 3 months. The British advanced, in all, 4 miles. This made their salient more precarious than before, and they evacuated it without fighting when the Germans took the offensive in March 1918. 3 British soldiers were killed for every 2 German. The loss of officers was still worse, more than 3 to 1. No doubt the morale of the German army was shaken by Passchendaele. It is unlikely that the morale of the British army was much improved. The campaign in France was not quite over. The new tank corps had been useless in the mud of Flanders. Belatedly, Haig allowed it a chance to show what it could do elsewhere. The tank commanders chose a section of the front further south on high, hard ground. On November 20, 381 massed tanks broke through the German defences in front of Cambrai and reached open country. Bells to celebrate victory were rung in London for the only time during the First World War. The rejoicing was premature. No preparations had been made to exploit the success. There were no infantry reserves with which to consolidate the opening. 10 days later the Germans recovered all the ground they had lost and a bit more into the bargain. Smuts made an inquiry into the failure for the War Cabinet. He reported that no one down to and including the corps commanders was to blame. The fault lay entirely with the junior officers and N.G.O.S. and men. These complacent conclusions were wisely kept from the public. They would have done little to allay the rising discontent. 1917 was for civilians the worst year of the war. Laissez-faire had broken down. The new controls were only beginning to work. Food and fuel were running short, trains were slow and crowded. The queue became a characteristic British institution, despite its foreign name. Some ministers wished to silence the discontent by industrial conscription. Lloyd George, more wisely, set up 8 regional commissions of inquiry, and these reported that the discontent had solid economic causes. There followed a general increase of wages in all government work, while prices remained rigorously controlled. As a result, wages, which had lagged behind the cost of living in the first 2 years of the war, now rose beyond it, and the pre-war level of real wages was almost reached before the war ended. The poor, in fact, were no longer carrying the burden of the war alone. At the same time, with markedly less to buy, genuine savings increased, and government borrowing came from these savings instead of coming, as it did earlier, from new money created by the banks. National savings were invented to attract the humble man, and the savings campaign gave demagogues something to do just when they lost their old occupation on the recruiting platform. National savings were the only new element in public finance introduced by law, while Chancellor of the Exchequer, unless we count his abolition of the penny post in 1918. Law considered what the House of Commons would stand, not what financial needs demanded, and it was no thanks to him that British finances were not worse after the war. Economic discontent slipped easily into political protest. Shop stewards, agitating over wages or dilution, also endorsed the criticisms of foreign policy made by the Union of Democratic Control. In March 1917 the Russian Revolution added to the political stir. The Tsar was overthrown, and Russia became, in theory at any rate, a democratic republic. Though all the Russian parties except the extreme socialists or Bolsheviks were ready to continue the war against Germany, they would fight only for an idealistic cause, and proposed a peace with no annexations and no indemnities. This seemed to imply that others, including the British and French governments, were seeking annexations and indemnities, as indeed they were. It was easy to allege that the war was dragging on for the sake of Alsace and Lorraine or the spoils of Turkey in Asia. In England opponents of the war found a new vigor, and divided the House of Commons 3 times during the year in favour of peace by negotiation. The Independent Labour Party and the British Socialist Party, which was avowedly Marxist, set up a United Socialist Council, first taste of the Popular Front, though by no means the last, and in June this body summoned a convention at Leeds to inaugurate the British Revolution. 1,100 delegates attended, among them men usually moderate such as MacDonald and Snowden. The convention endorsed the Russian peace program, and instructed the British government to do likewise. It also called for the setting up of workers' and soldiers' councils, or, to give them their Russian name, Soviets. It was the first breath in England of the Bolshevik wind. The Leeds Convention assembled only those already critical of the war. The effects of the Russian Revolution soon cut deeper into the labor movement. In May, Henderson went to Russia on behalf of the War Cabinet. He came home convinced that, in order to keep the Russian people in the war, the British Labour Party, too, should accept the Russian peace program and should send delegates to a conference of all socialist parties allied, neutral, and enemy which was being promoted at Stockholm. The War Cabinet did not like this proposal. Lloyd George first agreed, then, to please the French government, one retracted. Henderson remained unshaken. He carried the Labour Party conference in favour of sending delegates to Stockholm, though none actually went. The seamen refused to carry them. Henderson had to resign from the War Cabinet, after being kept on the mat while his colleagues discussed, and condemned, his behaviour. George Barnes, too a former leader of the party, took Henderson's place in the War Cabinet. The other Labour ministers remained in office. Lloyd George attached little importance to the incident. He imagined that Barnes, by entering the War Cabinet, had automatically been made Labour leader, much as the King made a politician leader of his party by appointing him Prime Minister. Nothing of the kind. Henderson remained the Labour leader, and he had learned his lesson. Never again, he declared, would he join a government in which Labour did not predominate. From this moment, Liblab was dead. Under Henderson's guidance, Labour set out to be a national party instead of an interest group, aiming at an independent majority and running candidates nearly everywhere in the country. Constituency organizations needed individual members of the party where trade unions were weak, and it now became possible to join the Labour Party directly for the first time. This, in turn, demanded a clear party program. It was drafted by Sidney Webb, the Fabian, III, and appealed to the producers by hand and by brain. Inevitably, the program had a socialist ring, demanding common ownership of the means of production. A national party needed also its own foreign policy, and where could it turn for ideas? Only to the Union of Democratic Control, which had been preaching an alternative foreign policy ever since the outbreak of war. In practical terms, this meant the return of MacDonald as Henderson's partner, or even as unacknowledged leader. The new Labour Party, with its national organization and socialist program, threatened both liberals and extremists. On the one hand, Labour offered a new party of the left, not associated with past failures and free from the liberal trammels with the privileged classes. Labour found new causes for the people, just when the traditional liberal issues of home rule, free trade, and non-sectarian education no longer made hearts beat faster. In particular, radical critics of conventional foreign policy, such as Charles Trevelyan, swarmed into the Labour Party, without reflecting on the socialism to which they were also being committed. At the same time, the Labour Party, being still financed by the trade unions and largely controlled by them too, was a barrier against extremism, just when this extremism was receiving new stimulus from the Russian Revolution. It is not surprising that Lenin saw in MacDonald and Henderson the rocks on which European communism foundered. Nor was it only the Communist Party, yet unborn, which was thwarted by Henderson's new model. Ultimately the ILP, too, was ruined. Socialists could now join the Labour Party as individual members. They no longer needed the ILP as intermediary, and it became a diminishing sect. Labour, with its loose federal organization, had room for all sorts and sizes, from cautious trade unionists without a creed to revolutionary shop stewards or middle-class idealists on condition that they observed certain broad limits of loyalty. Many were tempted to break away. They were restrained, or their revolt was rendered futile, by the fact that only the Labour Party could tap the flow of funds from the political levee star. This, in the last resort, sustained the Labour Party as decisively as subscriptions from the Dukes had once sustained the Whigs. The threat from Labour lay in the future. At the moment, Lloyd George feared only the Squiffets, to the followers of Asquith, now seated on the opposition benches. Asquith claimed to be giving the government independent support, as Law had done for the Liberals in the first 9 months of the war. There was a difference. Law had sustained the Liberal government against his own backbenchers. Asquith hoped to turn the Lloyd George government out, so far as he hoped for anything. Yet Asquith, as leader of the opposition, proved a godsend to Lloyd George. It only needed the question Asquith or Lloyd George as Prime Minister, and the most discontented Unionists cowered into silence. Asquith could not even reunite the Liberals. After all, what could he reunite them on except his divine right to be Prime Minister forever? The old dispute between laissez-faire and controlled economy had been settled by events. Even Runciman no longer denounced convoys or food rationing. An opposition to a war government might have been expected to urge peace by negotiation, but decisive victory was the one point on which Asquith never wavered. Indeed, he and his followers, in their anxiety not to be tarred with peace by negotiation, failed even to formulate war aims, leaving this task first to Labour and then to Lloyd George. On the other side, Lloyd George was deterred from following up the openings for a negotiated peace which presented themselves in 1917 partly by the fear that Asquith would buckle on the armour of the knockout blow if he himself laid it off. 3. Asquith, in view of his previous record, could hardly claim to run the war better than the existing government. But others could make the claim. On May 10, 1917, Lloyd George held a secret session, apparently to prepare the ground for direction of labour and food rationing. Though he spoke well, he caught Churchill behind the Speaker's chair, and, says Churchill, from that day, I became his colleague. 2 months later, Churchill was made Minister of Munitions. The Unionists protested in vain. Lloyd George could not allow Churchill to rage untamed. The appointment was cloaked by a general reshuffle of ministers who had not come up to expectations. Lloyd George's most skillful stroke was to send Northcliffe on a special mission to America, where he proved surprisingly successful. There was another important consequence. Addison, dislodged by Churchill from munitions, was made Minister of Reconstruction. Under his direction, committees surveyed practically every aspect of British life. Much of this was window dressing, to allay Labour discontent. Many of the plans were never executed. Nevertheless, it was a startling recognition of the obligations which the state owed to its citizens and a first attempt to bring public affairs into some kind of rational order. Reconstruction brought also the end to an old sang which had haunted politics for more than 100 years. It virtually completed parliamentary, or strictly franchise, reform. The existing householder or occupancy franchise dating from 1885, though often called democratic, gave the vote only to 3 adult males out of 5, and of course women did not have the vote. Radicals were also aggrieved that there was no limit to the number of votes an owner of property could cast so long as he cast them in different constituencies. The pre-war register was flagrantly out of date. A new one, on the same basis, could not include the millions of men in the services. Yet it would be monstrously unjust to leave them out. And if men serving their country were to be enfranchised, why not women in the services also? The problem came to a head in 1916 when there was talk of a general election. Asquith, in his usual fashion, ran away from it. He first asked the House of Commons to decide. When it refused, he remitted the problem to a conference, presided over by the Speaker. This conference reported soon after Lloyd George became Prime Minister. It unanimously recommended a 6 months 5 residence qualification, instead of occupancy, and 1 plural vote only. A majority also recommended votes for women on the old occupancy basis, at a higher age than for men. The War Cabinet backed the report, even though over 100 Unionists, led by Carson, protested against it. Only women's suffrage was 94. A nation at war, 1916-18 left to a free vote of the House, and even here opposition was small. Most members agreed with Asquith, previously an opponent of votes for women, when he said, "Some years ago I ventured to use the expression, 'Let the women work out their own salvation.' Well, sir, they have worked it out during this war. The bill passed the House of Commons in December 1917. It was held up by a dispute with the House of Lords over the rival merits of proportional representation and the alternative vote, neither of which was in the end adopted at all seriously. The act, which became law in June 1918, marked the victory of the radical principle one man, one vote, except for the university seats and a second vote for business premises, both of which survived until 1948. The act added more voters to the register than all its predecessors put together. It settled in principle the question of votes for women, which had caused so much turmoil before the war. Yet it went through almost without fuss. War smoothed the way for democracy, one of the few things to be said in its favor. One franchise reform and reconstruction had little appeal in the autumn of 1917. The war was going badly, except at sea. There had been military failure on the Western Front. In October the Germans, stiffening the Austro-Hungarian army, broke through the Italian lines at Caporetto and almost reached Venice. In November the Bolsheviks seized power in Russia and at once signed an armistice with the Germans. They proposed negotiations for a general peace. When the Allies refused to join them, they negotiated alone with the Central Powers. Russia was clearly out of the war, the Eastern Front had ceased to exist. Lansdowne took the opportunity to refurbish his proposal of a year before for a compromise peace and published it in the Daily Telegraph. 21 He had supporters even within the government. The British Entente or alliance with Russia had always been an uneasy affair, imposed only by the greater threat from Germany. Now it had gone. Why not swing back to the support of Germany so far as Eastern Europe was concerned? Milner, the protagonist of Empire, strongly urged this view. If the Germans would renounce their lost colonies, abandon their useless navy, and respect the independence of Great Britain's continental outposts, Belgium and France, then they could retain their eastern spoils, including the rich Ukraine. Thus Germany would be satisfied, and Eastern Europe preserved from Bolshevism. One here was a sketch for the program which Hitler was to lay down later in Mein Kampf and which he was allegedly to apply when he came to power. It is not surprising that the members of Milner's kindergarten were, in the 1930s, apostles of appeasement. At the time, the policy did not bite. On the one side, the rulers of Imperial Germany, more ambitious than Hitler, sought to dominate the West as well as the East. On the other, the British people, as distinct from sophisticated statesmen like Milner, were obstinately set on the defeat of Germany. On November 2 Ben Tillet, the only rogue candidate to repeat Pemberton Billings' success, defeated Asquith with the old cry of a more energetic conduct of the war. Public opinion had little idea how this could be done. Indeed, its restlessness took some odd forms. For instance, sudden panic swept the country about the distribution of food, a panic as unreasoning as the great fear which had accompanied the French Revolution. The food position was in fact better than it had been earlier in the year. The wheat harvest of 1917 was the best of the century. Supplies of meat and fat were coming in faster. Yet, without warning, people everywhere took alarm and bought food irrationally. There were disappointed queues at every butcher's and grocer's shop. The Ministry of Food had to introduce rationing helter-skelter early in 1918, not at all because food was scarce, but simply to allay this strange disturbance. There was no intention of reducing the consumption of food. The ration book was a promise that all demands would be met, as indeed they were, and, since people took up their full ration, consumption slightly increased. This was war psychology at its most mysterious. There was another outbreak with more sinister consequences. The cry for reprisals against German air attacks was common to all demagogues. The experts, such as they were, opposed the so demand. They held that aeroplanes were best used in cooperation with the army at the front, to act as observers for the artillery, to fight the enemy fighters, and to carry out tactical bombing. This did not suit public opinion at home. Smuts stepped into the breach, his first assignment as a member of the War Cabinet. His report, completed in October 1917, was an epoch-making document. There stem from it all the great achievements of our contemporary civilization: the indiscriminate destruction of cities in the Second World War, the nuclear bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and the present preparations for destroying mankind. Smuts laid down that, given enough aeroplanes, the enemy could be brought to his knees without fighting on land at all. This did not merely endorse the popular demand for reprisals. It was another version of the Gallipoli dream, a way of achieving decisive victory without mass casualties. Lloyd George naturally snatched at it. An independent air ministry was set up under Rothermere. One Trenchard, head of the Royal Flying Corps, was made Chief of Staff to the Royal Air Force, and, when he quarrelled with Rothermere, given command of an independent air force in France, with the task of bombing Germany into submission. Trenchard never got the 100 squadrons which he demanded. His highest effective force was 9. His independent force achieved nothing. Nevertheless, he insisted that victory by air power alone was theoretically possible, and he riveted this doctrine on the RAF after the war. This was probably the most permanent, certainly the most disastrous, legacy of the First World War. The air offensive had no relevance at the time except as a demagogic gesture. Lloyd George sought other means of holding the people to his side. They had to be told more clearly what they were fighting for, particularly when the unmannerly Bolsheviks discredited Allied war aims by publishing the secret treaties. Besides, Labour took up the running. In December 1917 the Labour Party and the TUC agreed on a joint statement of war aims, which had been drafted mainly by MacDonald. This was almost indistinguishable from the program which the UDC had been preaching since the beginning of the war. There was the same repudiation of secret diplomacy, the same refusal to discriminate between enemies and allies, the same emphasis on reconciliation with Germany, an outlook far removed from that of most supporters of the government in the House of Commons. Nevertheless, Lloyd George endorsed the program unreservedly when he spoke to a conference of trade union leaders on January 5, 1918. "We are not fighting a war of aggression against the German people. Nor are we fighting to destroy Austria-Hungary or to deprive Turkey of its capital, or of the rich and renowned lands of Asia Minor and Thrace. There must be reparation and independence for Belgium. We mean to stand by the French democracy to the death in the demand they make for a reconsideration of the great wrong of 1871. There should be an independent Poland, and the nationalities of Austria-Hungary should receive genuine self-government on true democratic principles. Above all, a great attempt must be made to establish by some international organization an alternative to war as a means of settling international disputes." This was the fullest statement of British war aims made in the course of the war. It had been formally approved beforehand by the King, by the governments of the Dominions, and by Asquith and Grey on behalf of the opposition. Yet it was made to a trade union conference, not to the House of Commons, a striking illustration of Lloyd George's offhand attitude towards traditional institutions. His appeal to great moral principles carried the day with the trade unionists. Moreover, he received a practical reward. The unions, after some embarrassing questions about the conscription of wealth, agreed to a more rigorous comb-out in the factories. Manpower was indeed now the most pressing problem. Haig demanded 600,000 men in order to maintain Kitchener's arbitrary target of 70 divisions. A committee of the War Cabinet attempted to define priorities. They put the Navy 3 and Air Force first, next, the Merchant Navy, shipbuilding and coal mining, and, after these, the manufacture of tanks and aeroplanes, finally, the production of food and timber. The army could then have what was left over. The War Cabinet, guessing blindly, thought this would be 150,000 men. It turned out to be less than 60,000. Haig and Robertson cast envious eyes on the 2 million men in the Near and Middle East. Lloyd George resisted them. The fighting here had produced great victories which, in popular opinion at any rate, did something to atone for the failures in France. The army of Mesopotamia was in Baghdad. The army of Palestine took Jerusalem in December 1917. The oil of the Middle East was falling into British hands, while the conquest of Palestine enabled the British government to win the favor of Jews in the United States and perhaps in Central Europe also by promising that there should be a national home in Palestine for the Jews. One Lloyd George was unshakably convinced that these victorious armies could somehow defeat even Germany if they swept on far enough. Robertson waved Lloyd George's proposals aside, asserting the unique importance of the Western Front as dogmatically as Lloyd George rejected it. Yet Robertson, too, contributed his bit towards limiting the flow of men to France. On his authority, the reserve of 120,000 men, destined for France, was held in England partly for the quaint reason that it was economically better that they should spend their pay at home. 2. Lloyd George wished to grasp the supreme direction for himself. His immediate target was Robertson, though he would have been glad to get rid of Haig as well. Lloyd George trembled before acting. The king supported his generals. The Unionist backbenchers had unquestioning faith in them. Asquith was ready to take up their cause for want of anything better. Lloyd George made out, and perhaps believed, that there was a cabal to enthrone a government which would be practically the nominee and menial of the military party. 5. 1. He sought a way round. He played again the card of Allied cooperation, as he had done earlier with Nivelle. In November 1917, at his prompting, a Supreme War Council, composed of the Allied prime ministers and specially appointed military advisers, was set up at Versailles. The council was supposed to provide a coordinated direction of the war, and so, to some extent, it did. Its subordinate bodies pulled together Allied resources, particularly in finance and shipping. 2. In the military field it proved ineffective. Robertson refused to work with the Versailles Council. He alarmed the Liberal opposition. There was a stir of isolationist complaint in the House of Commons. Lloyd George ran away. The Supreme Council, he explained, had no powers, it could only discuss and advise. As to an Allied generalissimo, personally, I am utterly opposed to that suggestion. In February 1918 Lloyd George tried again. The Supreme Council resolved to set up a general reserve of British and French divisions, under the control of its own military advisers. If this scheme operated, grand strategy would be determined in Versailles, not by the CIGS in London. Once more Robertson resisted. He refused either to go to Versailles himself or to remain CIGS with reduced powers. The King and Asquith rallied to his support. Derby, Lord Robert Cecil, and Walter Long threatened to resign. Curzon from within the War Cabinet hinted that he would join them, playing with both sides as he had done in December 1916. Only Milner and Law stood by Lloyd George. This time he resolved to fight. He challenged the Commons to turn the government out. He told the King's Secretary, if His Majesty insisted upon Robertson's remaining in office, the King would have to find other ministers. 3. Opposition crumbled before this. The Commons did not divide, the King explained that he had been misunderstood. On February 18 Robertson read in the morning papers that he had resigned. He was given the command in eastern England, a good joke at the expense of an uncompromising Westerner. One Sir Henry Wilson, the new CIGS, was as much a Westerner as Robertson, or even more so. His pre-war plans had caused the British Army to join the French front in the first place. But, unlike most generals, he knew how to cajole civilians in high places, tracks though he called them. Henceforth the War Cabinet had an articulate military advisor, who listened to Lloyd George's ideas and occasionally carried them out. There was a flaw in Lloyd George's victory. At the last moment Haig adroitly abandoned Robertson and declared that he was prepared to accept whatever was decided by the cabinet. Smuts, after touring the Western Front, reported that there was no one better to take Haig's place. Perhaps he did not look very far, too. Perhaps Lloyd George shrank from tackling the King's favorite. At any rate, Haig survived. The upheaval, in any case, came too late. Lloyd George lost freedom of strategic decision just when he thought he had won it. In previous years the Allies were on the offensive and could debate whether to fight in France or somewhere else. In 1918 the Germans decided to strike in France before the Americans arrived in overwhelming numbers, and therewith the Allies had their strategy settled for them. They had to fight on the Western Front, whether they would or no. Ludendorff, who directed German strategy, had exactly the same aim as Haig, though, of course, in the reverse direction. He, too, planned to break through in Flanders and then to swing round behind a line of fortified trenches. He had devised a new and, as he hoped, a more successful method. Far from attacking in Flanders, he would begin his offensive on the Somme, further south, and would strike at the vital point only when the British forces had been drawn away from it. Nor did Ludendorff propose to repeat Haig's heavy casualties. He had made tactical improvements also: no warning bombardment beforehand, attack by surprise, and advance against the weak spots, leaving the pockets of resistance to be dealt with later. The German preparations, though made in great secrecy, did not pass unobserved. British intelligence officers warned Haig. He refused to move troops from Flanders, perhaps for sound defensive reasons, perhaps still dreaming of a renewed offensive there. Nor did he ensure that the forces actually on the Somme were in strong positions. He was confident that the German offensive would be halted, as his own had been. On March 21 the Germans attacked on the Somme, exactly at the join between the British and French armies. Heavy fog completed the surprise. The British line was blown wide open. Within a few days, the Germans advanced 40 miles. The British army was composed now of wartime soldiers, trained only for the trenches. They were unprepared for a war of movement and fell back in disarray once they were driven out of their fortified positions. Haig faced defeat in the field. Only Lloyd George rose and dismayed to the height of the crisis. On March 23 he took over direction of the War Office from the helpless Derby. He found, to his surprise, that 88,000 men were home on leave. With Maclay's assistance, transports were stepped up from 8,000 to 30,000 men a day. Beforehand, Haig had said that he could hold the Germans without the reserve for 18 days. Lloyd George got it over to him in a week. On March 28 Lloyd George acted independently at the Foreign Office also. Without consulting Balfour, he telegraphed to President Wilson, appealing for the immediate use of American troops on the battlefield. Wilson responded. He overruled his own commander, Pershing, as Lloyd George had wished to overrule his own generals. The Allies were not only retreating. They were falling apart. Haig proposed to cover the Channel ports. Pétain prepared to cover Paris. Combined strategy had ceased to exist. Haig, once its opponent, was now ready for it, if it brought him French assistance. On March 26 Milner crossed to France, on behalf of the War Cabinet. A conference with the French was held at Doullens. Pétain prophesied capitulation first for Haig, then for himself. Foch insisted that the Germans would stop, if resisted hard enough. On Milner's initiative, Foch was empowered to coordinate the action of the Allied armies. On April 3 a further conference at Beauvais, attended this time by Lloyd George, gave Foch the strategic direction of military operations. On April 14 the British War Cabinet named Foch Commander-in-Chief of the Allied armies. This impressive title, though acknowledged also by the Americans, gave Foch little real power. There was no inter-Allied staff, nor did the Allied commanders ever confer together. Foch shaped the battle to some extent by his control of the reserves, so long as the Allies were on the defensive. When their turn came to attack, Foch did little more than accept the pet schemes of the national commanders and hope for the best. In his own words, he was merely a conductor who beat time well. The Germans still beat the time in the spring of 1918. Their first offensive against the British from 21 to March 28 carried them forward across the old battlefields of the Somme. Their second blow from 9 to April 25, also against the British, brought them less gain, though it provoked Haig's despairing cry, "With our backs to the wall and believing in the justice of our cause each one of us must fight to the end." In England this sentence was ranked with Nelson's last message. At the front, the prospect of staff officers fighting with their backs to the walls of their luxurious chateaux had less effect. After a month's pause, the Germans struck against the French and advanced across the Marne to within 40 miles of Paris. On each occasion, Ludendorff was lured by success into prolonging his attack without purpose. Each offensive ended with the Allied line unbroken and the Germans in an awkward bulge or salient, the sides of which threatened to close in behind them. Hagen, the decisive stroke in Flanders, was still delayed. Meanwhile, the Allied armies grew stronger. 500,000 men were added to the British forces in France, some from Palestine, most of them from England. The Americans had 20 even divisions in France by the end of July, 34 by the end of the war. Most of them had been brought over in British ships. Their equipment of guns, tanks, and aeroplanes came almost entirely from British and French factories. The war against the U-boats continued with full intensity. During 1918 the British and Americans laid a line of mines from Norway to the north coast of Scotland. Young naval officers favored a more aggressive policy. On April 23 Sir Roger Keyes, now in command of the Dover Patrol, attacked the U-boats in their wasps' nests at Ostend and Zeebrugge. The attempt at Ostend was a failure. 3 block ships were sunk at Zeebrugge, though the channel was not completely closed. In any case, Ostend and Zeebrugge were less used by U-boats than the British imagined. Still, this was a romantic venture and brought a gleam of light during the days of gloom. The dark hour before the dawn produced a fresh stir of discontent in England. The War Cabinet solemnly consulted Bottomley, the soldier's friend, about popular feeling and perhaps even offered him a place in the government. Pemberton Billing, the other leading demagogue, was the triumphant hero in a libel action, brought against him by the dancer Maud Allen, when he made great play with a black book, allegedly in German hands, and which was supposed to contain the names of 47,000 British perverts in high places. Among the names were those of Mr. and Mrs. Asquith, not, however, that of Lloyd George. The case, though no doubt trivial, was a striking illustration of the disrepute into which the governing class had fallen. The most powerful outcry was still against Slacker's star. Lloyd George responded by raising the age of compulsory military service to 50. This was no more than a dramatic gesture. None of the men now conscripted served on the battle front. A more unfortunate gesture went with it. Backbenchers complained against the new drafts while Ireland remained free from compulsion. Informed opinion, including even Carson, was against extending compulsion to Ireland. It would merely provoke resistance and would need more British soldiers to enforce it than it brought in. Lloyd George thought he saw yet another way round. Just at this moment, the convention, which had been trying to find a solution of the Irish question, announced that it had failed. Ulster had been unyielding. The problem was back on the government's desk. Something had to be done, if only to conciliate Irish opinion in the United States. Lloyd George therefore extended compulsion to Ireland, with an assurance that it would be applied only when she received Home Rule. In this way, he hoped, the Unionists would swallow Home Rule, and the Irish would swallow compulsion. The maneuver did not work. The Irish were not won over by the distant promise of Home Rule. The Irish nationalist M.P.S. left the House in a body, most of them never to return, and joined hands with the Sinn Féiners. De Valera became the acknowledged leader of the Irish people. The Roman Catholic hierarchy, which had hitherto kept aloof from politics, denounced conscription as an oppressive and inhuman law which the Irish have a right to resist by every means that are consonant with the laws of God. 5. The congregations at Mass the following Sunday pledged themselves to resist conscription. On April 23 a general strike closed all Ireland, including the bars, for 24 hours, except in Belfast. The British government hastily invented a German plot. The Sinn Féin leaders were arrested and sent to prison again in England. French was made viceroy, to rule by military force. The talk of Home Rule was dropped in Lloyd George's evasive phrase, it passed for the time. One conscription disappeared also, it was never applied in Ireland. The withdrawal came too late. This was the decisive moment at which Ireland seceded from the Union. Ludendorff, though he lost the war for Germany by his great offensive, also caused the British Empire to lose Ireland. Lloyd George faced more immediate dangers at home. Under cover of the crisis in France, he got rid of Derby in April and sent Milner to the War Office to civilian control asserted there at last. Robertson's satellite, Sir Frederick Maurice, who relinquished at this moment his post as Director of Military Operations, feared that a new intrigue was brewing against Haig. He resolved to thwart it. Disregarding the rule against public criticism of official superiors, he wrote to the Times on May 7 and accused Lloyd George of lying to the House of Commons about the strength of the British Army in France. At the beginning of 1918. This was really a dead issue. There was no sense in quarreling over the past, but in these uneasy days nerves were on edge, and few men judged sanely. The Squiffets thought that their chance had come. They pushed Asquith into demanding a select committee to inquire into the truth of Morris's allegations. Lloyd George and Law at first lost courage. They offered an inquiry by 2 judges. Asquith refused the offer. Lloyd George had to face battle. He had the great asset that the attack came from Asquith. Carson, himself a virulent critic, attended a meeting of Unionist backbenchers, and reported sadly, "Their hate of Asquith overrides all other considerations, and they will not back him tomorrow." One Lloyd George developed an unexpectedly good case. With miraculous sleight of hand, he showed that the figures of manpower which Maurice impugned, had been supplied from the War Office by Morris's department. Asquith, supinely obstinate to the last, did not withdraw his motion. 98 Liberals voted for it, and 1 Unionist, even Carson, voted with the government. 3 The attack had been bungled, as were most things which Asquith, or for that matter Maurice, had a hand in. The conspirators, if such they were, forgot the advice of F. E. Smith: "The man who enters into real and fierce controversy with Mr. Lloyd George must think clearly, think deeply, and think ahead. Otherwise he will think too late, for the Maurice debate, though irrelevant to the war, was of historic importance." The official opposition had divided the House against the government for the only time in the war. The Liberal Party was split in two, a split which was never healed. On May 9, 1918, the historic Liberal Party committed suicide. Maybe liberalism was dying in any case. It was a strange fate that the final sacrifice should be made on behalf of generals and against the authority of civilian government. Lloyd George triumphed in Parliament. The Maurice debate marked the beginning of his personal dictatorship. Yet, just at this time, his power was being sapped elsewhere. Lloyd George was a demagogue. He owed his power to the people, not to party. He was a great individual, not a party leader. The people to whom he appealed were unorganized, like himself. But there was now also an organized people, the workers in the factories. Where once the typical man of the people had been a shopkeeper, he was now a shop steward. With him Lloyd George's magic failed to work. In the summer of 1918 there was a new wave of strikes, concerned less with wages than with questions of status: a strike by munition workers in Coventry against further dilution, a strike by the London police for recognition of their union, strikes by the cotton workers against their humiliating dependence on their rota. Churchill, though previously generous with increased wages, wanted firm action, and indeed broke the strike at Coventry by threatening to draft the strikers into the army. Lloyd George met the strikers with soft words, and some concessions. The strikes were not only alarming in themselves, particularly the unparalleled display of working-class feeling by the guardians of public order. Unlike the strikes of previous years, they were led by the union leaders, themselves driven on by pressure from the shop stewards. The political Labour Party, too, was breaking away. In May Labour actually ran a candidate in a by-election at Wansbeck against the official coalition nominee and nearly won. Though England was still far from the conditions which had produced revolution in Russia, patriotic unity was fading. The working classes resented the great profits of the bosses. Class conflict was waiting round the corner while the great battles were still being fought. To counter this feeling, an attempt was made to formulate more clearly the great ideals of the British cause. The attempt happened more or less by accident. Hitherto opinion had been left much at the mercy of the press, from pacifists and socialists on one side to Bottomley on the other. The press bureau had only a negative function, to prevent the publication of news which might be of use to the enemy. A few papers were prosecuted for breaches of security, none for expressing unwelcome opinions. 2. In February 1918 a Ministry of Information was set up under Beaverbrook. 1. Theoretically this had no concern with opinion at home. One department, under Rudyard Kipling, aimed at American and Allied opinion, a second, under Rothermere, at the neutrals. The most important conducted enemy propaganda, an innovation as remarkable in its way as the tank or the aeroplane and, like them, still in an experimental stage when the war ended. Since the press was, at this time, the only means, apart from speeches, of influencing opinion at home, it was supposed that newspapermen were the ones to employ also against the enemy. Beaverbrook, himself a beginner in this field, therefore called in Northcliffe, who suspended his attacks on the government in order to turn his talents against the Huns. His political grasp was small. He understood how to spread ideas, not how to manufacture them. He brought to his new post a delight in ingenious methods. Balloons deluged Germany with news of Allied successes, and the German lines with certificates promising good treatment for those who surrendered. Northcliffe had nothing to contribute when it came to policy. He turned to the enthusiasts for a better world, men convinced that the war was being fought for great ideals, and almost convinced that these ideals would win the war of themselves. H. G. Wells and Wickham Steed, for instance, rejoiced that they could now define British policy without waiting for directives from the government, least of all when expressed in the icy tones of the Foreign Office. Crewe House, Northcliffe's headquarters, probably did not do much to shake enemy morale, certainly less than enemy writers later alleged. But it committed Great Britain firmly to the League of Nations and to the cause of national self-determination. The government trailed behind Northcliffe for want of anything better. In June they committed themselves to a united and independent Poland with free access to the sea. In August they recognized a national council, headed by Masaryk, as the present trustee of the future Czechoslovak government. They would have endorsed Yugoslav ambitions also, had it not been for Italian objections. These acts did not destroy the Habsburg monarchy. It was destroyed by defeat in war, and then abandoned by its peoples. But, thanks to Crewe House, national liberation, when it came, was, or seemed to be a victory for the British cause. Lloyd George and Balfour welcomed this outcome. Lloyd George's Welsh heart responded eagerly to the call of small peoples, and it gave him material for a peroration. Balfour, once the hardest opponent of the national principle in Ireland, was now the most resolute for destroying German hegemony. Others were more hesitant. None of the military leaders believed that the war could be won in 1918. Sir Henry Wilson reported on July 25 that the decisive battle might be fought in July 191. G1 Smuts told the War Cabinet on August 14 that the war would probably last until 1920, and asked, was that worthwhile? He and Milner still pressed for a compromise peace, which would allow Germany to keep her gains in Eastern Europe on condition that she withdrew in the West. In July 1918 Allied forces began to intervene in Russia, ostensibly to revive an eastern front against the Germans, but with the hope also that the Bolsheviks would somehow be accidentally overthrown in the process. Hostility against the Germans merged easily into anti-Bolshevism, particularly with those who saw Bolshevism in every movement of industrial unrest at home. The advocacy of Smuts and Milner for a compromise peace, though not their anti-Bolshevism, was overtaken by events. On July 15 the Germans staged their last offensive against the French. It miscarried within 3 days. Ludendorff was already in Flanders, waiting to give orders for the decisive blow there, when news arrived of the failure further south. On July 20 Hagen was called off. The German attempt at victory was over. Initiative was passing to the Allies. There was little new in their strategy. Foch had been saying, attack, attack, on every occasion since the Battle of the Marne in 1914. Haig had been prophesying an early German collapse ever since the Battle of the Somme. Now the facts caught up with their preconceived theories. On August 8 the British attacked in front of Amiens, in order to protect the railway junction there. 456 tanks were used in massed formation. The success was almost as great as that of Cambrai, though, once again, the means were lacking with which to widen the break in the German lines. Haig had, however, learned a lesson from his previous failures, and Ludendorff Fs. He stopped the attack short after a couple of days, instead of creating an unwieldy salient, and started a second attack at another point, where the Germans had depleted their reserves in order to stem the first advance. These sharp jabs compelled the Germans to fall back in one place after another, and then to withdraw their whole line. In September Foch adopted the same method, without acknowledgement, along the entire Allied front. All the armies were now on the move for the first time since the Battle of the Marne. Previous battles had been fought with limited forces. Only 22 British divisions, for example, were engaged at the height of the fighting on the Somme. By September 1918 more than 90 divisions were often in action on each side on the same day. Even now the German line was never broken for more than a few hours. The tanks were clumsy instruments, as likely to break down from mechanical failures as to be destroyed by enemy gunfire. They, and still more the supporting infantry, soon outran their supplies. Though a good deal of motor transport was now used more for munitions than to move men, the British Army, like those of its allies, was still basically dependent first on railways, and, nearer the front, on carts drawn by horses. Petrol for the tanks and motor vehicles had to come in 2-gallon cans from the depots at Calais and Rouen, and this limited the supply drastically. Manpower, too, was not inexhaustible. Though the Allies could count on an American army of 5 million men in 1919, they had to make do until then with what they had in hand, and, as always happened, Allied casualties again exceeded the German once they went over to the offensive. Strategy, too, did not work out. Foch wanted a great encircling movement, attacking the Germans on the two extreme wings, the British in Flanders, and the Americans towards Metz. The American offensive, conducted in the old battering ram fashion, broke off short. The main British strength was too far south. The French armies, which also attacked, were in the center. Hence, Allied successes pushed back the German center instead of turning the flanks, and so, by compelling the Germans to shorten their line, actually improved their position. Soon, it seemed, the Allied drive would slow down, and the Germans would then stand in a strong defensive position. Final victory still appeared remote. Northcliffe said in September, "None of us will live to see the end of the war." Ludendorff was still confident that his armies would survive the Allied onslaught and that Germany would then get favorable terms in a peace of general exhaustion. But now the rear of the Central Powers began to crumble. On September 19 Allenby destroyed the last Turkish army at the Battle of Megiddo. A few weeks later he entered Damascus. In mid-September also, the armies which had mouldered at Salonika so long, at last moved northwards. The Bulgarians, who had done no fighting since 1915, decided that it was now too late to begin and signed an armistice on September 29. The way was open for the Allies to break into Central Europe. Ludendorff had no forces to send against them. On September 29 he told the German government that they must seek an armistice at once, so that he could snatch a breathing space and consolidate his defensive line. The German government did not like this proposal. They wished to secure a statement of peace terms from the Allies before seeking an armistice. Ludendorff, however, was insistent, and German military authority prevailed over civilian for the last time. On October 4 the German government appealed to President Wilson for an immediate armistice and for the opening of peace negotiations. The German approach to Wilson only, and not to the other belligerents, was deliberate. They believed that they could get softer terms from the idealistic president. They believed, too, that, by professing a similar idealism, they could drive a wedge between the United States and the Allies. Wilson responded to this approach. He had little faith in the high principles of the Allies, and reverted eagerly to his old position as an impartial mediator. In this way he hoped first to tie the Germans to the 14 points, and then to force these points on the Allies with German assistance. For nearly 3 weeks Wilson and the Germans negotiated alone. Some of the Allies took alarm. The French, and still more the Italians, wished to formulate their own peace terms, in defiance of the 14 points. Some British ministers also wished to protest. Lloyd George damped down the discontent. He knew that the Allies could not risk a real breach with the United States. Also, as a magician with words himself, he was confident that the 14 points could be made to mean everything or nothing according to the ingenuity of their interpreter. The Germans accepted the 14 points on October 23. The Supreme War Council considered them only on November 4. House, Wilson's personal representative, threatened that America might make a separate peace if the Allies hesitated. Lloyd George held out firmly against the freedom of the seas. He said, "The English people will not look at it. On this point the nation is absolutely solid." House was satisfied with an assurance that the point should be discussed, though without prior commitment, at the peace conference. The French also managed to insert a claim to compensation from Germany for all damage done to the civilian population of the Allies and to their property by the aggression of Germany by land, by sea, and from the air. The Italians tried to make reservations about their territorial claims under the Treaty of London. They were told that these had nothing to do with terms for Germany and were browbeaten into silence. The Supreme War Council then accepted the 14 points with the British and French reservations. In this roundabout way, the British and the Allies generally, having failed to lay down precisely their war aims against Germany, had their terms defined for them by the American president, a commitment which some of them later regretted. The armistice terms were also arrived at in a roundabout way. Wilson referred the Germans to the commanders in the field for an armistice, as soon as they accepted the 14 points. There were hasty and confused discussions among the Allies. Haig believed that the Germans had still plenty of fight in them, and the Allies, apart from the British, not much. He would therefore have been content with a German withdrawal from Belgium and northern France. Pershing, on the other hand, in defiance of his president, did not want an armistice at all. He proposed to fight on until the Germans agreed to unconditional surrender. Foch rejected this. There was, he insisted, no case for continuing the war if the terms give us the desired results. Privately he meant to smuggle into the terms of armistice the gains which he hoped to see in the future treaty of peace. He wished to take the Rhineland for France and therefore made out that German evacuation of the left bank of the Rhine and Allied bridgeheads on the right bank were essential as security against any renewal of the war. The British cabinet did not like Foch's condition, but they had their own anticipation of the final settlement. They wished to ensure that the German navy should at once cease to exist, a condition which Foch, in his turn, did not like. The outcome was a horse trade. Foch agreed to demand the surrender, or internment, of the entire German battle fleet. The British agreed to the Allied occupation of the Rhineland. Both British and French tried to anticipate the future and grabbed at the first measures which came into their heads. These negotiations were conducted in a hugger-mugger of haste and confusion. The 14 points were being wrangled over at one moment, armistice terms were being drafted the next. Present apprehensions of German strength clashed with future apprehensions that Bolshevism would sweep across a weakened Europe. In intervals snatched from debating the future of the world, Lloyd George and Law debated political tactics. They decided to maintain the coalition and to hold a general election as soon as fighting stopped. On November 5 George V agreed reluctantly that Parliament should be dissolved. Henry Wilson, meanwhile, concluded every war survey by urging, yet again, that conscription be applied to Ireland. All the time, fighting went on. Men were being killed till the last moment, though now Allied casualties were eclipsed by the flood of Germans who surrendered. Real fever heightened the temperature. An epidemic of influenza spread across the world. Starting apparently in the Near East, it reached Central Europe in August, and England in October. Something like 3/4 of the population were struck down. Lloyd George himself was confined to bed for 10 days shortly after the armistice in Manchester Town Hall of all places. All told, some 150,000 English people died of influenza in the winter of 1918-19. The death roll was even more severe elsewhere. 16 million Indians died from influenza, a greater number than the total war deaths in all countries. No one can say whether the epidemic was peculiarly virulent or whether it found easy victims among peoples worn down by the hardships of war. In either case, it increased the tension during the autumn of 1918, just as its terrible predecessor of 1847 sharpened tempers before the revolutions of 1848. The end came abruptly. On October 30 the Ottoman government signed an armistice of surrender with the British admiral. On November 3 the Austro-Hungarian High Command concluded a similar armistice with the Italians. By then both Ottoman Empire and Habsburg Empire had ceased to exist. In Germany, news of the negotiations with President Wilson produced a general desire to have done with the war. The fleet mutinied when the Naval High Command prepared for a futile death ride against the British. Only the best units of the army showed any will to continue the fight. On November 7 the German armistice delegation passed through the lines. They were received in a railway carriage at Rethons by Foch and by Admiral Wemyss, chairman of the Allied Naval Command. They asked for an armistice. The agreed terms were handed to them. The German army was to withdraw behind the Rhine, large quantities of arms and railway equipment, all submarines and most battleships were to be interned, the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk was to be annulled, and all German troops in Eastern Europe withdrawn from beyond the German frontier of 1914. The Germans were in little condition to bargain. The Hohenzollern-Reich, too, though not Germany itself, was collapsing. On November 9 William II fled to Holland where he abdicated. A republic was proclaimed in Berlin. At 5 a.m. on 2 November the German delegation signed the armistice. It came into force at 11 a.m. At that moment, German troops were still everywhere on foreign soil, except for the tiny corner of Upper Alsace which the French had conquered in August 1914. Canadian forces entered Mons about an hour before the armistice and thus, appropriately, ended the war where the old contemptibles had begun it. In the fighting lines there was bewildered relief when the guns ceased to fire. There was no fraternization and little rejoicing. In England people were less restrained. Work ceased in shops and offices, as news of the armistice spread. Crowds surged through the streets, often led by airmen and Dominion troops on leave. Omnibuses were seized, and people in strange garments caroused on the open upper deck. A bonfire heaped against the plinth of Nelson's column in Trafalgar Square has left its mark to this day. Total strangers copulated in doorways, and on the pavements. They were asserting the triumph of life over death. The celebrations ran on with increasing wildness for 3 days, when the police finally intervened and restored order. The House of Commons met on the afternoon of November 11. Lloyd George read the armistice terms, and concluded, "I hope we may say that thus, this fateful morning, came to an end all wars." The House adjourned and gave thanks at St. Margaret's for the deliverance of the world from its great peril. The procession was led by the Speaker. Immediately following him, Lloyd George and Asquith walked side by side. They conversed about the progress of their respective daughters. Honest accounts with little to conceal. Of course it had paymasters, but at least everyone knew who they were. Note B. Peace negotiations in 1970s. These provided a fruitful ground for many a wistful asterisk if only. In later years, The most solid approach came from Charles, who had succeeded as Emperor of Austria in November 1916. He would have been glad enough to get out of the war on the basis of the status quo ante, or maybe with a new Habsburg Kingdom of Poland, and was ready to express a pious wish that Alsace-Lorraine should return to France. These negotiations broke down on two grounds. Austria-Hungary was incapable of breaking away from Germany even if her ruler wished to do so, still less could she actually turn against Germany, which is what the Allies really hoped for. The only ally fighting against Austria-Hungary was Italy, and the Italian statesmen refused to contemplate anything less than the full terms of the Treaty of London. Even then they wanted to defeat Austria-Hungary as well. Direct negotiations with Charles failed in May. They were renewed later in the year between Smuts and the former Austro-Hungarian envoy in London, Mensdorf, but these, too, always met the barrier that Austria-Hungary could not become independent of Germany until after the war. In the summer of 1917 Kielman, the German Secretary of State, attempted to initiate peace negotiations, first through the Vatican, later through Madrid. This attempt, too, was futile. The minimum Allied terms were always the complete restoration of Belgium and northeast France and, less avowedly, the return of Alsace-Lorraine to France. Kielman demanded the retention of the French iron fields by Germany and restrictions on Belgium's sovereignty in Germany's favor. All he offered in exchange was the cession of a tiny corner of Alsace. The negotiations, far from bringing the warring powers nearer together, drove them apart. Coleman's no, never in regard to Alsace-Lorraine provoked in return a British declaration, for the first time, that the return of Alsace-Lorraine to France was a British war aim. Belgium was the decisive stumbling block. This was the reason why Great Britain went to war, and no British statesman, not even the advocates of peace by negotiation, would accept anything less than complete independence and reparation, to which Germany would never agree except after total defeat. The true if only must therefore be if only Germany had not invaded Belgium. A singularly barren speculation. Million against 7 million before the war. 1 second vote could be cast either in a university constituency or for business premises. The City of London and a few other business constituencies such as Manchester Exchange, thus survived. The House of Commons, favouring single-member constituencies, wanted the alternative vote. The House of Lords wanted proportional representation, which involved the grouping of constituencies. In the end, the university constituencies got a form of alternative vote which changed the result on 9 occasions. Provision was also made for an experimental run of proportional representation in 100 constituencies of large towns, which returned 3 or more members. This experiment was never tried. All voting at a general election was to take place on the same day instead of being spread over several weeks, as it had been previously. The expenses of the returning officer were to be paid from public funds instead of by the candidates. As an alternative precaution against freaks, every candidate had to deposit £150, which he forfeited if he polled less than 1/8 of the total votes cast in his constituency. The act also included a redistribution of seats, aimed at creating uniform constituencies, each of about 70,000 inhabitants and each returning 1 member. 12 two-member boroughs, which did not merit increase to more than 2 or reduction to 1, were allowed to remain as anomalous survivals of a system which had once been universal. Only 4 were historic, i.e. went back to the beginning. Otherwise the distinction between boroughs and counties vanished, except that boroughs, being more compact, usually held their count the same evening, and counties the following day. The representation of 19th-century industrial England reached its highest point, just before its predominance began to wane. Conscientious objectors were disfranchised for 5 years after the war, a sad product of wartime bitterness. This clause was carried only by 209 to 171. The High Tory, Lord Hugh Cecil, was a teller for the minority. Note D. Lloyd George's war aims. Lloyd George's speech was not so unreservedly idealistic as it appeared on the surface. The German colonies were to be disposed of on the general principle of self-determination. In other words, they would not be returned to Germany. Again, though national Turkey was respected, the Straits were to be internationalized and neutralized, and Arabia, Armenia, Syria, and Palestine are in our judgment entitled to a recognition of their separate national conditions, meaning that they were to be largely partitioned between England and France. The recognition of Austria-Hungary was largely tactical, due to the fact that Smuts was still negotiating with Mensdorf in Switzerland for a compromise peace. Lloyd George had, of course, other aims beyond satisfying Labour. His speech was in part an answer to Lansdowne's appeal for peace by negotiation, in part an answer to the Bolshevik program of no annexations and no indemnities. It was also designed to forestall President Wilson's enunciation of the 14 points which followed a few days later. Lloyd George then claimed that his program and Wilson's were substantially the same star. Note E. The accusations made by General Maurice. Maurice challenged 3 government statements made in the House of Commons. On April 23, Bonner Law denied that the extension of the British line in France had been imposed on Hague by the Supreme War Council. On April 9, Lloyd George asserted that the British Army in France was stronger on January 1918 than on January 1917. On the same occasion, Lloyd George said that there were only 4 white divisions in the Middle East. Maurice alleged that all 3 statements were lies. Maurice was undoubtedly wrong regarding the first statement. The only extension of the British line which actually took place was arranged privately between Hague and Pétain before the Supreme War Council came into existence, though Hague very likely carried it out for fear of something worse. Maurice had not been present at the Supreme War Council when the question was discussed. He had been in the corridor at Versailles and evidently read more into Robertson's hot-tempered comments than he should have done. There was not much in the third charge. The vital question was as to the number of troops in France on January 1918. Lloyd George, in his speech on May 9, quoted a statement from the Department of Military Operations, Maurice's own department, that the combatant British troops in France were greater on January 1918 than on January 1917. This proved decisive. Maurice was overwhelmed. He came to the surface only in 1922 when he claimed that the department had made a mistake in its figures. He further claimed that the mistake had been detected and a correction sent to Lloyd George. Lloyd George, still Prime Minister in 1922, brushed aside Maurice's request for a further inquiry. However, there remained a suspicion, particularly among those who always believed the worst of Lloyd George, that he had bewitched the House of Commons on May 9, 1918 with figures which he knew to be wrong. A slightly different version appeared in 1956. Beaverbrook then published a passage from the diary of Frances Stevenson, who was in 1918 one of Lloyd George's secretaries and who became many years later his second wife. 1. The passage was written in October 1934. It records that, shortly after Lloyd George's statement of April 9, J.T. Davies, his principal private secretary, found the correction in a box which had accidentally not been opened. Davies put the correction in the fire, saying, "Only you and I, Francis, know of the existence of this paper." Was Davies deceiving his master or covering up for him? Either way, it was a sensational story. The truth is less sensational, as often happens. The figures which Lloyd George gave on April 9, 1918 were correct. There were more British troops in France on January 1918 than on January 1917. But the 1918 figure included some 300,000 troops working in labor battalions, transport, and other non-combatant services. A Unionist MP noticed this flaw and set down a question asking for the comparative figures of combatant troops. Macpherson, Parliamentary Undersecretary at the War Office, asked the Department of Military Operations for an answer. Maurice, though still technically director, was away in France, seeking the command of a division from Hague. A subordinate officer sent the figures to Macpherson: more combatant British troops in France on January 1918 than on January 1917. Macpherson gave this answer in the House of Commons on April 18. The officer in the DMO then noticed that he had made a mistake by including 113,000 troops in Italy. He sent a correction to Macpherson and also to Philip Kerr, another of Lloyd George's private secretaries. The correction came too late. The question had been asked and answered. Maurice, returning from France, cleared out his desk and handed over to his successor. He knew nothing of the figures supplied to Macpherson. Apparently he did not even read the Times for the days when he had been away. When the storm blew, Lloyd George told Hankey to assemble the material for his speech. Hankey looked through Hansard and came upon the devastating figures given by Macpherson on April 18. Neither Hankey nor Lloyd George could know that these figures had been corrected afterwards. On the other hand, neither Macpherson nor Kerr could know that Lloyd George was going to use these figures in his defense. Clearly Lloyd George acted in good faith. On May 13, 1918, Milner, now Secretary for War, told Lloyd George during the interval of JL Committee meeting that there had been a mistake in the figures supplied by the War Office. Lloyd George replied, he could not be held responsible for mistakes originating in General Morris's own department star. This remark was justified. The only person to blame in the affair was Maurice himself when he set the match to a political explosion without doing his homework. The Maurice affair affected Lloyd George in another, more remote way. No disciplinary action was taken against Maurice, the government deciding, wisely from their point of view, not to make him a martyr. Robert Donald, editor of the Daily Chronicle, made him military correspondent of the paper, which had hitherto given radical backing to Lloyd George. The latter was angry at this change of front and, shortly before the armistice, got his friend Dalziel, a press magnate whom he subsequently made appear to buy the Daily Chronicle. Donald was sacked overnight. The money to buy it came, either at once or a little later, from the fund which Lloyd George accumulated from the sale of honors. This purchase turned out a good speculation. The fund put in £1 million. In 1926 it sold out for £3 million to a syndicate, headed by Ewell, Cato, and Reading. The fund is generally held to have been a decisive element in discrediting Lloyd George. If this be so, Maurice, by provoking Lloyd George to a step which greatly increased the fund, helped him, in the end, on the road to political ruin. The 14 points 119. Note F. Wilson's 14 points, 1. Open covenants of peace, openly arrived at. 2. Absolute freedom of navigation upon the seas, alike in peace and in war. 3. The removal, so far as possible, of all economic barriers and the establishment of an equality of trade conditions. 4. Adequate guarantees given and taken that national armaments will be reduced to the lowest point consistent with domestic safety. 5. A free, open-minded, and absolutely impartial adjustment of all colonial claims. The interests of the populations concerned must have equal weight with the equitable claims of the government whose title is to be determined. 6. The evacuation of all Russian territory and such a settlement of all questions affecting Russia as will secure the best and freest cooperation of the other nations of the world. 7. Belgium must be evacuated and restored, without any attempt to limit the sovereignty which she enjoys in common with all other free nations. 8. All French territory should be freed and the invaded portions restored, and the wrong done to France by Prussia in 1871 in the matter of Alsace-Lorraine should be righted. 9. A readjustment of the frontiers of Italy should be effected along clearly recognizable lines of nationality. 10. The peoples of Austria-Hungary should be accorded the freest opportunity of autonomous development. 11. Romania, Serbia, and Montenegro should be evacuated, occupied territory restored, Serbia accorded free and secure access to the sea. 12. The Turkish portions of the present Ottoman Empire should be assured a secure sovereignty, but the other nationalities which are now under Turkish rule should be assured an undoubted security of life and an absolutely unmolested opportunity of autonomous development, and the Dardanelles should be permanently opened under international guarantee. 13. An independent Polish state should be erected, which should be assured a free and secure access to the sea. 14. A general association of nations must be formed under specific covenants for the purpose of affording mutual guarantees of political independence and territorial integrity to great and small states alike. 750,000 men from the United Kingdom were killed during the First World War. The Empire lost another 200,000, nearly a third of them Indians, in all, a death roll approaching 1 million. The price of victory, though high, was less than that paid by other countries. France, for instance, with a smaller population than the United Kingdom, had a death roll nearly twice as great, and felt the effects for many years afterwards. Moreover, perhaps a cynical consolation, the slaughter of war was less than the loss by emigration, mostly of able-bodied young men, which in the years immediately before the war had been running at nearly 300,000 per annum. Though the majority of these went to the Dominions, principally to Canada, many went to the United States, and the net result of the war was to make the loss of men less than it would have been if emigration had continued at its old rate. This was particularly true in Ireland, which contributed only 6% of its adult male population to the armed forces, as against 24% in Great Britain. 1. The mass killing of young men slightly increased the proportion of women in the population. 2. As a further scar, the war left 1.5 million men who were permanently weakened by wounds or the effects of gas. Moreover, war selected its victims in a peculiarly harsh way. Casualties were about 3 times heavier in proportion among junior officers than with common soldiers. This struck at the highest in the land. Asquith lost his eldest son, Law lost 2 sons. The roll of honor in every school and college bore witness to the talents which had perished, the men of promise born during the 1890s whose promise was not fulfilled. Though the death roll was not large enough to create statistically a lost generation, 3 there may have been an exaggerated sense of loss among those who survived. Or maybe the true misfortune of the war was that the older men remained obstinately alive. Most of the deaths were directly due to battle. The armies in Salonika and Mesopotamia were ravaged by malaria. Medical science protected the forces in France from typhoid and other fevers, which in the Boer War had killed 5 men for every 1 killed in battle. Shell shock was the new malady of the First World War, a psychological collapse due more to the despair and futility of trench warfare than to mere battering. In the more mobile campaigns outside Europe it rarely occurred. The worst remaining scourge was venereal disease, which affected something like 1 man in 5. The military authorities had no previous experience in dealing with a mass army and tried to pretend for some time that their men were only a little lower than the angels. French cooperation in organizing brothels, with some rudimentary medical control, was not enlisted until 1916, protective sheaths were not issued until 1917. In the end the problem was faced. Free treatment of venereal disease was the sole innovation in welfare, 5 directly attributable to the First World War. The civilian population suffered little physically, unless the deaths from influenza in the winter of 1918 to 1919 can be ascribed to the war. Less than 1,500 civilians were killed by enemy action from sea or air. There was some food shortage, due to bad distribution, before rationing was introduced in February 1918. Thereafter, rationing served to guarantee supplies, not to reduce consumption, and did so at moderate price. 1. The intake of calories, the only measure then known, almost kept up to the pre-war level. In other ways, of course, the civilian had a drab time. The diversion of labor to the army and to work on munitions had much the same effect as though 3.5 million men had been unemployed throughout the war years. 2. Clothing, shoes, furniture were scarce and often of poor quality, trains were fewer and slower, coal sometimes ran short, there was, in many areas, no street lighting. 1. Against this, there was no unemployment. Welfare services greatly increased, canteens and sometimes medical attention in the factories, hostels for war workers, care for soldiers' wives and families. Wages had lagged behind the cost of living until the summer of 1917. Then they almost caught up, though they slipped behind once more when prices ran away in the post-war boom. Unskilled labor benefited most. The gap between its wage rates and those of skilled labor was permanently narrowed by the war. Material loss was also slight, the gravest being the sinking of about 40% of the merchant fleet. Much of this was replaced during the last year of the war, and all soon afterwards. It was not long before the owners were complaining that they had too many ships. The cessation of many peacetime activities had a more damaging effect. Building of private houses stopped before the end of 1914, and the housing shortage became acute. By 1919, 610,000 new houses were needed. 2. The railways had been overworked, and much of their equipment was worn out. In the coal mines, the richest seams had been impatiently exploited. There had been no reorganization or regrouping, despite government control. Elsewhere, there had been much capital investment, often in ways harmful for the future. Shipbuilding resources, for instance, greatly exceeded normal needs. New steelworks had been created on the old sites near the ports, instead of on the more economical sites, such as Lincolnshire, near the ore fields. The steel industry between the wars had too much capital in the wrong places and too little in the right ones. Again, the Cotton Control Board had preserved intact the pattern of an industry which was both overcapitalized and capitalized wrongly, too much equipment for Indian, and not enough for Egyptian, cotton. Yet immediately after the war new capital was poured into the old pattern. Most of it was sheer loss. 3. On the other side, the army never went over thoroughly to mechanized transport and so failed to encourage the mass manufacture of automobiles. 4. The war, in short, promoted further expansion in industries of which Great Britain had already too much, and did little to promote industries which would be valuable for the future. The serious damage of the war was financial, not material. Before the war foreigners ran up large short-term debts in London. During the war Great Britain ran up short-term debts with foreign or Dominion countries, and the old-style creditor position was never restored. Privately owned investments abroad had been sold on government order, mainly to sustain the exchange value of the pound in the United States. Contemporary estimates put these sales at £850 million or even £1,000 million, le, nearly a quarter of the pre-war total. Later investigation reduced the figure to £550 million, and discovered as £250 million of new investment. 1. The net loss was therefore only about £300 million, not 2 years' investment on the pre-war average, and in fact more than replaced by 1928. Greater losses came afterwards from causes not directly due to paying for the war: the revolution in Russia and repudiation by South American states. These causes were often lumped together with the war in the popular mind. Debts between governments were larger. Great Britain lent about £1,825 million to her allies and borrowed £1,340 million. 2. These figures include transactions with the Dominions. More narrowly, the British government owed about £850 million to the United States and were themselves owed more than twice the sum by Allied governments, principally by Russia. The British would have done a good day's work for themselves and everyone else if they had proposed the general writing off of inter-Allied debts, while the Americans were still in the flush of wartime enthusiasm. But it was hard for the financiers in London to grasp that most European countries were no longer good debtors, and that the central pillar of international finance, sanctity of contract, had fallen. By the time common sense broke in, the great opportunity had been lost. Inter-Allied debts haunted international relations for many years, as figures on paper. Their practical effect was small. Great Britain paid slightly more to the United States than she received from others, but not much. The war caused astonishingly little damage to her financial position in the world. The injury came later with the crumbling of the conditions-free exchanges and unimpeded, though not free, trade on which that position rested. The internal debt was a more formidable matter. The war cost the British Exchequer £9,000 million, or £12,000 million if the extraordinary expenditure of the two nominally post-war years be included. Only 28% of this had been met from taxes, or 44% counting in 1919 to 21. Such increase of revenue as there was came mainly from direct taxation, increased income tax and surtax, and excess profits duty, one which contributed 80% of the total at the end of the war, as against 54% before it. Direct taxes were the easiest to increase, as Gladstone had warned long ago. Reliance on them was also a matter of social policy. It appeased the working classes by soaking the rich and did not push up the cost of living, as increase of indirect taxation did. This aim was, however, largely nullified by the even greater reliance on borrowing. More money chasing fewer goods meant higher prices, as everyone knows nowadays, with demands for higher wages limping after them. Few understood it then, and the wickedness of the working classes in seeking higher wages was a favorite theme of the post-war years. The national debt stood at a terrific figure, 14 times greater than pre-war. Its service took nearly half the yield from taxation, against 14% before the war. The national debt had the effect of a snake on a rabbit. It deprived even the most educated of sense. In itself, the debt did not diminish the wealth of the community at all, just as an individual does not impoverish himself by transferring some of his money to a number 2 account. The war had been paid for while it was being waged, and the debt was a bookkeeping transaction, its only real cost to the community being the salaries of the clerks who handled it. Its significance was purely social. The obligation to holders of war loan, most of it raised in depreciated pounds, ranked before the claims of the poor or of ex-servicemen, and nothing did more to restrict social policy. Immediately after the war, the Labour Party proposed to eliminate the debt by a capital levy. The proposal was taken up by men far from socialist, such as Beaverbrook and Churchill. It was applied privately by Stanley Baldwin, then a junior minister, one who devoted 1/5 of his fortune to buying war loan and handing it over to the Exchequer for cancellation. Too few followed his example. Law, at the Exchequer, rejected a capital levy, for fear that it might be turned later to more radical purposes than paying for the war. The national debt therefore remained in full, its service soon dictating economy in every sphere of public expenditure. Few men foresaw this when they campaigned during the general election of November 1918 with promises of a new and better country for the returning heroes. The case for a general election was overwhelming. The existing parliament had outlived its statutory term by 3 years, the electorate had been more than doubled by the extension of the franchise to all males and many women. The government needed popular endorsement before they negotiated a peace settlement. Lloyd George was naturally eager to preserve national unity, of course under his own leadership. He urged Labour to remain in the coalition. He offered to make Asquith Lord Chancellor and to include at least 2 other Liberal ministers. Both invitations were refused. Labour was resolved to become the second party in the state, with a clear socialist programme. Bernard Shaw achieved his one historic moment, at a special Labour conference on November 14, with the words, "Go back to Lloyd George and say, nothing doing." Most Labour ministers resigned. The few who remained, including George Barnes in the War Cabinet, ceased to be members of the Labour Party. Labour fought the election uncomplainingly as an avowed opposition. The position of the Liberals was more equivocal. The Squiffets had in fact harassed Lloyd George and had done their best to overthrow him. Yet they were aggrieved to be treated as an opposition and seemed to have thought that the wartime electoral truce should still be continued for their benefit. This was impossible. With the country in a violent, anti-German mood, the Unionists were rightly confident of crushing victory and, whatever Lloyd George might say, would insist on fighting, and defeating, every Liberal, unless somehow restrained from doing so. Lloyd George's Liberal whip struck a bargain with the Unionists that 150 Liberals should be spared, i.e. that Unionist candidates should not be run against them. These favoured Liberals, 100 of whom are our old guard, gave a pledge in return that they would support the coalition. Asquith alleged that the Coupon 5, as he called it, to the endorsement by Lloyd George and law of coalition candidates was a device for slaughtering the independent Liberals and, in particular, that the test of shibboleth was the vote after the Maurice debate. Both accusations, though accepted almost universally by historians, were untrue. The Coupon was Lloyd George's device to save as many Liberals as he could. Without it, the Unionists would have swept the country. As it was, more Liberals were elected in 1918 than ever after. Nor was the distribution of the Coupon determined by the Maurice debate. 229 Liberals did not receive the Coupon, yet only 100 Liberals had voted against Lloyd George. 25 of these 100 were not candidates and 12 more were not Liberal candidates. 11 of the Liberals who voted against Lloyd George, and one Unionist, actually received the Coupon. Asquith himself had no coupon issued against him. 3 of the 159 Liberal candidates who received the coupon, only 54 had voted for Lloyd George after the Maurice debate, and 4 of these had the coupon issued against them. For in a wider way, too, the parties had a fair field. The Unionists ran only 410 candidates, against 425 Liberals and 447 Labour. But most of the Unionist candidates were returned. This was the work of the electors, not of Lloyd George or of the party managers. Another myth soon grew up that the two opposition parties advocated a peace of reconciliation, and the coalition a peace of revenge. The few radicals and labor men who had steadfastly opposed the war certainly preached a moderate peace, and most of them lost their seats as the result. Otherwise there was little to choose between the parties. Most Labour and Asquithian Liberal candidates demanded reparations and were eager to try the Kaiser. Lloyd George, as an experienced solicitor, had grave doubts about trying the Kaiser, a project which was forced on him by Curzon and Birkenhead. Both Lloyd George and Law grasped the economic impossibility of extracting the full costs of the war from Germany. Lloyd George at first tried to make this clear in his public speeches. As the national temper mounted, he temporized and announced that he would claim the full costs from Germany, adding only in an undertone that the claim was unlikely to be met. He allowed popular frenzy to rage and hoped to behave more sensibly when the storm had abated. Still, there are no grounds for supposing that the House of Commons would have been more moderate if the victory of the coalition had been less complete. Nor did rigor towards Germany rule out an idealistic peace in other ways. Northcliffe, for instance, than whom no man could be more anti-German, published in the Times peace terms, drafted by Wickham Steed, which embraced the principle of national self-determination. The peace settlement was not the dividing issue. The election was fought around Lloyd George, his past record and his promises for the future. Lloyd George had won the war. Those who had supported him now received the popular vote, even when, as happened with some pro-war radicals and with Labour men who had been coalition ministers, they did not receive the coupon. When Lloyd George talked of making for a fit country for heroes to live in, his record in social legislation seemed to justify this promise. Probably many of the new electors cared as little for party as did Lloyd George himself. They voted mainly for Unionists, simply because there were more Unionists pledged to support Lloyd George. The result was a sweeping triumph for the coalition, though less sweeping in votes than in seats won. 339 coalition Unionists and 134 coalition Liberals were returned, the independent Liberals were annihilated. Every one of their former ministers lost his seat, only 26 Liberals were returned. Labour also lost its pacifists MacDonald, Snowdon, even Henderson. Otherwise it did better than the Liberals, increasing its members from 39 to 59, all but one of whom had been put forward by a trade union. There were two striking groups of absentees. No woman appeared in the House of Commons, though women were now entitled to do so. The Irish benches were almost empty. Sinn Féin won in Ireland as decisively as the coalition won in Great Britain. 73 Sinn Féiners were returned, capturing every seat outside Ulster, except Dublin University and 2 others. They refused to come to Westminster and instead set themselves up as the Bail, or Parliament, of the Irish Republic. Thus the Union was repudiated still more formally, and Irish unity was threatened along with it. The new Parliament has come in for much abuse. Baldwin called its members hard-faced men who looked as if they had done well out of the war. Austen Chamberlain described them as a selfish, swollen lot star. There were 260 new members, and the average age was higher than before the war. Since the young men were mostly away fighting and not available for adoption as candidates, this was not surprising. There were more businessmen than usual, some 260 against a normal 200 between the wars, and, of course, more trade union officials. Lloyd George, on the Treasury bench, felt that he had the Trades Union Congress in front of him and the Association of Chambers of Commerce at his back. These were the men who had run the war on the home front, and they provided the only alternative when established political figures were rejected. In practice, the new House soon settled down into traditional behavior. Some of the defeated leaders returned at by-elections, and in any case there were more than enough experienced members to keep things near to the old pattern. The hard-faced men were often blamed unjustly. The outcry against conciliating Germany, for instance, came from old-timers and from impeccable members of the traditional governing class, such as Sir Samuel Hoare II and Edward Wood, later Lord Halifax, III, as much as from the inarticulate representatives of the Lloyd George Revolution. The war had brought something like a revolution in the organization of government also. This revolution was not maintained. A Ministry of Health, combining the duties of the local government board and the health insurance commissions, was the only attempt at regrouping. The Ministry of Labor survived, it ran the employment exchanges and unemployment insurance. There was also a new Ministry of Transport, to which the control of electricity was curiously tacked on, in the mistaken belief that the railways would soon be electrified. Otherwise the new administration, which Lloyd George announced on January 1919, was little changed from the old one. Most of the wartime ministries were marked down to disappear, and their business chiefs along with them. 2. Churchill moved to the War Office. 3. Though he would have liked the Admiralty, the Air Ministry was added unto him as a consolation. F. E. Smith became Lord Chancellor under the name of Birkenhead, an appointment not to the taste of George V. Law gave up the Exchequer, though remaining leader of the House of Commons and virtually Deputy Prime Minister. Austen Chamberlain succeeded Law as Chancellor of the Exchequer. Chamberlain found, to his indignation, that he was not to be included in the cabinet, to say nothing of being also kept out of number 11 Downing Street, the Chancellor's official residence, where Law proposed to remain. Lloyd George argued that, as he, Law, and Barnes, and Balfour, the Foreign Secretary, would all be away in Paris negotiating peace, a cabinet could not be assembled. He therefore proposed to do without one. Chamberlain rebelled, and Lloyd George agreed to continue the existing war cabinet, of which Chamberlain was already a member. 5. In practice, the war cabinet hardly functioned, with most of its members absent. Chamberlain and Curzon were often the only ones in England. Plans were aired for reducing or rearranging the cabinet. Those whom it was intended to leave out protested, and in October 1919 Lloyd George casually restored the old peacetime cabinet of some 20 members, though keeping Hankey as secretary with his business-like innovations. 6. The restoration of cabinet government was far from complete. Lloyd George was now a renowned world statesman and slipped easily into dictatorial ways. He treated his most distinguished colleagues, except Law, as subordinates, disregarded the cabinet, and settled affairs with a few cronies or by means of the garden suburb. Arrogant self-confidence was not the only reason for this. His situation condemned him to success. His wartime government had been a true coalition. Though the Unionists provided the most substantial support, Lloyd George and his Liberals were also essential. A government based on reunited Liberals and Labour was always a possible, if a remote, alternative. After December 1918 there was no such alternative. The Unionists had an independent majority and could set up a government of their own if Lloyd George broke with them. The ruin of the Squiffets was a disaster also for Lloyd George. He tried to overcome it by invoking the social peril. He welcomed post-war discontent and looked forward to the day when there would be 200 Labour members of Parliament. Then surely all moderate men would be scared into accepting his leadership. His calculation did not work out. The Unionists certainly wanted a single anti-Labour party, but claimed that they were themselves capable of providing it. The coalition Liberals also held out against fusion. They did not want to be eaten up, as the Liberal Unionists had been in the previous generation. Besides, they had convictions of their own, especially over free trade, which divided them from the Unionists. Hence Lloyd George had to rely on his personal achievements. His own instincts were all for conciliation, of Germany, of Soviet Russia, of Ireland, of the Unions. These policies were repugnant to his Unionist supporters, and Lloyd George had to follow devious ways. David Lowe, the cartoonist, later attributed to Baldwin the words, "CLF, I hadn't told you I wouldn't bring you here, you wouldn't have come." This was exactly Lloyd George's attitude to the Unionists. He beguiled them with unexpected and, for the most part, unwelcome successes, until, in the end, they preferred less ambitious, but also more consistent, policies without him. Lloyd George, on the hunt for success, had to handle every problem himself: peace abroad, reconstruction at home, Ireland, the Empire. He darted from one problem to another, rarely finding enough time to work one of them through to the end. Immediately after the general election he was eager to be off to the peace conference. Virtually the whole Foreign Office was transferred to Paris, one and a good deal of the Treasury and War Office along with it. Ostensibly there was a British peace delegation of 5. In practice, Lloyd George handled every big question himself, using his colleagues as reinforcement in disputed issues, and otherwise delegating them to less important topics. This was particularly true after the first few weeks, when the leaders of the great powers disregarded the formal machinery of the peace conference and set themselves up as the Big Four: President Wilson, Clemenceau, Orlando of Italy, and Lloyd George, with a Japanese representative hovering in the wings. Unlike earlier British negotiators of peace, Castlereagh, for example, Lloyd George did not even write his own instructions, let alone get them approved by the cabinet. He had no instructions and relied solely on his gift for improvisation. Peace was waiting to be made with all the former enemies: Austria and Hungary, Bulgaria, Turkey, as well as Germany, to say nothing of peace or restored relations with Soviet Russia. In practice, most of these questions were pushed into the background by the peace treaty with Germany. The Habsburg monarchy had already disintegrated, and the only problem was to draw the frontiers of her succession states, a task left mainly to the experts of the various foreign offices. The future of Fiume provoked a long and barren wrangle between President Wilson and the Italian government, much to the embarrassment of the British and French. This was a tiresome distraction, never settled by the peace conference. The Ottoman Empire had also disintegrated. Anglo-French forces were in occupation of Constantinople. The other Turkish territories were in turmoil. The British and French, though disputing over the secret treaties, did not want to bring their dispute into the open, and Wilson, who disapproved of the secret treaties, had little claim to intervene, since the United States had never declared war on Turkey. In any case, settlement with Germany was obviously the most pressing topic for the future of Europe. The victors could no longer escape the question which had baffled them during the war: the German problem. The British came to the problem with a great advantage: most of their worries had already been removed. The German navy had been handed over and was interned under British control at Scapa Flow. Germany had thus ceased to be a naval power even before the Germans scuttled their fleet at the time of the peace treaty. The fate of the German colonies had also been settled, mainly on the insistence of the British dominions. South Africa and Australia refused to surrender the territories which they had conquered: German Southwest Africa and New Guinea. Lloyd George derived malicious amusement from the way in which the spokesman of these two democratic countries, supposedly unspotted with European wickedness, defied Wilson on old-fashioned imperialist lines. Mandates were hastily invented to save appearances, and the British themselves took German East Africa, and some miscellaneous territory in West Africa, as their share. Now the British could approach the German problem as impartial mediators, not as combatants grasping the prizes of victory. Wilson, too, saw himself as a mediator above the battle. The United States had no demands on Germany once she had been defeated. Wilson's obsession was the League of Nations, and he believed, quite wrongly, that the European allies would oppose it violently. On the contrary, the British Foreign Office had prepared a draft scheme, under the inspiration of Robert Cecil and Smuts, while the Americans talked generalities, and this draft mainly provided the covenant of the League. Clemenceau, too, had no objection, though little faith. The League was duly settled and written into the Treaty of Versailles, before agreement was reached on anything else. Underneath, to be sure, there was profound divergence. The Anglo-Saxons envisaged the League as an instrument of conciliation, softening all international antagonisms. The French wanted merely an additional machine of security against Germany, perpetuating the wartime alliances. This divergence was to cause much trouble in the future. What mattered in 1919 was that Wilson, like the British, had got his way. Both he and Lloyd George were free to moderate the French projects against Germany. Of the two, Lloyd George was the more active and the more successful. The French could not be freed so easily from the German problem. In their eyes, Germany, though defeated, was still dangerous. They would have liked to see Germany break up, and, since this failed to happen, wanted elaborate precautions against her for the future. Lloyd George held that, since Germany existed, she must be conciliated. Once more, he talked hard five with the intention of acting soft when men, including himself, came to their senses. He tolerated such gestures of victory as the proposal to try the Kaiser and other war criminals 5. Otherwise he tried to keep the door of future conciliation open. It was fortunate for him that Clemenceau was more concerned than perhaps any other French statesman to retain the friendship of the Anglo-Saxon powers, and gave way when pressed by Wilson and Lloyd George. The Rhineland remained part of Germany, instead of being fabricated into an independent state. France received some temporary securities, demilitarization of the Rhineland, its occupation by Allied forces for 15 years, and control of the Saar, with its coal mines, for 15 years, after which its future was to be determined by a plebiscite. Clemenceau was also lured into concession by the promise of an Anglo-American guarantee against any new German aggression. Subsequently, the American Senate refused to ratify this guarantee, and the British government then walked out also. On Germany's eastern frontier, Lloyd George stood alone against Clemenceau and Wilson. Thanks to him, Danzig became a free city, instead of being annexed to Poland, and a plebiscite was held in Silesia. The territorial clauses of the Treaty of Versailles were fair from the ethnic point of view. This was mainly Lloyd George's doing. Reparations caused greater bitterness. Wild claims had been made against the Germans immediately after the armistice, and even wilder estimates, some by British financial experts, of their capacity to pay. Lloyd George recognized that any precise figure, fixed in the disturbed atmosphere of 1919, would be punitively and unrealistically high. He therefore urged that the treaty should merely state the principle of Germany's liability and that the sum should be fixed later after a cool examination of her financial resources. Once more he got his way. His moderation was not apparent at the time. Not only had he to stress the obligation of the Germans to pay as much as they could. He also pushed up the British share of any reparations received, and snatched at a guileful suggestion from Smuts that war pensions were a legitimate civil damage. Though this was a move against France, not against Germany, few appreciated it at the time, and Lloyd George, too, appeared as the advocate of a harsh peace. On one thing the Big Four were agreed, Germany was not to be allowed equality of armaments. She was deprived of most heavy weapons, forbidden to manufacture them, and her army was restricted to 100,000 men. As window dressing, bodeful for the future, the Allies threw in a pious declaration that this was a preliminary to general disarmament. This was later interpreted wrongly as a binding pledge. These great topics were discussed amid a tangle of other issues. The Big Four were also the Supreme War Council. At one moment they were drafting peace terms with Germany, at another wrangling over Fiume, or considering what to do with Bela Kun, the Bolshevik dictator of Hungary. Then they would turn aside to debate how to end the civil war in Russia, whether to conciliate the Bolsheviks there or to intervene against them. All Europe was clamoring for food and economic assistance. The great men were also exposed to shots from the rear, Clemenceau literally with an attempted assassination. In April, over 200 Unionist M.P.S1 sent a telegram to Lloyd George, expostulating against his weakness towards Germany. On April 16 he returned to Westminster, and routed his critics by lumping them with Northcliffe, whom nearly all M.P.S disliked. After the signature of the peace treaty with Germany on June 28, Lloyd George came back to London in triumph. The House of Commons accepted the treaty almost without a murmur. Even Liberal and Labour members agreed that the 14 points had been broadly applied. Only 4 members voted against the treaty. Of these only one was an Englishman, the other 3 were Home Rulers, protesting against the failure to apply self-determination to Ireland. This was a delusive victory. Progressive opinion outside the House swung against the peace treaty, and Lloyd George, the man who had tried to moderate the treaty, was soon saddled with the blame for its supposed faults. There had always, of course, been a minority who favored reconciliation with Germany even during the war. Their opinions had been largely disregarded while the war was on. They came into their own afterwards. MacDonald, for instance, was shaping the outlook of the Labour Party with Henderson's support, and this outlook was identical with that of E.D. Morel and the Union of Democratic Control. Labour condemned the entire treaty when the first draft was published in May, condemned in particular reparations, the occupation of the Rhineland, and the transfer of German territory to Poland. Many people, liberals, radicals, as well as Labour, had regarded the war as a crusade for great ideals, not as a mere struggle of force against Germany. They now denounced anything which discriminated between Germany and her former antagonists. As in home affairs, reconstruction looked both back and forward to the League of Nations, but also back to the happy days before 1914, when Germany was treated as an equal and friendly power. This attitude was strengthened later in 1919, when a former Treasury official, J.M. Keynes, fired a broadside against reparations in his famous book, The Economic Consequences of the Peace. Keynes argued that Europe could prosper only when Germany was restored to her old economic strength, and he blamed the peacemakers for all the sufferings which the Germans had brought on themselves, and on Europe, not only by being defeated but from having waged war at all. Ironically, much of the outcry against the peace treaty had been engineered by Lloyd George himself. During the peace conference, he tried to strengthen his hand by stirring up a campaign for conciliation among liberal journalists and labor leaders. Smuts prompted Keynes to attack the settlement, probably with Lloyd George's approval. The campaign was intended to hit the French and the men of violence at home. So it did. France was soon regarded as the new militaristic power, pursuing Napoleonic dreams of empire. But the campaign hit Lloyd George also. After all, he had signed the treaty. In his anxiety to diddle the right, he overreached himself and failed to diddle the left. In no time at all, Lloyd George, the adroit conciliator, was identified with Bottomley, Northcliffe, and other haters of the Huns. The settlement with Germany was not the only cause of estrangement between Lloyd George and his former admirers on the left. He was blamed for the failure of the peace conference to restore immediate prosperity in war-ravaged Europe. He was particularly blamed for creating the new national states, Poland, Czechoslovakia, and Yugoslavia, though these states had in reality created themselves, and Lloyd George had little sympathy with them. Allied intervention against the Bolsheviks was another running sore. Here, too, Lloyd George secretly agreed with his critics. He exasperated Clemenceau by arguing that the French were repeating in Russia the mistake which the younger Pitt had made when he launched a crusade against the French Jacobins in 1793. But he shrank from defying the French or his anti-Bolshevik supporters at home. In March 1919, while Lloyd George was temporarily in London, Churchill slipped over to Paris, fervently denouncing the baboonery of Bolshevism, and persuaded the Supreme Council to try intervention on a large scale. Surplus British tanks and other munitions of war, to the tune of £100 million, were provided for the Russian Whites. British volunteers served with Kolchak, self-styled supreme ruler of all the Russias, in Siberia. A few served with Denikin in southern Russia. There were substantial British forces at Archangel and Murmansk originally sent to guard the Allied munition dumps there against the Germans and now propping up anti-Bolshevik governments. A British force occupied Baku, and another ranged along the frontier which divided Russia from Afghanistan. In England, Labour campaigned against intervention and won increasing support, probably more from war weariness than from any feeling of solidarity with the supposedly working-class government in Russia. By the autumn of 1919, most of the British troops had been withdrawn, and the supply of munitions to the Whites gradually petered out as their scattered forces were destroyed by the Red Army. These futile interventions deepened the suspicion which the Bolshevik rulers of Russia had assumed, from the start, against the capitalist West. They also had a profound effect at home. Though most labor men disliked the Bolshevik terror and dictatorship, they could not escape the feeling that, since they and the Bolsheviks were fighting the same enemy, Lloyd George, they were somehow on the same side. Sympathy with Soviet Russia, the workers' state, added a new, though no doubt a minor, element to the surge of industrial discontent. Everyone had expected trouble to follow the war. Men, it was said, would not go back to the old conditions. Bolshevism was supposed to be sweeping Europe. Demobilization threatened to provoke violent disturbance. The Ministry of Labor had devised an elaborate scheme for releasing first the key men most required by industry. These were, of course, usually the last to have been called up. Men who had served longer were indignant. There were mutinies in the camps at Calais and Folkestone, where Bottomley, now discharged from bankruptcy and a bouncingly independent M.P., was called in as the soldiers' friend. 3,000 men marched from Victoria Station and occupied the Horse Guards Parade. Sir Henry Wilson doubted whether any troops could be relied upon to disperse them. Churchill settled the trouble at a stroke by scrapping the existing scheme and substituting the simple principle first in, first out. With this, discontent died away, except among the Canadians, whose return home was delayed by shortage of shipping. A mutiny in their camp at Rhyl was put down in March only after a number of men had been killed. By the summer of 1919, 4 out of 5 men serving in the British Army had been discharged. Though they received free insurance against unemployment, they were nearly all absorbed into industry with surprising ease. Economic demobilization also proved easier than had been expected. In Glasgow, a general strike was called to secure the 40-hour week. The red flag was hoisted on the town hall. Troops were sent, though the police managed to restore order without them. Gallagher, a future communist, Shinwell, a future Minister of Defense, and Kirkwood, a future peer, were imprisoned. Then the danger died away. There was a runaway boom in the confident hope that the world was crying out for British goods. The new hands who had come in during the war now withdrew. Women and the unskilled recruits to munitions left the industry, and the old restrictive practices were restored, much to the harm of British engineering in the long run. There was still a fund of goodwill left over from the war. In February 1919, a national industrial conference met, to promote better relations between employers and employed. Arthur Henderson led the labor delegates, despite his distrust of Lloyd George. What was lacking was not so much goodwill as understanding. Nearly everyone, labor and conservative alike, regarded the wartime controls and direction as evils which should be got rid of as soon as possible. Union officials wanted to get back to their old defensive tasks, employers wanted their old freedom of enterprise. No labor man sat on any asterisk of the committees for Reconstruction, and none wanted to do so. Reconstruction of capitalism was a job for the bosses, not for labor. There was equivocation in the policy of Reconstruction itself. The aim was to return to 1914 and to build a better country at the same time. Lloyd George naturally shared this outlook, as did even Addison, the Minister for Reconstruction. Great Britain, it was held, had been a wealthy country before 1914. The war had shown that there was virtually no limit to national resources. Therefore Great Britain could afford extensive social reform without any fundamental change in her economic system. Wealth would again flow of itself, once the controls of wartime were removed. Freedom burst out overnight. Price controls, control of raw materials and of foreign trade, direction of industry, were swept away. Since the export of gold could no longer be checked by refusing licenses, the Bank of England was relieved of its duty to sell gold at a fixed price, and the government no longer supported the pound in New York. The pound fell from PAR to $3.50. The step was meant, from the first, to be temporary. Going off gold was intended as a preliminary to restoring the working of the gold standard in the old freeway. The Bank of England soon restricted credits in order to push up the exchange value of the pound. This had little immediate effect. With the new freedom from controls, prices rose twice as fast during 1919 as they had done during the worst years of the war. Wages soared after them, and the employers, flush with money, did not resist wage increases. The government, in alarm, continued food rationing after meaning to abandon it. Otherwise public policy seemed helpless to stem inflation. The government were directly drawn in by the two great industries still under their control, the mines and the railways. In February 1919 the miners, the railwaymen, and the transport workers resurrected the pre-war Triple Alliance 5, which had been preparing something like a general strike for the autumn of 1914. The miners were the toughest, most intractable element. The miners were bought off by a royal commission under Sankey, a high court judge. The commission was unique. It was created by Act of Parliament, it represented fairly both owners and men. The inevitable result was disagreement. In June 1919 the Sankey Commission came up with 4 reports, which ranged from complete nationalization on the part of the workers' representatives to restoration of undiluted private ownership on that of the owners. On August 18 Lloyd George used the excuse of this disagreement to reject nationalization. He offered a measure of reorganization. When the miners rejected this palliative, it also was dropped. The miners kept their existing wages, the 7-hour day was imposed by Act of Parliament, government control was prolonged. A strike was impractical for the hypothetical cause of nationalization in some undefined future. The miners were forced back on a political campaign, the Mines for the Nation, which created little stir even among themselves. The railwaymen did not wait for their supposed partners. In September 1919 they struck against a threatened reduction of wages. Lloyd George allowed Auckland Geddes, president of the Board of Trade, to provoke the strike by his intransigence, then stepped in and settled it on the railwaymen's terms. This was a great stroke for the National Union of Railwaymen and for their accomplished leader, J. H. Thomas. It was also a great stroke for Lloyd George. The railwaymen had got what they wanted without calling on the Triple Alliance. Their wages showed a greater improvement on pre-war than in any other industry. They had no further interest in a general strike except on grounds of working-class solidarity. Something of the same kind happened with the transport workers. The dockers, the strongest element among them, were given a commission of inquiry early in 1920, before which Ernest Bevin first made his name and which gave them greatly improved conditions. Bevin and Thomas, with all their differences, were outstanding Union leaders of a new type. Though aggressively working class in character, they were no longer concerned merely to resist. Nor would they put off improvement till the distant dawn of socialism. They bargained with the employers as equals, displaying equal or greater skill, and never forgot that compromise was their ultimate aim, whether with a strike or preferably without. The leaders of the miners had a different outlook. They fought class war, and the employers responded with zest. Birkenhead remarked after a meeting with the miners' representatives, "I should call them the stupidest men in England if I had not previously had to deal with the owners." The affairs of the coal industry dragged the whole nation into turmoil. In 1920 Great Britain was still booming, and the labor movement was in high confidence. Labor candidates were steadily successful at by-elections. One Henderson and other leaders found their way back to the House of Commons. Trade union membership reached a peak of over 8 million. The Trades Union Congress replaced its ineffective parliamentary committee by a general council, which was presented, somewhat optimistically, as a general staff for industrial action. A National Council of Labor, representing the General Council of the TUC, the National Executive of the Labour Party, and the Parliamentary Party, claimed to speak for labor throughout the country. Labor also found its voice in a more literal sense. A socialist daily newspaper appeared, the Daily Herald. It was edited by George Lansbury, revered leader of the emotional left, and written for the most part by young middle-class intellectuals. Some of them, such as William Mellor and G.D.H. Cole, had already been socialists before the war. Others, Siegfried Sassoon, Osbert Sitwell, W.J. Turner, had become radicals as the result of their wartime experiences. All contributed a gay, self-confident contempt for the doings of the governing class. The Daily Herald had a hard struggle against the organs of the capitalist press. It never made ends meet in Lansbury's time, when it was still, of course, despite its socialist principles, a private venture. But it broke the old monopoly of established opinion and bore witness that the people of England were not all thinking as their rulers thought they should. On the extreme left, things were astir. The example of Soviet Russia was infectious. In July 1920 various revolutionary factions, principally the British Socialist Party, with some support from the Socialist Labour Party of Glasgow, and shop stewards from Glasgow and Sheffield, set up the Communist Party of Great Britain in the inappropriate surroundings of the Cannon Street Hotel. The intention was to repeat Lenin's success, and to establish the dictatorship of the proletariat in Great Britain. The new party had few members, and these few did not understand what they had committed themselves to. It was askance even by the ILP, the majority of whom refused after a long period of debate to put themselves under the orders of Moscow. The Labour Party, which had formerly taken in all and sundry from Hindman's Marxists to the Lib Lab, Richard Bell, refused the affiliation which the Communists asked for on Lenin's instruction. The Labour Party had now a defined outlook of its own and was taking sides in the worldwide cleavage between democratic socialism and revolutionary communism. Nevertheless, the Communists had great influence in a watered-down way. Many, if not most, socialists shared their belief that capitalism was about to collapse and, like the Communists, blamed capitalism for imperialist wars. Most socialists talked class war, though without any serious intention of using more violent weapons than the strike and the ballot box. Plans for a general strike flourished in this atmosphere, and the idea received a shot in the arm from a demonstration of its practical effectiveness, a demonstration, moreover, of a directly political kind. In the summer of 1920 the threat of a general strike was used to stop a war. Though intervention against the Bolsheviks was virtually at an end, Poland and Russia were still at war. Early in 1920 the Poles set out to conquer the Ukraine, their old empire. Poland was disliked by moderate socialists, who sympathized with Germany. Soviet Russia was admired by the more extreme, all of them distrusted the British government. On May 10 London dockers refused to load munitions for Poland onto the Jolly George. Labour men applauded, and the government acquiesced in the ban while the Poles were winning. In July, however, the Poles were routed, the Red Army was in full march on Warsaw. The French were eager to intervene on the Polish side. Lloyd George, pushed on by Churchill and others, seemed ready to go along with them. Labour acted in solid resistance. Councils of action were set up in many towns. The National Council of Labour took control. Plans were made for an immediate general strike. Even the most cautious Labour leaders, such as Kleins and Thomas, were prepared to challenge the whole constitution of the country. On August 10 Bevan presented Labour's ultimatum. Lloyd George was delighted to turn the storm against his unruly colleagues. Labour, he said, was knocking at an open door so far as he was concerned. He even urged Bevan to act as negotiator between Russia and the British government. The danger of war vanished overnight, partly no doubt because the Poles managed to save themselves without British assistance. Nevertheless, it had been a glorious victory. Despite Lloyd George's subsequent denials, it is difficult to believe that there would have been no British aid to the Poles, if the threat of a general strike had not been made, and made with such unanimity. The door may have been open, a strong push was needed to send Lloyd George through it. Yet the victory had its misleading side. For once, that amorphous creature, public opinion, was on the side of unconstitutional action. Even the sanctity of parliamentary government has its limit. That limit was drawn by the weariness of the British people. Hands-off Soviet Russia counted for something. No more war was irresistible. It was different when the old dispute over the coal mines returned to the center of the stage. Here the labor movement was on its own, and less united into the bargain. In October 1920, with the mines still under government control, the miners went on strike for an increase of wages. The Triple Alliance grudgingly prepared to support them. Lloyd George played things both ways. By the Emergency Powers Act he made permanent the dictatorial powers which the government had possessed in wartime under the Defense of the Realm Acts, as big a BLO-15 against the traditional constitution as any ever levelled. At the same time, he temporarily settled the strike on the miners' terms. This was only preparation for the decisive struggle, and one fought in conditions unfavorable to the miners. The post-war boom broke abruptly in the winter of 1920-1. Everything combined to bring disaster. Government spending had been slashed fiercely from £2,696 million in 1917-18 to little over £1,000 million in 1920-1. At the same time taxation had gone up, to a peak of £1,426 million in 1920-1. The budget that year showed a surplus of £230 million against a deficit of £326 million in the previous year, and one of nearly £2,000 million at the height of the war. British manufacturers had assumed that there would be an insatiable demand for the goods which they had been unable to export during the war. They had pushed up their prices, invested wildly in new capital. This world market turned out to be a phantom. Europe was in political turmoil, and its exchanges in chaos. Even worse was the catastrophe which overcame the overseas producers of food and raw materials. These primary producers had flourished before the war, and their increasing prosperity then was the main cause for the rise in British exports. They had been encouraged during the war to produce still more at any price they liked to charge. Now their productive powers exceeded the demand in European industrial countries, even when these countries could afford to buy. Overproduction of primary products dominated the interwar years, and the impoverishment of these producers brought something near ruin to the old British industries. There was a glut of shipping throughout the world. Exports of coal and cotton ran down to almost nothing. British prices tumbled faster than they had risen, and employment tumbled with them. Unemployment more than doubled between December 1920 and March 1921. In June 1921 it passed 2 million and, though it then fell again, never went under a million between the wars. In the coal, engineering, and cotton towns often more than half the insured population were out of work. The Economist called 1921 one of the worst years of depression since the Industrial Revolution. This was no moment for a general strike. the British government jettisoned their economic responsibilities helter-skelter. They abandoned the plans for reconstructing and electrifying the railways, and hearted these back to the private companies, now regrouped into 4 regions. They resolved also to hand the coal mines back to the owners on March 31, 1921. The owners were incapable of reorganizing the industry. The only economy they understood was a reduction of wages. The new agreement they offered not only cut wages, it also returned to the old system of district rates, which gave miners at inferior pits less than those working on richer seams. The miners demanded a national pool to equalize wages. The owners refused, and on April began a lockout. Once more the Triple Alliance was called on, and in an embarrassing way. Previously, when the mines were under government control, a sympathetic strike could be used to get better terms. Now the railwaymen and transport workers could not coerce the mine owners. They could only threaten the government, and the government could only offer to mediate. Lloyd George was as eager as Thomas and Bevan for new negotiations. The refusal came from the miners. They wanted a fight to a finish, at whatever cost to themselves and everyone else. One Herbert Smith, the miners' president, replied to appeals for a flexible approach: "Get on ta tea field. That's tea place." Frank Hodges, the miners' secretary, who was more moderate, accepted the offer of a standstill on wages while negotiations went on for a national pool. The miners' executive turned down the offer by a majority of 1. At this, the railway and transport unions called off their strike a few hours before it was due to begin on Friday, April 15, 1921. Black Friday became a date of shame in the labor movement, the day when the miners were betrayed by timid allies. This was a romantic view. Black Friday marked rather a clash between 2 conceptions of Union policy: the old outlook of class war, to be fought with the bull-headed obstinacy of the trenches, and a new unionism, aiming at compromise or even partnership. Herbert Smith spoke for the past, Thomas and Bevan for the future. This was poor consolation to the miners. They held on alone until July. Then the lockout ended on worse terms than the miners could have secured by negotiating at the beginning. The only remnant of government concern was a subsidy of £10 million, not all of which was drawn on before September, when it lapsed. To the general rejoicing of the educated, prosperous classes, the miners worked once more on terms which now seem to us, less than half a century afterwards, as remote and barbaric as serfdom. The defeat of the miners set a general pattern. Wages fell heavily in every industry during 1921, sometimes after a strike, sometimes without one. The promises of a fit country for heroes to live in seemed a mockery. Lloyd George lost his last shadow of hold over the working class. He had become for them a fraud, a sham. Yet he had solid achievements to show, though they passed almost unregarded at the time, achievements which left a powerful legacy of good for the future. Housing was the most substantial. Homes for heroes had been a universal promise during the general election of 1918. Everyone agreed that more and better houses should be provided. Christopher Addison, now Minister of Health, brought to housing the zest which he and Lloyd George had once shown at the Ministry of Munitions. He lacked the means which had then brought success. He had no control over prices or over raw materials, no power to direct capital or to influence the supply of labor. He had to bid against competing claims in the open market, the very method which he and Lloyd George had denounced when advocated by laissez-faire liberals in regard to munitions. Addison was in a hurry. He did not mind how much money he spent or how he spent it. Nor did he create his own agencies. The Ministry of Health, as successor to the local government board, was used to acting through the local authorities. These already had limited powers for inspecting slums, and so some staff trained in housing. Addison merely ordered the local authorities to build unlimited houses and to let them at the equivalent of controlled rents, which were fixed at the 1914 level. The government automatically met, by subsidy, any cost over a ID local rate. Expense no object 5 proved an expensive way of building houses. Early in 1921, Addison was paying £910 for houses which a year or so later could be built at a cost of £385 each. There was an outcry against this waste of public money. In March 1921 Addison left the Ministry of Health. For a few months he was minister without portfolio and was then driven from office altogether, Lloyd George apologizing to the House of Commons that misplaced personal loyalty, not usually one of his characteristics, had made him cling to an incompetent minister. In July 1921 the grants for new houses were sharply limited. In 1922 they were stopped. The last houses under the program were completed in 1923. Perversely, by then, building costs had fallen, and the building of houses would have alleviated unemployment. The shortage of houses was worse than in 1919, thanks to the increasing number of young married people. The breach with Addison snapped another link between Lloyd George and his old radicalism. The housing scandal discredited both of them. Yet much had been done. Addison built 213,000 houses, many for people who could not afford to pay for them. He, more than any other man, established the principle that housing was a social service, and later governments had to take up his task, though they tried to avoid his mistakes. His work had another lasting effect. The local authorities had become the instruments for the housing policy of the state and found themselves spending vast sums of money, most of which they did not provide. Thus they acquired new functions in social service, just when their share of financial contribution to these services was decreasing. Lloyd George had something even greater to his credit. He extended insurance against unemployment to virtually the entire working class and so transformed British economic life. This was done without foresight or calculation. The original insurance scheme of 1911 had been carefully limited to 3 trades in which employment was expected to fluctuate more or less regularly. It covered some 3 million workers. Another million were brought in when insurance was extended to munitions during the war. After the war, ex-servicemen were given non-contributory security against unemployment for a limited period as they left the armed forces. On the precedent of service allowances, there was provision for their wives and families also. When this scheme ran out, something more permanent was needed to take its place. There seemed little risk or difficulty in 1920 when men still found jobs easily during the post-war boom. At a stroke, unemployment insurance was extended to cover, in all, 12 million workers, virtually all earning less than £5 a week, except domestic servants, agricultural laborers, and civil servants. The sole object was to provide insurance against casual short-term unemployment. It was to be financed from contributions by employers and employed, which were held in an independent fund. The scheme assumed an unemployment rate of 4%. No one foresaw unemployment by the million, lasting for years. When this came, it was expected at first to be temporary, and it seemed impossible to refuse benefits merely because they were not actuarially sound. In March 1921 those in the scheme were allowed uncovenant benefit *, that is, a period of insurance which they had not paid for. In November 1921 the benefit was extended to provide allowances, on the service model, for wives and families. The deficit was covered by so-called loans, really. Unemployment insurance 149 subsidies, from the Exchequer. There was another odd feature. The incidence of unemployment was extremely uneven between different industries and different parts of the country. Hence those more or less regularly in work helped to provide for those who were more or less regularly unemployed. A strange new system thus grew up haphazard. Unemployment insurance, administered through the labor exchanges, cut across the poor law, which was in local hands. The foundations of laissez-faire were shaken. Insurance, though largely fictitious, was not felt to be humiliating as reliance on the poor law had been. Men were no longer driven to work at lower wages, and in harsher conditions, by the lash of hunger. If they could not find employment at their usual jobs, they drew prolonged benefit at the expense of the taxpayer and the employed. Unemployment insurance retarded the shift of workers from declining to rising industries. On the other hand, it took the edge off discontent. Even when the unemployed rioted, this was to get higher rates of benefit, not to bring down a system which had made them unemployed. Once labor had demanded the right to work. Now it demanded work or maintenance, and the emphasis was on maintenance. Thanks to Lloyd George, barricades were not set up in English streets. At the time, he did not appreciate what he had done. He wanted to get rid of unemployment, not to make it bearable. He believed, like nearly everyone else, that all would be well if the happy days before 1914 could be restored. He learned from Keynes and other economists that the decisive contribution would be to restore the prosperity of Germany and, in particular, to get reparations settled. International conferences were held throughout 1920 and 1921, with Lloyd George forever trying to find a mean between what the French demanded and what the Germans could, or would, pay. He failed, and the failure did him much harm. Some Englishmen were angered at his supposed desertion of the French, more complained that he had not reconciled the Germans. Lloyd George claimed to be a world statesman, sole survivor of the great men who had conducted the war. When he failed, the claim was counted against him. Lloyd George was ready to try Tory, as well as liberal methods. He had no deep reverence for free trade and was tied to it only by his liberal supporters, who gave him some semblance of being a national leader above the parties. He niggled against free trade as far as he dared. The duties originally put on certain luxuries by McKenna to save shipping were retained after the war for protectionist reasons. In 1921 key industries, supposedly essential in wartime, were safeguarded against foreign dumping. Lloyd George also edged ineffectively towards empire free trade. The Dominions wanted British capital, some of them wanted British men. They were not prepared to surrender any of their sovereign independence. They would only pass resolutions that the mother country should make greater efforts. Schemes for imperial investment and migration rested solely on British initiative. The Dominions could have been won only by British taxes, stomach taxes on foreign food. These were too dangerous an issue for Lloyd George to handle. In 1921 he tried his favourite device of a great conference. The Dominion Prime Ministers met in London. They were not cajoled. They asserted the exclusive authority of their own parliaments. The Imperial Cabinet of wartime, itself never a working executive, was not renewed. The elaborate plans for exploiting the colonial empire also crumbled. Their basis had been the wartime economy of siege. It had been assumed that for years after the war Great Britain would gain from monopolizing the raw materials of her colonies. They were an undeveloped estate, a precious heritage. It was now discovered that they were already developed too much for present needs, and the British government, far from monopolizing their raw materials, anxiously ransacked the world for outlets of colonial goods abroad. In one way, the Dominions influenced British policy decisively and with lasting effect. Immediately after the war Lloyd George talked, in his arrogant way, of a naval race with the United States. Great Britain, he asserted, would never relinquish her rule of the waves. He inclined also to go with Japan against the United States in the Far East. The Dominions objected. Canada would not be hostile to the United States. Australia and New Zealand distrusted Japan. The Dominions got their way. A conference on naval and Far Eastern affairs was held at Washington from November 1921 to February 1922. Washington Conference 151. Balfour led the British delegation. He agreed to parity in battleships with the Americans. The Japanese accepted inferiority. There was not much deliberate policy in this, certainly no conscious recognition of Anglo-American partnership. The Dominions pushed. The British yielded, and the desire to save money during the economic depression did the rest. All the same, this was the only effective international agreement on limitation of armaments ever concluded. The British, again spurred by the Dominions, also relinquished their alliance with Japan. As an alternative security for Japan, the British and the Americans promised not to develop their naval bases at Hong Kong and in the Philippines. Japan thus received a local supremacy which she later used with results disastrous for the Far East, for British interests, and ultimately for herself. Still, Balfour earned the Garter which awaited him on his return. The shape of the British Empire was changing in other ways. The war underlined the difference between the dominions and the colonies. The dominions, now often known collectively as the British Commonwealth of Nations, were next door to independent sovereign states, represented separately at the Paris Peace Conference and thereafter at the League of Nations, soon maintaining their own representatives abroad. They were bound to Great Britain predominantly by sentiment, a common past, similar institutions, and, to a large extent, the same language. They had some economic interests in common. All produced raw materials: wheat, wool, gold, copper, timber, which Great Britain consumed. All aspired also to develop their own industries, to Great Britain's regret. The colonies, strictly so called, were still administered autocratically from Whitehall. The West Indies were not much more than a relic from a vanished past. The colonies in tropical Africa had been regarded as great prizes in the days of late Victorian imperialism. Their development proved disappointing. They turned out to be liabilities, not assets. Kenya was perhaps an exception, when it was discovered that white men could live in the highlands. Englishmen escaped democracy and high taxation by establishing themselves in Kenya as territorial aristocrats on the old model. The rise of a new British Empire in the Middle East was more important. For a little while, in 1919, it seemed that this empire would stretch from the Mediterranean to the confines of India. With Russia out of the way, Curzon established a protectorate over Persia, and a British army occupied Afghanistan. This did not last. The British withdrew from Afghanistan. French and American protests compelled them to abandon Persia. Still, much remained. Mesopotamia, now called Iraq, became a British mandate, bringing with it the rich plum of the Mosul oilfields. Palestine, too, was a British mandate under the convenient guise of a national home for the Jews, the troubles which this provoked with the Arabs still in the future. Egypt, which had been made a British protectorate early in the war, was recognized as a nominally independent kingdom in 1922. The British insisted on maintaining their military occupation in order to protect the Suez Canal and, failing a treaty with Egypt allowing them to do this, stayed in Egypt without one. The motive for their presence there had changed. Previously the British had been in Egypt solely because the Suez Canal was the route to India. Now the Middle East, with its oil and potential markets, was precious in itself, and India began to fall into the second place. India was indeed becoming a liability. Gone were the days when the Indian market kept the cotton mills of Lancashire busy. Instead, India was manufacturing her own cotton goods and buying them from Japan. In 1917 India had been promised responsible government, as an integral part of the British Empire. Now constitutions were devised for the provinces, fancy names, many elections, but no transfer of power, mere pictures of still life offered to a hungry man. The Viceroy still ruled as a despot, the India Office in London still wielded final authority. Yet the British were digging their own graves. They gave Indians a European education, and with this education came the demand for national independence. The Indian National Congress had long advocated this in a modest way. It now found an inspired leader in Gandhi, barrister of the Middle Temple, saint, and wily politician. He soon strode into action. The hardships of war, and the influenza epidemic at its end, provoked widespread discontent. At Amritsar, in April 1919, General Dyer opened fire on an unarmed crowd and killed 379 of them. This was the worst bloodshed since the India 153 mutiny, and the decisive moment when Indians were alienated from British rule. Gandhi answered with a new weapon of political warfare, civil disobedience. The British Raj, once so high-minded, came to depend on the sticks which beat down unresisting Indians. Congress leaders were imprisoned. The first wave of disobedience died away. British administrators resumed their unchecked sway, so happily compounded of high purpose and high salaries. But the heart had gone from the Raj. Gandhi held the moral lead. The British had only power. The Indian Empire was kept going largely from habit. The British sensed the notice to quit. The difference between them and Congress was only over timing, not over the principle of dominion status. In the 19th century the British had shown a considerable gift of timing when they granted responsible government to their colonies. In India they got their timing wrong. They delayed and drifted, postponing their abdication to some future generation. Gandhi pressed them remorselessly. Perhaps the British found it more difficult to treat peoples of alien culture and different colored skins as equals, perhaps the traditions of autocratic power were too strong, perhaps the British politicians were too weary and too burdened by problems elsewhere. At any rate, they did not produce a Lord Durham for their Indian Empire. The Congress leaders were treated as enemies and rebels, instead of being welcomed as the brown Britons which their education had made them. India was not the only nationalist challenge to British statesmanship, nor even, immediately after the war, the gravest. The Irish problem reached its most acute phase. The problem had harassed British politics for more than a century. Earlier, men had been able to claim, with some justification, that the real problem was religious or economic Roman Catholic disabilities, or the exploitation of the peasants by their landlords. These grievances had been remedied. The Roman Catholics had been emancipated, the Protestant Church had been disestablished, the landlords had been bought out. Ireland remained discontented, on the single issue of national independence. Formally, nothing was changed. Ireland was still part of the United Kingdom, and authorities, appointed by the British, still ruled from Dublin Castle. The reality was different. An independent Irish Parliament, or Dáil, was set up by the Sinn Féin victors in the general election of 1901. The Republic, proclaimed at Easter 1916, was solemnly renewed. The British government, with curious indifference, actually completed attendance at the Dáil by releasing all Irish prisoners from British jails in April 1919. The Dáil behaved as though the Republic were in full being and the British no longer existed. De Valera, sole survivor of the 1916 leaders, was elected president of the Dáil. A Republican government was formed and extended its administration throughout the country. Taxes were levied. Justice was conducted by Republican courts, so much so that the British courts were deserted. The local authorities took their orders from the Republican minister, or had their letters redressed to him by the post office, if they wrote by mistake to Dublin Castle. The original Sinn Féin plan was non-violent. They intended simply to disregard the British authorities and put them on the shelf, as the Hungarians, according to Arthur Griffith, had done with the Imperial Austrian agents between 1861 and 1865. To the old secret society, the Irish Republican Brotherhood, decided otherwise. At its direction, the Irish Volunteers, organized before the war, were reconstituted in January 1919 as the Irish Republican Army under the command of Michael Collins, a former post office clerk who had fought in the Easter Rising, a command somewhat disputed by another fierce Republican, Catull Brugha. 3. The IRA plunged into war against the British without waiting for authority from the Dáil, or indeed ever receiving it. Money was lavishly supplied by American sympathizers. Arms and explosives were easily come by in the confused state of Europe after the war, and as easily smuggled past complacent customs officers. It was a perpetual handicap to the official government that the administration, though technically British, was almost entirely in the hands of Irishmen, and no one could be sure where their loyalty lay. Collins had his agents at the highest posts in Dublin Castle and received information from at least one British staff officer. He knew every British move before it was made, hence, in large part, his miraculous escapes from arrest. The Troubles, as they were called, had a topsy-turvy character. The IRA, though stigmatized as rebels, fought in the name of an existing republic against the British invaders. The British, though claiming to maintain order, were fighting to recover an authority which they had already lost. The conflict was, of course, on a small scale. The total strength of the IRA has been variously estimated from 15,000 to 120,000. In any case, it never had more than 5,000 men on active service at a time, and usually only 3,000. Its men wore no uniform except a trench coat. A unit assembled to attack a police station or to ambush a convoy of arms, and then dispersed into civilian life. The British had an army in Ireland of about 50,000 men and an armed police force of about 10,000, the Royal Irish Constabulary. Neither was suited to guerrilla war. The army was a garrison on peacetime training. The police were scattered throughout the country for ordinary duties. They had to be withdrawn from most of their isolated posts as the struggle went on another victory for the Republic. In 1920 the British government brought in less scrupulous forces, first the Black and Tans, who were theoretically recruits to the RIC, then the Oxus, or Auxiliary Division, men with a taste for fighting and brutality, one who became an autonomous terror squad. Terror answered terror. About 750 Irishmen are thought to have been killed, many of them not even members of the IRA, on the British side, about 500 police, and something under 200 soldiers. Order was not restored. Arthur Henderson said after visiting Ireland, "A state of affairs prevails which is a disgrace to the human race." Asquith spoke even more strongly, "Things are being done in Ireland which would disgrace the blackest annals of the lowest despotism in Europe." The British government were conducting this policy of murder and terrorism from sheer obstinacy. Home Rule was already on the statute book, its operation deferred only until the legal end of the war. Lloyd George had little sympathy with the Irish, since the distant days when the Roman Catholics refused to cooperate with the free churches against Balfour's Education Act, and opposition always provoked his fighting spirit. But he recognized that negations were not enough. He devised an arrangement of fantastic complexity, the Government of Ireland Act, the United Kingdom, United Ireland, a separate Ulster, all mixed together. There were to be 2 Home Rule parliaments, one for most of Ireland at Dublin, the other for 6 counties of Ulster at Belfast. Both parts of Ireland were to retain a reduced representation at Westminster, and a Council of Ireland, drawn from the 2 Irish parliaments, would preserve or restore Irish unity. Most of this ingenuity was dead from the start. Sinn Féin refused to recognise the Southern Parliament and used it merely as a device to elect a second Dáil. Only the 4 members for Dublin University turned up for the opening. One equally Ulster refused to recognise the Council of Ireland. On the other hand, the Ulster Unionists appreciated that the Act secured them from Dublin rule and therefore grudgingly accepted their own parliament and with it, their own government. In this paradoxical way, Ulster, which had once prepared to fight a civil war for a united Ireland under the British Crown, authorised partition and was the only part of Ireland to receive Home Rule. Indirectly, the Government of Ireland Act ended the Troubles. George V resolved to open the first North of Ireland Parliament personally in June 1921, despite the risk of assassination. He had disliked the British campaign of terrorism and wanted to speak more than conventional phrases. He consulted Smuts, who had always urged the Irish to accept the Dominion status which had satisfied the Boers or at any rate some of them and who now happened to be in England for the Imperial Conference. Smuts drafted a warm plea for civil peace and pressed it on Lloyd George. He, on his side, was looking for a way out. He had just been warned by Sir Henry Wilson, the CIGS, that Ireland could be reconquered only by a full-scale war, an army of 100,000 men, specially recruited, martial law, blockhouses, and the banning of all civil traffic except under license. Some members of the cabinet, led by Churchill, refused to endorse this policy until a great effort of conciliation had been made. Lloyd George therefore accepted Smuts's proposal, and soon made it his own. George V deserves some of the credit. His initiative was perhaps the greatest service performed by a British monarch in modern times. The response was immediate. De Valera, now President of the Irish Republic, had been secretly in touch with British representatives since early in the year. The IRA was perhaps at the end of its tether. Collins told Hamar Greenwood, the Chief Secretary, afterwards, "You had us dead beat. We could not have lasted another 3 weeks." At any rate, De Valera agreed to negotiate. A truce was signed on July 8, and fighting ended 3 days later. Months of bargaining followed. Sinn Féin wanted an independent republic for all Ireland. They were offered Dominion status on the Canadian model for 26 counties, that is, excluding 6 counties of Ulster. The wrangling over Dominion status seems in retrospect strangely theoretical. If the Irish remained disloyal, they would not be restrained by such symbols as the Oath of Allegiance, hence it was futile for the British government to insist on them. Equally, since the symbols had no practical force, Dominion status gave Ireland the reality of independence, and it was pedantic for Sinn Féin to kick against them. Men could not cut down to common sense after years of impassioned debate. The Republic was an emotive symbol for one side, the Empire for the other. Besides, the full implications of Dominion status were not then clear as they became shortly afterwards. In 1921 it was still possible to believe that the Dominions were, in some way, subordinate to Whitehall. De Valera was much abused at the time for his impractical romanticism when he took his stand against the British terms. Yet, in view of the conflicting sentiments, he was the only realist of the lot. His plan of external association preserved the Republic and yet gave to the British all the practical securities which they needed. This plan brought reconciliation later, and the reconciliation might have been warmer if it had come at once. Lloyd George would not look at the idea. He was determined to preserve the Empire. Perhaps, as a Welshman, he grudged to the Irish what was not granted to the Welsh. He saw a different way out, a masterpiece, as usual, of strategical ingenuity at everyone's expense except his own. The Irish were one Amory, My Political Life, 2. 230. 158 post-war, 1918-22 to be tempted into the Empire by the offer that Northern Ireland should be put under Dublin instead of under London for a limited period, 6 months or a year. During this time, the Ulster Unionists would learn the delights of paying lower taxes and would remain with the rest of Ireland for good. The Sinn Féin representatives jumped at this bargain, though it would probably have transferred civil war from the south to the north. It was abruptly forbidden by law. He had left office and active politics in March 1921 on grounds of ill health. He now threatened to return and to lead Unionist opposition unless Ulster were left alone. The threat was formidable. The Unionists were increasingly restless against Lloyd George and eager to bolt. Austen Chamberlain, their new leader, had no authority. Lloyd George retreated. The proposal to force Northern Ireland under Dublin was abandoned. Instead, Sinn Féin was threatened with renewed war. The Irish negotiators were shaken. As well, Lloyd George had a last trick up his sleeve. He hinted privately to the Irish that the Commission, which was to draw the boundary between Northern Ireland and the rest, would so whittle down Ulster as to make her unworkable and anxious therefore to join the Irish Free State. In this roundabout way the unity of Ireland would be saved after all. It is impossible to determine whether the hint was seriously meant or whether it was fraudulent from the start. What mattered was that it worked. The Irish grasped at the excuse, however thin, for avoiding war. In the early hours of December 6, they and the British negotiators signed Articles of Agreement for a treaty between Great Britain and Ireland. This was a curious document. It implicitly recognized the right of the Dáil, or its representatives, to speak for a Republic of United Ireland and, in the next breath, ordered this republic out of existence. Many tangles and conflicts followed. The British Parliament approved the treaty on December 16, 1921. In Ireland de Valera led a fierce opposition. The Dáil approved the treaty on January 7, 1922 by only 64 votes to 57. De Valera resigned as president. A new provisional government was set up under Arthur Griffith, II, and in March the British Parliament transferred power to them. In June a general election was held in Southern Ireland. Though the two Sinn Féin factions made an electoral pact, the intrusion of other parties gave a 72% majority for the treaty. Despite this, a considerable section of the IRA stuck to the Republic and fought a civil war which lasted until April 1923. The war was more terrible and more destructive than the previous troubles had been. Many Irish leaders, including Michael Collins, were killed. Somehow the Irish Free State came through. The Dáil devised a constitution for the new state, which was approved, after some amendment, by the British Parliament on December 5, 1922. The Irish Free State came formally into existence precisely 1 year after the signing of the treaty. Northern Ireland cut itself off from the Free State, with equal formality, on the following day. Tim Healy, former nationalist MP, became the first Governor-General. The last British troops left Ireland on December 17, 1922. However, for all practical purpose, the Union ended on December 6, 1921, and the unity of Ireland with it. A terrible chapter in British history was closed. Ireland received in 26 counties a greater measure of independence than had been dreamt of by O'Connell, Parnell, or Redmond. She had her own government, complete autonomy in finance, justice, administration, and education. The Southern Irish members disappeared from the Parliament at Westminster. The Southern Unionists, whose security had once been treated as a vital British concern, were abandoned without protection, though, as things turned out, they became a prized and cosseted minority, a contrast indeed to the condition of the Roman Catholics in Northern Ireland. The British government held 3 treaty ports for the use of the navy. The members of the Dáil had to take an oath, acknowledging the common citizenship of Ireland with Great Britain and her adherence to and membership of the group of nations forming the British Commonwealth of Nations. The Governor-General was appointed by the King. Otherwise nothing remained of the Union, over which so many generations had contended. Moreover, Ireland received Dominion status on the Canadian model. As Canada's rights grew, hers grew with them, until the Irish discovered that they could legally repudiate the treaty from which the Free State derived its existence. The Irish had won. Yet they were not reconciled or friendly. Their victory had come after terror and troubles, not as a work of conciliatory statesmanship. They had nothing to be grateful for. Moreover, the grievance of the boundary between Northern Ireland and the Free State hardened with the years. The stillborn Council of Ireland, last remnant of unity, was formally abolished in 1925. Northern Ireland drew increasingly on the British Treasury, and every British subsidy cut it off more from the Free State. 1. The government of Northern Ireland rigged the constituencies, exercised special police power, and so maintained a Protestant monopoly, despite 1/3 of the populations being Roman Catholic. Continuation of a separate Northern Ireland was not only a British obligation, too it brought for the Conservatives political advantage. The religious divisions there impeded the growth of a Labour Party. Hence Northern Ireland representation at Westminster, apart from an occasional nationalist, gave a built-in bias of 10 members on the Conservative side. 3. A dramatic change from the days when Irish M.P.S. brought a reinforcement of 80 or so to British radicalism. Still, the settlement with Ireland was a great achievement, despite its faults. The Irish question had baffled and ruined the greatest statesman. Lloyd George conjured it out of existence with a solution which was accepted by all except rigorous extremists in the IRA. Of course times favored him. Men were bored with the Irish question. Most Unionists recognized that the Union must go, though they resented the manner of its going. Most Irish nationalists recognized that they must lose Northern Ireland, though they resented that also. Perhaps the bloodshed of the Great War made men turn against bloodshed in Ireland. 1. Religious animosities were waning, except for the artificial survival of militant Protestantism in Northern Ireland. Common sense broke in. Griffith, defending the treaty, said, "I was told, no, this generation might go down, but the next generation might do something or other. Is there to be no living Irish nation? Lloyd George, the supreme opportunist, was for once justified in his opportunism. Yet his triumph did him no good. Liberals and Labour never forgot the Black and Tans. The Conservatives, as they may now again be called, were angry that they had been made to face reality. Ireland ruined Lloyd George, as it had ruined Peel and Gladstone before him. But at least he was ruined by success, they by failure. Fiume remained under joint Allied control, its future had to be determined by the peace conference. President Wilson felt strongly. He was not a party to the Treaty of London and acknowledged only such Italian claims as were justified on national grounds. He accepted the Italian claim to Istria, though even this was nationalistically doubtful. He rejected the claim to Fiume and, of course, to northern Dalmatia. Clemenceau and Lloyd George recognized that they were bound by the Treaty of London. If the Italians took their stand on the treaty, Great Britain and France would back their claim to Dalmatia, but in that case they could not have Fiume. If they claimed Fiume, this would be an abandonment of the Treaty of London, and all their claims must be considered on grounds of national principle. The Italians tried to have things both ways round. In vain. Orlando withdrew in protest from the peace conference, though an Italian representative hastily returned in time to sign the treaty with Germany. Wilson appealed to the Italians over the head of their government. This move was also unsuccessful. The peace conference never settled the question of Fiume. In September 1919 the Romantic Italian poet D'Annunzio seized Fiume and turned it into an independent state. In November 1920 Italy and Yugoslavia reached agreement in the Treaty of Rapallo. Italy received Istria and renounced Dalmatia, except for 4 islands and the town of Zara. Fiume was made a free city. In September 1923 Italy annexed Fiume, and Yugoslavia acknowledged this annexation in January 1924. After the Second World War, Yugoslavia acquired Zara and the Dalmatian islands, Fiume, and most of Istria, except for Trieste and Gorizia. In 1822 was the first orderly year which Great Britain had known since the outbreak of war. Though her troubles were by no means over, there began a new stability which set the pattern for most of the interwar years. Industrial strife diminished sharply. 85 million working days had been lost by strikes in 1921. Only 19 million were lost in 1922, and 10 million in 1923. Budget estimates fell below £1,000 million. Income tax was reduced, by Is, to 5 carat. In the pound. Prices and wage rates both fell from the inflated levels of 1920-1, settling down for some years at about 1/3 above the pre-war figure. Practically all the wartime regulations disappeared during 1921. Registration of individuals came to an end with the last scraps of food rationing. Foreign travel was again unrestricted, though the traveler was now burdened with a passport. 1 sterling could be freely exchanged into foreign currencies, at about 10% or below pre-war parity. The war left few permanent marks on British life. Ex-servicemen never became a separate, let alone a violent, political group as they did in some countries. Their organization, the British Legion, over which Lord Hague presided, brought all ranks together on a more or less democratic basis. It voiced their grievances when the need arose and sometimes exerted discreet pressure on parliamentary candidates. Its usual activities were benevolent and social. The war was, of course, not forgotten. There were war memorials in every town and village, to the grave of the unknown soldier in Westminster Abbey, and the cenotaph, to which passers-by doffed their hats, in Whitehall. Armistice Day was observed by a nationwide silence for 2 minutes at 11 a.m. Theaters and cinemas continued the patriotic demonstration, which they had begun during the war, of playing the national anthem at the end of every performance. One summer time was kept on, despite protests from farmers on behalf of their cows. 2 F. W. Hearst, the radical individualist, remarked of it, Of useful inventions perhaps the best that we can connect with the war period. 2 less useful inventions also survived. The opening hours of public houses continued to be tightly limited, especially with the afternoon gap and on Sundays. The entry and employment of aliens were severely controlled, almost to the point of exclusion. A mistaken fear for jobs reinforced xenophobia, a legacy of war. The First World War, more conveniently than the Second, did not interfere with the holding of the decennial census at its appointed time. In 1921 there were 37,887,000 people in England and Wales, 42,769,000 in Great Britain. The population was still increasing, though more slowly than in the 19th century. Since 1911 there had been only a net increase of 0 to 49%, each year, against a previous annual average of over I%. The decline in the death rate was just keeping ahead of the decline in the birth rate. There is no mystery about the decline in the death rate. It was caused by improved medical services, improved housing, and improved hygiene. Infant mortality had been more than halved since 1900. Fewer people died in early adult life. In particular, the old scourge of tuberculosis was being mastered. The new killers were cancer and weak hearts, diseases which usually attack people at a more advanced age. As a result, though more people survived to be old, the old, contrary to common belief, did not live longer. The expectation of life for a man of 65 was little greater than it had been a century before. For the general effect was to make the working population a considerably larger proportion of the whole, and the average age of the workers was higher, hence perhaps their adherence to old industries and old practices. The birth rate fell to below 20 per thousand in 1923 and never rose again above 20 in this period. The number of children under 15 was much the same in 1921 as it had been in 1891, though the population was 10 million greater, and 13 years later there were fewer children under 5 than in 1871, though the population was 20 million greater. We do not know how this came about. People were not marrying later, rather the contrary. Nor is there any reason to suppose that natural fertility had lessened. Abortion, though illegal, had always been common, though there is no means of knowing how common. There is no reason to suppose that it increased. Conception must therefore have been deliberately restricted by some means or other. 2. There is some indication that in the 1880s, when the decline in the birth rate appears statistically, the middle classes, who were the first to limit their families, simply abstained from sexual intercourse. Artificial impediments to conception were frowned on, and their advocates were still being sent to prison shortly before the First World War. That war introduced millions of men to an effective male contraceptive, the sheath. A satisfactory diaphragm for women was invented in 19ig. 3. Soon afterwards Marie Stopes made contraceptive devices respectable in a somewhat gushing book, Married Love. For this she deserves to be remembered among the great benefactors of the age. The change of attitude did not go far. No medical school gave its students instruction in contraceptives until after the Second World War, and professional advice was difficult to obtain except later at a few clinics or, for the rich, from a specialist. Usually the devices had still to be bought surreptitiously, and birth control became more erratic with each step down the social scale. Figures of manufacture, and other inadequate sources, suggest that between the wars 1 man in 10 used a sheath regularly, and that the diaphragm, which alone gave satisfactory intercourse, was used by only a few enlightened women. In the higher classes, interrupted intercourse was apparently the normal pattern in at least 70% of marriages. Women, not surprisingly, got little joy from their marital relations and complained to health workers that their husbands used them so many times a week. The historian should bear in mind that between about 1880, when limitations started, and 1940 or so, when the use of the sheath at any rate became more general in all classes, he has on his hands a frustrated people. The restraint exercised in their private lives may well have contributed to their lack of enterprise elsewhere. The census of 1921 also tells us that the preponderance of women over men, which had long existed, was then at its height. Though the excess had been exaggerated by the death of 750,000 men in the war, the cause was mainly natural. More male babies were born, but still more died in infancy. The excess of women 1,750,000 in all may have provided a practical incentive towards their emancipation, though it was rarely used as an argument. After 1918 they achieved an almost absolute equality in theory. They had the vote, though not on equal terms with men until 1928. The Sex Disqualification Removal Act removed many legal barriers. Most professions were open to them. The church and the stock exchange provided two quaint exceptions. Higher education was available for them on a fairly generous scale. They received equal treatment at the universities, except at Oxford and Cambridge, where the historic endowments continued to benefit only men. 2. In practice, most women remained dependants, particularly in the working class. Wives were lucky to be given a housekeeping allowance. Very few knew what their husbands were earning. In almost every occupation women were paid less than men for doing the same work. This was less true in the professions, except for the scandalous cases of the civil service and teaching. It was hard for a woman to rise to the top. There were never more than 20 women MPs. There were no women directors of large companies, no women judges, virtually no women professors at universities. The people of England were physically much of a piece. There were Chinese settlements in Liverpool, Swansea, and the East End of London. Otherwise all English people were pink or, as it was absurdly called, white in color. Every county had in it some inhabitants who had been born in every other county. Though regional accents persisted to a declining extent, full dialect disappeared except as a literary exercise. The stories by T. Thompson, in Lancashire dialect, were published in the sophisticated columns of the Manchester Guardian. 1. There was a fairly clear line between north and south, a distinction roughly defined by the River Trent. Though nearly half the people of England lived north of this line, one would hardly guess it from most works of literature or political history. Another clear division was between the England of industrial towns and the rural England of traditional imagining. 20% of the population took up 33 million acres. 80% had to make do on the remaining 5 million acres, 49%, in towns with more than 50,000 inhabitants. This division was becoming less sharp than it had been. Fewer families now lived in the centers of towns, and many were moving into the adjacent country. Between the census of 1911 and that of 1951, the County of London was the only county in the country which showed an actual decline in population. At the same time Middlesex doubled its population, Kent, Essex, and Surrey almost did so. Two extremes in town fortunes show the same trend. The towns which declined in numbers between 1911 and 1951 were Blackburn, Bolton, Gateshead, Halifax, Manchester, Oldham, Salford, South Shields, and Wigan. The towns which doubled their populations were Blackpool, Bournemouth, Cambridge, Coventry, Luton, and Southend-on-Sea. Watering places flourished. Industrial towns decayed. All England became suburban. Except for the slums at one extreme and the Pennine Moors at the other. Religion, or rather sectarianism, had drawn sharp lines between English people ever since the 16th century. The English, though almost exclusively Christian in background, one fell into three warring groups: the Established Church of England, the Roman Catholics, and the Free Churches. By no means all English people kept up active religious devotions. There were at this time roughly 2¾ million practicing Anglicans, 2½ million Roman Catholics, and nearly 2 million members of the Free Churches. Only the Roman Catholics made difficulties about intermarriage, the mark of real difference in religion as in color. Otherwise the zest had gone from religious quarrels. There was no longer a political test of Protestantism except for the monarch and, more doubtfully, the Lord Chancellor. In education the Act of 1902 had done its work. More broadly, religious faith was losing its strength. Not only did church-going universally decline. 3. The dogmas of revealed religion, the Incarnation and the Resurrection, were fully accepted only by a small minority. Our Lord Jesus Christ became, even for many avowed Christians, merely the supreme example of a good man. This was as great a happening as any in English history since the conversion of the Anglo-Saxons to Christianity. It had many causes: the old rationalism of the 18th century, the new rationalism of science, particularly of biology, the higher criticism which discredited the verbal inspiration of the Bible, a hard knock especially against Protestantism. More prosaically, the advance in material comforts made men less concerned with pie in the sky, and the sight of priests and bishops blessing guns or tanks during the Great War was not a good advertisement for the gospel of the Prince of Peace. The Roman Catholics held up best. They had a hard core of believers. They were reinforced by Irish immigrants and made a number of intellectual converts, roughly balancing the old Catholics who lapsed. The Church of England reaped the advantages of establishment. 3 English people out of 4 were baptized, 4 out of 5 were married, in an Anglican church. Army recruits, with no avowed allegiance, were entered as C of E5. Most civilians, if asked, would have given the same reply. The old grammar schools were all Anglican, and the new secondary schools tended to follow their example. The Anglican Church retained a monopoly of college chapels at Oxford and Cambridge. Anglican dignitaries played their part at every official occasion from city dinners to the coronation. 26 Anglican bishops sat in the House of Lords. 1. The opinions of leading Anglicans and their peccadillos secured top billing in the newspapers. The free churches were hardest hit. They had rested on belief and preaching. Their influence faded as belief declined. None of their ministers repeated the fashionable success of Sylvester Home. The nonconformist conscience ceased to count in politics, as Lloyd George discovered when he tried to mobilize it. The weakening of Christian dogma had little immediate result other than the decline in church attendance, despite a widespread belief to the contrary. England remained Christian in morality, though not in faith. There was a vast appetite for unrevealed religion and for a vague religiosity, supplied by ingenious astronomers such as Sir Arthur Eddington and Sir James Jeans. Standards of honesty and public duty were astonishingly high. The commercial and financial system rested securely on sanctity of contract. England was one of the few countries where those liable to income tax could be relied upon to reveal their correct incomes, as near as made no difference. There were still unacknowledged exclusions against Jews and, to a lesser extent, against Roman Catholics. The gravest handicap, however, was avowed atheism, and few ventured to avow it. Sexual morality was alleged to have become laxer. There is little serious evidence for this, and some against it. Divorce remained a serious barrier in public life and, in court circles, an insuperable one. Riddle, a newspaper proprietor, was the first guilty party in a divorce suit to be made appear, after ineffective protests from George V, Josiah Wedgwood, the first to sit in a cabinet. These were isolated cases, and the Conservative Party maintained a ban on divorce until after the Second World War. 1. In one way morality became stricter. The prudish Victorians had published full reports of the most scandalous divorce cases even to Sir Charles Dilke and his 3 in a bed. Their supposedly lax descendants had less respect for the publicity of justice and the freedom of the press. In 1926 a particularly remarkable divorce case, to the best reading since Pemberton Billing and the Black Book, provoked an Act of Parliament which forbade the publication of any proceedings in the divorce courts other than the judge's summing up. It is still on the statute book. 3. Since creeds had ceased to divide, class stood out the more sharply. England had always been class conscious, perhaps more than most European communities. English was the only European language where accent was determined more by class than by region. The English were the only European people who sorted themselves out by class at mealtimes. The masses took their principal meal at midday, their betters in the evening. For even the drinkers of beer divided automatically between the saloon and public bars. Education, usually a solvent, produced in England a further hardening of class lines. Education for all was an obvious democratic slogan, and in one sense a successful one. After 1918 all children received full-time education to the age of 14. An increasing, though still small, proportion continued their education in adolescence, and an increasing, though very small, proportion went to universities. This was, however, not achieved by opening the existing educational doors wider and wider until they admitted everyone. It was done by developing a different, and mainly inferior, education for those who had previously received none. Thus class differences were not only maintained. They were made clearer and more effective than before. The children of the masses went to free day schools until the age of 14, the children of the privileged went to expensive boarding schools until 13. The dividing line here was as hard as that between Hindu castes. No child ever crossed it. At the secondary level, the division was almost as complete. Nearly all the children of the privileged proceeded to expensive private schools, public schools as they were perversely called. A minority of children from the other classes went to modern-day schools, maintained from public funds. The grammar schools straddled in between, mainly and appropriately for the middle class, and with a few poor boys as well. At the highest level, the modern universities in large towns were socially inferior to Oxford and Cambridge, which remained in spirit, and largely in numbers, one preserves of the privileged classes. The two systems of education catered for different classes and provided education, different in quality and content, for rulers and ruled. There was still an unmistakable upper class, despite the bleat about increasing economic equality. 1% of the population owned 2/3 of the national wealth, OI% owned 1/3. 3/4 of the population owned less than IOO. Two territorial magnates, their wealth reinforced by mining royalties and urban rents, kept up great town and country houses with staffs of 30 or 40 servants. The political governing class was largely drawn from a few hereditary families. Most of its members were educated at Eton, and some others at Harrow. Nearly all went to Oxford or Cambridge. They moved with little effort to high posts in government, 3 though rarely to the very top. A rich field of sinecures lay open to them, especially overseas. Go out and govern New South Wales was their abiding consolation. The war was expected to threaten both their power and their incomes. The threat proved less than expected. But the war brought some change. The rich, though still rich, became less idle. Many men who had been officers during the war did not slip back into a life of leisure. They earned their livings, principally in finance and industry. They retained their sense of class and their aristocratic ways. But they were no longer shocked at the idea of business, and in return businessmen accepted them as leaders. Oliver Littleton provides a good example, member of a traditional political family, who preferred the delights of business until pulled into politics by the Second World War. The old cleavage between landowners and capitalists almost disappeared, hence in part the decline of the Liberal Party. The Conservatives were more homogeneous than they had been. They caught up with the modern world, and their leaders added wider experience to their traditional toughness. At the opposite extreme, the masses were also easy to identify. The working man was one who received a weekly wage, and the state now singled him out further by issuing him with insurance cards for health and unemployment. Theoretically, England was a democracy, attenuated only by the monarchy and by the restricted powers of the House of Lords. In practice, most of the population showed little interest in public affairs, even when mismanagement of these affairs threw them out of work or carried them off to fight in foreign fields. Only slightly over half the households in the country took a daily newspaper even in 1939, and no newspaper voiced the outlook of the masses until the Second World War, when the Daily Mirror won the circulation race by doing so. Only a minority voted in local elections, though about 75% voted in general elections. Only one trade unionist in 10 attended his branch meetings. Nevertheless, the history of modern England was not an uninterrupted story of class war. England always had a powerful middle class, and this class encroached both on those above and on those below it. Engels complained long ago that in England even the proletariat was bourgeois, and the aristocracy was becoming bourgeois as well. Many habits were flattening out. Dress provides a striking example. It became more uniform, or rather, by becoming universal, ceased to be the uniform of different classes. It varied now according to the time of day or of activity, not by rank. The frock coat disappeared almost entirely. The upper-class uniform of top hat and tail coat was worn only on ceremonial occasions, such as weddings and race meetings. It was unmistakably fancy dress. The richest men went to work in what had previously been known as lounge suits. Working men wore similar suits except when dressed in overalls. Women's clothes were even more of a piece. The well-dressed woman of the 1920s followed a fashion set by workers in munitions during the war, though it was not until after the Second World War that all women enjoyed the luxury of fresh underclothes every day. The ideal of the boyish figure, not always achieved, is less easy to explain. Perhaps women thought that, as men were not much used to them, they had better turn themselves into men as nearly as they could. The war produced another curious equality in social habits. Previously the rich smoked Havana cigars, the poor smoked pipes, only the elegant smoked cigarettes. Now high taxation made cigars expensive. Soldiers had learned to smoke cigarettes in the trenches, so, to a lesser extent, had women on war work. The cigarette became almost universal. No doubt it provided some redress against the many strains of life. Smoking also ceased to be a private indulgence. It was permitted in cinemas and on the upper decks of buses. Lloyd George lifted the ban against smoking at cabinet meetings, and it was never reimposed. The middle classes set the standards of the community. They were its conscience and did its routine work. Their number increased dramatically. Salaried workers in private employment went up from 1 million to 2.75 between 1911 and 1921. Civil servants, as employees of the state were called, had more than doubled since 1914 from 60,000 to 130,000 *. Those in local government rose rather more. The power of these administrators is generally supposed to have grown at the expense of the politicians, as public affairs became more complex and technical. In 1919 the permanent undersecretary to the Treasury was given the title head of the civil service, equivalent almost to the military chief of the Imperial General Staff, and a little later the government appointed a civil servant as chief economic advisor. Here was certainly power without responsibility, power behind the scenes. However, it is hard to believe that Sir Warren Fisher or Sir Horace Wilson, powerful as they were, counted for more than Sir Charles Trevelyan or Sir Robert Morant had done before them, and an efficient politician such as Neville Chamberlain still set his individual mark on the public record. Similarly in local government, the permanent officials, though influential, were dependent on their elected town councils, and a Lansbury or an Ernest Simon counted for more than the town clerk, the borough treasurer, or the medical officer of health. The most influential figures in public life were indeed voluntary workers. Even the members of the House of Commons received little more than a subsistence wage and shrank from admitting that they did a full-time job. Their conditions of work were those of amateurs: no desks, no secretaries, no research assistants. Those who administered justice in the courts of first instance all worked for nothing except the few stipendiary magistrates in large towns. The members of county and town councils were also unpaid. The new responsibilities in housing, education, and roads were all in the hands of these local authorities, despite the fact that much of the money for them came from the central government. The police were directed by local watch committees except in London. The poor law was administered by local boards of guardians. Even more was done purely on an individual basis. Secondary education was largely, university education entirely, provided by private associations. More than half the hospitals were privately run. So were most charities. Voluntary societies, old and new, protected animals and children, defended ancient monuments and rural amenities, gave advice on birth control, asserted the rights of Englishmen, or encroached upon them. The public life of England was sustained by a great army of busybodies, and anyone could enlist in this army who felt inclined to. Though most of its members came from the middle class, they were joined in this period by trade union officials and even by self-educated manual workers. These were the active people of England and provided the groundswell of her history. Though this army served without financial inducement, it received rewards of another kind. Honours were a mainspring of public life. The Order of the British Empire was created specially for these humble political workers, just as the Military Cross had been created for junior officers during the war. Its holders went over the top for the governing class, just as the officers had done for the generals. It had at least the distinction that it was rarely obtained by contributing to party funds. Patronage played as great a part as it had done in the 18th century, though it now bestowed honor, not cash. Religion, learning, and law danced to the Prime Minister's tune. He appointed the bishops and many professors. He even appointed the poet laureate, though no longer for political reasons. The law was more closely tied to politics. The justices of the peace were mainly nominated by the local agents of the political parties. Too many of the High Court judges won their position by assiduous labours on the backbenches of the House of Commons. The Lord Chief Justice was always a political reward in this period with one exception, though, unlike the Lord Chancellor, he did not remain politically active. The system of patronage was a cheap way of getting public work done. Even judges earned less than successful lawyers. It was also conservative, though not entirely in a party sense. Rewards went, on the whole, to the conformists, those who saw nothing but good in the British way of life. The men in public life were not, however, merely the most dutiful members of the community. They were usually also the most conscientious. Nearly all of them wanted to leave their country a better place than they found it. There was also a practical consideration. The modern community could not work without some cooperation from the masses, and the war in particular had made their active cooperation essential in factories as in the trenches. The Germans did more than John Stuart Mill could to justify the ways of democracy to Englishmen. There was also no doubt apprehension of popular discontent. But probably conscience came first, and fear second. At any rate, concern for the conditions of the masses became the dominant theme of domestic politics. The state now provided some security against sickness, unemployment, and old age. It fussed over housing, education, and health. There was at least some tiny fulfillment of the old radical dream, by which taxation was to redistribute wealth from rich to poor. The high rates of income tax, surtax, and death duties, introduced during the war, were little reduced afterwards. A rich man paid 8% of his income in tax before the war, 1/3 of it after. Direct taxes now provided 49% of the state's revenue, where before they had provided 1/3. Before the war the masses paid to the state a good deal more than they received from it in social services. The rich, considering their gross disproportion in public employment, were net profiteers. After the war the poor did not quite pay even for their social services. The wealthy had to make up the balance and to carry defense and the national debt as well. It is thought that between the wars taxation transferred something like 5% of the national income from rich to poor, or perhaps rather less. One economic inequality was not lessened only by state action. The war accelerated the process which was already giving manual workers an increasing share in the national income. Here again, fear and conscience were mixed. The strength of the trade unions and apprehension of strikes counted for much. As well, intelligent employers discovered that higher wages brought also higher profits, even though traditional economists were telling them that they ought to bring wages down. In 1924, when industrial production had only just reached again the pre-war level, if that, 1 real wages for those in employment were 11% or above pre-war. Oregon 5% or if unemployment be allowed. 4 wages, even in the most unorganized trades, were above the level of primary poverty, as defined by Seabum-Roundtree in ISGG. 2 manual workers, particularly unskilled manual workers, received more of the national cake, mainly at the expense of those who lived by investments. There was a general change of economic outlook. Previously the idle rich had been proud of being idle. Now they were ashamed of it, and idleness was more difficult. Domestic servants, for instance, were hard to come by. Their number had been halved during the war and did not recover even during times of economic depression. Households which had kept 5 servants dropped to 2, those formerly with 2 to 1, and the rest of the middle class made do with a daily woman. All this was far from a social revolution, but it took the edge off the class war. The majority of manual workers never voted labor. Even the majority of trade union members rarely did so. National loyalty transcended class consciousness except for a small minority, and it is possible in this period to write the history of the English people rather than the history of the exploiting classes. This was hardly recognized at the time. On the contrary, men thought that they were living in a disintegrating society. The special Irish branch at Scotland Yard found fresh fields to conquer. It dropped the Irish and operated now against communists, tapped telephones, opened letters, quite in the Metternich style. The alarm was misplaced. The Communist Party only once managed to raise 10,000 members during the 1920s. Usually it was hard-pressed to claim 5,000. Still, conventional ideas were shaken. In literature the war seemed to have produced an unbridgeable chasm between the generations. The established writers, who had once been rebels, now had an old-fashioned air in outlook and still more in technique. John Galsworthy was an extreme case. When he started on the Forsyte family before the war, it was to pillory Soames Forsyte as the man of property, who claimed to own his wife. By the time Galsworthy finished the Forsyte saga, dear old Soames had become the incarnation of traditional virtues. Even the writers who tried to remain subversive became unwillingly respectable. Bernard Shaw, though still discharging paradoxes, could think of no better advice than that men should live for 300 years, achieved his greatest post-war success by a schoolgirl crush on Joan of Arc, and had a festival devoted to him at Malvern just like Shakespeare at Stratford. H. G. Wells turned from novels to write the most acceptable of universal histories, and then preached the world state, to be provided by the benevolence of rich men who traveled on the blue train. The only writer of undiminished stature was Thomas Hardy, as much at home with the new poets as he had been with the old ones, or perhaps more so, the first writer to be buried in Westminster Abbey since George Meredith, and with Kipling as his only successor to date. The new writers and artists breathed an air of cultural and moral disintegration. Like the changing economic circumstances of England, this, though blamed on the war, was only accelerated by it. Movements against the traditional patterns were well underway before the WRAR started. Picasso, Stravinsky, and the Futurists had all asserted themselves in the pre-war world. They had little impact on most forms of English art. Architecture continued to follow a decaying imperial style. Nash's Regent Street was destroyed. A nondescript Blatancy took its place. Giles Gilbert Scott outdid the worst achievements of the Victorians in his new Bodleian building at Oxford. All that redeemed the period were some underground stations by Charles Holden and the Daily Express building in Fleet Street. Music also clung to conventional standards. A little earlier Sir Edward Elgar had been the first English composer of European stature since Henry Purcell. None of his successors rose as high. Delius was a provincial Debussy. Gustav Holst and Vaughan Williams had solid achievements to show. Vaughan Williams rated the more warmly at the time with his production of symphonies, Holst now showing greater powers of endurance. William Walton stood out among the younger men, with a certain gift for spritelli tunes. These English composers learned from Ravel, hardly an example of startling modernity. None gave the slightest indication that he was the contemporary of Stravinsky and Webern. Sculpture and painting were more affected by the new styles, enough at any rate to create an occasional stir at exhibitions. Henry Moore, the sculptor, was without a peer and a figure of unique eminence in English art. Of the painters, only Ben Nicholson ranked with the continental masters and justified the visit of an art lover to English soil. Literature was a different matter, with giants towering above any continental rivals. T.S. Eliot in poetry, James Joyce in prose, disintegrated the traditions of English literature, much as the wartime barrage disintegrated the French landscape. They had gone right through literature and come out on the other side. With these writers, English literature became more difficult and esoteric just when there were more potential readers than ever before. Writers with a new technique had encountered initial hostility from Wordsworth onwards. This was the first time that acknowledged masters were, and remained, unintelligible not only, say, to a coal miner, but to a secondary school master or a doctor. The fashion held only in part. Eliot determined the main shape of English poetry for a generation. Joyce was an isolated figure. Poetry perhaps did not need to make sense. Prose cried out for meaning, and Joyce ran into a blind alley where, in his last work, Fingarus Wake, even the words were gibberish. The writers with a meaning conveyed a doleful lesson. Nearly all turned against their age and repudiated it as far as they could. They were expatriates in spirit and usually in place as well. Eliot perversely to London. Joyce lived in Trieste and Paris, though he remembered only Dublin. He commented on life, *Je suis bien triste. D.H. Lawrence, the greatest English novelist of the 20th century, ran around the world after strange gods, including physical passion, and did not reach again the pre-war height of sons and lovers. His last written words were, "This place no good." T.E. Lawrence, whose writings provided the upper classes with a substitute for literature, tried to escape his fame by becoming an aircraftsman under an assumed name, though he was angry when people failed to recognize him. One Aldous Huxley, if anyone, might have been expected to go with the times. Combining literary sophistication and scientific descent of the greatest distinction, he was a walking reconciliation between art and science. Somehow the reconciliation failed to work, or Huxley failed to provide it. He turned against both and withdrew to a life of contemplation in California. The two men who came to the front as novelists towards the end of the interwar period, Graham Greene and Evelyn Waugh, were both converts to Roman Catholicism, though this only served to increase their woe. These interwar writers present a puzzle to the historian. Literature, according to historical convention, reflects contemporary life and reveals its spirit. To judge from all leading writers, the barbarians were breaking in. The decline and fall of the Roman Empire were being repeated. Civilized men could only lament and withdraw, as the writers did to their considerable profit. The writers were almost alone in feeling like this, and it is not easy to understand why they thus cut themselves off. By any more prosaic standard, this was the best time mankind, or at any rate Englishmen, had known, more considerate, with more welfare for the mass of people packed into a few years than into the whole of previous history. It is hardly surprising that ordinary people found the great contemporary works of literature beyond them. The masses had their own form of cultural satisfaction. High-grade literature was beyond them. Low-grade literature, the novels of Nat Gould I or Edgar Wallace, hardly improved on its 19th-century predecessors. The serious theater, which had been full of life before the war, did not recover from the strains, partly emotional, partly financial, of the war years. Even the music hall began to decline after producing its first night in Sir Harry Lauder. The radio, which began to operate in 1922, remained for some time a technical curiosity, listeners receiving distant voices through headphones in awed amazement. The great new medium was the cinema, before the war also a technical curiosity, now a fully fledged form of art. During the 1920s it was still silent, and perhaps the more consciously artistic as a result. The English filmmaking industry had been ruined by the war. Hollywood dominated. But the greatest artist produced by the screen was an English Cockney, Charlie Chaplin, who never gave up British nationality and who retained the innocent utopian socialism of his early years. He was England's gift to the world in this age, likely to be remembered when her writers, statesmen, and scientists are forgotten, as timeless as Shakespeare and as great. The cinema changed the pattern of English life, particularly for the lower middle class. It took people from their homes, eclipsed both church and public house, spread romantic, but by no means trivial, values. Women joined their husbands in enjoyment, as they had never done at football matches or other public pleasures. The cinema was the greatest educative force of the early 20th century. Yet highly educated people saw in it only vulgarity and the end of Old England. The contradiction was equally clear, and even more unfortunate, when men considered economic and social affairs. Technical achievements were being made at an unparalleled rate, industrial revolutions, for instance in transport and power, advancing every day. Men were producing more while working shorter hours. Wealth, or at any rate welfare for all, was becoming a practical reality. Yet the most articulate members of the community deplored what was happening, and looked back regretfully to an imaginary pre-war society. Few economists had changed their doctrines since the days of Adam Smith. Where once they had been missionaries of progress, they could not now imagine any improvement on the old order, or lack of it, which had made Great Britain economically supreme a century before. This was partly unconscious resentment on the part of the middle classes that, while their standard of life was still rising fast, the gap between it and the standard of the working classes was narrowing. But even working-class radicals did not escape this outlook. English socialism, whether Fabian or Marxist, had started in an age of advancing capitalism. Socialists, too, assumed prosperity and merely sought to distribute its rewards differently. They expected the laws of laissez-faire economics to continue in operation, with the slight change that profits would go to the community instead of to individuals. They were at a loss when faced with the decline of Great Britain's traditional exports and the collapse of stable exchanges. They felt that capitalism must be put back on its feet before it was got rid of, and could only answer with emotional protest those who demanded public economy and the end of social reform. English people, both left and right, blamed everything on the war and believed that all would be well if its effects were somehow undone. This was a hopeless ambition. As things turned out, England got change and reform, whether men wanted them or not. The war, and its consequences, were of course partly to blame. It had impoverished some of Great Britain's former customers, though not all. It had helped her competitors, particularly Japan. It had shattered the system of international finance. Against this, it actually improved the position of Great Britain in one peculiar way. With increased production, the prices of food and raw materials fell, the prices of manufactured goods did not. The terms of trade turned strikingly in Great Britain's favor. Taking 1938 as 142 units of exports were needed before the war to buy 100 units of imports, in the 20s only 115 units of exports. Great Britain could, as it were, afford BCTH higher unemployment and a higher standard of living at the same time. This was small consolation to the depressed export industries. British economic life relied to a dangerous extent on a few industries, themselves often antiquated, the share of which was declining on the world market, and which catered mainly for the primary producing countries themselves impoverished. In 1911-13 textiles provided 39% and coal 9% of British exports. 89% of cotton piece goods and a quarter of British coal production went abroad. These were the very things which other people could produce more cheaply or for which there was, at best, a static demand. Textiles were being made by Asiatic nations in the first stage of industrial awakening. Coal was threatened by increased efficiency in fuel consumption, by oil, and by electricity. These old industries all declined between the wars. Cotton in 1924 had still the third place among British industries for value of net output. By 1935 it had fallen to 11th. In the same period, the workers in coal mining were halved, though they were still more than order. Even Lenin supposed in 1918 that the laws of capitalism would go on working, once the capitalists had been expropriated. In any other single industry, the decline in these industries was not uniform. Each of the old staples had some modern and prosperous sections: coal mines in Nottingham and South Yorkshire, steel in Lincolnshire, mills working Egyptian cotton. Much confusion was caused by seeking remedies for the industry as a whole, thus often benefiting those who were already making high profits. Still, the effective way of escape was by developing new industries, catering for a more sophisticated world. Motor cars and electrical equipment were obvious examples. They developed against great handicaps. They needed a prosperous home market as a foundation, and this was hard to find when the bulk of the working population was still in the old industries. To put the problem crudely, England could prosper only when men moved from the old industries, with low wages, to the new industries with high ones, but these new industries could flourish only when men had already moved. This was a vicious circle, which public policy often reinforced. Again, the new industries needed to get on a mass basis of uniform production. But they had all started on a small scale and with great variety. In 1913 there were 198 different models of motor cars being produced, all by hand one at a time. In 1922 there were still 96 different makers. Electricity was in equal chaos. Voltage varied widely, even in the same town, and there were 23 different types of plug for an electric fire. This was a situation to baffle contemporaries. Should they promote new industries or seek to revive the old ones? Should they increase British exports or should they make Great Britain less dependent on imports? They tried to go back and, to their bewilderment, were pushed forward. Here, as elsewhere, men lamented the new world which became their salvation. In 1922, when the post-war boom burst, men grasped at the old remedy of public economy. Heavy taxation was regarded as the root of all evil. The anti-waste campaign against squandermania and against the two mythical civil servants, Dilly and Dally, swept all before it. Sir Eric Deas, whose schemes for modernizing the railways had been an early victim of economy, presided over a committee on government expenditure. It reported in February 1922. Geddes, himself embittered, swung his axe indiscriminately. Apart from cuts in the Army and Navy, the committee recommended economies in education and public health, reductions in teachers' salaries, and the abolition of 5 government departments, including the Ministry of Transport and the Ministry of Labor. Much of this was knocking at an open door. The temporary civil servants who came in during the war had now mostly been eased out. The Washington Treaty led to considerable reductions in the Navy, despite public protest from the Admiralty. The Army was on a peacetime footing of voluntary regulars, solely for the defense of overseas interests, and with no thought that it would ever again be needed in a European war. The Geddes axe was most devastating in education. When H.A.L. Fisher, a recruit brought in by Lloyd George from academic life, promoted his Education Act in 1918, he introduced 2 new principles. He raised the school leaving age, without exception, to 14. This survived, though the classes remained grotesquely large. Fisher also proposed to institute part-time education in continuation schools up to 16. The Geddes Act slaughtered these schools. None was ever set up on a compulsory basis except, for some unknown reason, at Rugby. Perhaps the massacre was all to the good. The continuation schools would have provided a strictly proletarian education and so have made the class cleavage in education worse than ever. The Act of 1918 had not been Fisher's only contribution to education, perhaps not even his most important. Teachers' salaries were made uniform throughout the country, the rates determined by a joint committee under Lord Burnham. As well, teachers were brought into a national scheme for pensions. Free places were provided at secondary schools for the abler pupils. By 1922 they already covered 34% of the pupils in publicly maintained schools. The local education authorities, themselves committees of the local councils, administered education. Half the cost and all the policy came from the state. Fisher does not seem to have appreciated what was involved. He told his colleagues in 1918 that the extra cost would be £3 million a year. It turned out to be 10 times this figure, and soon more. Not only was a sum of this magnitude an easy target for the advocates of public economy, the fact that the expenditure was incurred at national direction meant that it could also be challenged on a national basis. The Geddes Acts made this challenge clear. Teachers' salaries, which had previously been debated by local authorities, were now scrutinized, and reduced, by Parliament. The same happened with school buildings and with free places. The economies were soon undone. The arguments which accompanied them left a permanent mark. The old controversy over education, a bitter one, had been sectarian: what form of religious teaching should be given in primary schools, and by whom? Now, just when this controversy was dying, a new one took its place: how much should the community spend on education? And how far should secondary education become a free social service instead of a charge on parents? Finance was the great educational issue between the wars, and a reforming president of the Board of Education thought he had done well if he managed to spend more money. No one between the wars commented on the social consequences of providing a second-rate education solely for the children of those who could not afford to buy something better. One above all, politicians never raised the great question of what should be taught, except in the now exhausted field of religious instruction. This was a stroke of unplanned good fortune. Though the state increasingly paid the piper, it did not call the tune. Teachers, headmasters, examining boards, wrestled with the problem behind the scenes and came up with contradictory answers. This is a subject which has still to be explored. We know roughly how many children were educated, and what it cost to educate them. We know little of what they were taught and virtually nothing of its underlying character. What did they learn about religion or about public affairs? Were they taught to respect their betters or to criticize them? Which came first, the British Empire or the League of Nations? At a guess, teachers inclined to the right in the 20s, and to the left in the 30s. But it is pure guesswork. The educators were left to decide things for themselves. Anarchy prevailed, a last great bastion of English freedom. At the end of the war the state broke into a sphere of education from which it had hitherto been excluded, the universities. Previously the state had merely called new universities into being by royal charter or, with Oxford and Cambridge, imposed reforms by a commission. The universities derived their income solely from fees and endowments, except for a small grant made by the Board of Education to the new universities from 1911 onwards. Now the state began to subsidize the universities more lavishly. The Board of Education was accustomed to act through the local authorities. The universities, being national institutions, particularly Oxford and Cambridge, could not be handled in this way. An annual grant was therefore made directly by the Treasury, and distributed by a committee of academics. The minister in charge of education had thus no say in education at the highest level. The University Grants Committee had no policy except to some extent the levelling of salaries between Oxbridge and the rest. The universities retained their traditional autonomy, indeed increased it. The new universities had always been free from clerical control. Oxford and Cambridge were shaking it off. As a result, teachers in English universities enjoyed a freedom with few parallels elsewhere in the world. If they made comparatively little use of it, this was due to their class affiliations, or more vaguely to the spirit of the times, not to external pressures. Men no longer wanted miracles, particularly when the miracles failed to work. They wanted a quiet life. By an appropriate chance, two great figures of irregular achievement disappeared at this time. Horatio Bottomley, after a last blaze of glory as an independent MP, came a cropper over one of his ingenious swindles and in May 1922 was sent to prison for fraudulent conversion. One John Bull, though it survived in other hands, lost its power and found no successor, the last degenerate representative of the popular journals which had started with Cobbett and his Political Register. In August 1922 Northcliffe died. Though then insane, he remained a great newspaperman. His last coherent message was that his death should be treated in the Times by the best man available on the night. 2. He deserved this tribute. Northcliffe created the modern newspaper. Until his time, papers gave their readers slabs of solid information. Northcliffe gave news, presented in an interesting way. He saw no purpose in a paper which was not read and, unlike his predecessors, put the reader first. Many journalists and editors deplored his influence. All, in time, followed his example. The long reports of political speeches, for instance, which occupied many columns before 1914, disappeared. Reports of sporting events took their place, to the reader's joy. Newspapers followed Northcliffe in another way. His papers made a profit. Hence they were free from government influence or party control. Other papers realized that they, too, must pay in order to remain independent. 1. Northcliffe gave England the rare gift of a free press. Journalists also reaped the benefit. Northcliffe made their position more secure and their incomes greater. Northcliffe's popular papers passed at his death to his brother Rothermere. Who would be the new owner of the Times? The question excited as much interest as the other question which was now pushing forward: who would be the next Prime Minister? Lloyd George thought of running the two questions together. A group of his rich friends should buy the Times and set him up as editor. This was a remarkable proposal. The editor of the Times has often thought himself more important than the Prime Minister. Lloyd George was the only Prime Minister who apparently shared the belief. Nothing came of the idea. Perhaps the rich friends were no longer there, perhaps no longer forthcoming. Lloyd George was in difficulties. He, too, was ruined by the end of the inflationary era. Whatever his gifts, he was obviously not cut out to be the statesman of retrenchment and economy. Yet he could find no way of escape. The rise of the Labour Party made it increasingly difficult for him to pose as the man of the people. The end of the boom sapped the spirit of his remaining radical supporters. Some went back to business life, some, like Eric Geddes, turned trader, many were themselves in financial difficulties. The coalition Liberals were on the way out. The independent Liberals, or Squiffits, were not tempted to accept Lloyd George as their leader. He was dependent on the Conservatives, who had no longer much use for him. They suspected that he would destroy their party as he had previously disrupted the Liberals. Some of them harassed him over the sale of honours. Lloyd George pleaded, rightly, that every government did it, and, indeed, his distribution of honours, wartime leaders apart, had been no greater than that of Asquith, his predecessor. Still, some of his recommendations had been unusually improper. There was besides a difference between raising money for party funds and peddling honours for his own account, as Lloyd George the man without a party seemed to be doing. 1. He virtuously promised reform, and a committee of elder statesmen was set up to scrutinize future recommendations, probably to little serious effect. It was more to the point that the days of easy money were over. Those who had bought honours now wished to enhance their position by ensuring that no one could follow their example. Those still unhonored wished to save their money. Lloyd George's appeal had turned sour. Reconstruction and homes for heroes were a faded mockery. Events in Ireland brought further embarrassment. The treaty, which was still being debated, had been expected to end the Irish troubles and so to reconcile even its sternest critics. Instead, the Republicans agitated. The IRA split, and a section of it rose in arms against the Free State. Conservatives felt cheated, and their indignation became unmanageable when Sir Henry Wilson, now MP for a Northern Ireland constituency, was killed by two members of the IRA on the doorstep of his London house. 2. The British government were driven to threaten that their troops would be used in Dublin against the Republicans unless the Free State acted. The Irish Civil War was thus begun on British orders. All Irishmen resented this, even when they were fighting against each other. Minerva was Lloyd George's last resource, some masterpiece of political tactics which would scatter his enemies. At one moment he offered to resign the premiership in favor of Austen Chamberlain. Chamberlain refused, perhaps from his accustomed loyalty, perhaps from a shrewd guess that Lloyd George was withdrawing only to come back with renewed impact later. Lloyd George talked, too, of an appeal to the country in a general election. This was a barren idea. His opponents were the rank and file among his nominal conservative supporters, backbench M.P.S. and party workers in the constituencies. These were the very people who would have had to fight an election in his favor. Sir George Younger, chairman of the Conservative Party organization, publicly denounced the proposal to hold a general election on a coalition ticket. Birkenhead might jeer that the cabin boy was trying to run the ship. A revolt of the cabin boys had made Lloyd George Prime Minister. He was, in fact, repeating Asquith's mistake. Despite his troubles he, too, regarded himself as the indispensable man and imagined that he was safe so long as the talents, such as Churchill, Balfour and Birkenhead, were on his side. It worried him little that by-elections went steadily against the government. Once somewhere, somehow, he would find a dramatic rallying cry and sweep back to renewed power. International affairs offered the sphere for this miracle. Lloyd George was the last of the great war leaders, survivor of 23 full-scale conferences since the war. He inspired a 24th, the conference at Genoa in April 1922, which was to put every great problem to rights. German reparations were to be settled. Soviet Russia was to be brought back into the comedy of nations, and her markets reopened to international trade. The United States were to write off the war debts of the Allies. The conference was a failure. The Americans refused to attend. The French attended only to insist on their full claims to reparations. Germany and Soviet Russia feared that they were to be played off against each other, which was indeed true, too, and made a pact of mutual friendship at Rapallo, to ensure that this should not happen. Lloyd George returned from his last foreign excursion empty-handed. Reparations remained unsettled, Soviet Russia remained unrecognized and an outcast. The British government tried to rush the United States over war debts. In August the Balfour Note 1 formally proposed the cancellation of inter-allied debts, and announced that Great Britain would collect from her former allies only enough to pay her own debt to the United States. This was no doubt a wise initiative, even though it involved a loss on paper of £500 million or more. The United States, however, remained unmoved. Then unexpectedly a great storm blew. Lloyd George, the daring pilot in extremities, could mount to the bridge once more. The world was again in turmoil, Lloyd George again the man to win a war or to save the peace. In 1920 the Treaty of Sèvres had theoretically made peace with Turkey. There was a shadow sultan at Constantinople. The straits were neutralized and held by Allied garrisons. Italy and Greece were given great chunks of Asia Minor. The treaty was a dead letter from the start. The Turks, freed from their empire, developed a new national spirit under the leadership of Kemal Pasha, hero of Gallipoli. A national state sprang up in the interior of Turkey in Asia. Both France and Italy abandoned their respective spheres in the course of 1921 and made their peace with Kemal. Soviet Russia made an alliance with him. Only the Greeks hung on at Smyrna. They were out of favor even with the British government since the return of King Constantine in IG-20. Churchill, Birkenhead, Curzon all wished to reach agreement with Kemal. Lloyd George procrastinated, secretly he still planned to back the Greeks. In March 1922 Edwin Montagu, Secretary for India, resigned in protest against Lloyd George's pro-Greek attitude. Even the Greeks began to despair. They proposed to seize Constantinople. The Allies forbade this. In August 1922 Kemal struck against the Greeks and routed them. Smyrna fell to the Turks amid scenes of massacre. The victorious Turkish army advanced to the straits and reached Chanak, an outpost of the neutral zone, held by a small British force. Lloyd George took up the challenge. Birkenhead and Churchill were roused by the trumpets of war and responded to the call, despite their previous hostility to the Greeks. Harrington, the British general, was instructed to stand firm. France and Italy were invoked as allies, though Lloyd George had shown little loyalty to them elsewhere. On September 15, Lloyd George and Churchill appealed to the Dominions for military assistance. The replies were cold. France and Italy were eager to keep on good terms with Kemal. The Dominions were indignant at the attempt to commit them without previous consultation. Only Newfoundland and New Zealand promised support. Mackenzie King returned from Canada a firm refusal. Dominion status was openly displayed for the first time as Dominion independence. Tense weeks followed. On September 29 Harrington was instructed to deliver an ultimatum to the Turks, ordering them to withdraw. He wisely failed to do so. The Turks, with equal wisdom, did not attack the British forces. On October 11, by the Pact of Mudania, they agreed to respect the neutral zone until the conclusion of peace. The Chanak crisis was over. It has been called the last occasion on which Great Britain stood up to a potential aggressor before the outbreak of the Second World War. 2. This is a melodramatic verdict. Kemal was only reclaiming Turkish territory and, knowing he would get this at a peace conference, had no intention of going to war with the British Empire. Lloyd George merely ensured that the new Turkey would not be friendly to Great Britain. The British government had little backing at home. The British people felt that they were being recklessly hurried into an unnecessary war. Lloyd George and his associates misunderstood the situation. Excited themselves, they thought that they could use the excitement to sweep the country. On October the cabinet decided to fight a general election at once on a coalition ticket. Dissent came only from Baldwin, president of the Board of Trade, obscure and almost silent. Chamberlain undertook to break resistance within the Conservative Party at a meeting of M.P.S., which he summoned for October 19. He assumed that the rank and file would find no leaders, they would be in a DD fix. The rank and file felt much the same. Many of them, including Baldwin, expected to be defeated and to be driven from public life. The mistake of Asquith in December 1916 was being repeated, the failure to realize that backbenchers could make their will triumph, if they were resolute enough. In any case, they found a leader as they had done then. Law once more saved the unity of the Conservative Party. He had long disliked Lloyd George's adventures. He opposed the Chanak policy and on October 6 wrote to the Times, "We cannot alone act as the policemen of the world." Even so, he hesitated to go back into politics. He was urged on by the younger Conservatives, by Wickham Steed, editor of the Times, finally and decisively by Beaverbrook, who thus helped to bring down the coalition as he had helped to raise it up. At the last minute, Law agreed to attend the meeting at the Carlton Club. There Baldwin attacked Lloyd George as a great dynamic force. A very terrible thing, words which announced the spirit of his own future conduct. Law spoke in favor of ending the coalition. By 185 votes to 88 the Conservatives resolved to fight the election as an independent party. Lloyd George resigned the same afternoon, never to hold office again. He was the first Prime Minister since Lord North to resign because of a decision taken at a private meeting of M.P.S., and not as the result of an adverse vote in Parliament or at a general election. Thus he maintained to the end his disregard for the established constitutional machinery. He was the most inspired and creative British statesman of the 20th century. But he had fatal flaws. He was devious and unscrupulous in his methods. He aroused every feeling except trust. In all his greatest acts, there was an element of self-seeking. Above all, he lacked stability. He tied himself to no men, to no party, to no single cause. Baldwin was right to fear that Lloyd George would destroy the Conservative Party, as he had destroyed the Liberal Party. With his fall, the sheet anchors of party came back. The Conservative Party repudiated him. The rise of the Labour Party prevented his becoming the leader of the left. This was Arthur Henderson's delayed revenge for being kept on the mat in 1917. Not that so nice a man ever thought consciously of revenge. Law remained true to his principles. With unique democratic punctilio, he refused to accept office as Prime Minister until a Conservative meeting one elected him leader of the party on October 23. On the same day, the Times returned to the control of John Walter, its traditional proprietor, now in alliance with John Astor, a new college man and, more important, an American millionaire. To this was an appropriate coincidence. The dynamic years were over, Lloyd George out, Northcliffe dead. Law, a Canadian, promised tranquility. Astor, an American, made the Times once more respectable and stodgy. The New World had been called in to redress the morality of the old institution. The only guarantee of its character was the perpetual integrity of two families, one of which drew its wealth from the United States. This reliance on family tradition was by no means unique in the newspaper world. The radicalism of the Manchester Guardian, for instance, depended in a similar way on the continuing radicalism of the Scott family. The new proprietors at once exercised their power. Wickham Steed, Northcliffe's editor, was turned out overnight. Geoffrey Dawson, the former editor who had been dismissed by Northcliffe in 1919, was restored. He wrote his own terms and secured complete freedom, a freedom which, it is often held, he did not turn to good purpose. John Astor's elder brother, the second Viscount Astor, also counted in the newspaper world. He inherited the Observer and J. L. Garvin, its prolix editor, along with it. The Astor's wealth derived from property in New York and increased with every advance in American prosperity. Politics after the fall of Lloyd George seemed far from the tranquility which Law had promised. There were 3 general elections in less than 2 years, and the terrible portent of a Labour government. The turmoil was largely technical. Though Labour had emerged as the predominant party of the left, the Liberal Party refused to die, and the British electoral system, mainly of one-member constituencies, was ill-adapted to cope with 3 parties. The general election of 1931 was the only one in which a single party received a majority of the votes cast. One otherwise a parliamentary majority was achieved more or less by accident, if at all. However, there was no profound cleavage between the parties, despite much synthetic bitterness. They offered old policies which had been their stock in trade before the war. Labour offered social reform, the Conservatives offered protection. The victors in the 20s were the Liberals, in policy though not in votes. The old Liberal cause of free trade had its last years of triumph. If Sir William Harcourt had still been alive, he could have said, "We are all Liberals nowadays." By 1925 England was back, for a brief period, in the happy days of Gladstone. The government which Law formed was strikingly conservative, even obscurantist, in composition. There had been nothing like Pounditsy Derby's Who? Ministry of 1852. The great figure asterisk of the party Austin Chamberlain, Balfour, Birkenhead sulkily repudiated the decision at the Carlton Club. The meeting today rejected our advice. Other men who have given other counsels must inherit our burdens. The only minister of established reputation, apart from Law himself, was Curzon, who deserted Lloyd George as successfully as he had deserted Asquith and, considering the humiliating way in which Lloyd George treated him, with more justification, too, he remained Foreign Secretary. Law tried to enlist McKenna as Chancellor of the Exchequer, an odd choice for a protectionist Prime Minister to make, but at least McKenna, though a free trader, hated Lloyd George. McKenna doubted whether the government would last and refused to leave the comfortable security of the Midland Bank. Law then pushed Baldwin into the vacant place, not without misgiving. Otherwise he had to make do with junior ministers from Lloyd George's government and with holders of historic names. His cabinet was the most aristocratic of the period, one and the only one to contain a duke. Churchill called it a government of the second 11, Birkenhead, more contemptuously, of second-class intellects. The general election of 1918 had been a plebiscite in favor of Lloyd George. The general election of 1922 was a plebiscite against him. Law's election manifesto sturdily promised negations. The nation's first need, it declared, is, in every walk of life, to get on with its own work, with the minimum of interference at home and of disturbance abroad. There would be drastic economies and a foreign policy of non-interference. The Prime Minister would no longer meddle in the affairs of other ministers. Law returned the conduct of foreign affairs to Curzon. He refused to meet a deputation of the unemployed that were as a job for the Ministry of Labour. In the first flush of reaction, Law announced his intention of undoing all Lloyd George's innovations in government, including the Cabinet Secretariat. He soon thought better of this and, though he dismantled Lloyd George's body of private advisers, see the Garden Suburb, he kept Hankey and the Secretariat. The Cabinet continued to perform its work in a business-like way with prepared agenda, a record of its decisions, and some control on how they were carried out. This preservation of the Cabinet Secretariat was Law's contribution as Prime Minister to British history. The contribution was important, though how important cannot be gauged until the Cabinet records are opened. The Cabinet became a more formal, perhaps a more efficient body. Maybe also there was an increasing tendency for a few senior ministers to settle things members of my war cabinet like this. One then, as an afterthought, oh, yes, there was one Curzon between themselves and then to present the cabinet with a virtual fait accompli, as Macdonald did with J. H. Thomas and Snowdon or Neville Chamberlain with Halifax, Hoare and Simon. But this practice had always existed. A cabinet of equals, discussing every question fully, was a legend from some imaginary golden age. On the other hand, the power and authority of the Prime Minister certainly increased in this period, and no doubt his control of the Cabinet Secretariat was one of the causes for this. It was not the only one. Every Prime Minister after Lloyd George controlled a mighty party machine. The Prime Minister alone determined the dissolution of Parliament after 1931,2 and the circumstances of 1931 were peculiar. Above all, the loaves and fishes of office, which the Prime Minister distributed, had a greater lure than in an aristocratic age when many of the men in politics already possessed great wealth and titles. At any rate, Law, willingly or not, helped to put the Prime Minister above his colleagues. Gloomy as ever, Law doubted whether the Conservatives would win the election and even thought he might lose his own seat at Glasgow. When pressed by free trade Conservatives such as Lord Derby, he repudiated protection, much to Beaverbrook's dismay, and gave a pledge that there would be no fundamental change in the fiscal system without a second general election. The other parties were equally negative. Labour had a specific proposal, the capital levy, as well as its general programme of 1918, but, deciding halfway through the campaign that the capital levy was an embarrassment, dropped it, just as Law had dropped protection. The Independent Liberals, led by Asquith, merely claimed, with truth, that they had never supported Lloyd George. The coalition, now called National Liberals, hoped to scrape back with Conservative votes. Beaverbrook spoilt their game by promoting, and in some cases financing, Conservative candidates against them. 54, out of the 56 National Liberals thus challenged, were defeated. The voting was as negative as the parties. 5.5 million voted Conservative, just over 4 million voted Liberal, 4 to 2 million voted Labour. The result was, however, decisive, owing to the odd working of three or often four-cornered contests. The Conservatives held almost precisely their numbers at the dissolution. With 345 seats they had a majority of 77 over the other parties combined. Labour won 142 seats, the Liberals, with almost exactly the same vote, only H7. All the National Liberal leaders were defeated except Lloyd George in his pocket borough at Carnarvon. Churchill, who had just lost his appendix, also lost his seat at Dundee, a two-member constituency, to a prohibitionist two and to E.D. Morel, Secretary of the Union of Democratic Control. This was a striking reversal of fortunes. The conservatives and liberals were much the same people as before, with a drop of 20 or so in the number of company directors, mainly due no doubt to the reduction of national liberals by half. Labour was so changed as to be almost a different party. In the previous parliament the Labour members had all been Union nominees, as near as makes no odds, all were of working class origin. Now the trade unionists were little more than half, and middle class, even upper class, men sat on the Labour benches for the first time. 3 in composition. Labour was thus more of a national party than before and less an interest group. In outlook it was less national, or at any rate more hostile to the existing order in economics and in nearly everything else. The old Labour M.P.S. had not much to distinguish them except their class, as they showed during the war by their support for Lloyd George. The new men repudiated both capitalism and traditional foreign policy. There were combative working-class socialists of the ILP, particularly from Glasgow. These Clydesiders, as they were called, won 21 out of 28 seats in their region. They imagined that they were about to launch the social revolution. One of them, David Kirkwood, a shop steward who ended in the House of Lords, shouted to the crowd who saw him, "Off, when we come back, this station, this railway, will belong to the people." The men from the middle and upper classes had usually joined the Labour Party because of their opposition to the foreign policy which, in their opinion, had caused and prolonged the war. Often, going further than the UDC and its condemnation of secret diplomacy, they believed that wars were caused by the capitalist system. Clement Attlee, one who entered Parliament at this election, defined their attitude when he said, so long as they had capitalist governments they could not trust them with armaments too. The cleavage between old Labour and new was not absolute. Not all the trade unionists were moderate men, and the moderates had turned against Lloyd George after the war, even to the extent of promoting a general strike to prevent intervention against Russia. All of them, thanks to Henderson, had accepted a foreign policy which was almost indistinguishable from that of the UDC-3. On the other hand, not all the ILP members were extremists. Both MacDonald and Snowdon, for example, were still ILP nominees. The new men understood the need for trade union money and appreciated that they had been returned mainly by working class votes. For, while Labour had now some middle class adherents at the top, it had few middle class voters. Almost any middle class man who joined the Labour Party found himself a parliamentary candidate in no time. Moreover, even the most assertive socialists had little in the way of a coherent socialist policy. They tended to think that social reform, if pushed hard enough, would turn into socialism of itself, and therefore differed from the moderates only in pushing harder. Most Labour M.P.s had considerable experience as shop stewards or in local government, and they had changed things there simply by administering the existing machine in a different spirit. The red flag flew on the Clyde, in Poplar, in South Wales. Socialists expected that all would be well when it flew also at Westminster. Nevertheless, the advance of Labour and its new spirit raised an alarm of Bolshevism, particularly when 2 communists now appeared in Parliament, both elected with the assistance of Labour votes. 1. The alarm was unfounded. The 2 M.P.s represented the peak of communist achievement. The Labour Party repeatedly refused the application of the Communist Party for affiliation and gradually excluded individual communists by a system more elaborate than anything known since the repeal of the Test Acts. 2. Certainly there was throughout the Labour movement much interest in Soviet Russia, and even some admiration. Russia was the workers' state, she was building socialism. The terror and dictatorship, though almost universally condemned, were excused as having been forced on Russia by the Allied intervention and the Civil War. English socialists drew the consoling moral that such ruthlessness would be unnecessary in a democratic country. Democracy, the belief that the will of the majority should prevail, was in their blood. They were confident that the majority would soon be on their side. Evolution was now the universal pattern of thought, the idea that things were on the move, and always upwards. Men assumed that the curve of a graph could be projected indefinitely in the same direction, that national wealth, for example, would go on increasing automatically, or that the birth rate, having fallen from 30 per thousand to 17 in 30 years, would in the next 30 fall to 7 or even 0. Similarly, since the labor vote had gone up steadily, it would continue to rise at the same rate. In 1923, Sidney Webb solemnly told the Labour Annual Conference that from the rising curve of Labour votes it might be computed that the party would obtain a clear majority. Somewhere about XGV, hence Labour had only to wait, and the revolution would come of itself. Such, again according to Webb, was the inevitability of gradualness. When Parliament met, the Labour M.P.s elected Ramsay MacDonald as their leader. The election was a close-run thing, a majority of 5, according to Clines, the defeated candidate, of 2, according to the later, perhaps jaundiced, account by Philip Snowden. The Clydesiders voted solid for MacDonald to their subsequent regret. The narrow majority was misleading, it reflected mainly the jealousy of those who had sat in the previous Parliament against the newcomers. MacDonald was indeed the predestined leader of Labour. He had largely created the party in its first years, he had already led the party before the war, and Arthur Henderson had been assiduously preparing his restoration. 2. He had, in some undefined way, the national stature which other Labour men lacked. He was maybe vain, moody, solitary, yet, as Shinwell has said, in presence a prince among men. He was the last beautiful speaker of the Gladstone school, with a ravishing voice and turn of phrase. His rhetoric, though it defied analysis, exactly reflected the emotions of the Labour movement, and he dominated that movement as long as he led it. There were practical gifts behind the cloud of phrases. He was a first-rate chairman of the cabinet, a skillful and successful negotiator, and he had a unique grasp of foreign affairs, as Lord Eustace Percy, by no means a sympathetic judge, recognized as late as IQ 35. 3. With all his faults, he was the greatest leader Labour has had, and his name would stand high if he had not outlived his abilities. MacDonald's election in 1922 was a portent in another way. The Labour M.P.s were no longer electing merely their chairman for the coming session. They were electing the leader of a national party and, implicitly therefore, a future Prime Minister. The party never changed its leader again from session to session as it had done even between 1918 and 1922. Henceforth the leader was re-elected each year until old age or a major upheaval over policy ended his tenure. Ramsay MacDonald set his stamp on the interwar years. He did not have to wait long to be joined by the man who set a stamp along with him, Stanley Baldwin. Law doubted his own physical capacity when he took office and did not intend to remain more than a few months. It seemed obvious at first who would succeed him: Marquis Curzon, one Foreign Secretary, former Viceroy of India, and sole survivor in office of the Great War Cabinet. Moreover, in the brief period of Law's premiership, Curzon enhanced his reputation. Baldwin, the only possible rival, injured what reputation he had. Curzon went off to make peace with the Turks at the Conference of Lausanne. He fought a lone battle, almost without resources and quite without backing from home, in the style of Castlereagh, and he carried the day. 2. Though the Turks recovered Constantinople and eastern Thrace, the zone of the Straits remained neutralized, and the Straits were to be open to warships in time of peace, a reversal of traditional British policy and an implied threat to Soviet Russia, though one never operated. Moreover, the Turks were bewitched by Curzon's seeming moderation and laid aside the resentment which Lloyd George had provoked. More important still, Curzon carried off the rich oil wells of Mosul, to the great profit of British oil companies and of Mr. Callist Gulbenkian, who drew therefrom his fabulous 5%. 3. Baldwin, also in search of tranquility, went off to Washington to settle Great Britain's debt to the United States. Law held firmly to the principle of the Balfour Note that Great Britain should pay her debt only to the extent that she received what was owed to her by others. Anything else, he believed, would reduce the standard of living in this country for a generation. 1. Baldwin was instructed to settle only on this basis. In Washington he lost his nerve, perhaps pushed into surrender by his companion, Montague Norman, governor of the Bank of England, who had an incurable zest for financial orthodoxy. Without securing the permission of the cabinet, Baldwin agreed to an unconditional settlement on harsh terms too, and, to make matters worse, announced the terms publicly on his return. Law wished to reject the settlement. I should be the most cursed prime minister that ever held office in England if I accepted those terms. 3. His opposition was sustained by the two independent advisers whom he consulted, Beaverbrook and Keynes. The cabinet, however, was for acceptance. Law found himself alone. He wished to resign and was persuaded to stay on by the pleas of his colleagues. He satisfied his conscience by publishing an anonymous attack on the policy of his own government in the columns of the Times. For as things worked out, Great Britain was not ruined by the settlement of the American debt, though it was no doubt irksome that France and Italy later settled their debt on easier terms. Throughout the 20s the British collected a balancing amount from their own debtors and in reparations. The real harm lay elsewhere. While the settlement perhaps improved relations with the United States, it compelled the British to collect their own debts and therefore to insist on the payment of reparations by Germany both to others and to themselves. This was already clear in 1923. Poincaré, now French premier, attempted to enforce the payment of reparations by occupying the Ruhr. The Germans took up passive resistance, the mark tumbled to nothing, the finances of Central Europe were again in chaos. The British government protested and acquiesced. French troops were allowed to pass through the British zone of occupation in the Rhineland. While the British condemned Poincaré's method, they could no longer dispute his aim. They were tied to the French claim at the same time as they opposed it. The debt settlement might have been expected to turn Law against Baldwin. There were powerful factors on the other side. Law knew that Curzon was unpopular in the Conservative Party, disliked both for his pompous arrogance and his weakness. Curzon lacked resolution, despite his rigid appearance. He was one of nature's rats. He ran away over the Parliament Bill, he succumbed to women's suffrage. He promised to stand by Asquith and then abandoned him. He did the same with Lloyd George. Beaverbrook has called him a political jumping jack. Law regarded the impending choice between Curzon and Baldwin with more than his usual gloom. He tried to escape from it by inviting Austen Chamberlain to join the government with the prospect of being his successor in the autumn. Chamberlain appreciated that his standing in the Conservative Party had been forever shaken by the vote at the Carlton Club, and refused. The end came abruptly. In May Law was found to have incurable cancer of the throat. He resigned at once. Consoled by the misleading precedent of what happened when Gladstone resigned in 1894, he made no recommendation as to his successor. 2. He expected this to be Curzon, and was glad that it would be none of his doing. However, the king was led to believe, whether correctly or not, that Law favored Baldwin, and he duly followed what he supposed to be the advice of his retiring prime minister, as the monarch has done on all other occasions since I-8G4. 3. Law lingered on until October 30. He was buried in Westminster Abbey, the first prime minister to follow Gladstone there, and with Neville Chamberlain, so far, as his only successor. 4. The reason for this distinction is obscure. Was it because he had reunited the Conservative Party? Or because he had overthrown Lloyd George? 1. Baldwin did not follow Law's example of waiting to accept office until he had been elected leader of the Conservative Party. He became Prime Minister on May 21, was elected leader on May 28. Curzon proposed the election with phrases adequately fulsome. Privately he is reputed to have called Baldwin a person of the utmost insignificance. This was Baldwin's strength. He seemed, though he was not, an ordinary man. He presented himself as a simple country gentleman, interested only in pigs. He was in fact a wealthy ironmaster, with distinguished literary connections. 2. His simple exterior concealed a skillful political operator. Lloyd George, after bitter experience, called him the most formidable antagonist whom I ever encountered. No mean tribute. Baldwin played politics by ear. He read few official documents, the newspapers not at all. He sat on the Treasury bench day after day, sniffing the order paper, cracking his fingers, and studying the House of Commons in its every mood. He had in his mind a picture, no doubt imaginary, of the patriarchal relations between masters and men at his father's steel works, and aspired to establish these relations with labor on a national scale. This spirit met a response from the other side. MacDonald said of him as early as 1923, "In all essentials, his outlook is very close to ours." It is hard to decide whether Baldwin or MacDonald did more to fit labor into constitutional life. Baldwin did not set the conservative pattern alone. He acquired, almost by accident, an associate from whom he was never parted, Neville Chamberlain. The two were yokefellows rather than partners, bound together by dislike of Lloyd George and by little else. Chamberlain was harsher than Baldwin, more impatient with criticism and with events. He antagonized where Baldwin conciliated. He was also more practical and eager to get things done. He had a zest for administrative reform. Nearly all the domestic achievements of conservative governments between the wars stand to his credit, and most of the troubles also. Active conservatives often strove to get rid of Baldwin and to put Chamberlain in his place. They did not succeed. Chamberlain sinned against Napoleon's rule, he was a man of no luck. The cards always ran against him. He was humiliated by Lloyd George at the beginning of his political career, and cheated by Hitler at the end. Baldwin kept him in the second place, almost without trying. Chamberlain's Housing Act was the one solid work of this dull government. It was provoked by the complete stop in house building when Addison's program ended. Chamberlain believed, like most people, that Addison's unlimited subsidies were the main cause of high building costs. He was also anxious, as a good conservative, to show that private enterprise could do better than local authorities. His limited subsidy went to private and public builders alike, with a preference for the former, and they built houses only for sale. Mean houses were built for those who could afford nothing better. Predominantly, the Chamberlain Act benefited the lower middle class, not the industrial workers. This financial discrimination caused much bitterness. Chamberlain was marked as the enemy of the poor, and his Housing Act lost the Conservatives more votes than it gained. Still, there seemed no reason why the government should not jog on. Its majority was solid, economic conditions were not markedly deteriorating. Without warning, Baldwin raised the ghost which Law had exorcised in 1922. On October 25 he announced that he could fight unemployment only if he had a free hand to introduce protection. His motives for this sudden decision remain obscure. Protection had been for many years at once the inspiration and the bane of the Conservative Party. There would hardly have been a lively mind or a creative personality on the Conservative benches without it. On the other hand, it had repeatedly brought party disunion and electoral defeat. Hence Balfour had sworn off it in 1910, and Law in 1922. There. Baldwin and Protection 207 seemed little reason to revive this terrible controversy now. An imperial conference was indeed in session, principally to ensure that no British government would ever take such an initiative as Genack again. The conference expressed the usual pious wish for imperial preference. This meant in practice British tariffs on foreign food, while foodstuffs from the Dominions came in free. There would be Dominion preferences for British manufactures only in the sense that Dominion tariffs, which were already prohibitively high, would go up further against the foreigner. This was not an attractive proposition to put before the British electorate, and Baldwin did not attempt it. He pledged himself against stomach taxes. There would be no tax on wheat or meat. Imperial preference was thus ruled out. Later, when Protection had brought defeat for the Conservatives, Baldwin excused himself on grounds of political tactics. Lloyd George, he alleged, was returning from a triumphal tour of North America with a grandiose program of empire development. Baldwin had to get in quick 5. His championing of protection dished the goat. One Austen Chamberlain and other conservatives who had adhered to Lloyd George swung back onto Baldwin's side. This story seems to have been devised after the event. Chamberlain and the rest were already swinging back. There was no serious sign that Lloyd George was inclining towards protection. Perhaps Baldwin, a man still little known, wished to establish his reputation with the conservative rank and file. Perhaps he wished to show that he, not Beaverbrook, was law's heir. The simplest explanation is probably the true one. Baldwin, like most manufacturers of steel, thought only of the home market. He did not grasp the problem of exports and hoped merely that there would be more sale for British steel if foreign supplies were reduced. For once, he took the initiative and learned from his failure not to take it again. Protection involved a general election in order to shake off Law's pledge of a year before. The cry of protection certainly brought the former associates of Lloyd George back to Baldwin. This was more than offset by the resentment of free trade. Conservatives, particularly in Lancashire, defense of free trade at last reunited the Liberal Party, much to Lloyd George's discomfiture, though this was hardly Baldwin's doing. With free trade the dominant issue, Lloyd George was shackled to the orthodox Asquithian remnant. Asquith was once more undisputed leader, Lloyd George, the man who won the war, merely his unwilling lieutenant. It was small consolation that the Asquithians had their expenses paid by the Lloyd George Fund. The election of December 1923 was as negative as its predecessor. This time negation went against protection, too, and doing nothing favored the once radical cause of free trade. Though the overall vote remained much the same, the Conservatives received about 100,000 less, the Liberals 200,000, and Labour 100,000 more. The results were startlingly different. The Conservatives lost over 90 seats, the Liberals gained 40, and Labour 50. The dominant groups of 1918 were further depleted, relatively in one case, absolutely in the other. The trade unionists, once all-powerful, were now a bare majority in the Labour Party. The National Liberals, already halved in 1922, were now halved again, despite the Liberal gains. There were only 26 of them. Their former seats nearly all went to Labour, evidence that they had formed the Liberal left wing. The outcome was a tangle, no single party with a majority, yet the Liberals barred from coalition by their dislike of protection on the one side, of socialism on the other. It was obvious that the government would be defeated when Parliament met. Then, according to constitutional precedent, the King would send for the leader of the next largest party, Ramsay MacDonald. Harebrained schemes were aired for averting this terrible outcome. Balfour, or Austen Chamberlain, should take Baldwin's place as Conservative Premier, Asquith should head a Liberal-Conservative coalition, McKenna should form a non-parliamentary government of national trustees. None of these schemes came to anything. Asquith was clear that Labour should be put in, though he also assumed that he would himself become Prime Minister when, as was bound to happen soon, they were put out. In any case, George V took his own line: Labour must be given *a fair chance. On January 21 the Conservative government was defeated by 72 votes. On the following day MacDonald became Prime Minister, having first been sworn of the Privy Council, the only Prime Minister to need this preliminary. George V wrote in his diary, "Today 23 years ago dear grandmama died. I wonder what she would have thought of a Labour government," and a few weeks later to his mother, "They have different ideas to ours as they are all socialists, but they ought to be given a chance and ought to be treated fairly too." MacDonald was a man of considerable executive ability. Despite his lack of ministerial experience, he had also many years' training in balancing between the different groups and factions in the Labour movement. On some points he consulted Haldane, who became Lord Chancellor, principally in order to look after the revived Committee of Imperial Defence. Snowdon, MacDonald's longtime associate and rival in the ILP, became Chancellor of the Exchequer. MacDonald himself took the Foreign Office, his consuming interest. Besides, he was the only name big enough to keep out E.D. Morel. the revolutionary left was almost passed over. Lansbury, its outstanding English figure, was left out, partly to please George V, who disliked Lansbury's threat to treat him as Cromwell treated Charles I. Wheatley, a Roman Catholic businessman who became Minister of Health, was the only Clydesider in the government. To everyone's surprise, he turned out its most successful member. Broadly, TNE cabinet combined trade unionists and members of the UDC. It marked a social revolution despite its moderation, working men in a majority, the great public schools and the old universities eclipsed for the first time. 3. The Labour government recognized that they could make no fundamental changes, even if they knew what to make. They were in office, but not in power. Their object was to show that Labour could govern, maybe also that it could administer in a more warm-hearted way. The left did not like this tame outlook and set up a committee of backbench M.P.S to control the government. It did not have much effect. The Labour ministers hardly needed the king's exhortation to prudence and sagacity. One all, except Wheatley, were moderate men, anxious to show their respectability. They were willing to hire court dress from Moss Brothers. It was a more serious difficulty that they lacked experience in government routine. Only 2 had previously sat in a cabinet. 15 out of the 20 had never occupied any ministerial post. Inevitably they relied on the civil servants in their departments, and these, though personally sympathetic, were not running over with enthusiasm for an extensive socialist program. Wheatley was the only minister with a creative, aggressive outlook. His Housing Act was the more surprising in that it had no background in party discussion or program, other than Labour's dislike of bad housing conditions. Unlike Neville Chamberlain or even Addison, Wheatley recognized that the housing shortage was a long-term problem. He increased the subsidy, to put the main responsibility back on the local authorities, and insisted that the houses must be built to rent. More important still, he secured an expansion of the building industry by promising that the scheme would operate steadily for 15 years. This was almost the first cooperation between government and industry in peacetime. It was also the first peacetime demonstration of the virtues of planning. Though the full Wheatley program was broken off short in 1932 at the time of the economic crisis, housing shortage, in the narrowest sense, had by then been virtually overcome. Wheatley's act did not, of course, do anything to get rid of the slums. It benefited the more prosperous and secure section of the working class, and slum dwellers were lucky to find old houses which the council tenants with the Labour Party, and 2 of whom were avowed conservatives. Chelmsford became First Lord of the Admiralty only after securing Baldwin's approval. Had vacated. The bill had a passage off hard argument through the House of Commons. Hardly anyone opposed its principle outright. Men of all parties were thus imperceptibly coming to agree that the provision of houses was a social duty, though they differed over the method and the speed with which this should be done. One other landmark was set up by the Labour government, again almost unnoticed. Trevelyan, at the Board of Education, was armed with a firm statement of Labour policy, Secondary Education for All, drafted by the historian R. H. Tawney, who provided much of the moral inspiration for Labour in these years. Trevelyan largely undid the economies in secondary education which had been made by the Geddes Acts, though he also discovered that Labour would be effective in educational matters only when it controlled the local authorities as well as the central government. More than this, he instructed the Consultative Committee of the Board, under Sir Henry Haddo, to work out how Labour's full policy could be applied, and he deserves most of the credit for what followed, even though the committee did not report until 1926. The Haddo report set the pattern for English publicly maintained education to the present day. Its ultimate ideal was to raise the school leaving age to 15. Failing this, there should be an immediate and permanent innovation, a break between primary and secondary education at N1. Hence the pupils at elementary schools, who previously stayed on to 14, had now to be provided for elsewhere or, at the very least, in special senior classes. Here was a great achievement, at any rate in principle, a clear recognition, again imperceptibly accepted by men of all parties, that the entire population, and not merely a privileged minority, were entitled to some education beyond the 3 Re. It was less fortunate that the new system of a break at 11 plus increased the divergence between the publicly maintained schools and the private schools for the fee-paying minority, where the break came at 13. The reforms instituted by Wheatley and by Trevelyan both had the advantage that, while they involved considerable expenditure over a period of years, they did not call for much money in the immediate future. This alone enabled them to survive the scrutiny of Philip Snowden, Chancellor of the Exchequer. Snowden had spent his life preaching social reforms, but he also believed that a balanced budget and rigorous economy were the only foundation for such reforms, and he soon convinced himself that the reforms would have to wait until the foundation had been well and truly laid. His budget would have delighted the heart of Gladstone: expenditure down, and taxes also, the tree breakfast table on the way to being restored, and the McKenna duties pathetic remnant of wartime protection abolished. No doubt a liberal budget was inevitable in the circumstances of minority government, but it caused no stir of protest in the labor movement. Most labor men assumed that finance was a neutral subject, which had nothing to do with politics. Snowden himself wrote of Montague Norman, "I know nothing at all about his politics. I do not know if has he any." Far from welcoming any increase in public spending, let alone advocating it, labor had inherited the radical view that money spent by the state was likely to be money spent incompetently and corruptly. It would provide outdoor relief for the aristocracy or, as in Lloyd George's time, undeserved wealth for profiteers. The social reforms in which labor believed were advocated despite the fact that they cost money, not because of it, and Snowden had an easy time checking these reforms as soon as he pointed to their cost. The labor government were peculiarly helpless when faced with the problem of unemployment. The unemployed remained at well over 1 million. Labor theorists had no prepared answer and failed to evolve one. The traditional evil of capitalism had been poverty. This gave labor its moral force just as it gave Marxists the confidence that, with increasing poverty, capitalism would burst asunder. No socialist, Marxist, or otherwise, had ever doubted that poverty could be ended by means of the rich resources which capitalism provided. Mass unemployment was a puzzling accident, perhaps even a mean trick which the capitalists were playing on the labor government. It was not regarded as an inevitable outcome of the existing economic system, at any rate for some time. Vaguely, labor held that socialism would get rid of unemployment as it would get rid of all other evils inherent in the capitalist system. There would be ample demand for goods, and therefore full employment, once this demand ceased to be a matter of pounds, shillings, and pence. The socialist economic system would work of itself, as capitalism was doing. This automatic operation of capitalism was a view held by nearly all economists, and labor accepted their teaching. Keynes was moving towards the idea that unemployment could be conquered, or at any rate alleviated, by means of public works. He was practically alone among professional economists in this. Hugh Dalton, himself a teacher of economics, and soon to be a Labour MP, dismissed Keynes's idea as mere Lloyd George finance, a damning verdict. Such a policy was worse than useless, it was immoral. Economic difficulties arose for the Labour government in a more immediate way. Industrial disputes did not come to an end merely because Labour was in office. Ramsay MacDonald had hardly kissed hands before there was a strike of engine drivers, a strike fortunately settled by an intervention of the TUC General Council. Strikes, first of dockers, then of London tramwaymen, were not dealt with so easily. The government planned to use against these strikes the Emergency Powers Act, which Labour had denounced so fiercely when introduced by Lloyd George. It was particularly ironical that the proposed dictator, or chief civil commissioner, was Wedgwood, Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster, who was generally held to be more an anarchist than a socialist. Here was fine trouble in the making. The unions provided most of the money for the Labour Party, yet Labour in office had to show that it was fit to govern. Both sides backed away. The government did not actually run armed lorries through the streets of London, and Ernest Bevin, the men's leader, ended the strikes, though indignant at having to listen to the appeal of our own people. 1. The dispute left an ugly memory. A joint committee of the TUC General Council and the Labour Party executive condemned the government's proposed action. MacDonald replied that public doles, pauperism, 2 strikes for increased wages, limitation of output, not only are not socialism, but may mislead the spirit and policy of the socialist movement. MacDonald would have been hard put to it to define that policy, and he did not try. His overriding concern was with foreign affairs. He had opposed entering the war in 1914. He had faced years of unpopularity and neglect for the sake of his principles. He believed that his time had now come. International difficulties could be resolved by the strenuous action of goodwill. He was fortunate in his moment. Both France and Germany were weary of the conflict in the Ruhr, though for different reasons. Both were ready for the practical approach which Lloyd George had always urged and never managed to achieve. MacDonald's advocacy was more convincing. Lloyd George had seemed to rely solely on expediency. MacDonald somehow transformed expediency into a high principle. He claimed to distribute even-handed justice between France and Germany. As he expressed it some years later, let them put their demands in such a way that Great Britain could say that she supported both sides. 3. These words were a classic definition of British policy in MacDonald's time. MacDonald, and the directors of British policy generally, claimed not to be anti-French or pro-German. Even their impartiality was a repudiation of the Anglo-French Entente and an assertion that everything which had happened since August 4, 1914 had been mistaken. If there were nothing to choose between France and Germany, why have fought the war at all? In practice, the British policy was nothing like as impartial as it claimed to be. It was always the French who seemed to be holding up the pacification of Europe with their demands for reparations and for security. It was the French who now maintained great armaments and encouraged their allies in Eastern Europe to do the same. Occasionally the French ran into conflict with British imperial interests, as happened to some extent in the Middle East. Their air force, sometimes even their navy, was supposed to represent a danger to Great Britain. The feeling against the French extended beyond political circles. Pro-French emotion generally ran down sharply in the mid-20s, and new sentiments sprang up of friendship and affection towards Germany, sentiments which even the rise of Hitler did not extinguish. MacDonald would have been more than human if he had not inclined somewhat towards the German side. He recognized that the French had genuine, though in his opinion groundless, fears. He sought to remove these fears by promises of British support which, he was confident, would never be called on. The promises, black and big on paper, were a harmless drug to soothe nerves. MacDonald's policy had immediate success. A committee of experts under an American chairman, General Dawes, was already working out a scheme of reparations within Germany's capacity to pay. The Dawes plan was accepted, thanks to MacDonald's skillful mediation between France and Germany. He did right to boast that this was the first really negotiated agreement since the war. The plan took reparations out of politics for the next 5 years. Germany paid, apparently of her free will, the French, with equal willingness, accepted less than their full claim. Great Britain, as honest broker, collected a percentage with general approval. Her share of reparations from Germany, together with a further share passed on by the French, enabled her to meet the debt payments to the United States. MacDonald also sought to make the League of Nations effective. He himself attended the League Assembly, the first British Foreign Secretary and the only British Prime Minister to do so. There he promoted the Geneva Protocol, the most ingenious of many attempts to reconcile the French and British views of the League Covenant. It pledged the signatories to accept arbitration in international disputes, pledged them also to disarm by agreement. In return they exchanged promises of mutual support in case of unprovoked aggression. This was a sweeping commitment, though one already laid down in the Covenant. Strictly, it made Great Britain, along with the other signatories, guarantor of every frontier in Europe, if not all over the world. Some Labour men, including Arthur Henderson, maybe took this promise seriously. MacDonald urged it only so as to lure the French into disarmament and conciliation. These were the preconditions, and ensured, he thought, that the guarantors would never be called on. The protocol did not go through. The Labour government fell before it was ratified, the Conservatives dropped it. Nevertheless, MacDonald, during his short period of office, set the pattern of British foreign policy for years to come. This was markedly true of the way in which he treated the problem of European security as something concerning only France and Germany. Nearly all Englishmen agreed that French fears were imaginary, nearly all welcomed concessions to Germany and believed that with these concessions international tension would vanish of itself. Very few, perhaps none in the 1920s, advocated wholehearted backing of the French. Some, particularly on the Labour left, wished to take the German side and were indignant at being associated with the Treaty of Versailles, even though only to revise it. The Trades Union Congress, for instance, formally condemned the Dawes Plan for this reason. It still objected to reparations despite the fact that the Germans had agreed to pay them. Most Englishmen accepted MacDonald's argument that it was impossible to dictate to France and that therefore Versailles must be gradually whittled away. MacDonald's attitude to the League also met with general approval. His readiness to accept commitments in the confidence that they would not amount to anything was shared by most Englishmen. Some Conservatives despised the League and wished to rely solely on the armed might of their own country. MacDonald's old associates of the UDC, on the other hand, deplored the reliance on sanctions, and hence on armed force, which the protocol theoretically involved. One of them, when a delegate at Geneva in 1924, voted for the protocol, shrieking all the way. The two views cancelled out, MacDonald rode triumphant between them. In his own inimitable words, so soon as you aim at a guarantee by a body like the League of Nations you minimize and subordinate the military value of the pact and raise to a really effective standard the moral guarantees that flow from conciliation, arbitration, impartial and judicial judgment exercised by the body with which you are associated. Lloyd George complained, "The French are entitled to know what we mean. The British people are entitled to know what we mean, and I should not be a bit surprised if the Prime Minister would like to know himself what we mean." Here Lloyd George was wrong. MacDonald did not want to know what he meant. Imprecision was the essence of his policy. The League was at once everything and nothing. This was the view of most Englishmen, and MacDonald's equivocations reflected the spirit of the time. In another aspect of foreign affairs MacDonald was less successful. Labour had made a good deal, when in opposition, of its friendship with Soviet Russia. Some Labour men proposed to get rid of unemployment by a miraculous opening of the vast Russian market. MacDonald, long the principal target for communist abuse both at home and in the international socialist movement, did not share these enthusiasms. Shortly after entering office, he recognized the Soviet government, one though with none of the cordiality he showed towards Mussolini, the other old socialist now in high office. Deadlock followed. The British wanted payment, at any rate in part, of Russia's pre-revolutionary debts. The Russians would consider this only if they were given a loan, guaranteed by the British government. On August 5 negotiations broke down. Some backbench Labour M.P.S., mostly of a left-wing cast, then mediated between the two sides and produced an acceptable compromise. There was to be an immediate commercial treaty of the ordinary kind, later, a further treaty settling the Russian debts and then a guaranteed loan. This was a confused and complicated juggle, which could be still more discredited as having been dictated to the government by its left wing. The Conservatives attacked it at once. The Liberals hesitated. They themselves had advocated a loan to Russia. Besides, Asquith, in his easygoing way, enjoyed being in power, but not in office. Negation had always been his strong point. It was agreeable to feel that he could put Labour out, even more agreeable not to do it. Meanwhile, Labour would be tamed by responsibility. Lloyd George had no such nice feelings. Still dynamic, creative, and ambitious, he was interested in his own future, not in that of the Labour Party, and he recognized that he would have no future if Labour made good. He was eager for combat and did not much care how things worked out so long as there was turmoil. The treaty with Russia gave him his opportunity. He could denounce it both ways round. It was shocking to lend money to the Bolsheviks, even more shocking when the loan was a pretense of fake, a thoroughly grotesque agreement. During the summer recess Lloyd George swung the bulk of the Liberal Party behind him. Asquith reluctantly agreed that the treaty should be attacked when Parliament reassembled. It seemed that the days of the Labour government were numbered. So they were, though over a more trivial affair than the Russian loan. On August 5, the very day of hurry and scurry over the Russian treaty, a communist called J.R. Campbell was charged under the Incitement to Mutiny Act of 1797, for publishing in the Workers' Weekly a "Don't Shoot" appeal to soldiers. Such appeals were routine stuff in the labor movement. Backbenchers, who had often made such appeals themselves, protested to Hastings, the Attorney General, and he, further prompted by MacDonald, dropped the prosecution. No doubt it was all a muddle. Hastings, a recent convert to Labour, realized belatedly that it was foolish for a Labour government to make a fuss over revolutionary phrases. But the Conservatives were able to raise the cry of political interference with the course of justice. They put down a vote of censure when Parliament met at the end of September. It had been drafted by Sir John Simon, nominally still a Liberal. Asquith tried to evade the issue by proposing a select committee. Labour were weary of being a minority government, and especially weary of being dependent on the Liberals. They rejected Asquith's compromise. The Conservatives voted for it. The government were defeated by 364 to 191. Asquith's tactics of balancing between Conservative and Labour were thus thwarted. He had hoped that Labour would sometime be defeated by Conservative votes, with the Liberals abstaining. Then he would become Prime Minister as the impartial third party. Instead, he seemed to have taken the initiative in defeating the government, and MacDonald was able to claim a dissolution, on the ground that both Liberals and Conservatives were clearly against him. Asquith's taste for a select committee again ruined the Liberal Party, as it had done at the time of the Maurice debate, and this time for good. No doubt both Baldwin and MacDonald were not sorry to have compromised Asquith. The Liberal Party would be squeezed out one way or the other. The outcry over the Russian treaty and the Campbell case had a serious meaning behind the exaggerations. Both affairs raised the question, was Labour secretly sympathetic to the Communists despite its seeming moderation? The question was raised still more sharply, just before polling day, when a letter was published, allegedly from Zinoviev, president of the Communist International, to the British Communist Party, with instructions for all sorts of seditious activities. The Red Letter 5 caused a great stir. Labour was denounced as the accomplice of the Communists, alternatively as their dupe. Labour men replied, rather half-heartedly, that the letter was a forgery, which it undoubtedly was. The supporters of Labour were unshaken. Labour actually increased its total vote by 1 million. The Zinoviev letter had its effect on Labour only after the election had been lost. It then became a cover against accusations of failure, and a bar against any attempt to face the problems of a future Labour government. Everything, it was supposed, had been going splendidly until Campbell and Zinoviev had cropped up. Labour had been tricked out of office. Hence there was no need to discuss such questions as unemployment or the relations between Labour ministers and the unions. Webb's law of the inevitable Labour majority would still operate when an election was held without such stunts. Moreover, MacDonald again became the hero of the left, whether he liked it or not. He had not received the tear play which George V had promised. He was once more the ostracized victim of capitalist unscrupulousness or even perhaps of intrigue by permanent officials in the Foreign Office. The Labour government acquired a posthumous repute among its own supporters from the way it fell. The anti-socialist panic may have affected middle-class voters. 2 million more people voted than in 1923 even though there were slightly fewer candidates, and mostly for the Conservatives. Voting Liberal in 1923 had put Labour in. Now the voters, including even Liberals, wanted Labour out. In June 1924 Baldwin had removed the greatest stumbling block against Liberals voting Conservative. He renounced protection, and this time without even the conditional threat of reviving it after a further general election. Protection would have to wait for clear evidence that on this matter public opinion is disposed to reconsider its judgment. This was economy of effort in Baldwin's best manner. First he used protection in 1923 to detach its supporters, such as Austen Chamberlain, from Lloyd George, then he used its renunciation in 1924 to detach its opponents also. Winston Churchill was the great recruit here, now back as a Conservative after more than 20 years on the other side. With free trade secure, what was there left for the Liberal Party to defend? The party was clearly in poor shape. It ran 100 fewer candidates than the year before, its constituency organizations were falling to pieces, and Lloyd George refused to inject more money from his fund. The Liberal decline, not the Zinoviev letter, shaped the election. The Liberals lost 100 seats, mainly to Conservatives. Asquith himself was defeated and departed to the House of Lords. Though he remained nominally leader of the party, the Liberal remnant of 40 in the Commons found themselves marshalled behind Lloyd George, much to their discomfiture. Labour, losing 64 seats and winning 24, was still 10 better off than after the general election of 1922. The Conservatives scooped the pool, 419 members out of 615 and, with 48 to 3% of the total vote, the nearest to an overall Conservative majority between 1874 and IQ3I. The murmurs of criticism against Baldwin which had followed the previous election were now stilled. He had led the Conservative Party to victory. Hardly anyone noticed that he had done this by not giving his followers what they wanted. There was to be no protection, no class war, if possible, there was to be nothing at all. The repentant coalitionists who now returned to the fold were deliberately given posts unsuited to their talents. Birkenhead, a great lawyer whose enduring monument is the reform of the law of real property, was made Secretary for India. Austen Chamberlain, protagonist of protection and a former Chancellor of the Exchequer, was made Foreign Secretary. Churchill, a free trader who understood nothing of finance, became Chancellor of the Exchequer. Only Neville Chamberlain, relegated again to the Ministry of Health, knew his business and supplied, as before, the creative element in the government. Churchill and Austen Chamberlain, though so oddly placed, rounded off the restoration on which Baldwin had set his heart. No more, of course, was heard of the Russian treaty, and Chamberlain also rejected the protocol partly on the ground that the Dominions were against it. But he made his own contribution to the problem of European security. This was the Treaty of Locarno, negotiated over throughout 1925 and finally signed on December. Locarno was a pact of non-aggression between France, Germany, and Belgium, guaranteed by the two supposedly impartial powers, Great Britain and Italy. Here at last was the even-handed justice to which Grey had aspired before 1914 and which MacDonald had assiduously preached, not an alliance against a particular country, but a guarantee against aggression in the abstract. British pledges under Locarno, like MacDonald's before them, were black and big on paper, and only there. Though the guarantee of the Franco-German frontier seemed a tremendous commitment, in practice it amounted to nothing. No preparations were ever made to implement it. How could they be? The aggressor * would be known only when the moment for action arrived. Locarno in fact ruled out any staff talks between Great Britain and France so long as it existed, and no British strategist had to weigh the problems of Anglo-French cooperation until after Locarno collapsed. The guarantee was very much a harmless drug to soothe nerves in the MacDonald manner. Even this paper promise was made largely in order to emphasize that it was the limit of British commitment. Austen Chamberlain formally dissociated Great Britain from France's eastern alliances and described the Polish corridor as something toward which no British government ever will or ever can risk the bones of a British grenadier. One Balfour called Locarno the symbol and the cause of a great amelioration in the public feeling of Europe. It was more a symbol than a cause. The Treaty of Locarno rested on the assumption that the promises given in it would never have to be made good, otherwise the British government would not have given them. From the British point of view, Locarno marked the moment when Great Britain regarded the European responsibilities which she had taken up in August 1914 as fully discharged. The British, by pledging themselves on the Rhine, turned their backs on Europe, or so they thought. Splendid isolation had come again. Churchill's return to the gold standard completed the illusion of having done with the war years and their legacy. Later on, this return took on monstrous proportions of decision and error. Its significance was less clear at the time, or maybe was really less. Return indeed was implicit almost from the moment of abandonment. The Act of 1919 suspending the gold standard applied only for 6 years, and the sterling-dollar exchange had moved steadily nearer to the old gold parity. Only C.H. Douglas, a retired major of engineers, advocated social credit and paper money. Reputable economists, other than Keynes, held that gold was the only possible basis for currency, and even Keynes mainly opposed return to gold at the old parity. In his view, there was a 10% discrepancy between British and American prices. Most judges put it much lower, 2%, or none at all. It was hardly worthwhile to quibble at so little. Things were different with countries like France and Italy, which returned to gold, at a low rate, after really savage depreciation. Neither of these countries was a serious competitor against British exports. Germany and the United States, the other great exporters, were not gravely out of line. Industrialists often complained that the old parity made British prices too high, and therefore hampered exports. The real obstacle was that Great Britain was offering old-style products, which the rest of the world did not want more of, even at lower prices. There was a compensating gain: Great Britain got her foodstuffs and raw materials even more cheaply than before. Of course, this was not the principal motive. British economic advisers were concerned to enhance the prestige of the city. They exaggerated the profit which financial transactions brought, and perhaps even their general importance in providing stability. The great, and in the end decisive, weaknesses in the gold standard lay elsewhere. Before the war, London had been a large net creditor. Now she tried to operate the gold standard with the assistance of foreign deposits which could be easily withdrawn. Moreover, the gold standard demanded flexibility on the part of both capital and labor, readiness of capital to move from old industries to new, readiness of labor to move also or to work for lower wages. Both were lacking. One form of stability defeated the other. For the time being, the return to gold was the least of Great Britain's difficulties, or even brought more gain than hardship. On April 28, 1925, Churchill announced, as the highlight of his budget speech, that the government did not intend to renew the Suspending Act of 1919. With this, Great Britain was automatically back on gold at the old rate. Not, however, in the old form. Gold currency was not restored. A few sovereigns were minted for the benefit of collectors. None passed into circulation. There was a gold exchange standard purely for international purposes. At home, Great Britain got a managed currency after all. The gold standard was window dressing, a doubtful gesture of respect to traditions which had already lost much of their force. Men with gold in their purses had taken the gold standard seriously. Now they attached more value to the stamps on their insurance cards. It was easy to guess which would win if it came to a clinch between gold standard and standard of life. The half-hearted gold standard was a symbol of the post-war restoration. To outward appearance, all troubles past, all passions spent, free trade, the gold standard, stability both at home and abroad. Underneath, an unformed belief was growing that men now counted more than money. Notes. Note A. The appointment of Baldwin as Prime Minister. It was believed until recently that George V chose the new Prime Minister without receiving any advice from law. This, if true, was an independent exercise of the prerogative and, as such, an important episode in constitutional law. However, it is not true, and the precedent therefore disappears. The full story was told for the first time by Robert Blake in The Unknown Prime Minister, 518-27. Law expected Curzon to succeed him. He conveyed this expectation to Curzon by letter, and to Baldwin, Lord Greville, and Amory in conversation. He declined to give advice, and suggested that the king should consult Lord Salisbury, the Lord President. Salisbury told Stamfordham, the king's secretary, that Law was disinclined to pass over Curzon, and added his own formal recommendation in Curzon's favour. But Stamfordham also received other advice. Waterhouse, Law's private secretary, brought Law's letter of resignation. He also brought a memorandum, supporting the claims of Baldwin, and stated that it practically expressed the views of Mr. Bonner Law. It had in fact been drafted by Davidson, a leading conservative and a close friend of Baldwin's. 2 days later Stamfordham saw Waterhouse again. This time Waterhouse repeated what he claimed to be Law's own words: "On the whole I think I should advise him to send for Baldwin." Stamfordham also consulted the only other conservative ex-premier, Balfour, and he, too, recommended Baldwin. There were as well the personal points against Curzon and Labour's objection to a Prime Minister in the House of Lords. All the same, Law's supposed advice seems to have been the decisive factor, as was only natural. It is impossible to tell whether Law was a party to this advice. The members of his family, and Beaverbrook, who was much with him at this time, are convinced that Law knew nothing of the memorandum or of Waterhouse's subsequent statement. On the other hand, Law told Tom Jones, Deputy Secretary to the Cabinet, if the king asked for his advice as to a successor he would put Baldwin first. Jones further recorded, "The memorandum was drawn up last night at number 10 by Amory and Davidson, and no doubt was seen by B.L. 1. Of course Jones was on the side of the officials, so his evidence is not decisive. Either Law shrank from the responsibility of recommending a successor or feared Beaverbrook's indignation if he named Baldwin. Beaverbrook insists that Law, unlike all other politicians, was without guile. Others have suggested that he performed some sleight of hand in December 1916 when he failed to communicate the memorandum of the 3 Cs to Asquith. At any rate, Davidson received his reward. Baldwin made him Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster. Waterhouse also remained principal private secretary until 1928, when forces beyond his personal control pushed him out. Baldwin's second government passed 5 quiet years, with one alarming, and perhaps unnecessary, interruption, the general strike. Otherwise, Baldwin got much of his way. Englishmen drew closer together, class conflicts were dimmed, the curves of production, wages, and standard of living, which had previously oscillated widely, now moved soberly upwards. Conservatives and Labour fell increasingly into agreement, at any rate at tl'E top level. Baldwin would have been at home leading the Labour Party, and MacDonald, with his romantic cast of mind, was well suited to lead the Conservatives. The things on which they agreed were becoming more important than those which divided them, and many great issues were settled far from the bitterness of party strife. Defence was an outstanding example. The Conservatives were in theory the party of great armaments. Many Labour men opposed preparations for a capitalist war. In practice Conservatives were eager for economy, and Labour maintained existing armaments despite the protests of its pacifist wing. The Labour government of 1924, for example, laid down 5 new cruisers to replace those which had become out of date. There was, after all, little to disagree about. Locarno seemed to have established a secure peace in Europe. More than this, the Great War had done its work. Great Britain was more secure than she had been for centuries. Germany had been defeated and disarmed, there was no longer a German navy. Russia had apparently ceased to exist as a great power after the Bolshevik Revolution. Communist propaganda, though supposedly menacing, could not be combated by force of arms. Japan was a friend, even though no longer an ally. Few seriously maintained that France would resume Napoleonic ambitions, or that the United States would lay violent hands upon the empire. Thus no great power threatened, however remotely, the security of Great Britain or her empire. British disarmament, or rather reduction of armaments, was not initiated as an example to others. Still less, when originally planned, was it. 228 The years of gold, 1925-9 carried beyond the margin of safety. The great armaments of the war years were given up simply because it was held, quite correctly, that they were not required. In 1919 Lloyd George told the service chiefs that they need not anticipate a major war within the next 10 years. In 1925 the service chiefs asked again and were given the same answer, no major war within the next 10 years. This answer was repeated in 1926 and 1927. Finally, in 1928, the service chiefs were told, on Churchill's prompting, that they need ask no more. The 10 years freedom from major war began automatically each morning. This instruction was revoked only in 1932. The 10 years rule came in for much criticism later, when it seemed that British disarmament had been carried too far or had gone on too long. Yet it was a sound political judgment when it started, and even its prolongation could be justified. There was not much point in maintaining great armaments when no conceivable enemy existed. Even the final guess of 1932 was not all that wrong. Both Hitler and Mussolini fixed on 1943 for the outbreak of the next Great War, and the Second World War might well have started then if it had not been for a series of accidents and misunderstandings. At any rate, the 10 years rule, while it lasted, was agreed doctrine between the party leaders. Conservative and Labour both contributed also to shape the system which directed defence. Lloyd George had run defence in a muddle, despite his boasts of efficiency. His cabinets received no regular and coherent information on strategical questions. They lived from hand to mouth, with the chief of the Imperial General Staff, a soldier, as sole advisor. The Committee of Imperial Defence was kept in existence only to direct the writing of the history of the war. Law aimed to reduce the independent position of the Prime Minister in this, as in other, ways. He brought the committee back to life and left Curzon to preside over it. Haldane presided during the Labour government. In 1924 Curzon returned, next year he died. Baldwin then took the chair, as Balfour and Asquith had done before him. MacDonald was a more or less regular member, even when in opposition. The Committee of Imperial Defence became once more the central point of British defence policy. It was now more efficient than before 1914, thanks to a casual legacy from Lloyd George. During the Chinak crisis, he sought combined advice from the three services for the first time. This Joint Chiefs of Staffs Committee was made a permanent institution by the two following governments. It has been called the Super Chief of a War Staff in Commission. So it was in theory. The practice was different. The Chiefs of Staffs Committee had no independent chairman, the Senior Chief of Staff presided. The three members fought their battles privately and concealed their differences from prying politicians, even from their own civilian chiefs. Their recommendations to the cabinet were usually innocuous generalities. The revival of the Committee of Imperial Defence, and its reinforcement by the Chiefs of Staffs Committee, killed the project of a Ministry of Defence, which was often aired after the war, particularly by the Geddes Committee on grounds of economy. The open argument against this was that the job was too important for anyone except the Prime Minister himself. The real obstacle was mutual jealousy between the services. In particular, it was inconceivable that the Admiralty would relinquish its traditional independence. The arrival of a new service helped to increase the jealousies. The Royal Air Force established its independence on April 1918, when there was a delusive hope that strategical bombing might win the war. There was long dispute after the war whether this independence should continue. In 1919 Churchill combined the two posts of War and Air Secretary, with the emphasis on the former. Later, though there was a separate Secretary of State, he had no department of his own nor a seat in the cabinet. In 1922 the RAF sensationally justified itself. There was a revolt in Iraq. The RAF bombed the villages of the turbulent tribes and quelled the revolt far more cheaply than a military expedition could have done. Here was an independent strategy of the air. From this moment, it was accepted that bombs could not only quell tribal revolts, but could win a great war. The RAF became a fully independent service, the only such among the great powers. In May 1923 Sir Samuel Hoare received a seat in the cabinet as Secretary of State for Air. Expenditure on arms went down in almost every year after 1922 and reached the lowest point in 1933. By then armaments absorbed little more than 2% of the national income, against 3% in 1913, and the expenditure was less than pre-war, if the decline in the value of money be taken into account. The three services had, however, different fates. The Navy was always the least open to political attacks. It was, or seemed to be, a truly defensive service. The Admiralty laid down absolute requirements, ships which would be needed for police work even if there were no other navy in the world. They also used other fleets as the yardstick against which to build, refusing to believe that even the most friendly power could be counted on to remain friendly unless outnumbered. The British battle fleet remained greatly superior to the French and Italian, its two nearest European competitors. The British maintained parity with the Americans, an expensive and futile procedure. Parity was really an excuse for the admirals to keep the big ships which they loved and which gave them an illusory sense of grandeur. The Admiralty managed to spend roughly a quarter of its annual £50 million a year on ships and new equipment. Japan raised a special problem. However friendly, she had a dangerous supremacy in Far Eastern waters so long as the British had no dockyard east of Malta which could handle capital ships. After the Washington Naval Conference, the Admiralty proposed to create a first-rate naval base at Singapore. Yet this could be justified only by suspicion of Japan, which the British hardly felt and, in any case, hesitated to voice. Hence work at Singapore fell an easy victim to economy. It was stopped by the Labour government in 1924, half-heartedly renewed by the Conservatives in 1926, again stopped by Labour in 1929, and then further put off by the economizing national government until 1933. There was another odd feature about Singapore. It was exclusively a naval affair and was therefore defended only from naval attack. The Admiralty refused to enlist air support. The Chiefs of Staff's Committee made no protest. It was not after all a likely proposition that the Admiralty should ask for money to be spent on the RAF, not on the Navy. The RAF, too, held the doctrine that overwhelming superiority was the only defense. Trenchard, who was Chief of the Air Staff for 10 years, set his stamp on British air policy right up to the outbreak of the Second World War and even during it. Bombing, he held, could win a war all by itself. It was also the only means of not being bombed by others. Trenchard and his successors persistently neglected air defense. If they once admitted that Great Britain could be defended from air attack, they would have to confess that other countries could be defended also, and hence that their policy of strategical bombing could be thwarted. The two other service chiefs did not like the idea that the role of the Army and Navy in a future war would simply be to guard Great Britain as a vast aircraft carrier. They even reinforced their objections by an appeal to moral principles. The argument was, however, confined to the Chiefs of Staff's Committee, according to its usual practice of not before the servants, or, in this case, civilian ministers. Superiority in the air became the accepted theory, and the RAF formulated a requirement of 52 squadrons, which was supposed to give it the superiority over France, then the only competitor. The theory was not translated into practice. France could not be taken seriously as an enemy, particularly after 1925, and the RAF remained not much more than a skeleton force. This apparent neglect turned out, in the end, to be a stroke of luck. Ships lasted for 20 years, rifles for 50. Aeroplanes were obsolete by the time they had advanced from the drawing board to the airfield. France and Italy, who both accumulated large air forces in the 20s, found themselves lumbered with a host of antiquated machines when the Second World War broke out. Even Germany began to arm in the air a bit too soon. Unintentionally and unwillingly, the British came out best by waiting longest, though even so much of their air force at the outbreak of war proved out of date. During the period of the 10 years' rule, the army suffered most. With the Great War ruled out, there was nothing for it to do, except to guard the air bases from which the RAF dominated the Middle East, or occasionally to quell civil disturbances at home or abroad. Though Great Britain had led in inventing the tank, these and mechanized transport also were laid aside, as weapons only for a great war. Cavalry again occupied a high place, perhaps because of its social attraction. New arms were neither ordered nor designed, and the army spent nearly one poston, British war production, 7,232 the years of gold, 1925-9, all its not inconsiderable income on providing tolerable conditions for its long-term volunteers. Thus the 10 years of genuine peace set the three services in entirely different patterns. The Navy had plans and, though stinted, some equipment for a great war. The plans proved reasonably accurate when war came. The equipment could have been more up to date. For instance, the Navy neglected aircraft carriers. Still, it just served. The Air Force had plans, though only for offense, and it had little equipment even for this until late in the day. Its defensive plans and equipment had to be improvised at the last moment. The Army had neither plans nor equipment. Both had to be shaped amid the challenge of war, instead of being prepared beforehand. All such problems were remote in the 1920s. Arms were discussed solely in terms of what they cost, not of what they were needed for. Defense, or the lack of it, in the wider sense, was agreed policy between the parties. Agreement reigned also in another field, producing, without intention, a surprising contribution to British life. This was the transmission of words and sounds by wireless waves, broadcasting as it was called. Northcliffe showed his usual flair in appreciating the new device. On June 16, 1920, the Daily Mail, at his prompting, sponsored a program of songs by Dame Nellie Melba, the great operatic star. This was an historic date. Sponsoring, however, was not repeated. The Post Office, which was the licensing authority for wireless stations under an Act of 1904, at first intended to license transmissions by rival manufacturers, who were concerned to sell their receiving sets. It soon had second thoughts. Competition for the limited wavelengths would raise awkward questions of favoritism. A single company would be easier to control. In this casual way, the Post Office decided for monopoly. At the end of 1922, the British Broadcasting Company, financed by a group of manufacturers, was given an exclusive license to send out wireless programs. Its manager was a Scotch engineer, John Reith. Calvinist by upbringing, harsh and ruthless in character, Reith turned broadcasting into a mission. It was to bring into every home all that was best in every department of human knowledge, endeavor, and achievement. He used what he called the brute force of monopoly to stamp Christian morality on the British people. He stamped it also on his employees. Producers or even electricians found themselves out of a job if touched by the breath of scandal. Announcers had to put on dinner jackets before addressing the microphone. In 1925, a committee of inquiry, under Lord Crawford, endorsed the moral case for monopoly. Parliament did not demur. Conservatives liked authority, Labour disliked private enterprise. The company had some difficulty in staving off government interference during the general strike, and this suggested that its independence should be strengthened, particularly no doubt against a future Labour government. Late in 1926 the company ceased to exist. The British Broadcasting Corporation was created by royal charter. It was financed by license fees from the owners of wireless sets and had a board of distinguished governors nominated by the Prime Minister. These were agreeable sinecures. In practice, Reith, as Director General, had independence to impose his standards. This was a strange reassertion of authority just when intellectual freedom was supposed to be advancing in other spheres. The theater, the music hall, and the cinema, all rested on private enterprise with varying degrees of censorship. 1. The printed word was free from control of any kind except the laws of obscenity and libel. Broadcasting became a dictatorship, as though Milton and others had never made the case for unlicensed utterance. In no time at all, the monopolistic corporation came to be regarded as an essential element in the British way of life. Like all cultural dictatorships, the BBC was more important for what it silenced than for what it achieved. Controllers ranked higher than producers in its hierarchy. Disturbing views were rarely aired. The English people, if judged by the BBC, were uniformly devout and kept always to the middle of the road. Radio offered words without pictures, in this the counterpart of the silent film, which offered pictures without words. Both were lopsided arts, doomed to disappear when technical advance brought words and pictures together. The spate of words was delivered in the BBC voice, which may have helped the standardization of English speech. Music was the other great standby of radio, and knowledge of classical music became more general, though at the cost of reducing live music in the home. The radio set replaced the piano in the front parlor. The corporation used its great financial resources to form its own symphony orchestra, with better pay and more secure conditions for its members. But the hand of bureaucracy lay heavy on creative art, and the BBC orchestra never challenged the reputation of Manchester's Halley, the one British orchestra of international standing in the interwar years. For that matter, a single man, Sir Thomas Beecham, did more for British music than was done by the massed battalions of the BBC. He was not only the greatest British conductor, he was also the greatest impresario of the age, endlessly stimulating and naturally disliked by everyone except his appreciative audiences. The BBC from its earliest days issued regular news bulletins, short and, it was hoped, impartial summaries of news as supplied by the press agencies. This worked in well with the change which was coming over daily newspapers. The evening papers printed the racing results and therefore still had news value, they remained predominantly local in circulation. The morning newspapers aspired to become national. They left late news to the BBC and printed earlier, so that they could catch the mail trains to all parts of the country. 1. The local papers lost their virtue. 1. The Manchester Guardian became national in its turn, and ceased to be the voice of Manchester, the others dwindled in influence and circulation. This change reinforced not a little the uniformity of the English people. Another change went with it. The news, to appear novel, had to be presented in a more lively, sensational way. The inspiring force in this transformation was Lord Beaverbrook, who succeeded Northcliffe as the giant of Fleet Street, though not on the same scale. 2. Unlike most press lords, including Northcliffe, Beaverbrook was already a millionaire when he took to newspapers. He was in this world for political influence and for fun as much as for profit. His political axe was Empire Free Trade. It was never ground to success. Fun remained. Headlines grew larger, there were shorter sentences and paragraphs. Content changed also. The most successful journalists were feature writers, often men brought in from outside, Arnold Bennett the novelist, Inga, the gloomy dean, Lord Castleross, spendthrift Irish peer and prince of gossips, a little later, Tom Dryburgh, who invented William Hickey and then became a solid Labour MP. Northcliffe had triumphed by possessing, to perfection, the tastes and outlook of the ordinary man. Beaverbrook believed that what delighted his impish spirit would in time delight others, and success proved him right. His favoured writers were read by millions, but they wrote for one little old reader, Lord Beaverbrook. The BBC had an even more direct political impact, speeches could be delivered direct over the air. This took some time to get going. Politicians fought shy of the new instrument. They were at first chary of using a microphone even when speaking to a live audience. Gradually they succumbed. Men and women heard the voices of leading statesmen in their own homes. They ceased to attend political meetings, except those held by the advocates of minority views which were denied expression over the air. One public opinion could no longer be gauged by public demonstrations. New, supposedly more scientific, tests had to be used. The character of oratory changed. Broadcasting demanded a gentler, more intimate style. The old-timers, trained on audiences, could not manage this. Lloyd George and Ramsay MacDonald, once great magicians, were both ineffective on the air. Baldwin came into his own. At his first broadcast, he struck a match and lit his pipe as the green light flashed, or so it is said. Too thus relaxed, he played variations on the theme, "You Can Trust Me." His plain direct speech carried a conviction which his acts did not always sustain. Baldwin wanted a quiet life for himself and for the country. His government has been called the rule of the old men. Actually his cabinet was of the normal middle age, with Curzon and, after him Balfour, as elder statesmen. One Baldwin himself in 1924 was 57, only 1 year older than Asquith had been when he became Prime Minister. His colleagues were almost as much newcomers as the Labour ministers before them. Only 2 had sat in cabinets before 1914, only 6 had sat in cabinet at all before Law's government of 1922, and it was not a recommendation for these to have served Lloyd George. The Conservative ministers were also new in character. Only Bridgeman, at the Admiralty, was an old-fashioned country landowner. The others were cultivated businessmen, like Baldwin himself, the only industrial capitalist who has ever been Prime Minister. 2, if they proved unenterprising, this was rather because they reflected the spirit of the time than that they lagged behind it. Baldwin soon showed the spirit in which he hoped to govern. On March 6, 1925, a backbench Conservative introduced a bill to abolish the political levy in the trade unions, which financed the Labour Party. Baldwin swept the bill away in a speech which ended with the characteristic words, "Give peace in our time, O Lord." It seemed at first that his prayer would be granted. Many of the conflicts which tore pre-war England apart, had now been stilled. The Irish question had been answered for good or ill. No one cared about Welsh disestablishment. The Church of Wales, now accepted as a national church among equals, least of all. Women had the vote, though not yet on the same terms as men. The Conservatives had renounced tariff reform. The social reforms, so bitterly contested when the Liberals introduced them, had become a habit, and the Conservatives even extended them. National health insurance was never disputed. Unemployment insurance was disputed only in detail. Labour wanted the rates of benefit raised. The Conservatives refused. On the other hand, in 1928 they jettisoned the insurance principle and made benefit for an unlimited period a statutory right so long as the applicant was genuinely seeking work, as big a blow as any against the old poor law. Churchill, in his first budget, brought in contributory old age pensions, which nearly doubled the income of the aged needy. One education took 2 to 2% of the national income, as against II%, pre-war. Public housing, mostly under Wheatley's Act, provided nearly 100,000 houses a year. Great Britain was approaching the welfare state. Churchill reduced income tax to 45 in the pound. Otherwise he did little to reduce the heavy taxation of the rich which had come with the war. Death duties and supertax too remained at what had once been called punitive levels. At the other end of the scale, gross poverty was declining. In 1899 Sebum Rowntree had found that 15 to 46% of the working population of York were living in primary poverty. 30 years later the figure was 6 to 8%, and hardly any of these were in regular work. The rise of real wages was one cause of this change, the decline in the size of families another, and probably a more important one. As well, there was now agreement among politicians, as there had not been a generation before, that poverty should be remedied by government action. Neville Chamberlain believed this as strongly as any Labour man and was indeed the most effective social reformer of the interwar years. The difference between Conservative and Labour was more rhetorical than real. Chamberlain sounded mean, even when he was conferring benefits. Labor promised more and stuck to the existing rules in practice. Political labor was buoyed up by the experience of 1924 and by the larger hope that the Liberals were on the way out. Labor leaders, with the dress of privy councillors hanging in their cupboards, had had their revolution and now looked forward to an automatic majority at the next election. MacDonald's prestige stood higher than ever. The ILP, it is true, was swinging left, and propounded the living wage as the main plank for the next election. Even this only meant that the attack on poverty should be accelerated, though with a hope that capitalism might be ruined by the exertion. In any case, the ILP had lost its force. Its membership steadily declined as the labor constituency parties established themselves, and it became, in its final phase, what it had never been before, a refuge for middle-class idealists, who naturally favored extreme courses once they took the jump into socialism at all. The solid bulk of working-class labor supported moderation. Politics were set fair. This happy prospect was disturbed by the shadow of mass unemployment. Here was a new problem to which no one had a ready-made answer. Cyclical unemployment was an old story, and when unemployment soared in 1921 to 2 million, men at first accepted this unprecedented figure as the consequence of the worst depression since the Industrial Revolution. By 1925 there was recovery. Total industrial production in 1924 reached the level of 1913, and in 1925 was 10% or higher. There were more people in work than ever before, thanks to the natural increase of the working population. Yet there were still more than 1 million unemployed. 3/4 of them were in the old staple industries, on which Great Britain's prosperity had once rested. Industries producing for the home market had recovered, imports had more than recovered in 1925. They were 10% or more in volume than in 1901, exports were trailing behind, 25% or lower than the 1913 figure. 2. We can now recognize the true causes of this. The export trades were producing goods for which demand was not expanding, and in any case the primary producers could not buy these goods, because of the change in the terms of trade. At the time, men saw only the decline in exports. They were alarmed, though mistakenly, that Great Britain was not paying her way in the world. They were convinced that unemployment could be reduced only by increasing exports, convinced also that exports could be increased if their prices were brought down, and the employers at any rate were convinced that prices could be brought down only by reducing wages. The complaint against high wages was strengthened when Keynes and others alleged that Great Britain had returned to gold at too high a rate. The diagnosis seems to us faulty. Wages were already lowest in the export industries, and further reduction, by weakening the home market, would have caused more unemployment than it cured. This is wisdom after the event. Baldwin expressed the general view when he said on July 30, 1925, CA 11 The workers of this country have got to take reductions in wages to help put industry on its feet. Here was a direct challenge to the trade union movement. The union leaders were now, for the most part, skilled negotiators, not agitators. They regarded a strike as the ultimate weapon, much like the sanctions which the League of Nations flourished and hoped never to use. In 1925 days lost in strikes were the lowest since the war, only a tenth of what had been lost in 1921, and somewhat lower than in 1913. Union leaders recognized that unemployment could not be solved, as perhaps poverty could be, by the methods of the class war. Many of them, like Ernest Bevin, were eager to cooperate with the employers in reorganizing industry for the common benefit of workers and employers. They drew the line at reductions of wages. They were ready to resist and did not mind if this cut across the moderation of the labor politicians. The union leaders had found little joy in the labor government of 1924, and Bevin had urged unsuccessfully that labor should not take office again without a majority, or perhaps not even then. He and other union leaders were not sorry to show that Direct Action 5 could do more for labor than all the rhetoric of MacDonald. The coal industry was almost inevitably the field of conflict. It was by far the largest single industry, the only one employing more than 1 million workers. It had always been the symbol of class struggle. Most industrialists seemed to earn a reward by their own skill, even if the reward was excessive. In working class eyes, mine owners had no skill and were being rewarded for the lucky accident that they were sitting on top of coal. Moreover, coal entered into every branch of industrial life. It was often difficult during a strike to recognize a black article. There was no such difficulty with coal. Every worker in a factory or on a railway knew that he was using black coal and felt that he was something of a blackleg. To the workers, support for the miners was simply sympathetic action on a large scale, not a deliberate political threat like the projected general strike of 1920. The coal industry had done unexpectedly well after the dispute of 1921. Its European competitors were hampered in various ways. Poland had not settled down after the war. German coal production virtually ceased during the French occupation of the Ruhr. In May 1924 the miners secured a more favorable wage agreement, thanks partly to the prompting of the Labour government. Then Polish and German coal knocked the bottom out of the European market. British mines were again running at a loss. The owners knew no remedy beyond lower wages and longer hours. The miners were as resolute as ever for a fight, or even more so. Herbert Smith was still their president. He replied to all attempts at compromise, "Nout doing." Frank Hodges, who had favored compromise, was no longer secretary. His place was taken by A.J. Cook, an inspired orator, who interpreted his duty in a democratic way, to refuse all concession, as the miners wanted, not to get the best terms he could. The government, for their part, refused to help the reorganization of the industry by any fresh subsidy. The General Council of the TUC sought a way out and thought they had found one. They calculated that, by offering to support the miners, they would break the existing deadlock. They, not the miners, would handle the negotiations and, in cooperation with the government, would lead both miners and owners to the compromise which they were incapable of reaching by themselves. This plan had two defects. The miners never accepted it, despite sometimes seeming to do so. In their view, the other unions should support the miners unconditionally, carrying on a general strike until complete victory or complete disaster. On the other side, the government were incapable of imposing compromise on the owners. They therefore declared that the mining dispute was none of their affair. This produced a paradoxical situation. Government and General Council implicitly admitted the other's case without meaning to do so. The government said that the mining dispute was nothing to do with them. Support of the miners was therefore purely a sympathetic strike, not as the government accused it of being a political threat. But the General Council were not really hoping to defeat the mine owners. They wanted to push the government into taking part in the negotiations. So their action was a political threat after all. However, no one made these logical points. The General Council talked about the miners, the government about the national interest, neither of which benefited much from what happened. It seemed at first that the government would be the one to give way. On June 30, 1925, the owners gave a month's notice to end the existing agreement. Their new offer involved sharply reduced wages. The miners refused it. Lockout threatened for July 31. The General Council issued instructions for an embargo on all movement of coal. The government, after again refusing a subsidy, climbed down 26 hours before the lockout was due to begin. There was to be a subsidy for 9 months, sufficient to maintain existing wage rates and standard profits. Meanwhile, a royal commission would seek ways of raising the productive efficiency of the industry. Such was Red Friday, apparently an easy triumph for working-class solidarity. No one remarked that the government had still not accepted responsibility for the mining industry. They had merely bought time, perhaps in hope of conciliation, perhaps to prepare resistance, or maybe from a mixture of both. The lockout was called *off. The Royal Commission was duly set up under Sir Herbert Samuel, a former Liberal minister, one with 3 members, none of whom knew anything about the coal industry. It spent the winter hearing witnesses and preparing a report of some 300 pages. The unions and the General Council did nothing. But there was an unplanned shift of opinion. The railway and transport unions complained that operating an embargo on coal would fall solely on them. Any new solidarity must be more widespread. The other unions agreed, and thus stumbled towards a national, if not a general, strike. The government took sterner precautions. Some of these sprang from the strange conservative delusion that the unions were influenced or even inspired by communists. Joynson Hicks, the Home Secretary, who saw a communist under every bed, was the leading exponent of this view. At his direction, 12 leading communists were prosecuted in October under the Incitement to Mutiny Act of 1797. They were all found guilty and sent to prison, after an absurd offer by the judge to let them off with a caution if they would renounce their political opinions. This was one of the few occasions in recent English history when men were punished for their opinions, not for acts of practical significance. It bore striking testimony to the anti-Bolshevik panic of at any rate some conservatives, or perhaps it was merely a demonstration by the preposterous Jix 5 that, whereas Sir Patrick Hastings had failed to slay his communist, Jix could slay his 12. The serious preparations were in the hands of the permanent Under-Secretary at the Home Office, Sir John Anderson, who had already had experience of civil war in Ireland and was to have more later in Bengal. 2. The plans for an emergency system of transport, originally made in Lloyd George's time, were dug out and elaborated. England was divided into 10 areas, each under a civil commissioner, who could, if necessary, exercise all government power without reference to London. 3. The government had a great new asset in the rapid development of road transport. Previously a rail strike could paralyze the life of the community within a few days. Now road transport could maintain at any rate essential food supplies. The drivers were less organized than the railway workers. Moreover, anyone who could drive a car could soon learn to handle a lorry. This made the general strike as antiquated as the tactics with which generals started the First World War. It was also an advantage for the government that few county boroughs had, as yet, a Labour majority. They could use the town clerk as their local agent without producing protests from the members of the town council. The Samuel Commission reported on March 1926. It proposed various measures to improve the industry, nationalization of royalties, amalgamation of smaller pits, better working conditions, such as pithead baths. These were all for the future. The only present recommendation was for an immediate reduction of wages. The owners rejected any reorganization. They demanded not only lower wages, but also longer hours. The miners answered, in Cook's words, not a penny off the pay, not a minute on the day. Herbert Smith, when asked what the miners could offer to help the industry, replied, "Nout. We've nout to offer." Both Baldwin and the General Council tried to lure the miners into accepting some reduction of wages, in the vague hope that they might then lure the owners into some concession also. The miners would not give way until the owners had done so, and perhaps not even then. Deadlock continued throughout April. The existing agreement in the coal industry ran out at the end of the month. The owners demanded district agreements and reduced wages. The miners refused. On May they were locked out. The same day a special trade union conference almost unanimously placed authority in the hands of the General Council and approved plans for a national strike on May 3. There was still equivocation. The miners assumed that they had delegated power to the General Council only to conduct a strike. They did not intend to authorize it to make any concession over their wages. The General Council, on the other hand, would yield over miners' wages if the government would accept the Samuel Report and agree to enforce it. They negotiated clumsily with the government throughout May 2, each side hesitating to give way before the other did so. Shortly after midnight the government broke off negotiations on the grounds that there had been an overt act. The compositors had refused to set the Daily Mail. This refusal had nothing to do with the General Council or even with the Printers' Union. whose officials protested against it. The cabinet seemed to have been divided until the last moment. Baldwin perhaps shrank from decisive action. Birkenhead was confident that the General Council could be separated from the miners. When he heard that the Daily Mail leader had been stopped, he remarked, "Bloody good job." 9. Churchill was the leader of those who wanted to fight, just as he had been the most aggressive minister against the workers when Home Secretary before the war and the most aggressive against the Germans during it. Fighting was his natural response to any challenge. As well, he may have hoped to oust Baldwin from the supreme position. If so, he failed. Instead, he implanted in labor men a distrust of him which lasted until after the outbreak of the Second World War. At any rate, the General Council had now no alternative. A national strike duly began at midnight on May 3. It was not intended to be general. Transport and railway workers were called out, so, to less purpose, were printers, workers in heavy industry, in building, and in gas and electricity undertakings. Other workers were held back in the second line. Plans worked fully on both sides, more fully even than had been expected. The response of union members was fantastic. All ceased work when called upon, and practically none returned to work until the strike was over. These were the very men who had rallied to the defense of Belgium in 1914. The voluntary recruitment of the First World War and the strike of 1926 were acts of spontaneous generosity, without parallel in any other country. The first was whipped on by almost every organ of public opinion, the second was undertaken despite their disapproval. Such nobility deserves more than a passing tribute. The strikers asked nothing for themselves. They did not seek to challenge the government, still less to overthrow the Constitution. They merely wanted the miners to have a living wage. Perhaps not even that. They were loyal to their unions and to their leaders, as they had been loyal during the war to their country and to their generals. They went once more into the trenches, without enthusiasm and with little hope. The preparations made by the government worked also. Road transport did all that it had been expected to do, and on a voluntary basis. The road hauliers carried food supplies in the normal way, and the consumer paid the bill in the shape of higher prices. The biggest single burden was the cartage of potatoes. A surplus of milk was produced by postponing the making of cheese, and the milk was brought to the towns by milk trains, usually the only trains to run. Volunteer drivers for trains and lorries and special constables were recruited from ex-officers and from the universities. This was class war, in polite form. Though each side attributed extremist policies to the other, neither meant it seriously. The General Council assumed, correctly, that they would be able to communicate with their local officials by telegraph and to draw strike pay from the banks. The government assumed, also correctly, that there would be no serious violence nor attempts to interfere with the strike-breaking lorries. Troops were not called upon to preserve order except at the London docks, where industrial disputes always verged towards violence. Churchill tried to provoke conflict by parading armoured cars through the streets. He did not succeed. In places, particularly in the working-class suburbs of London, buses were obstructed or even wrecked. Some were withdrawn, some ran under police protection. Only one case is recorded of an attempt to sabotage a railway line. There was some violence in the mining districts, in Glasgow and in a few other places, usually provoked by an attempt to run buses. Altogether about 4,000 people were prosecuted for violence or incitement to violence, and about a quarter of these received prison sentences. This was a trivial figure among millions of strikers. Elsewhere police and strikers played football against each other. In one district collaboration went further. At Newcastle upon Tyne the local strike committee joined with the district commissioner to organize the unloading and delivery of food. The government did not like this arrangement and soon stopped it. The General Council were equally disapproving. The maintenance of order and of supplies was the government's job, not theirs. A few extremists talked of creating an alternative, quasi-Soviet authority. This was far from the spirit of the General Council. The strike of 1926 was no repetition of the threat which had prevented war against Soviet Russia in 1920. That threat had been a deliberate political act, and the union leaders had recognized that they might have to take over the running of the country. In 1926 their sole object was to ease the government into negotiations over the coal industry. When they failed in this, they had inevitably to retreat. The caution of the General Council was shown in other ways. They were hampered in appealing to public opinion by their own act in calling out the printers. Even the Daily Herald was stopped. Churchill brought out an official government organ, the British Gazette, in which he denounced British workingmen as the enemy. He demanded unconditional surrender, a demand he repeated, more appropriately, against the Germans in the Second World War. The General Council reluctantly answered with the British worker this was strictly a strike sheet and was debarred from giving ordinary news or even from making propaganda. Reith managed to preserve the technical independence of the BBC, not yet a public corporation. He did so only by suppressing news which the government did not want published. This set a pattern for the future. The vaunted independence of the BBC was secure so long as it was not exercised. The ordinary newspapers gradually managed to come out in skeleton form, but with a much reduced influence. The voice of the government predominated, and this presented the general strike as a challenge to the Constitution. Pleas for conciliation and compromise were brushed aside. One such plea came from the Archbishop of Canterbury with the general backing of other religious leaders. Lloyd George took the same line, to the annoyance of Asquith and other respectable liberals. They thought that the time had come once more to drum him out of the party. In the House of Commons, Sir John Simon, grasping at Lloyd George's vacant place, solemnly asserted that the strike was illegal and not protected by the Act of 1906. This opinion, which was later torn to pieces by other legal authorities, does not seem to have shaken the General Council, though it is sometimes alleged to have done so, and the government did not act upon it. An attempt to penalize the strikers or the unions was successfully resisted by George V, who played throughout a moderating role. This ordinary little man, with his old-world conservative outlook, yet recognized that the strikers were also his people and good people at that. Nor were the General Council frightened into surrender by the rumor that the government were planning to arrest a number of union leaders. They were, no doubt, harassed by the drain on union funds. But compromise and negotiation had been their aim before the strike started. They continued to pursue this aim when the strike was on. Herbert Samuel was again the chosen instrument. He drafted proposals for a national wages board in the coal industry which would impose reductions of wages, but only when the recommendations for reorganization, made by the Samuel Commission, were effectively adopted. 5. This was good enough for the General Council, even though Samuel insisted that he was speaking only for himself, not for the government. Public opinion, the union leaders believed, would enforce this compromise if the strike were called off. The miners dissented. They would still not yield an inch. On May 12 the General Council called off the national strike unconditionally. They obtained no assurances that men would be taken back to work without victimization. When employers, particularly the railway companies, attempted to impose penalties and to reject active leaders, the strike was resumed, this time with some success. The government shrank from real class war, and Baldwin intervened to secure a fairly amicable return to work on the old conditions. The miners, however, were ruined by their own obstinacy. Baldwin offered to operate the Samuel Report, including a short-term subsidy, if the two sides in the industry would accept it first. The miners refused, and the government thus escaped the awkward, indeed insoluble, task of coercing the owners. After this the only contribution by the government was to pass an act suspending the 7-hour day in the coal mines for 5 years. The owners were free to impose their terms, undeterred by expostulations from Baldwin, who called them stupid and discourteous, or even from Churchill. The miners were driven back to work by starvation after holding out for 6 months. They had to accept longer hours, lower wages, and worst of all, district agreements. Nothing was done to reorganize or to improve the industry. The owners had the whip hand and kept it, thanks to the pool of unemployed miners which longer hours brought into existence. Coal remained a great industry, the largest single employer of labor throughout the interwar years. Even in 1938 it produced 4/5 of the record figure reached in 1913. Nevertheless, it was in slow decline, and the owners' victory in 1926 ensured that the price should be paid by the miners, who had to work under inhuman conditions. In the end, the owners were destroyed by their victory. The class war continued in the coal districts when it was fading elsewhere, and the miners insisted on nationalization as soon as power passed into their hands. No one mourned when the mine owners disappeared, they were about the least worthy element in the British community. The general strike had failed to help the miners. At first glance it seemed also to shake the trade union movement as a whole. Union membership fell to under 5 million for the first time since 1916, union funds were depleted by the drain of strike pay. All talk of a further general strike vanished. Even strikes in individual industries became rare. In the years before 1926 strikes involved an average of more than 1 million workers a year, in the 10 years afterwards they never involved more than 300,000. All this was really due to a change of spirit rather than to defeat or to discouragement. The loss of membership and of funds was soon undone. The general strike brought to the front the very men, such as Bevan and Thomas, who put conciliation before conflict. Once the coal dispute was out of the way, they could follow their preferred course. Besides, the general strike was a warning to other employers, themselves wiser, more conciliatory, and of course less hard-pressed, than the mine owners. Outside the coal industry there was little attempt to reduce wages. These remained stable for the next 3 years until the coming of the Great Depression, although the cost of living fell by 15 points. As a result, the British working man, except for the miner, was better off in 1929 than he had ever been before. Even when the Depression came and produced large-scale unemployment, employers shrank from industrial conciliation 249 conflict, and British wage rates declined far less than in other European countries. Wages came near to being a fixed charge on industry instead of the first thing to be cut at any sign of difficulty. The export trades were still in trouble. At best, in 1927-9, exports reached only 84% of the 1913 figure, whereas imports had risen to 120%. Unemployment apart, this did not seem to matter. Great Britain was again earning a comfortable surplus in the world, thanks to her invisible exports of shipping and other services and to the yield from her overseas investment. This surplus, though less than pre-war, was enough to replace, and a little over, the investments which had been lost during the war. But foreign investment now played a smaller part in the British economy. Before the war 80% of new capital had gone abroad. In 1928 only 40% did so. The new industries, catering for the home market, were gradually pushing ahead. In 1930 well over 1 million private cars were registered, against 200,000 at the end of the war, and 60% of the motor car output was in the hands of 2 firms. The heads of the new industries were themselves, for the most part, men of a new type. Where the old owners had created their industries and were ruthlessly eager for wealth, the new men were managing directors of limited liability companies, concerned more with efficiency than with their rights. The first proposal for industrial collaboration after the general strike came from such a man, Sir Alfred Mond, head of Imperial Chemicals, and one-time follower of Lloyd George's. On his initiative, Ajwan Committee of Employers and the General Council explored in 1928 means for improving the efficiency of British industry. Though little came of these discussions at the time, they were a portent for the future. Ernest Bevan, in particular, was deeply influenced by them. Many union leaders recognized that higher wages could come only from increased production, not from industrial warfare. The mass of workers, it is clear, were no longer in a militant mood. The Communist Party, which had doubled its membership during the year of the general strike, lost all its new recruits soon afterwards. On a wider field, the general strike seems to have produced a lessening of class antagonism. The middle-class blacklegs, performing manual labor for the first and only time in their lives, learned to respect those who did it always. The workers recognized that the leisured classes, too, were human beings. Hence the paradoxical outcome. The general strike, apparently the clearest display of the class war in British history, marked the moment when class war ceased to shape the pattern of British industrial relations. This was less true in politics. Despite an appeal by the King immediately after the strike for a peace that will be lasting, the Conservatives in Parliament were eager to enforce their victory over the Unions. Baldwin acquiesced, thus throwing away much of the prestige which he had won by his seeming moderation. In May 1927 the government introduced a bill to amend the Trades Disputes Act of 1906 and carried it by means of the closure, which had not been used since 1921. Its principal clause made illegal any sympathetic strike or any strike designed or calculated to coerce the government. As well, the government threw in other provisions which had nothing to do with the general strike, but dear to conservative hearts. Civil servants were forbidden to join a union affiliated to the TUC. Members of unions who wished to pay the political levy had to contract in, instead of contracting out. The bill aroused great bitterness in the labor movement. It was fiercely contested in the House of Commons, and its repeal followed close on Labour's victory in 1945. It was a futile measure. Men set on a strike, of whatever kind, are not deterred by a clause in a statute. You can no more indict a class than a nation. The clause against sympathetic and political strikes was never invoked during its 19 years of existence. It was both unnecessary and useless. The attack on Labour Party finance came ill from the Conservatives who depended on secret donations from rich men. It, too, had little effect in the long run. Though the income of the Labour Party was reduced at the time by more than one-third, it gradually recovered later. The act was a vindictive stroke of no serious consequence. Trade unions had become too essential a part of society to be shaken by it. The act had one remote consequence of some importance. This was in connection with the Daily Herald. In 1922 Lansbury had no longer been able to carry it on as a private enterprise. He therefore transferred it to the joint ownership of the Labour Party and the TUC. The paper continued to run at a loss, despite a lavish recruiting of staff from the capitalist press, principally the Daily Mail, or perhaps because of it. The two owners had to meet the loss. In 1927 the Labour Party, with its reduced income, could no longer pay its share. Ownership passed to the TUC alone. Bevan took charge. He aspired to produce a newspaper worthy of the labor movement, and selling on the scale of the great popular dailies. For this he needed a business partner. He found one in Odhams, a printing firm grown great on John Bull, which owned a popular Sunday paper, The People, and wished to keep their presses busy during the week. The deal was completed in 1929. Odhams provided the business management. 4 directors, appointed by the TUC, had the decisive say in political questions. The Daily Herald duly became a mass organ. It had a unique character, the only British daily strictly tied to a political party. Not that it won its place by this. Elias, the head of Odhams, was the least political of men and sought readers by purely commercial devices. In this odd way, the most idealistic of newspapers established itself by the most materialist methods. The Daily Herald never acted as an intellectual center for the labor movement, and those who wish to understand the spirit of the movement must look elsewhere. The general strike had, finally, an unexpected influence on the character of the Liberal Party. During the strike Lloyd George took a bold line, support for the government, but also a demand for negotiations. I prefer the liberal policy of trusting to conciliation rather than to force. 5. The elderly liberal leaders forgot their liberalism when threatened by social revolution. Asquith excluded Lloyd George from the Liberal shadow cabinet. It looked as though Lloyd George was once more in the wilderness. Events took a different turn after the strike. Liberalism had no future if it merely said me, to the conservatives, its only chance was to find a radical, though non-socialist, solution for the economic problems of post-war Great Britain. Lloyd George was on the search for such a solution, the older leaders were not. He had on his side C.P. Scott and the Manchester Guardian. He had also, perhaps more importantly, the Lloyd George Fund, while the official party was short of money. In October 1926 Asquith gave up. He resigned the leadership of the party, and Lloyd George took his place. The party was transformed. It became the source of new ideas in economic planning instead of relying on emotional appeals which had lost their force. One Lloyd George was lavish with his money. The Liberal Party and its associate bodies received over £400,000 from him between 1927 and 1929. Others were lavish with ideas. Curiously enough, Lloyd George's most powerful inspirer was his antagonist of 1919, J. M. Keynes. Here, it seemed, was a dangerous challenge to conservatism, and to Baldwin's policy, or no policy, of safety first. The government, with their great majority, were secure while the present Parliament lasted. The short-lived economic revival produced something like a golden age, the true age of Baldwin. Unemployment fell to little over 1 million in 1928, its lowest point between 1920 and 1940. British production rose to record height, increasing by 14% between 1924 and 1929. The government stood complacently by and took credit for this last kick of individual enterprise. They lacked even a coherent financial policy, offering deflation with one hand and inflation with the other. Interest rates were kept high in order to protect the gold standard of exchange. Yet, at the same time, Churchill's budgets were balanced only by sleight of hand. He raided the road fund, which had accumulated a surplus, one juggled with the sinking fund, advanced the date for the payment of income tax, and allowed the unemployment insurance fund to run steadily into debt. His budget speeches provided much entertainment and some futile expedients, such as the attempt to tax betting. Churchill's years at the Treasury were indeed the weakest in his varied career. His erratic finance discredited him in the eyes of more sober politicians and left the Treasury weaker to face a period of real economic difficulty. The government had some achievements to show. They tidied up imperial relations and thus made 1926 as much a landmark in the development of the Commonwealth as in industrial affairs. Since the Conservatives were shackled to free trade, the Imperial Conference which met in that year for once kept off the barren topic of imperial preference. Instead it turned to constitutional questions. The demand for this came from the Canadian Prime Minister Mackenzie King, who believed that he had been victim of imperial interference. 2. He was determined that this should not happen again and that the independence which the Dominions enjoyed in practice should be defined in precise terms. The other Dominions wished to underline their detachment from the British foreign policy which had been expressed in the Treaty of Locarno. South Africa and the Irish Free State perhaps foresaw the advantages to themselves which would follow from the ending of imperial sovereignty. 3. Balfour performed his last and most successful jugglery with high-sounding words. He defined Great Britain and the Dominions as autonomous communities within the British Empire, equal in status, in no way subordinate one to another in any aspect of their domestic or internal affairs, though united by a common allegiance to the Crown, and freely associated as members of the British Commonwealth of Nations. This formula, though it made no innovation in practice, emphasized how far practice had outstripped theory. Now the theory was brought into line. The imperial parliament ceased to be sovereign over the dominions. The imperial government became the government of Great Britain and of her colonies alone. The crown was the only uniting link, and this more as symbol than reality. George V never visited any of his dominions after he became king. Each governor-general acted as an independent constitutional monarch. The king exchanged friendly letters with them, as his predecessors had done with the now vanished rulers of Europe. As a further gesture, a separate Department of State was set up for relations with the dominions, though Amory, the colonial secretary, One combined the two offices, as Percivale did in the Labour government which followed. Separate secretaries of state were appointed only in June 1930. The first task of the new department was to translate Balfour's formula into a precise law, a task not completed until 1931 when the Statute of Westminster became the first general enactment for the Constitution of the British Empire since North's Regulating Act of 1778. India was not affected by these discussions. There the old Raj continued unabated, with rumbling interruptions of political agitation and communal riots. The government flickered feebly towards concession. In 1926 Baldwin's friend Edward Wood became viceroy as Lord Irwin, and he was clear from the outset that the goal must be Dominion status. Late in 1927 a statutory commission was appointed under Sir John Simon to consider India's future. One member was secretly appointed for the simple reason that he could be easily spared from the House of Commons. No one then foresaw that 20 years later he would be the Prime Minister who gave India independence, least of all. The commission duly visited India where it was greeted by crowds with banners inscribed, "Simon, go back." He went back and labored on a report which was ready only in 1930. Meanwhile, the government blamed Soviet propaganda for much of India's unrest. Already, in May 1927, 200 police had raided the offices of Arcos, the Soviet trading organization HV London, in hope of discovering some evidence against the communists. No evidence was found. To cover up their blunder, the government broke off diplomatic relations with Soviet Russia. Later, in March 1929, the Indian government began a long drawn-out prosecution of 30 supposed communist agents in the Meerut conspiracy case. The breach with Soviet Russia suited Austen Chamberlain's foreign policy. The years after Locarno were the heyday of conciliation in Western Europe. Germany was admitted to the League of Nations, reparations were paid regularly under the Dawes Plan, the Allied Commission to control German disarmament was withdrawn, even though its task was not fully accomplished. Chamberlain, Stresemann, and Bryant always attended the meetings of the League Assembly at Geneva, which was on the way to becoming the Areopagus of Europe. It seemed all to the good that Soviet Russia was excluded from world affairs, and the United States almost as much. A conference on naval disarmament between Great Britain, the United States, and Japan broke down in August 1927, when the Admiralty refused to reduce their demand for cruisers below 70, against American insistence. Some extreme speculators, including Trotsky, foretold that the next Great War would be between Great Britain and the United States. This was folly, but the directors of British policy assumed that civilized Europe, having recovered from the last war, was again the center of the world, and that it could manage very well by itself, without thought for the great isolationist powers elsewhere. There was no greater praise in these years than to be a good European. Sir Austen Chamberlain, K.G., received this praise. Austen Chamberlain's achievement was short-lived. His brother Neville left a more lasting mark on British life as Minister of Health. Neville Chamberlain, like his father before him, had long experience of local government. Lloyd George described him, not unfairly, as a good Lord Mayor of Birmingham in a lean year. He had efficiency, clarity, resolution, qualities marred only by his unsympathetic manner. It was typical of him that he announced 25 bills to the cabinet when he took office, typical also that he carried 21. His first target was Topplerism 5, the defiant way in which councils and boards of guardians with Labour majorities paid higher wages and rates of relief than those approved by the Ministry of Health, often with borrowed money. In July 1926 an act gave the Minister of Health power to supersede defiant guardians, and 3 such boards were duly superseded. This was a warning to councils also. Neville Chamberlain thus confirmed the principle that social reform could go only as far as Parliament approved. Lansbury, the originator of Poplarism, resisted Chamberlain's efficiency in emotional terms. Labour was deeply stirred, and Chamberlain was branded as the enemy of the poor. Yet even Labour ministers wanted to be obeyed when they came to office. In any case, Neville Chamberlain was far from wishing to weaken local government. On the contrary, he did more to improve it than any other single man in the 20th century. The Poor Law, and the boards of guardians which administered it, tangled hopelessly with the system of national health. Other ad hoc bodies cut across the work of the local councils. In 1928 Chamberlain made a clean sweep. The boards of guardians were abolished, and their powers transferred to public assistance committees of the counties and county boroughs, just as Balfour's Act of 1902 had transferred education from the school boards to the local education committees. A neat simple pattern was created. The 62 counties and 84 county boroughs became the sole authorities, under the Ministry of Health, for almost all local activities, one along with the less important rural and urban district councils and non-county boroughs. Starting nearly a century before with such humble functions as street lighting and the police, they had by now accumulated education, public assistance, welfare, public health, housing, slum clearance, roads, town and country planning. The county boroughs ran local transport, and provided gas and electricity, all except London, where the Metropolitan Water Board was allowed to survive, provided water. In few other European countries were the tasks of local authorities so wide and varied. For the ordinary British citizen, they usually meant the town hall, not an agency of the central government. The post office, which distributed pensions on top of its postal duties, and the employment exchanges run by the Ministry of Labour were the only important exceptions, apart from taxation and justice. There was thus great prestige and much interest still in being a local councillor, though less room for independent initiative than in the 19th century. The councils became predominantly instruments of national policy. About 2/5 of their income came from government grants, and this in itself held them under central control without the need to invoke legal sanctions. Chamberlain carried this process further, rather against his will. His reforms of 1928-9 involved an extra cost to the exchequer of about £3 million. Churchill insisted on a bigger scheme of derating, by which agriculture was relieved entirely of rates, industry and the railways of 3/4. The Treasury made up the money lost by local authorities, at a cost of £24 million a year. This was a roundabout way of subsidizing industry at the expense of the taxpayer, and also, since the government grant did not fill the gap completely, at the expense of ratepayers not fortunate enough to rank as productive householders, shopkeepers, institutions. Chamberlain disliked this indiscriminate assistance to efficient and inefficient alike. However, Churchill got his way. He regarded derating as a substitute for tariffs, which was no doubt another reason why Chamberlain disliked it. Yet it was almost as much a departure from free trade principles. The ordinary taxpayer was relieving industry of financial burdens in the hope that it would then do better in foreign markets. Few disputed this idea. A fundamental doctrine of public life was changing unperceived. Where the Victorians had advocated economy for the sake of the consumer, their successors were prepared to spend money in order to stimulate production. Poverty had been the great social evil of former times. Unemployment now took its place. The parties, still more the unions and the employers, were drawn together, where they had previously been in combat. Once they had fought over the division of the cake. Now they were more concerned to ensure that there was a cake to divide. Few were fully conscious of the changed outlook. Men still talked of economy, and even practiced it, when they were also urging the government to assist industry. No one displayed these contradictions more clearly than Neville Chamberlain himself, zealous for recovery and yet hostile to public expenditure. Labour was soon to find itself as much mixed up over planning and free trade. Men of all parties walked backwards towards Gladstone's old bugbear, constructionism. The Parliament of 1924-9 did not spend all its time on such drab modern subjects as unemployment and derating. It had its great historic moments, when traditional cries came back in full force. In 1928 members of the House of Commons championed an individual against the police, and forced a tribunal of inquiry to the discomfiture of Scotland Yard. One generally, however, individual freedom was less secure than it once had been. The judiciary had tended, during the war, to become the watchdog of the executive, instead of its check, and this attitude was maintained afterwards. As England became more democratic, the judges drawn exclusively from the privileged classes became more conservative and construed executive action benevolently. The legal outlook was changing, again without men appreciating what they were doing. The great parliamentary stir of 1927 and 1928 was even more traditional, recalling the parliaments of Elizabeth I and Charles I. The Church of England had been laboring since before the war on the revision of the Prayer Book. The aim was to give greater latitude for the Anglo-Catholic practices and doctrines towards which most ordained members of the Anglican Church now inclined. The revision was welcomed by the majority of the ordained. It was less welcome to lay members of the churches who tended to be more Protestant, the less they attended religious services. When the revised book was submitted to Parliament for approval, it was accepted by the House of Lords and twice rejected by the House of Commons. The majority against the book was swelled by Scotch Presbyterians and by unbelievers who rallied to the Protestant cause. Two members of the government, Joynson Hicks and Inskip, spoke powerfully against the book. Experienced observers agree that the debate produced as fine a display of oratory as any which Parliament has heard this century. Little came of the fuss. Convocation illegally authorized the bishops to allow the use of the revised book during the present emergency. Emergency and illegality have persisted to the present day. The outcry was the echo of dead themes. No one seriously regarded the Church of Rome, let alone the Anglo-Catholics, as papistical. Moreover, England had ceased to be, in any real sense, a Christian nation. Only a minority of Englishmen attended any church, Roman, Anglican, or Free. The politicians were living in the past. Of course, there has always been a cleavage between the generations. It was probably deeper in the 1920s than at most times. The war dug an almost impassable ditch. Older men looked back to the years before the war and hoped for their return. Their minds were pre-war, even if the fashion of their clothes had relaxed. Slightly younger men lived under the shadow of their wartime experiences, never ceasing to wonder that they had survived. For those who had grown up after 1918, the war was a memory, and soon hardly that. They aspired to make new standards, not to restore old ones. In 1919 Rutherford foresaw the splitting of the atom, though he did not suppose that this could be turned to practical use. The theories of Einstein shattered the Newtonian principles which had given a rational frame to the universe. Freud shook, in a similar way, the rational. A 6-0 the years of gold, 1925-9 frame of men's minds. Traditional values ran thin. The young began to steer without a chart. Even the Praetorian Guard of the established order turned traitor. Products of the public schools could no longer be relied on to remain conventional. The emancipation came first in private morals. Political revolt had to wait until the next decade. The strange one-sex system of education at public schools and universities had always run to homosexuality. In Victorian times this, though gross, had been sentimental and ostensibly innocent. At the /RC de siècle it had been consciously wicked. Now it was neither innocent nor wicked. It was merely, for a brief period, normal. By the end of the decade, even former public school boys were beginning to discover that women were an improvement on painted boys. This fantastic epoch has been preserved for posterity in the rich early farces of Evelyn Waugh. There was a golden age, an illusion of rapture, soon to be dispelled. The younger generation had escaped the war and supposed that there would never be another. In 1927 all the nations of the world signed the Kellogg Pact, renouncing war as an instrument of national policy. Hatred for the Germans was forgotten. Artists and writers went to Berlin and drew their inspiration from Weimar Germany, instead of from Italy or France. German expressionism dominated the advanced theater and advanced art. No one worried about politics or economics. Noel Coward, for instance, the representative dramatist of the decade, wrote a succession of brilliant reviews for C.B. Cochrane. None of them contained a sketch with any political reference. The Today and Tomorrow series, which started in 1924, depicted the endless improvement of everything: science, morals, humor, and man himself. Utopia was not something to be striven for, it would arrive automatically. The old order, in Marx's phrase though not to his reasons, would simply wither away. These hopes were short-lived. Political and social problems thrust forward uninvited, and men forgot the time when they had been full of confidence. The last years of the 1920s were seen through the mist of gloom which characterized the following decade. Since they had not been gloomy, they were condemned as frivolous. So no doubt they were. All the same, they were a good time, or, at any rate, a breathing space between two times of trouble. Only in April 1928. An act, promoted by the government for no particular reason, one then lowered the voting age for women from 30 to 21, and put them on the same straightforward residence qualification as men. One adult, one vote was at last attained except for the business and university franchises which together gave about 500,000 people a second vote until they were abolished in 1948. The Act of 1928 added about 5 million new voters to the register, and natural increase pushed up the total of 1924 by nearly 2 million more. The flapper vote is supposed to have benefited the Labour Party in the general election of 1929, but this is a guess. The increase of 3 million in the Labour vote may just as well have come from older electors. In the long run, more women voters probably benefited the Conservatives, and more voters altogether probably injured the Liberals, who were the least suited to become a mass party. In 1929 this last and least regarded extension of the franchise did not affect the character of the election. No party made a special appeal to women or to the young. All three parties used the old-fashioned means of the public meeting and the house-to-house canvass. The general election of May 1929 was the only fully three-cornered contest in British history. For the first and last time, three parties, Conservative, Liberal, and Labour, fought on something like equal terms. Each of them ran more than 500 candidates, never before, and never again. Each had a coherent program and fought, more or less unitedly, under a single leader. Each sought power. The Conservatives, as always, were the best supplied with money. Rich men subscribed to Conservative Party funds from conviction as much as from hope of honors, though they often received some honor as well. Labour had a steady, though smaller, income mainly from the political levy in the affiliated unions, and the regularity of this income kept the party organization stabler between elections. The Liberals were in danger of wasting away from financial malnutrition, when they could hold out only slender prospect of rewards from a future government. In 1929 Lloyd George gave them a shot in the arm with over £300,000 from his political fund. This was a temporary, and a dangerous, remedy. While it helped the Liberals to fight the election, it gave little help to the local organizations in the constituencies. It was these, rather than money alone, which sustained the parties and shaped the British political system. Conservatives and Labour had some sort of organization, though by no means always a paid agent, in nearly every constituency, the Liberals far fewer. Membership of the Conservative and Liberal parties is difficult to ascertain. Labour had about 300,000 individual members, sometimes more, sometimes less. Not all of these were active, and, of course, the number varied greatly from one constituency to another, strong in most working-class areas and in some middle-class suburbs with left-wing intellectuals, weak in the countryside. Probably a local party was lucky if it could count on 50 recognized figures, and could call on a couple of hundred more at a general election. Beyond this we can only guess at the strength of those who carried the political system. It is easier to distinguish the character of the parties. The Conservatives had changed least with the passage of time. Their party remained much as Lord Randolph Churchill had shaped and failed to shape it in the 1880s. The constituency parties had little say in determining policy. The annual meeting of the National Union merely demonstrated confidence in the leader, or sometimes lack of it. On the other hand, the central office had little control over the constituency parties. A rich conservative MP, locally backed, could take an independent line, more or less with impunity, as some did by retaining their seats after being divorced. The Conservatives relied mainly on their natural advantages. Prominent local figures were nearly always on the Conservative side. Most of the national press supported it. In 1929, 7 daily newspapers out of 10, and all the Sunday newspapers except one. The Conservatives appropriated patriotism. The Union Jack draped the table at their meetings. The empire was their private estate. Universities, chambers of commerce, the civil service, the armed forces, nominally non-party organizations such as the Women's Institutes, and to a great extent the Church of England, were pillars of conservatism in thin disguise. Other things being equal, those who rule go on ruling, and those who are ruled acquiesce. Habit was the great conservative asset. The Labour Party had changed a great deal since its birth, or more accurately its christening, in 1906. This change was partly due to the institution of individual membership in 1918. It was due more to the tenure of office by Labour in 1924, to the confidence that there would soon be another Labour government, perhaps with a majority, and to the control by Labour of many local councils. Labour was no longer a propaganda association or a pressure group on authorities, local and national. It aimed at political power, and the views of its members had to take second place to this aim. Before 1918, the affiliated societies, political as well as industrial, could take their own line over policy without fear of embarrassing a future Labour government. The ILP, for example, could oppose the war, the miners could demand nationalization of the mines. Now the Labour leaders wanted loyal followers, and a free hand for themselves. The ILP sought to impose on the Labour Party its own program of the living wage. The annual Labour conference rejected this. The ILP then retaliated by demanding from all candidates whom it endorsed, a pledge that they would carry out ILP policy. The Labour Party could not tolerate any pledge of loyalty in conflict with its own. Labour was the stronger financially. It had the subscriptions from the unions, the ILP had only contributions from the faithful. Moreover, Labour, as a democratic party, asserted firmly the will of the majority, even though this majority was provided by the block vote of the unions. Acceptance of majority decisions had been devised originally against the Lib Labs. Later it was used ruthlessly against the communists. Now it was turned regretfully against the ILP, and with crushing effect. Though 140 Labour M.P.S. elected in 1929 belonged to the ILP, only 18 pledged themselves to support its policy, and some even of these did not honour their pledge. This is not to say that Labour became, in later parlance, a monolithic party. There was still great divergence of outlook, ranging from extreme left to extreme right, among the union leaders, and even more among the constituency parties, though less divergence between the two groups than has often been alleged. These divergencies were subordinated to party loyalty, as the only means of challenging the boss class. The Labour Party translated union practice into political terms, and the dissenter became a blackleg if he pushed his dissent too far. The argument was, to a great extent, over tactics. The leaders thought that Labour would win votes by conciliating moderate opinion. The critics wanted to inspire enthusiasm by a fervent socialist policy. Probably the argument was misconceived. Though Labour had men of middle-class origin among its leaders and sought, less successfully, middle-class votes, it was essentially a working-class party, and Labour voters responded to the class appeal, without inquiring what policy this committed them to. Still, Labour's moderation was, on the whole, a democratic decision. It represented what most Labour supporters wanted, and the Democrats of the left were, like most extremists, officers without a rank and file. In day-to-day affairs, Labour, despite its class character, had become part of the nation, almost without noticing it. For an ordinary man of modest ambitions, labor, like the Conservative Party, was the path to influence and honor. If he were a working man, the more rewarding path. A steadfast labor worker in a constituency had less chance than a conservative of receiving a knighthood or an OBE. He had almost as much chance of becoming mayor, a magistrate, or a governor of the grammar school. Broadly speaking, the Conservatives could count on more motor cars at general elections with which to take voters to the poll. Labour could count on more canvassers who induced voters to go there. In both cases, the organization was not created specifically for the general election. Local politics sustained it all the time. There were municipal elections every year, and, apart from these, there were endless local questions in which the local parties were involved. The caucus was not simply a machine for managing parliamentary elections. It had become, with both Conservative and Labour, an integral part of local administration. The Liberals failed to transform themselves in this way. They had, of course, other weaknesses. They were hard hit by the fact that the nonconformists, their main interest group, had both lost bite generally, and had also lost interest in politics when education ceased to be a matter of sectarian dispute. The Liberals were confused and discredited by the feuds between their leaders which had gone on ever since December 1916. Their central fund was usually short of money. Nevertheless, their greatest handicap was that they were ceasing to make a distinctive contribution in local affairs. Formerly local authorities could strike out on their own, as the radical Joseph Chamberlain, for instance, gave Birmingham many things not possessed by other cities. Now the local authorities had become agents of national policy and could only determine how this should be administered. Conservatives said, in the interests of the ratepayers, Labour, in the interests of the needy. Liberal councillors, sometimes masquerading as independents, tended to go with the Conservatives. The amalgamation of public assistance with the local councils by Neville Chamberlain increased the clear division. By 1930 local elections were being conducted openly on a party basis, and the two-party system triumphed in local politics even though there were still three parties at Westminster. Liberal organisation in the constituencies languished between general elections and could rarely spring back into effective life. Liberalism became a national cause, increasingly cut off from its local roots. Lloyd George hoped to overcome this defect by making the Liberal Party the party of ideas, a sort of non-socialist ILP. There was room for ideas. The two other parties deliberately steered clear of them. The Conservatives were strong in resistance. They were stuck for a positive program. Tariff reform was the one cause which could stir their enthusiasm, also, however, the one cause which roused opposition even within their own ranks. Baldwin had burnt his fingers once. He refused to do so again, apart from cautious references to imperial preference, a policy in which he himself had little faith. Many Conservatives were impatient with Baldwin's inaction. They could do nothing against him. He was their only figure with a national appeal. Safety First, with a picture of Stanley Baldwin above it, was the full Conservative offer. The Labour Party had also proved strong in resistance in this case, resistance to promptings from the ILP. Labour must enter a future government with its hands free. MacDonald added, there must be no monkeying. A blunderbuss levelled against both the ILP and the unions. Instead of an election programme, the Labour Party produced an essay on general principle, Labour and the Nation, which was written by R. H. Tawney. This was a popular version of Tawney's famous book, The Acquisitive Society, impeccably moral in tone and much vaguer than Webb's program of 19 is. The Liberals had more to offer, at any rate on paper. For years past, Lloyd George had been financing inquiries from his fund. Coal, agriculture, town planning, and Britain's industrial future were all surveyed by economists, working at Lloyd George's inspiration. Early in 1929 he translated the conclusions into popular terms with the ringing title, We Can Conquer Unemployment. On March he affirmed the pledge at a meeting of Liberal candidates. This was a dramatic event, the moment when the new ideas towards which economists were fumbling first broke onto public consciousness. Here, implicitly, was the end of Gladstonian finance and of the classical economics which followed in unbroken line from Adam Smith. Lloyd George's program repudiated the system of laissez-faire and balanced budgets, under which Great Britain had once grown great and was now, it appeared, stagnating. Instead there were to be great public works, roads, houses, electricity, telephones, railways paid for by a deliberate deficit. Idle capital and, more important, idle men would be set to work and would generate a prosperity which would ultimately absorb the expenditure involved. This was, in outline, the New Deal as applied later with some success by F.D. Roosevelt in the United States. Great Britain could have been first in the field. In 1929 the new ideas were too new. Most economists were still unaffected by them. For instance, the accepted textbook of the 1920s, Economics for the General Reader by Henry Clay, contains no reference to them. Even J. M. Keynes, later regarded as the founder of the underlying theories, had not yet worked out his position fully. Though he already appreciated that savings tended to outrun investment, he had not hit on the multiplier or snowball, by which putting one man to work not only benefits him but, by increasing his expenditure, puts half a dozen more men to work also. Hence finding work for the unemployed seemed more expensive than, in fact, it was. Neville Chamberlain made great play with this later. He pointed out that it cost £250 a year to find work for one man and only £60 to keep him in idleness, quite forgetting that the balance would be spent on employing others. Where experts lagged, ordinary men were bewildered. The new ideas underlying Lloyd George's program were difficult to grasp. It seemed common sense that a reduction in taxes made the taxpayer richer, and paradoxical to argue that individuals benefited more from increased public spending. The lessons of the war were all drawn one way. Nations were supposed to have been ruined by the vast expenditure. No one pointed out that they had also prospered while the war was on and had often benefited afterwards from its capital creations. Again, it was accepted doctrine that British exports lagged because costs of production were too high, and high taxation was blamed for this about as much as high wages. Thus there began in 1929 a cleavage between informed opinion and the assumptions of ordinary men which has lasted almost to the present day. The cleavage existed in many fields. Einstein, like Keynes, was incomprehensible, where Newton, like Adam Smith, had been neat and obvious. The concertgoer could hum the themes of Mozart and Beethoven, not those of Stravinsky. He never learned to hum the themes of the new economics. No doubt Lloyd George did not understand the theories himself. He was interested in action, not in theory. His program was sprung on the public with little preparation. The schemes were concocted in secret. Lloyd George worked with Sebum Rowntree, the proponent of industrial welfare, and with economists, such as Keynes and Hubert Henderson. There was none of the simmering in public debate and newspaper headlines which usually precedes a great shift of opinion. As always, Lloyd George was a bad party man, even with the party which he led and financed. He had little gift for working with colleagues. Some liberal leaders, the old Squiffits, were, of all men, the most wedded to the old economic order. Most liberal candidates in 1929 had little glimmering of the policy which they were supposed to be advocating. If the impossible had happened and the liberals had won the general election, there would have been no liberal government in the ordinary sense. Lloyd George would again have been dictator as he was during the war, sustained only by backbenchers. He would have met each problem with improvised action, and his agents would have been detached intellectuals and non-party businessmen. Lloyd George needed a new crisis to break the mold of political and economic habit. Instead, men regarded unemployment as a wasting disease, not as a crisis, and were glad that the crust of habit had been reformed. The two other parties waved Lloyd George's proposals aside. Each had a panacea, which it dared not advocate. The Conservatives were indignant at the suggestion that capitalism could be saved without tariffs, Labour was indignant at the suggestion that it could be saved at all. The arguments had little importance. The decisive thing was the legacy of distrust which Lloyd George had accumulated during his years of power after the war. Maybe the general election of May 1929 ought to have been fought over unemployment and the New Deal. It was not. It was that rare thing, a general election without a cause. This was true in a technical sense. The Parliament elected in November 1924 was the first since that elected in 1886 to run something like its full term. Even in 1929 there was no reason except statutory enactment why it should end. 2. The government still had a great majority, despite steady losses at by-elections. 1. There was no burning question to excite the passions of the electors. The Conservatives did not threaten free trade, Labour was clearly not a section of the Communist International, unemployment was an evil, but inevitable despite Lloyd George's pledge. Nor was there a scare or stunt no Zinoviev letter, no cocky election or hang the Kaiser. Though the same proportion of electors voted as in 1924, they voted in an unexcited way. For once, the election turned, as some modern theorists think all elections should turn, solely on the question, who should be the next prime minister? Even more unusual, the claimants were equally matched. It was not a contest between a giant and apparent pygmies, as it had been in 1918 with Lloyd George or was to be in 1945 with Churchill. In 1929 MacDonald and Lloyd George were both great national figures in their different ways, Baldwin was at any rate no longer insignificant. Thus free from the distraction of red herrings or red letters, the electors voted much as they were to do 30 years later, in the 1950s, they split evenly between Conservative and Labour with the Liberals clearly in the third place. Both Conservatives and Labour polled over 8 million votes, the Conservatives 300,000 more than Labour. The distribution of seats, however, being based on the census of 1911, was already antiquated. It did not allow for the steady shift of population from Scotland and the north of England to the south, and from the centre of towns, including London, to the suburbs. As the result, Labour won 288 seats, the Conservatives 260. Thus Labour, supposedly the party of the people, owed its success to comparatively rotten boroughs. The Liberals increased their vote by over 2 million from under 3 million to over 5. This was entirely due to the increased number of their candidates, their percentage of votes in contested seats actually declined. The increased vote brought to the Liberals only 19 extra seats, 59 instead of 40. 2. As an added misfortune for Lloyd George, the successful Liberals were predominantly men of the Asquithian old guard who hated him, such as Runciman and Sir John Simon. The young adventurers failed. Still it was a new sort of parliament. Company directors, at 96, were the lowest within living memory. Trade union officials were a minority among Labour members, for the first time in history. Both Conservatives and Labour were becoming parties of professional politicians, instead of being exclusively interest groups. This had been the Liberal pattern, and the others, by following it, perhaps made a distinctive Liberal party unnecessary. Labour, though the largest single party, was still in a minority. Baldwin, however, resigned at once. Anything else, he told the king, might seem unsporting. His real reason was probably the old mainspring of his political life, distrust of Lloyd George. He was determined that Lloyd George should not get the credit for turning the Conservatives out or, still worse, for keeping them in. On June 5 Ramsay MacDonald became Prime Minister for the second time. With some reluctance, he did not again take the Foreign Office also. This went to Arthur Henderson after some jockeying with J. H. Thomas, who light-heartedly agreed instead to eclipse Lloyd George by devising schemes of employment. Sidney Webb, combining the posts of Dominions and Colonial Secretary, went to the Lords as Lord Passfield. Margaret Bonfield, Minister of Labour, was the first woman to enter the cabinet and to be sworn of the Privy Council. This time no Conservatives were recruited to fill up the list. Otherwise the second Labour government was much like the first, men of humble origin in a majority, not a single Etonian, and the cabinet, in Snowdon's words, composed overwhelmingly of the right section of the movement. 3. Wheatley, who had been the greatest success of the first Labour government, was now ruled out by his loyalty to the ILP and by a financial scandal in which his Glasgow firm had been involved. George Lansbury, first Commissioner of Works, took his place as spokesman of the left. He got on surprisingly well with George V. The two men happily exchanged anecdotes about their respective illnesses. Lansbury also left his mark on English life by creating a somewhat tawdry Lido on the Serpentine, the only thing which keeps the memory of the second Labour government alive. One with Labour again in a minority, there could be no question of a socialist programme, even if the leaders had believed in socialism or had known what it meant. Nevertheless, the Labour government started with high hopes. When they took office, Great Britain was still prosperous, with unemployment under 10%. Foreign policy seemed more pressing than economic affairs. Here MacDonald and Henderson improved even on the success of the first Labour government. Thanks to them, international agreement seemed nearer than at any other time between the wars. The impetus of Locarno had lagged in Austen Chamberlain's latter days at the Foreign Office. Now it was taken up again and carried further. In August 1929 a conference at The Hague endorsed a new arrangement, the Young Plan, for German reparations, which relieved Germany of Allied control and thus restored her to equality with her former enemies. Snowdon, attending the conference as Chancellor of the Exchequer, nearly wrecked it by refusing to accept a reduction in Great Britain's share. For this the Iron Chancellor received the freedom of the City of London. Within less than 3 years, however, the money so heroically defended proved to be fairy gold. Henderson restored the conference to good feeling and secured the withdrawal of Allied troops from the Rhineland 5 years ahead of time. At the League of Nations Henderson soon became the dominant figure. Stresemann died in October 1929, Briand was exhausted. Henderson took their place as the mainstay of the League. The French had never trusted MacDonald fully. They remembered his opposition to the war and suspected that he favored the German side. Perhaps, also, his emotional oratory was too like their own. Henderson's record was beyond reproach a supporter of the war while it was on and of conciliation afterwards. He spoke in straightforward simple terms, showing more sympathy than MacDonald did with the French craving for security. Hence he became the first, perhaps the only, British statesman between the wars who won the confidence of France and Germany. Henderson found the preparatory Commission on Disarmament, which the League had set up, still dawdling over details. He pushed its work to a conclusion, and a World Disarmament Conference was summoned for February 1932. Henderson was elected president, a fitting tribute to a statesman of worldwide reputation. By the time the conference met, European affairs had taken a turn for the worse, and Henderson was no longer Foreign Secretary. But for a brief period high hopes had seemed justified. MacDonald himself handled relations with the United States. The Conservatives always regarded America with some secret jealousy. They suspected that the Americans were seeking to carry off the British Empire, or at any rate to dismember it. They resented the limitations on British naval power which the Washington Naval Treaty of 1922 had imposed. MacDonald, in contrast, was outstanding in his desire for Anglo-American friendship. He went to America in October 1929, and broke the deadlock on naval disarmament which had followed the failure of the conference at Geneva in 1927. Early in the following year he presided, with his accustomed skill, over a naval conference in London. He imposed a limit of 50 cruisers on a protesting Board of Admiralty and, armed with this concession, secured agreement between Great Britain, the United States, and Japan. The three powers limited their cruisers, submarines, and destroyers on the Washington ratio of 5, 5, and 3. In addition, there was a holiday in the building of capital ships for 5 years. This success was little alloyed at the time by Italy's refusal to accept anything less than parity with France. The London Naval Treaty, like all such agreements, rested on continuing goodwill between the signatories, and this was lacking after 1931 so far as Japan was concerned. Still, in a longer perspective, the initiation of cordial relations with the United States counted for more than the dangers which were to follow from Japan. Conciliation in international affairs reached its highest point under the second Labour government. Most English people agreed with MacDonald that nations had the same interests if they did but know it, and that all conflicts could be dispelled by the strenuous action of goodwill. In 1909 the Liberals lost popular support by seeking a naval agreement with Germany instead of building more dreadnoughts. In 1927 the Conservatives lost popularity by proposing to build more cruisers instead of concluding a naval agreement with the United States. The First World War was now believed to have started by mistake. As Lloyd George said, "We all blundered into war." The English historians who studied pre-war diplomacy, with G. P. Gooch at their head, reinforced this belief. The course of the war, and its conclusion, pointed the same way. Men lamented that there had not been a negotiated peace of compromise in 1917. War, they said, settled nothing, and they were confident that everyone agreed with them. Ignorance was the only danger, and this ignorance could be dispelled by steadfast, impartial study. The Royal Institute of International Affairs was set up for this purpose shortly after the war and produced studies on many international problems, striking example of a view commonly held in the 20th century that, if men accumulate enough information, they will inevitably find answers. Similarly, on a larger scale, the League of Nations existed in order to damp down international conflicts in a warm current of discussion and investigation. Only disarmament was needed to round off the picture, and the Labour government had done their best to provide it. There was one awkward flaw in this happy prospect. The Marxists who ruled Soviet Russia refused to acknowledge any community of interest with the capitalist world. Instead they preached international revolution, with tiresome results in Asia. They even supposed that one day the success of their socialist system would expose the defects of the economic order, or lack of it, elsewhere. Hence they suspected that the capitalist powers, led by Great Britain, were planning a new war of intervention. Here the communists flattered themselves. The British government were not frightened of Soviet Russia, they were merely irritated and puzzled that she would not fit into their optimistic plans. They were glad no doubt to be spared the embarrassment of a Soviet representative at the League of Nations. On the other hand, the Labour government resumed diplomatic relations with Soviet Russia in October 1929, this time without fuss and for good. One Sokolnikov came to London as ambassador, despite George V's reluctance to receive the representative of his cousin's murderers. No more was said about a British loan to Soviet Russia and practically nothing about Russia's pre-revolutionary debts. There was still suspicion and coldness on both sides. But at any rate a beginning had been made towards a restoration of normal relations. The same spirit of conciliation was displayed in imperial affairs. Here, too, goodwill was expected to triumph. In 1931 the Statute of Westminster put the finishing touches to the process by which an empire, based on central authority, was transformed into a commonwealth of independent states, cooperating in freedom. Many Englishmen, forgetting the troubles, presented Ireland as a further exercise in the virtues of conciliation. Now Egypt and India were supposed to be travelling the same road. Admittedly there were disputes, riots and imprisonments, they were disputes over timing only. The British authorities and those over whom they ruled had the same ultimate goal. This goal would be attained if the two sides met often enough at a round table. In the end, national claims would be satisfied. Yet no essential British interest would be lost. Labour practiced this policy resolutely in regard to India. On October 31, 1929 Lord Irwin, the Viceroy, made a public promise of Dominion status, without waiting for the report of the Simon Commission. The effect was the reverse of what had been intended. The Indian Congress answered in December with a declaration of independence. Gandhi started a new campaign of civil disobedience. He marched across India to the seashore, where he defied the government salt monopoly by extracting, and tasting, some crystals of untaxed salt. He was imprisoned, and 50,000 Indians were soon sent to join him. The Labour government found themselves practicing coercion, much as the Liberals had once done in Ireland. Nevertheless, they persisted in conciliation also. In June 1930 the Simon Commission produced its report. It recommended responsible government in the provinces, and negotiations between the British government, the Indian government, and the native princes on the future of the central power. Here was another opening for MacDonald's diplomatic gifts. A round-table conference was held at London in November 1930. Congress refused to attend. Representatives of the princes attended and, what was more, agreed to enter a future Indian federation. This was tempting bait for Congress. Gandhi was released from prison and had a series of meetings with Lord Irwin. This was a strange conjunction and prelude to many other such meetings, the aristocratic ruler of a declining empire wooing the nationalist rebel. After prolonged and characteristically intricate discussion, Gandhi agreed to attend a second session of the Round Table. When the Round Table met again, Labour, as with the Disarmament Conference, was out of office. But in this case Labour's work was continued, however tardily, and ultimately bore fruit in Indian independence. Negotiations with Egypt proved less rewarding. Henderson enforced the resignation of Lord Lloyd, the imperialist High Commissioner, and, when attacked for this by the Conservatives, scored a hit in the House of Commons by showing that Lloyd had already been at odds with Austen Chamberlain. Henderson then tried to secure a treaty with Egypt. Great Britain would give up her control of Egypt's internal affairs and would withdraw her troops to the Canal Zone. The Egyptians also demanded the restoration of their joint control over the Sudan, which had been forfeited in 1924, after the murder of Sir Lee Stack, the Governor-General of the Sudan, by an Egyptian nationalist. The British, however, were planning to turn the Sudan into a loyal dependency of their own. Negotiations therefore broke down. The British remained in Egypt, not much hampered by occasional demonstrations of nationalist discontent. They were still confident that their control over the Suez Canal and Egypt's independence could be reconciled, and waited for time to bring wisdom. Palestine raised a more difficult problem. The Balfour Declaration committed the British to fostering a national home there for the Jews. At the same time they had to rule without offending the Arabs, who made up the large majority of the population. Jews came to Palestine, equipped with Zionist money. They bought land from the Arabs and made no secret of their intention to turn the national home into a Jewish national state. The Arabs resisted and rioted. Passfield, the colonial secretary, applied his dispassionate Fabian mind to the question. He reached the rational, though irrelevant, conclusion that it was impossible for more Jews to enter Palestine without displacing Arabs. In October 1930 a white paper therefore announced that Jewish immigration must virtually cease. The Zionists raised an uproar. Poor Passfield found himself pilloried as the worst enemy of the Jewish people since Haman. MacDonald quieted the storm for the time being with soft words. The conflict between Jews and Arabs was postponed until the massive flood of Jews from Central Europe, provoked by National Socialist persecution, brought it to unscapable explosion. All the same, Passfield had made an awkward discovery. He had stumbled unwittingly on a question where the underlying philosophy of British Labour, indeed of nearly all Englishmen, did not work. In Palestine, there was irreconcilable conflict between Arabs and Jews, not a community of interests which the two peoples merely failed to recognize by mistake. In 1930 Palestine seemed a small affair, at worst an irritating exception to an otherwise universal rule. Labour's foreign and imperial politics were matters of general satisfaction. Conservatives applauded the three-power naval treaty of 1930 and Henderson's work at the League almost as much as they did Snowdon's stand at The Hague. Baldwin was as deeply involved as MacDonald in the policy of leading India to dominion status. Disarmament was also an agreed question. In February 1931, a three-party committee of the Committee of Imperial Defense discussed the forthcoming disarmament conference and laid down the policy which the national government in fact followed. Any further reduction of British armaments could only be undertaken as part of an international agreement containing comparable reductions by other powers, and after taking into account the particular obligations and dangers of each country. This definition, despite the reserve in its second part, accepted the principle that armaments should be determined by agreement and not solely by British national needs, a principle which before 1914 would have been repudiated by nearly everyone. A few Labour men objected that conciliation did not go fast enough. On the Conservative side, Churchill stood almost alone in attacking the Baldwin-MacDonald outlook. As usual, Churchill wanted to take an aggressive line and to pursue the Labour government with unrelenting opposition. He presented himself in the new guise of imperial champion. He attacked disarmament. He criticized even the Statute of Westminster on the characteristic ground that the historic word empire was to be replaced by the newfangled word commonwealth. Most of all, Churchill attacked the conciliation of Indian nationalism. He took up the cause of the Indian princes and evoked the warrior races. In January 1931 he resigned from the Conservative shadow cabinet on this issue, and thus began the years of isolation which ended only with the Second World War. Not only was his opposition ineffective, it established his reputation as a romantic saber-rattler and discredited him in advance against the time when he took up worthier causes. Baldwin, we may be sure, was not sorry to eliminate one whom he had regarded as a dangerous rival, though no doubt his support for conciliation was also genuine in itself. In home affairs, there was the same tendency towards conciliation and agreement, though it was less avowed. Labour men were agreed that socialism could be achieved by the democratic methods of a parliamentary majority and parliamentary legislation. More than this, a belief came gradually into being that in home, as in international, affairs there was no irreconcilable conflict. There was a further belief, still less consciously formed, that those in a particular industry knew best how to run it. Function, not property, as the basis of society was the central point of Tawney's powerful teaching, and this doctrine, though intended to benefit the workers, justified the director of industry also. Just as most labor men rejected the Marxist view that capitalist imperialism caused war, and blamed instead international anarchy, so they moved gradually away from the socialist indictment of decaying capitalism at home and blamed only economic anarchy. All would be well, or at any rate better, if the existing order were regulated mainly by the producers themselves. Regulated capitalism had operated, without any clear design, during the First World War. It had been dismantled afterwards. The first peacetime model was the Central Electricity Board, a public corporation set up in 1926 to organize the wholesale distribution of electricity. This was claimed to offer the advantages of socialism without the evils either of bureaucracy or of workers' control. The Labour government carried the process further, though leaving more power to the existing owners. The Coal Mines Act of 1930 was their most important domestic achievement and a landmark in British history. Labour's immediate concern was to satisfy the miners by revoking the 8-hour day which had been enacted in 1926. With characteristic compromise, the new act, instead of restoring the Y-hour DI, settled for 7 carat hours. The mine owners were cajoled by being empowered to fix minimum prices and quotas of production. More remotely, a reorganization commission was to devise schemes for closing the less efficient pits and amalgamating the others. The commission had no practical effect. On the contrary, the act protected the inefficient. It operated restriction and stable prices at the expense of the consumer. Here was the pattern for British capitalism in the 30s. The Agricultural Marketing Act of 1931, devised by Christopher Addison, Lloyd George's former adherent, pointed the same way. This authorized boards of producers to fix prices and market their products. Their resolutions could be imposed by legal process on any dissenting minority. Herbert Morrison, the Minister of Transport, worked out a similar public corporation for London transport. Its practical object was to make the buses, which ran at a profit, pay for the underground railways, which did not. The bill was not through Parliament when the Labour government fell. It was enacted by the national government, with some slight changes, in 1933. The transport unions failed to secure any representation on the London Passenger Transport Board. Nor did Labour raise any objection to the strange chance by which the chairman and manager of the private underground railways emerged, with increased powers, as the chairman and manager of the new board. Other Labour measures renewed the advances made in 1924. Arthur Greenwood, the Minister of Health, rescued Wheatley's subsidies, which Neville Chamberlain had intended to terminate. Subsidised house building continued until 1933. Greenwood struck a new note by instituting slum clearance in his Housing Act of 1930. Though this act was suspended by the national government, it began to operate in 1934. Then, thanks to Arthur Greenwood, more slums were cleared in the 5 years before the Second World War than in the preceding 50 years. Trevelyan, at the Board of Education, attempted to improve on his work of 1924 by raising the school leaving age to 15. His bill ran into difficulties from Roman Catholics on the Labour backbenches, a curious twist which indicated that, since Roman Catholicism was mainly a lower-class religion, Labour had acquired its own sectarian lobby. The Education Bill was rejected by the Lords in March 1931, and Trevelyan resigned, as much out of general disagreement with the feebleness of the government as from disappointment at the loss of his bill. The Education Bill was not the only one lost. An attempt to undo the Trades Disputes Act of 1927 broke on Liberal resistance, evidence how some Liberals, at any rate, had moved to the right since 1913 when their own government brought in the act which Labour was now trying to restore. Electoral reform was another casualty. The Liberals wanted proportional representation. Labour would offer only the alternative vote, a device for distributing the Liberal vote between the two other parties, and the Liberals reluctantly acquiesced. A bill struggled through the House of Commons, with subsidiary wrangling over plural voting and the university constituencies, both of which Labour wished to abolish on the democratic principle of one adult, one vote. The Lords weakened it still further. In July 1931 the Labour government dreamt of carrying the bill by the machinery of the Parliament Act, thus envisaging another 2 years of minority government with Liberal support. Instead, the government fell a month later, and the bill perished with it. The Conservatives continued to benefit from plural voting and the university constituencies, Labour almost as much from the antiquated distribution of seats. The Liberals lost their last chance of reforming the electoral system in their favour. Proportional representation and the alternative vote alike vanished forever. These disputes were accompanied, and often overshadowed, by wrangles within the parties. All sprang from the same cause. The three parties, like the legendary Ford car, were running on their reputations. They divided on party lines when faced with traditional questions such as electoral reform. They were adrift in regard to the present. Conservatives endorsed Labour's foreign and imperial policy. Labour promoted capitalist monopolies. The Liberals, or at any rate Lloyd George, wanted more action, and even more socialism, than the Labour government would provide. Backbenchers stirred restlessly against the leaders who failed to give a clear lead. Liberalism, in a phrase attributed to Wheatley, was temporarily reunited in 1929 by a common distrust of their leader. Baldwin remembered 1931 as the year when my party tried to get rid of me. MacDonald had even more reason to remember 1931. It was the year when his party actually got rid of him, flung him, indeed, out of the party as well as out of the leadership. All three movements of discontent were expressed in personal terms. Lloyd George was unprincipled and motivated only by a love of power, Baldwin was lazy, MacDonald preferred high society, and in particular the society of Lady Londonderry, to that of his proletarian followers. Under the surface, all three parties were trying to discover reasons for their own existence. Lloyd George was in the most difficult position. There was indeed little reason why the Liberal Party should exist under his leadership. Free trade was the one issue which gave the Liberals an uneasy semblance of unity. Yet it was irrelevant to the plans for economic expansion which Lloyd George advocated, even if it did not contradict them. The parliamentary situation, moreover, presented Lloyd George with an almost insoluble tactical problem. In previous periods of minority government, say between 1886 and 1895, the Third Party had been clear, despite their irritations, which government they wished to keep in. The Liberal Unionists sustained the Conservatives, the Irish Nationalists sustained the Liberals. Lloyd George wished to discredit the Labour government without discrediting himself. Instead, Baldwin forced him to support the government and so saddled him with responsibility for Labour's failures. Time and again, the Liberals split three ways, some voting with the government, some against, the rest abstaining. One group under Sir John Simon moved towards cooperation with the Conservatives. Lloyd George nibbled at joining the government. A pure remnant under Sir Herbert Samuel were left high and dry. Lloyd George was forever offering to deliver the Liberal vote, if his advice were taken. He could not do so, and those with whom he bargained knew it. Baldwin should have been pleased. He had consolidated his victory over the clever men whom he had first defeated in 1922. Churchill was isolated within the Conservative Party, Lloyd George in difficulties at the head of the Liberals. But Baldwin had his own troubles. Beaverbrook, the kingmaker, returned to his old trade. Lacking a new Bonner law, he played this time for his own hand. His weapon, too, was new. For the first and last time, a great attempt was made to change party leadership and party policy, mainly by a battery in the columns of the popular press. Beaverbrook did not act simply from ambition. He had a genuine belief in a cause, Empire Free Trade. This program was a fantasy, and Beaverbrook, as an inspired journalist called him, was a peddler of dreams. 1. The Dominions were unlikely to lower their tariffs on British goods, though they might give a fictitious preference by increasing their tariffs still further against the foreigner. Still, the cause had a strong appeal for many Conservatives who wanted something more exciting than Baldwin's safety first. In July 1929, with the election hardly over, Beaverbrook launched his crusade for Empire Free Trade. He formed an alliance with another newspaper proprietor, Rothermere. The two men founded the United Empire Party and threatened to run candidates against the official Conservatives. The alliance with Rothermere brought in more money and the backing of the Daily Mail. Otherwise, it was a source of weakness. Beaverbrook had serious pretensions to be a politician. Rothermere was a duller, heavier man, who aroused even more distrust than his dead brother Northcliffe. 2. Baldwin exploited this distrust to the full. At first he made tactical concessions. He agreed to a referendum on food taxes. He sacrificed his adherent, Davidson, as chairman of the party organization, and put in Neville Chamberlain. This was another brilliant stroke. Chamberlain was Baldwin's most dangerous rival, impeccably protectionist, with a unique reputation for efficiency, and enjoying Beaverbrook's favor. He had also vulnerable points which Baldwin appreciated, a strong sense of loyalty, perhaps to atone for his father's strokes in the opposite direction, and a hatred of Churchill and Lloyd George, which kept him shackled to Baldwin. The storm within the Conservative Party continued to rage, with occasional abatements, throughout 1930. In October, an Empire Free Trade candidate defeated the official Conservative in a by-election at South Paddington. The party agents reported that the party despaired of winning a general election under Baldwin's leadership. On March 1931, Chamberlain gave the message to Baldwin. He agreed to resign at once, and Chamberlain resigned the chairmanship of the party organization in expectation of an early call to the succession. Baldwin then decided to stay. On March 17 he repeated a maneuver which Lloyd George had once used against Northcliffe. He appealed to the general prejudice against the press lords. Using a phrase supplied to him by his cousin Rudyard Kipling, he denounced Beaverbrook and Rothermere as wanting power without responsibility, the prerogative of the harlot throughout the ages. A few days later, the official candidate, Duff Cooper, won in a by-election at St. George's, Westminster. 1. Thus Baldwin triumphed. His leadership was never challenged again. Empire-free trade became a dead cause. It was never much of a cause in the first place. Perhaps it was ruined by the support of the press lords. The popular newspapers supplied news and, more often, entertainment, they did not direct opinion. Parliament, not the press, remained, however inadequately, the forum of the nation. Chamberlain felt rightly that he had been tricked. There was nothing he could do. Though he was now Baldwin's predestined successor, he had to resign himself to waiting longer than he had expected. The Labour government benefited from these liberal and conservative dissensions. Lloyd George did not want to put Labour out. Baldwin was in no position to come in. Labour's dissensions were, in comparison, small. The ILP was a shrunken remnant, with little weight in party councils. Ernest Bevin tried to establish the principle that the Labour government were merely the political agents of the TUC. MacDonald beat him down. Whatever critics might say later, with the wisdom of hindsight, MacDonald retained an irresistible sway over the bulk of the party and over working-class audiences. He had only to draw out the stops of his rich eloquence for opposition. To be silenced. Labour's difficulties came from events, not from internal quarrels. When Labour took office, the country was at a high tide of prosperity, even though over 1 million workers were still unemployed. J. H. Thomas set out to produce schemes for reducing unemployment, with the assistance of Lansbury and 2 junior ministers, Oswald Mosley and Tom Johnston. Few schemes were produced. Proposals to spend public money broke on the resistance of Snowdon, Chancellor of the Exchequer, most orthodox of financiers. At best, the Labour government found work for some 60,000 men. These trivial efforts were submerged by the Great Economic Depression which broke over the world in October 1929. The causes of this lay outside Great Britain, principally in the general reliance on American loans and American prosperity. On October 24, 1929, the speculative bubble burst in the United States, and American money ceased to flow. The primary producers, already impoverished, were impoverished still further. They ceased to buy British goods, ceased to need the services of British ships. The British exporting industries, already in difficulties, saw their remaining markets disappear. Unemployment rose drastically, though less violently than in Germany or in the United States. There were over 2 million unemployed in July 1930, and 2 million in December. 3 million were expected, incorrectly, for 1931. The Depression was in Great Britain an odd lopsided affair. Though the price of imports tumbled catastrophically, the price of exports did not. Within little more than a single year, 1930, the terms of trade turned 20% in Great Britain's favor. She was able to import as much as before at a greatly reduced cost. While the volume of exports was almost halved between 1929 and 1931, the volume of imports remained exactly stable at 99. Yet the increased cost to Great Britain's international payments was only £25 million. Wages remained stable. Indeed, with the fall of prices, real wages rose. Those in work were better off than they had ever been. Hence the problem of unemployment, though formidable as statistics and terrible of course for those who endured it, remained strangely remote from the mass of the community, nor was it irrelevant that the areas of mass unemployment lay far from London, the political centre. Labour was quick to blame the capitalist system. MacDonald, as usual, put it best: "We are not on trial, it is the system under which we live. It has broken down everywhere, as it was bound to break down." Few Labour men, however, knew what moral to draw. Passfield, the great Fabian, was at a loss. Ernest Bevin proposed currency devaluation, Lansbury, retirement pensions at 60 to help make the work go round. Only Oswald Mosley, a rich and relatively recent recruit to Labour, rose to the height of the challenge. His proposals were more creative than those of Lloyd George and offered a blueprint for most of the constructive advances in economic policy to the present day. It is impossible to say where Moseley got his ideas from. Perhaps he devised them himself. If so, they were an astonishing achievement, evidence of a superlative talent which was later to be wasted. Moseley wanted planned foreign trade, public direction of industry, and a systematic use of credit to promote expansion. These ideas were beyond the grasp of J. H. Thomas. They were an outrage to Snowden and to the free trade sentiment which still lingered in the labor movement, an outrage, almost as much, to orthodox socialists. In May 1930 the cabinet rejected them. Moseley resigned. Thomas, too, relinquished his task of combating unemployment and became Dominion's secretary. MacDonald himself took over responsibility for unemployment, though he did not discharge it. Moseley carried the fight to the parliamentary party. His speech there stirred general admiration. Nevertheless, loyalty to MacDonald and distrust for the wealthy outsider were too strong. Moseley's proposals were rejected by 202 votes to 29. In the autumn of 1930 Moseley appealed to the party conference. MacDonald defeated him again. Moseley still believed that he could carry the party with him. In December he published a manifesto, which was backed by A. J. Cook and 17 Labour MPs. In February 1931, losing patience, he founded the new party. Only 4 M.P.S., one of them his wife, followed him. This was the greatest personal miscalculation since the fall of Lord Randolph Churchill. Moseley and his supporters were expelled from the Labour Party. Even the most sympathetic Labour men would not forfeit their 286 unexpected crisis, 1929-31 party backing. Moseley was ruined politically. His ideas were ruined with him. Labour drifted on without a policy. The rejection by Labour of Moseley's programme was a decisive, though negative, event in British history, the moment when the British people resolved unwittingly to stand on the ancient ways. The very forces which made Great Britain peaceful and stable prevented her from becoming the country of the New Deal. Even if Labour had listened more receptively to Moseley, the obstacles would have been great. His ideas would have had to be applied by civil servants and industrialists who had no faith in them. British people needed years of economic debate and the impact of a second Great War before they gave up the ideal of returning to the days of Queen Victoria. Those in authority had pride in the past, they had little belief that Great Britain could be even greater in the future. Neither Lloyd George nor Moseley could stir the enthusiasm for new ways which F.D. Roosevelt was to arouse a little later in the United States. The old outlook was too entrenched, and even the crisis, when it came, was not fundamental enough to shake men from their moorings. The crisis did not come directly over unemployment. Difficulties over the budget prepared the way for it. Snowden inherited from Churchill a weak position, a budget not genuinely balanced even at a time of prosperity. He attempted to apply more orthodox principles. Once Snowden's budget of 1930 increased income tax and surtax. Snowden angered the Conservatives by equivocating over the safeguarding duties. He did not much mollify his own supporters by reviving the old radical proposals for a tax on land values. By 1931 the situation was worse. The yield from taxes had gone down, expenditure, particularly on unemployment, had gone up. Snowden believed fanatically that a balanced budget was the greatest contribution which a government could make to overcoming the Depression, and did not hesitate at the resistance this would provoke in his own party. Indeed, he relished the prospect of being again an unpopular and heroic figure. In February 1931 Snowden accepted a liberal proposal for an economy committee on Getty's lines. Its chairman, Sir George May, had been until recently secretary of the Prudential Insurance Company. 4 of its members were leading capitalists. 2 were trade unionists. Snowden calculated that a fearsome report from this committee would terrify Labour into accepting economy, and the Conservatives into accepting increased taxation. Meanwhile he produced a stopgap budget in April, intending to produce a second, more severe budget in the autumn. Snowden expected trouble and began to talk of national unity, meaning that the parties should unite to push through harsh measures. Thus a crisis was more or less fixed for the autumn. It came sooner. In the summer of 1931 two committees reported. One on finance and industry had been set up by the Treasury under Lord Macmillan in 1929. Keynes and Bevan were among its members. Their questions exposed the helplessness of orthodox financiers. In particular, Montague Norman regarded unemployment with the fatalistic resignation which Jellicoe had shown towards the German submarines in April 1917. "We have done nothing. There is nothing we can do." The Macmillan report was to count later in preparing the way for a managed currency. At the time, it had a different effect. In discussing the international situation, it first drew general attention to Great Britain's balance of payments with the rest of the world. Awareness of this was new. Men vaguely assumed that Great Britain lived by trade, sending out manufactured goods which paid for the food and raw materials which came in, though in fact this trading account had never shown a credit balance since 1822. Invisible items, banking, shipping, and the interest on foreign investments had always put the balance right, except in 1847, 1918, and 1926. These were the very things worst hit by the Depression, and the Macmillan report drew attention to the decline. Moreover, estimates of the balance of payments were being published for the first time and men treated these haphazard guesses with exaggerated respect. 2. They were alarmed at the prospect that Great Britain was not paying her way in the world and easily confused the alleged deficit in the international balance with the budget deficit, though of course the two had nothing in common. The alarm over the budget was therefore reinforced. It was made still more acute by the report of the May Committee, a report compounded of prejudice, ignorance, and panic. Keynes called it the most foolish document I ever had the misfortune to read, and an economic historian has said of it recently, the report presented an overdrawn picture of the existing financial position, its diagnosis of the causes underlying it was inaccurate, and many of its proposals were not only harsh but were likely to make the economic situation worse, not better. Too, the May report treated the sinking fund of £50 million a year as an untouchable charge on revenue, insisted that all unemployment relief must be paid for out of income, and thus arrived at an immediate deficit of £1.20 million, or £70 million in a full year. The 5 rich men on the committee recommended, not surprisingly, that only £24 million of this deficit should be met by increased taxation and £96 million by economies, 2/3 at the expense of the unemployed whose relief should be cut 20%. This outdid even the Geddes Committee which had proposed economies only of £86 million. The 2 Labour men dissented from these conclusions and timidly advocated more government spending. Their dissent, again not surprisingly, was ignored. Snowden and the Treasury had their ammunition for a stern budget. The May report was published on July 31, the day after Parliament rose. The Cabinet set up an economy committee of 5 to consider it. 3. There seemed no urgency before Parliament resumed in the autumn. The ministers went on holiday. The first meeting of the Economy Committee was fixed for August 25. On August 11 MacDonald was abruptly recalled to London. The assembled bankers told him that there was a run on the pound, we were on the edge of the precipice. Foreigners were selling their sterling at a great rate. Technically, this had nothing to do with either the budget deficit or the deficit in the balance of payments, still less with the general problem of unemployment. It sprang solely from the previous activities of London bankers. Ever since the end of the war the city had been trying to restore its old position as the center of international finance by accepting short-term deposits of foreign money. Some of this was genuine trading money, much was hot or tunk money, moving at the first rumor from one capital to another. The city also strove to restore the economic life of Central Europe by generous lending, usually on long term. No doubt this was done from the highest motives, but it was also an inducement that money could be borrowed, mainly from French depositors, at 2% and lent to Germans at 8 or 10%. In 1931, when there was political tension between France and Germany, many Frenchmen objected that their money was being used to help Germany and withdrew it from London. At the same time, there was a financial collapse in Central Europe. In May, an Austrian bank could not meet its obligations. German banks attempted to rescue it and were pulled down in their turn. They repudiated their international liabilities by a moratorium. The London bankers were then caught. They admitted to owing foreign depositors £250 million, they probably owed £600 or £700 million. 1. Much of their own money was frozen in Germany. 2. The rest could be called home only by transferring the crisis elsewhere. The London bankers resolved to brave the storm. The Bank of England, itself directed by leading bankers, allowed them to draw on the gold reserve and, as this ran down, sought loans from the bankers of France and the United States. They insisted that international confidence in the pound must be restored by some dramatic act. That act had to be a balanced budget. This demand was irrelevant to the situation. Most men, particularly the bankers, were misled by the previous wave of financial upset after the war, when various European countries, Germany, Austria, Hungary, France, had experienced inflation. In these countries, the governments had not balanced their budgets and had paid their way by printing paper money. Their currencies had depreciated, in some cases catastrophically, and stability was restored only when their budgets had been balanced. In Great Britain, prices were falling, not rocketing sky high. The currency was backed by gold at the Bank of England. The government deficit was small and, in any case, was being met by genuine borrowing, which removed money from the individual to the treasury just as effectively as taxation. Often, indeed, the government were meeting deficits, particularly on the unemployment fund, by using money from other departments, such as the post office, which had credit balances. None of this was considered. Men were obsessed with the thought of the time, not long ago, when the German mark had stood at 19 million to the pound. They were convinced that the same fate would overtake the pound, if the Bank of England suspended the gold standard, though this classical remedy had in fact ended the domestic panics of 1847 and 1866. Montague Norman, governor of the Bank of England, reflected the general opinion when he insisted that ration books should be printed in case the currency collapsed and the country had to revert to barter. A few people, Keynes, Bevan, and some Labour ministers, saw through the alarm about the unbalanced budget. They transferred the alarm to the supposed deficit in Great Britain's international balance of payments and proposed to remedy it by some restriction of imports, such as a 10% revenue tariff, the word revenue being thrown in, like safeguarding before it, to conceal the fact that the tariff would be a tariff. This remedy, too, was irrelevant. The run on the pound was caused by movements of capital, not by British indebtedness, in any case trivial, for goods received. The run could have been stopped by the sort of measures which were being applied in Germany: control of the international exchanges and the blocking of foreign funds. Such measures were inconceivable in England. They would have meant the end of London as the world's financial centre, or so men thought. Hence the restoration of confidence was the only alternative, and the bankers, English and foreign, had to dictate terms whether they wanted to or not. The London bankers told MacDonald, the cause of the trouble was not financial but political, and lay in the complete want of confidence in HMG existing among foreigners. 1. Not only must the budget be balanced. The bankers, and most other people, believed that it must be balanced mainly by reducing government expenditure, waste as it was usually called, not by increasing taxation. They believed also that the gravest waste, crying out for reduction, was on unemployment relief, though the bankers, more generous than the May Committee, were prepared to have their confidence restored by a 10% cut instead of 20%. Behind this financial opinion, there was an unconscious moral judgment: the unemployed, living on the dole, were felt to be somehow unemployed through their own fault. Some businessmen went further. Cutting unemployment relief would not only reduce government expenditure. It would also break the rigidities and open the way for a general reduction of wages. Faced with a crisis, the responsible authorities fled back to antiquated prejudices and practices which they had been unwittingly abandoning in easier times. Renewed class war seemed to them the only way out. The labor ministers returned to face the crisis. None dared to suggest that the gold standard be suspended or the budget left unbalanced. Some of them kicked against balancing it at the expense of the unemployed. The 10% revenue tariff was aired American Samoa an alternative. Snowden killed the proposal by threatening to resign. In any case, it would not have satisfied the bankers, at home or abroad. The 10% cut in unemployment benefit seemed inevitable if the pound were to be saved, and the Labour government agreed that it must be. The cabinet wrangled in vain from 20 to August 24. Snowden was determined to enforce the cuts whatever his colleagues felt. MacDonald had no clear economic views. He supported the revenue tariff as well as the cuts. His aim was to lead the cabinet, or most of it, to an agreed program, and then to carry this program with the approval of the other parties. It looked at first as though he would get his way, as he had often done before. Resistance gradually hardened, particularly after August 20, when the General Council of the TUC, speaking through Bevan, firmly rejected the cuts in benefit and indeed the whole economy approach. Late on the evening of August 23 the cabinet finally failed to agree. 9 were determined to resign rather than accept the unemployment cuts. The other 11 were presumably ready to go along with MacDonald. 6 of these had a middle-class or upper-class background, of the minority only one. Perhaps it was no accident that he had started his career under Lloyd George. One clearly the government could not go on. 9 ministers were too many to lose. Besides, they were formidable in quality. Clines was deputy leader. Henderson carried almost as much weight in the party as MacDonald, and more with the unions. Yet even the minority assumed that the unemployment benefits would have to be cut, though not by them. They expected that the government would resign and a liberal-conservative coalition take its place. MacDonald seems originally to have shared this belief. The alternative of a national government under his leadership emerged without forethought. It was reinforced by the accident that Lloyd George, the only other man who could be cast as national savior, was temporarily knocked out by a severe operation. MacDonald repeatedly saw the 2 opposition leaders, Baldwin and Herbert Samuel, who was taking Lloyd George's place, at first to secure their